The Witness of Being. The Unity of Heidegger's Later Thought. By Zaine Ridling, Ph.D. In the second half of Martin Heidegger's philosophical career, he made a turn toward explaining the metaphysics of language through poetry. Heidegger's ontology of language relies largely upon the work of Friedrich Hölderlin, whose poetry Heidegger understands as giving voice to being in a peculiar proximity. For Heidegger, Hölderlin's articulations are not those of a subject expressing a meaning, according to the classical theory of language from Aristotle to Husserl, but rather those of a poet whose remembrance recalls a sense of being metaphysics has forgotten. Heidegger argues that Hölderlin's language is of being, beyond the self as defined by humanist notions of subjectivity which reduce being, along with beings, to the subject's objectifying examination. In dialogue with poetic language, Heidegger's philosophy aims to achieve a genuine thinking of being, as well as Gelassenheit, which is the stance of receptivity. According to Heidegger, only the poetic power of language is able to open up an historical world. It does this by awakening a basic mood in the people and leaving the unsayable unsaid in saying. Heidegger takes his essential concept of language as such from poetic language. Everyday language, communication, statements are for Heidegger not language in a primary sense, but poetry as the originary language of a people is, compared to which language in the conventional sense as understood by theories of language and in linguistics is only an insipid dilution. The concept of the originary historical time of the peoples is therefore the time of the poets, thinkers, and creators of states, i.e. of those who properly found and reinforce the historical existence of a people. 4. This invites a number of interesting questions to address within this study. For example, where does this priority of language come from, even if it be a priority of poetic language? This question becomes even more urgent considering the fact that originary poetical language that founds history is supposed to primarily awaken a basic mood. Can a basic mood eventuate or be awakened originarily only in poetic language? If the basic mood is supposed to call an opening of being and entities in their totality into temporal being, then, according to Heidegger, only language is able to unlock an historical world. How so? Is world only where language is? For Heidegger, language is and will remain the house of being. Hölderlin's philosophical writings, however, challenge some of Heidegger's views both of poetic language and of the self or subject implied by language. Hölderlin offers a critique of Kantian and Fichtean transcendental idealism and a theory of poetic language as promising a non-transcendental grasp of the ideal, spirit, Geist, or being. Hölderlin's examination of the poetic eye involves both skepticism and utopianism, in which a self is understood to encounter the world outside the auspices of possessive, determinative, or objectifying relations. The aim of this study is to show how the depth of Heidegger's continued commitment throughout the second half of his career to a number of fundamental assumptions of transcendental philosophy constitutes both a source of significant insight and deep philosophical confusion for the completion of his project outlined in his work, Being and Time. More specifically for this study, the subject of the turn toward poetic language is examined in Heidegger's writings. The guiding concern of this study is the question of finitude as it presents itself in relation to the self-definition, or self. V. Affirmation, of Dasein in a project of being, and more specifically, in Heidegger's later thought. This will involve, 1. A purposive introduction to his writings before the turn, 2. A basic historical and biographical understanding of what called Heidegger to move beyond his initial analysis of being toward language, 3. And finally, I will show that Hölderlin suggests a model of poetic subjectivity which conforms to dimensions of Heidegger's critique of the modern subject, yet which also does not leave behind the self and the human concerns of that self. 1. Chapter 1. Introduction. I preface my comments by citing a poem by Hölderlin, which may have directly influenced Heidegger, who had been familiar with Hölderlin's poems since 1908. 1. It also explains my thesis in this dissertation in its most succinct form. The poem is Hölderlin's Natur and Kunst subtitled Saturn and Jupiter. In the ode, Jupiter, who is identified with art, triumphs over Saturn, who symbolizes everyday, ontic time and, in the myth, is the father of art. One as early as 1908, Heidegger had come into contact with the poetry of Hölderlin, which, of course, had great impact on him. Cf. his Entrids read, 1957, in Gesamtausgabe 1, 1978. Freie Schriften, 56. This is the text of an inaugural address, given at Heidelberg, which later served as his preface to the first editions of his early writings in 1972. The translation appears in Heidegger, The Man and the Thinker, ed. T. Sheehan, Chicago, Illinois, Precedent, 1981, 21. With regard to the influence of Hölderlin, Heidegger said in the Spiegel interview, "My thoughts stand in an unavoidable relationship to the poetry of Hölderlin. I consider Hölderlin not just one poet among others whose work the historians of literature may take as a theme for study. For me, Hölderlin is the poet who points into the future, who waits for a god, and who, consequently, should not remain merely an object of research according to the canons of literary history." These lines appear in the translation of the interview in Heidegger, The Man and the Thinker, 61-62. 2. High up in day you govern, your law prevails, you hold the judgment scales, O Saturn's son. Hand out our lots and well-contented rest on the fame of immortal kingship. Yet, singers know, down the abyss you hurled the Holy Father once, your own parent, who long now has lain lamenting where the wild ones before you more justly languish. Quite guiltless he, the God of the Golden Age, at once effortless and greater than you, though he uttered no commandment, and no mortal on earth ever named his presence. So down with you. Or cease to be ashamed of your thanks. And if you stay, defer to the older God and grant him that above all others gods and great mortals, the singer name him. For as from clouds your lightning, from him has come what you call yours. And, look, the commands you speak to bear him witness, and from Saturn's peace has ever power developed. And once my heart has felt his life most living, and things that you shaped grow dim, and in his cradle changing time has fallen asleep and sweet quiet lulls me. I'll know you then, Cronion, and hear you then, the one wise master who, like ourselves, a son of time, gives laws to us, proclaims that which lies hidden deep in holy twilights. 2. To Friedrich Hölderlin, Poems and Fragments, Tr. Michael Hamburger, Ann Arbor. University of Michigan Press, 1967, 164-67. 3. In the ode, the theme of naming is central, but now it is the hidden meaning of time that is to be named in the conflict between nature, Saturn, and art, Jupiter. Hölderlin has identified Saturn with time, Kronios, Krons. Cronion, son of Cronus, i.e., son of time, is the lawgiver who reigns when the golden age of Saturn's hegemony has ended. Jupiter has gone down to the dwelling place of the mortals, most of whom will be oblivious to the presence of Saturn, time, until the son of time, Cronion, has come to earth. Jupiter is asked to grant to those great mortals, the poets, the power to name time. In Hölderlin's fable titled, Nature and Art, Jupiter is the god who gives shape to, formulates, and arranges things. But the poet does not find time present in art until time has fallen asleep and all of Jupiter's creation, works of art, have grown dim. Only then does the poet see the laws that govern the arts. Though the ode manifestly takes up the themes of the triumph of art over nature, it is also concerned with the relation between art and time. The connection between the themes of this poem and those of the fable lies in the problem of naming. In nature and art, it is a question of the possibility of naming time, and in the fable it is a question of what to name the creation of sorrow. The possibility of naming time rests on determining the laws of creating works of art, while naming the creation of sorrow, the human being, is a matter of determining the mutuality of belonging that holds between the human being and sorrow. This mutuality is named in the word homo. The problematic of what is named by this word must be sought in the meaning of the word. 4. In both the ode and the fable, Jupiter and Saturn represent time as it is passed on to mortals with the awareness provided by Spiritus, ontic time Zeit. What appears as Cronion? I would suggest that the Dasein is portrayed as Cronion in Hölderlin's ode. This interpretation may be helpful for a clearer understanding of 1. The seed of what this current work concerns, and 2. The relation between the Dasein and its ontological structure, sorrow. Heidegger's concept of the Dasein can be fixed in this way as an ontological determination somewhere between the concept of Gestalten, forms, of the work of art and Gebild, creation, of sorrow, mortal man. The key to this determination is found in Heidegger's concern for art, and the place of art in humanity's relation to being, which, of course, includes poetry. An admonition appears near the beginning of Heidegger's essay Identity and Difference, which should give pause to any commentator of Heidegger's work. When thinking attempts to pursue something that has claimed its attention, it may happen that on the way it undergoes a change. Thus it is advisable in what follows to pay attention to the path of thought rather than to its content. 3. These sentences suggest that we do not begin to read Heidegger until the surface intelligibility of the language is shaken and we follow not the content. 3. Identity and Difference, Tr. Jones Stambaugh, New York, Harper and Row, 1969, 1. This edition contains the German text. 5. A series of propositions or theses, or even a series of what may seem to be poetic figures, but the very movement of thought in its becoming other. Heidegger suggests to us that the claim upon thought and thought's transformation are to be understood in terms of an arrest or capture of thought by its thing or affair, die Sache. This latter, for the earlier Heidegger at least, is the finite transcendence of Dasein, a relation to something other than what is that makes possible any relation to being in the world, including other human beings, and any self-relation. It makes possible the very structure of representation and therefore cannot be posed before us, Vorgestalt, in a theoretical or formal manner, hence Heidegger's effort to draw us beyond the conceptual and figurative levels of his discourse. Of thought's transformation, we may say that the questioning relation provoked by the arrest of thought, described most frequently by Heidegger as an astonishment or perplexity, an uncanny experience of alterity that marks the presence to us of things in the world, bears not only upon the object of this questioning but also upon the act of questioning itself. Thought comes increasingly into question as it discovers ever more profoundly its initiative to have been a repetition of a determination to question, and no reflexive act can define absolutely the measure of its engagement in the history defined by temporal precedence of the origin or opening of its act. To the extent that a thing opens to that which claims it and assumes the temporal structure of its activity, assumes its finitude, it carries itself into a movement that exceeds it and carries it beyond itself. This is an unsettling movement. It is unsettling, first, because it refuses itself to any conceptual definition or mastery and calls into question the normally secure position of the thinking subject, the position defined by the 6. Metaphysics of subjectivity in its elaboration of the structure of representation. Clearly, Heidegger did not find this situation to be an impediment for the task of thinking and even, initially, for the founding of a science. Near the end of Kant and the problem of metaphysics, he points explicitly to one consequence of assuming the finitude of metaphysical questioning. It remains to be considered that the working out of the innermost essence of finitude required for the establishment of metaphysics must itself always be basically finite and can never become absolute. The only conclusion one can draw from this is that reflection on finitude, always to be renewed, can never succeed, though a mutual playing off, or mediating equalization of standpoints in order to finally and in spite of everything to give us an absolute knowledge of finitude, a knowledge that is surreptitiously posited as being true in itself. 4. By virtue of its inescapable temporal determination, Thought can achieve no final definition of its own situation and thus cannot transcend the history in which it finds itself as it turns back upon that which give it its impetus. The repetitive nature of Heidegger's course of thinking, his constant return to what he calls the fundamental experience of being and time 5 throughout his career, points to his own assumption of this understand of finitude. But Heidegger suggests that, if thought cannot hold this movement in its grasp, it might hold itself in this movement in such a way as to find in it a certain measure. For the movement to which thought opens is understood by Heidegger to have a gathering and unifying character. Whether we speak in 7. terms of the temporality of Dasein, the history of being, or appropriation, Aranis, that which claims thought and sets it on a path that is without any assignable end also gathers it within what Heidegger terms an intimacy. Yet there are also elements in Heidegger's thinking that make this fundamental assertion problematic, just as his consistent refusal of certain dimensions of the thought of those to whom he turns in his interpretive encounters. I refer in particular to the encounters with Hölderlin and Nietzsche, the former for which the study is centered upon after a thorough introductory examination of Dasein, takes on a symptomatic character. Heidegger failed to recognize in his Kant book, and, in some ways, throughout his career, just how unsettling his meditation on the finitude of being and of thought might be. He points to this fact himself when he remarks much later, in 1956, that he has been unable to find a satisfactory answer to the problem of finitude. What was assumed affirmatively in the Kant book is now the source of a distress. I refer here to the statement in the addendum to The Origin of the Work of Art 6 in which Heidegger recognizes that his formulation of the role of man in art as creator and preserver remains ambiguous in his essay. He notes that, if truth is taken as the subject of the phrase by which he defines art, namely, the setting into work of truth, then art is conceived in terms of disclosive appropriation. He adds, 8. Being, however, is a call to man and is not without man. Accordingly, art is at the same time defined as the setting into work of truth, where truth now is the object, and art is human creating and preserving. In the heading, the settingento work of truth, in which it remains undecided, but decidable, who does the setting or in what way it occurs, there is concealed the relation of being and human being mentionwesen, a relation which is unsuitably conceived even in this version, a distressing difficulty, which has been clear to me since Being and Time, and has since been expressed in a variety of versions. GA 5, Holzwege, 7487-7. This statement does not necessarily contradict the more assumed statements in the later work concerning the place of mortals in what Heidegger calls the footfold. But it is a sign that the relation between being and human being is very much open to question in Heidegger's text and, necessarily with it, Heidegger's assertions concerning the gathering nature of the experience of difference, in thoughts becoming other, and thus the nature of difference itself and with it being an Aranis. This statement from Heidegger's addendum, indeed Heidegger's own methods of reading and the entire pedagogical thrust of Heidegger's project, invites us to question his path of thinking, even to repeat it in a more questioning manner. The remainder of this work represents an initial attempt to question in this way the relation between being and human being as it is articulated in Heidegger's work of the period between 1927 and 1947, that is, between the dates of publication of Being and Time and the Letter on Humanism. 9. This questioning does not take the form of a complete exposition of Heidegger's thought during this period, it consists, after an extensive review of Dasein, rather, in a series of individual readings that seek in each case to enter into the movement of Heidegger's thought as he refers to it in the passage from which I started. Only a most attentive reading of Heidegger's texts, one that seeks the place and function of any particular theme, figure, or statement within a larger textual disposition or configuration, leads to an experience of the dynamic quality of his thinking and to an apprehension of the strangeness or perplexity that claims his thought and gives it its movement. And such a reading is a prerequisite for a more profound textual reading that moves beyond the still phenomenologically determined apprehension of the movement of a thought and begins to follow the movement of the letter of the text, though the task of defining the meaning of this moving beyond is still very much before us. I should at least note that this movement does not lead to the impasse of restricting thought to an examination of textual phenomena in the restricted sense. The notion of finitude I attempt to elaborate in this work points to the necessary tracing or inscription of thought, just as truth must be set into the work, according to Heidegger's argument in Origin. But it should become clear that this does not dictate a kind of formalism. The movement to which I am referring is perhaps properly named deconstruction, in the sense of this term developed by Jacques Derrida. Though I have not taken up here Derrida's relation to Heidegger, in order to retain my focus on Heidegger's text, and because such a question requires an extensive, contextual analysis of Derrida's work, in the latter part of this study, I will be working very much in view of his thought. But I want to emphasize that this work remains somewhat short of a deconstruction in the Derridean sense, or in the sense developed 10. More recently by Paul de Man. If I were to attempt a full deconstruction of Heidegger's text in the terms I have sought to develop in this work, out of Heidegger's own thought, therefore, I would begin by trying to fold back upon the language and structure of the text itself at least the following: Heidegger's own discussion of a work's form, in the origin of the work of art, for example, the notion of figurality that I present briefly in later chapters, an understanding of the performative dimension of his use of language, which I begin to develop in the second half of this study, and other clues offered by Heidegger concerning his use of language, including his reference to a fugue articulated around the word but that he discovers Hölderlin's poem on Denken. I hope that the analyses present in this study will give some indication of the difficulty of the questions involved here and explain why I approach them with a certain prudence. The unity of the examined readings that follow derives from the fact that, in seeking the dynamic element in the writings by Heidegger under consideration, I have been led to focus on the circling in Heidegger's thinking, whose necessity Heidegger has described as the hermeneutic circle. I analyze this movement first in Being and Time and attempt to describe how the circle in which Heidegger situates the questioning of Dasein in a project of being is to be thought not in a circular fashion but rather in terms of a double movement like that which Heidegger describes elsewhere as a play of presence and absence, distance and proximity. In subsequent chapters I describe this paradoxical movement in terms of an experience of disappropriation that accompanies man's effort at appropriation, indissociably of history and of self. Before World War II, Heidegger names the poles of human experience, but by 1940, Heidegger no longer speaks in terms of Selbstbehauptung self-affirmation, but the effort to articulate a less 11. Willful mode of creative existence in a concept such as Gelassenheit, releasement or letting be, still obeys the structure to which I refer. The hermeneutic situation described in Being and Time as a remarkable relatedness backward or forward of what we are asking about, being, to the inquirer itself as a mode of being, bt. 8/28, structures Heidegger's interpretation of both Nietzsche and Hölderlin. In my reading of Heidegger's Nietzsche, I attempt to demonstrate that, if Heidegger's encounter with Nietzsche is understood in the light of this hermeneutic situation, and it is described quite explicitly in the first volume of Nietzsche, then a richer interpretation emerges than the one commonly attributed to Heidegger, which consists merely in a violent resituation of Nietzsche within the history of metaphysics. I approach Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin in a similar manner, though I do so in the light of readings of an introduction to metaphysics and the origin of the work of art. The meditations on techne and art in these latter texts, and on what we might call the finitude of being, lead me to a somewhat more precise formulation of the double movement of appropriation and disappropriation. Thus I come to describe a creative project of being as the tracing of the limits of Dasein, whereby these limits are brought forth as limits, and thus as the mark of a relation to an Altere. I consider Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin, then, in relation to this description of a creative project, and by contrasting Hölderlin's understanding of the nature of the experience of difference with Heidegger's interpretation of it. I bring into question Heidegger's assertions concerning the gathering and founding character of a poetic project. In light of the claims Heidegger makes for poetry, Dichtung, and the role he assigns to Hölderlin, this questioning should give some suggestion of what Heidegger finds so distressing in the question of the relation between being and human being. 12. Within the hermeneutic situation I have described, I will address the problem of the constitution of identity. This problem arises first in relation to the question of mit-Sein in being and time. One of Heidegger's fundamental theses in this volume concerns the individuating aspect of Dasien's solitary assumption of its mortality. But the reading of being and time that I offer will suggest that Dasien is not alone in being toward death. In his description of the originary experience to which resoluteness of being towards death opens, Heidegger points furtively but consistently to an uncanny experience of the other Dasien. We might conclude from being and time that the call of being, which takes form in being and time as the call of conscience, first comes by way of another, strictly speaking, by way of another's presentation of the finitude of their being. In light of this perspective on mit-Sein, the nature of Heidegger's interpretive stance in relation to figures such as Nietzsche and Hölderlin calls for particular attention. In each case we may observe something like a fascination on Heidegger's part, and here I mean to refer beyond the psychological category, for fascination belongs to Dasien's originary experience of difference as it is described by Heidegger, and a corresponding violence in his interpretation. I have recourse in this context to René Girard's very rich notion of mimetic rivalry. 8. Though I seek a philosophical understanding of the grounds of this relation, an experience of the other that is more unsettling than Heidegger wishes to acknowledge. Nietzsche and Hölderlin both claim Heidegger's attention, over and above the reason he offers for giving them privileged place in the history of being, because their self-presentation entails something other than the withdrawal, or the reserve. 13. That belongs to an assumption of finitude. 9. The identity posited by them, hence, their address, is marked by a certain instability or ambiguity, and both invite us to ask whether any measure offers itself in the assumption of finitude as Heidegger describes it. Their testimony brings into question Heidegger's assertions concerning the gathering nature of the relation between being and human being and thus the possibility of anything like a dwelling as Heidegger defines it in his readings of Hölderlin. Thus I might say that I am seeking to pose in this examination the question of man, a question that might seem of preliminary and even secondary importance in relation to the thing or affair of Heidegger's thought as it takes shape along his path of thinking. For the pertinence of this question, according to most commentaries on the turn, care, 10 would appear to be limited to the first steps of Heidegger's path, specifically to the foundational thinking that precedes the care and thus, for example, to the final pages of Kant and the problem of metaphysics, where it is said that the repetition of the Kantian effort to found metaphysics must be rooted in the question of the Dasien in man. The effort to go beyond the metaphysics of subjectivity and to elaborate a thought of difference would appear to require an abandonment of an essential reference to man. 14. But to this possible objection, I would offer this initial response: the overcoming of the metaphysics of subjectivity and the anthropocentrism of modern thought, in short, the overcoming of humanism, in no way implies that the question of man should lose its gravity. On the contrary, when man can no longer be taken as the ground for truth, then the question of man should grow weightier for thought as a question. 11. In addition, a rigorous examination of the problematic of Dasien will reveal why it must unsettle any foundational project and ultimately any project of appropriation of man's essence, any project that does not simultaneously account for the impossibility of its full accomplishment and thus open to a history that it cannot master, even if this appropriation is thought as a gathering of self in the intimacy of a response to being. The question of man does of course lead beyond itself. I try to show, for example, that it must be posed in relation to Heidegger's interpretation of the Greek notion of thesis, and his argument concerning the nature of any positing in general, as it is proposed in Origin, an argument that leads into the questions of language, technique, etc. But if I persist in holding to the question of man as the crucial point of access to the thing of Heidegger's thought, it is because it poses itself the question of access. A later chapter will adumbrate how Heidegger arrived at this question to the end of being and time. Dasien names man's situation in relation to being, and no thought of. 15. The history or topology of being can proceed without situating itself in relation to this topos. 12. I affirm this while recognizing, again, that Heidegger rethinks this topos in his later work in relation to the problem of language. We are dealing here with another version of the hermeneutic circle. One cannot, finally, think the situation of Dasein without coming to grips with the problem of language, a point that can already be drawn from Heidegger's remarks on language in being and time and from his very definition of hermeneutic investigation. But we cannot approach this problem in a rigorous manner without a critical examination of the earlier problematic of human finitude. The question of man must not be forgotten at any point. I might also add here for the sake of clarity that I do not mean to assert that the question of man alone is ever the sole way of access to the question of being, for the question of man, as Heidegger thinks it, cannot be posed alone. It can be posed only in relation to, in the context of, and as the question of man's relation to being, which implies the question of being. Likewise, as Heidegger states most explicitly in what is called Thinking? A lecture course of 1951-52, thus well after any dating of the care, the question of being cannot be posed except in relation to the question of man. Likewise, no reading of Heidegger's text, if it seeks to become a repetition, or Auseinandersetzung, can neglect this question of access, a question that becomes in repetition both the question of Heidegger's access to the thing of his thought and the question of our access to that which claims our interpretive attention in this relation. If we follow Heidegger in an effort to articulate something like a thought of difference, we must be wary of resumming the all too comfortable place of the meditating subject of theory, a place of supposed neutrality. A thought of difference becomes no more than a repetition of the same if it repeats the ahistorical or non-situated thinking whose place is defined by the metaphysics of subjectivity. But in neglecting the question of man in a reading of Heidegger, there is more than the danger of failing to situate the act of questioning. Heidegger's self-criticism regarding the echoes of the metaphysics of subjectivity in his early writings, together with the evident movement in his thinking away from the existential analytic, toward a description of the epochal history of being and finally toward a topological understanding of being, might well lead us to conclude that the progress of Heidegger's thought as it moves at the limits of metaphysics and toward a non-metaphysical thought of difference entails a resolution of the questionable element in the problematic of Dasein, or entails a kind of shift in perspective that reveals the problematic character of this question to have been merely a specter of metaphysics. Thus Rainer Schermann's study of Heidegger on Being and Acting, From Principles to Anarchy 13, to take a challenging example, argues that we should read Heidegger's text from end to beginning in order to distinguish in his thought the emerging strains of the effort that moves it through its entire trajectory and emerges fully in the latest texts, the effort to grasp presence as pregnant with a force of plurification and dissolution. 14 Schermann argues that Heidegger's path of thought leads him away from any reference to man as 17. Origin, the origin henceforth, is no longer simple, 15 and finally to the effort to think without reference to man except as a component in the play of the fourfold. But just as Schermann must overstate the anti-humanism of Heidegger's later work in his effort to distinguish Dasein and thought, he must pass over the complexity of Heidegger's early meditation on man and fail to recognize that Dasein does not prove simple for Heidegger, even if he seeks in it a ground. The danger of reading in reverse order to bring forth the essential thought of difference in Heidegger is that we may lose sight of the most unsettling dimensions of his experience of difference. By crediting Heidegger's own reading of his path of thought, we follow him in avoiding what is distressing in the question of man. And by losing sight of the question of man, we may well lose the possibility of thinking the constitutive role of Dasein, what Schermann designates as the practical a priori, in the event of appropriation, and thus the possibility of thinking the political import of Heidegger's thought. In presenting as I have the thematic unity of this examination to follow, I may give the suggestion that it takes the structure of an argument, in fact, it proceeds in a less continuous fashion, and not always chronologically, following the related topics of the question of man through language and the structure of a project of being as a kind of fil conductor, to borrow Mallarmé's phrase, 16 in a series of largely imminent readings of Heidegger's texts. The assertion I made above concerning the contextual nature of these analyses might bear some elaboration in that it marks the point at which this analysis diverges most significantly, in my opinion, from most other readings. 18. Of Heidegger. I do not want to claim, of course, that I attend to the thematic level of Heidegger's texts. I use the phrase only for heuristic purposes. The thetic content of Heidegger's writings cannot be divorced from its place in a textual configuration, in a way that differs significantly from that of other studies. I am convinced that an approach to Heidegger that confronts the theoretical ambiguities of the work before the letter on humanism, including the questions posed by its political dimensions, will ultimately offer a far richer reading of the entirety of his path of thinking, richer for our understanding of Heidegger and, more important, richer for the ongoing task of elaborating a thought of difference, than one that reads Heidegger for results, as I might put it, and interprets his texts in the light of his most developed later thought, screening out the more troublesome elements in the path of his thinking. This reading necessarily takes a more critical approach to the work preceding the letter on humanism than that which characterizes most efforts to proceed from the existential foundation of Heidegger's thought, Gadamer's, for example, and also points to the fact that a modern thought of difference cannot assume too easily Heidegger's later thought. The notions of the foufold, of es gibt, and so forth must be situated in their history for their force to emerge. But beyond these theoretical arguments, I consider my approach to Heidegger's text to be the most distinctive aspect of this interpretation. Like any text, Heidegger's body of writing is a construct that has won its apparent unity and coherence of meaning through a conflictual process of differentiation and exclusion, a process that always leaves its marks in the form of gaps, inconsistencies, aporias, etc. Like a dream, as Freud describes it, it is woven around an umbilicus that its self-reflection cannot account for. Heidegger's own description of a work, as I try to demonstrate. 19. Points to the way in which it manifests the precariousness of its limits and thus points beyond itself. I would like to suggest that Heidegger's text must be read in the light of such a concept. Thus I have sought the openings in Heidegger's in readings that do not draw their primary interpretive leverage from other theoretical domains, example psychoanalysis, etc., or from other perspectives on the history of thought and culture, critiques that proceed on this basis without submitting their own presuppositions to a Heideggerian form of questioning must of necessity close upon the question of being. I advance and can never come to grips with Heidegger's text. I consider my reading to be fully Heideggerian in this sense, but also very suspicious of Heidegger's text, unwilling to take it at face value, so to speak, or to be limited to what it purports to say, however obscure or difficult its meaning might seem and however important the task of explication might be. They seek instead those points where the text marks its relation to something that exceeds it and that provokes its movement. They seek to define, in other words, what gives the text its fundamentally historical character. 17. Needless to say, these readings can only begin such a task. One can undertake such a reading only on the basis of an interpretation of the text's argument, of course, though I do not carry out the kind of exposition of Heidegger's thought that characterizes most presentations of his work, and though I provide relatively few evaluations of existing studies, I instead direct my energies to the limits of thinking and language during his later thought. This analysis is not an introduction to Heidegger, except perhaps in the sense defined by Heidegger at the beginning of an introduction to 20. Metaphysics, when he argues that the only possible introduction to his thinking is one that provokes a subsequent questioning. By seeking the historicity of the text of the thinker who has posed more powerfully than any other in the 20th century the question of temporality, I seek the conditions of renewed questioning. An analysis of the enabling historical background of Heidegger's thinking, a careful conceptual articulation of Heidegger's terms, and an evaluation of the philosophical merits of his arguments are all essential and important. But an auseinandersetzung, argument, confrontation, with Heidegger, a confrontation that is also the elaboration of another historical position of questioning, also requires something more, as Heidegger himself would insist. Even if the history of metaphysics comes to an end in Heidegger's thought, as he suggests and as commentators such as Sherman and Marx are willing to assume, the historical character of this thought still demands attention. The most fundamental claim of Heidegger's text concerns its own historicity. The questioning in which a response might take form must be willing to submit this claim to the same interpretive treatment that Heidegger reserves to those who claim his own thinking. His thinking, in other words, must be situated in a movement that exceeds it, and a new understanding of this movement must be articulated. The chapters that follow only begin to meet this exigency, but it defines the measure for an evaluation of their success. 21. Chapter 2. Heidegger and the hermeneutic turn. The closing decades of this century have been marked by a wide-ranging, multidisciplinary exploration of the theory of interpretation and its practical implications. To speak of a revolution in the history of thought is perhaps too grand, but certainly there has been a general movement that can be called the hermeneutic turn. This turn has taken various forms, including post-structuralist cultural studies, deconstructive literary studies, interpretive anthropology and social science, and critical legal studies. Of course, the specific turns taken in each of these fields are reactions to older ways of practicing each discipline. But in each case the emphasis on interpretation is used as an antidote, usually to objectivistic conceptions of the discipline's methods. However, none of these particular turns would have been imaginable without a dramatic change earlier in this century, the change brought about in philosophy by Heidegger in 1927 in Being and Time. Heidegger's hermeneutic turn is taken most explicitly in sections 31 and 32 of that book, where Heidegger makes interpretive understanding the central mode of human existence, or Dasein. In 1927 Heidegger himself could not have foreseen the diverse effects of his theory on later thought, and in the final section of this chapter I will describe his influence on the hermeneutic and deconstructive philosophies that emerged in the latter half of the century. But at the time Heidegger did see his account of understanding as a revolutionary break from the traditional philosophical emphasis on problems about knowledge and on the dichotomy between 22. Subjectivity and objectivity. To explain this break I will begin by working through the details of Heidegger's account of understanding and interpretation in Being and Time, situating this material against the background of traditional hermeneutics as well as Cartesian and Kantian philosophy. A. The meta-hermeneutic turn in philosophy's self-conception. Hans-Georg Gadamer, who in Truth and Method, 1960, was the first philosopher to develop Heidegger's account of interpretation into a general hermeneutics, defines hermeneutics as the philosophical enterprise for which the central question is, how is understanding possible? 18. This formulation is a reasonably straightforward way to characterize the hermeneutic philosophy that Gadamer himself has contributed to 20th century thought. However, before Heidegger, or to any who has not read Heidegger, the question would be misleading, since hermeneutics might thereby seem to be merely one branch of philosophy, the one that analyzes the phenomenon of understanding in contrast to other human activities such as knowledge or language. Hermeneutic philosophers before Heidegger did think of understanding in this way, and they therefore distinguished disciplines that could acquire knowledge in an objective way, as in the natural sciences, from those that could not give law-like explanations but instead offered interpretations, as in the humanities, or Geisteswissenschaften. So classified, since the humanistic disciplines like history, law, literary, and cultural studies, and perhaps philosophy itself, rarely or never give 23. Explanations emulating the causal laws of natural science, they seem to be poor cousins in the family of knowledge. One defense of these Geisteswissenschaften is to claim a separate status for them and to take them as examples of a distinct cognitive operation called understanding. This move, which ran through traditional hermeneutics from Friedrich Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, to Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833 to 1911, has a weakness in that it seems to leave understanding as a derivative and deficient subspecies of knowledge. A central part of Heidegger's legacy comes from his strikingly different conception of hermeneutics. Heidegger's analysis of Dasein as being in the world changes our understanding of understanding from a derivative phenomenon to the central feature, the keystone, of human experience. As Gadamer remarks, Heidegger's temporal analytics of Dasein has, I think, shown convincingly that understanding is not just one of the various possible behaviors of the subject but the mode of being of Dasein itself, and hence embraces the whole of its experience of the world. 19. When understanding becomes the central phenomenon for philosophy, hermeneutics is no longer conceived of as simply one minor branch of philosophy. Instead, philosophy itself becomes hermeneutic. Or at least one can now speak of a distinctively hermeneutic approach to philosophy in contrast to the traditional approach running from Descartes through Kant to Husserl. This traditional approach conceived of the human being as a subject, a knower disengaged from the world and from practical activity in the world. 24. Heidegger's hermeneutic turn is more radical than earlier philosophy, then, in that it avoids the traditional model of the subject as the knower standing over against what is to be known, the objective world. His hermeneutic turn shows both that the mentalistic vocabulary of the subject-object model is not the only possible starting point for philosophy and that this vocabulary is derivative from the more basic starting point where Dasein and world are coterminous in understanding. Heidegger conceives of Dasein and world as forming a circle, and he thus extends the traditional hermeneutic circle between a text and its reading down to the most primordial level of human existence. Traditionally, the paradigm for the hermeneutic circle is the reading of a text, where the parts cannot be interpreted without an understanding of the whole, but the whole cannot be grasped without an understanding of the parts. As I shall explain, in Heidegger's deeper conception of the hermeneutic circle as a feature of human existence in general, the relation of knowledge and understanding is one neither of antagonism nor indifference, but one in which the legitimate task of achieving knowledge is a subspecies of the more general phenomenon of human understanding. Heidegger begins his radicalization of the hermeneutic turn in section 31 of Being and Time by distinguishing his conception of understanding from a different conception of how a philosopher might be interested in analyzing understanding. Understanding in the sense of one possible kind of cognizing among others, as distinguished, for instance, from explaining, must, like explaining, be interpreted as an existential derivative of that primary understanding which is one of the constituents of the being of the there in general. BT, 182. 25. Traditional, pre-Heideggerian hermeneutics distinguished humanistic understanding and interpretation from the law-like explanations of the natural sciences, and it thus put itself in a weak position when the meta-question was raised: what is the status of the knowledge claimed by hermeneutic philosophy itself? Is hermeneutic philosophy itself the one right explanation, or is it only one possible interpretation? Obviously, hermeneutics is not itself giving causal explanations, so it appears to be at best only one possible interpretation, not the definitive explanation, of human inquiry and existence. Traditional hermeneutics, and Dilthey especially, was thus plagued by the threat of relativism, particularly by the relativism of its own philosophical status. Now Heidegger too will want to say that being and time is an interpretation. But because he has a deeper conception of what understanding is, he will have a different conception of interpretation, and a different account of how interpretation arises from understanding. What he means by understanding is not simply one form of cognition among others, but our most basic ability to live in and copy skillfully with our world. Of course, this ability must take into account that the ways in which features of the world show up are constantly changing, and this constant change requires us to form particular interpretations. For instance, sometimes must interpret ourselves as students, as family members, sometimes as consumers, and perhaps sometimes as philosophers. Yet Heidegger suggests that all these interpretations presuppose a primary understanding of the world that runs through them. Our shift from one interpretation to another at the appropriate moment is a sign that we do understand the world. So a change in interpretation is not necessarily a sign of lack of understanding, since in these cases the change of interpretation shows that we can cope with the various demands the world places on us. 26. Heidegger is describing the primary understanding that runs through our various ways of existing in and interpreting the world. What is the status, then, of this philosophical activity of description. The philosophical description is itself an interpretation, but it is on a plane different from the interpretations that flow naturally from our everyday ways of coping with the world. Heidegger thus distinguishes between Auslegung and Interpretierung. Auslegung, the standard translation of which is interpretation with a lowercase I, includes the everyday phenomena of ordinary skills like hammering, typing, or driving. Interpretierung, translated as interpretation with an uppercase I, includes the metized, discursive articulation and theorization. Interpretierung is itself said to be a derived form of Auslegung, but Heidegger obviously does not mean to denigrate Interpretierung, since that is what being and time is. An Interpretierung is a reflective working through of phenomena, such as is done in philosophy and philology. So Heidegger claims the status of philosophical Interpretierung and not knowledge or explanation as description for what he is doing. Whereas the ordinary interpretations are more or less automatic, philosophical interpretation of these ordinary interpretations is reflective in two senses. First, it is reflective in that it must explicitly articulate or thematized what goes on more immediately and less explicitly in everyday coping. Second, it is logically self-reflective in that it must itself be one possible manifestation among others of primary understanding. It will not be a representation of something that is of a different order from it, but it will be of the same kind as what it captures. Philosophical interpretation can be true to the phenomenal activity of ordinary world interpretations because it is itself a form of the same phenomenon, although a more articulated or explicit form. So philosophical interpretation is not simply arbitrary, and not threatened by the problem of 27. Relativism, because it is a case of the primary understanding that it is trying to capture. Philosophical interpretation may be refined, or it may be supplanted by later redescriptions of what philosophy should be, but if it is agreed that there is a primary understanding of the world, then the philosophical articulation of that understanding will be binding to the degree that it is adequate to phenomenal manifestations of understanding, which include philosophy itself. Is there any way to test Heidegger's philosophical interpretation? Such an interpretation will aim not merely to clarify ordinary usages of terms like understanding, explanation, and knowledge, but will reinterpret or reorder them. This reordering is what goes on when Heidegger argues that something is derived from something else. If Heidegger can argue successfully that explanatory knowledge is a derived case of understanding, he will thus be in a stronger philosophical position than traditional hermeneutics, where understanding is simply an alternative mode of cognition. Heidegger's derivations are reminiscent of Kant's transcendental deduction in the Critique of Pure Reason, where Kant claims to demonstrate and justify our assumption that our experiences are not simply subjective but objective. Heidegger points to section 31 as an attempt to go deeper than Kant did by explaining what Kant left unexplained, BT 184. One meta-problem with Kant's attempt to explain the possibility for our scientific knowledge of nature is the status of the synthetic a priori knowledge claimed by the Critique itself. That is, Kant is often accused of trying to give philosophical explanations of scientific explanation without reflecting sufficiently on whether the philosophical knowledge propounded in the first Critique had the same conditions as scientific knowledge. 28. Heidegger can avoid this problem by consistently claiming that being and time is an interpretation. This interpretation does not eliminate ratiocinative operations like explaining, deliberating, reflecting, and deciding, but situates them within a more general account of how they fit together in a primary understanding that also includes our everyday interactions in and with the world. Heidegger's account tells a story about how cognitive explanation always inheres in a context of intelligibility that is projected in understanding. Heidegger's account is thus properly construed not as a single, decisive transcendental argument, but as an interpretation, that is, a reasonably complete and plausible reconstruction of the conditions that obtain if the things of the world make sense, and if beings like ourselves are also part of the world. Understanding is among these conditions and is a projection of an inclusive context or pattern of intelligibility as the background against which particular instances of sense-making succeed. In sum, contrary both to Kant and to traditional hermeneutics, Heidegger is trying to show us that we need not take knowledge as primary and see understanding and interpretation as derived, but that we can reverse this derivation. Even if the reversal is successful, however, a further problem arises if this result tells us simply that either direction or derivation is equally valid. The entire strategy of reordering or deriving would be undermined if that were the only conclusion, and relativism would again threaten. But Heidegger thinks that since traditional philosophy has come up against unsolvable antinomies and unbridgeable dichotomies, his reordering acquires greater plausibility to the degree that it avoids such difficulties. Also, Heidegger can urge that by starting from the more primary phenomenon of understanding, he can make better sense than the tradition of how knowledge is really possible. Traditional philosophy from Descartes to Kant wanted to offer not only a definition of knowledge, for 29 instance, as correct representation of the real world, but also an account of how the knower is connected to the known. Heidegger's strategy is different from the Cartesian strategy, which starts by assuming a basic ontological disconnection, example between mental and physical substance, and then looks for instances of epistemological connection that cannot be doubted, example the knowledge of the existence of a thinking subject. Heidegger's strategy is to see Dasein as already in the world, which suggests that what needs to be explained is not the connection, which is the basis, but the disconnection. Instances of disconnection happen obviously and frequently, as when humans make mistakes, not only cognitively but also practically. The Cartesian strategy runs into difficulty when it fails to explain, example to skeptics, connection. The Heideggerian strategy must show that it does not run into similar problems when it tries to explain how apparent disconnect ions could arise, as in the breakdown of a ready-to-hand tool and its transformation into a merely present-at-hand or piece of junk. A crucial part of Heidegger's account of the connection of Dasein and world is the section on understanding as the projection of possibilities, and I will now focus on how the details of that section contribute to the hermeneutic turn. b. Understanding, projection, and possibility. One question that arises if philosophy is itself a mode of interpretation is, how can one such interpretation be said to be better than others? Is it true? Are there other such interpretations that could be true in the same sense? To clarify these questions, Heidegger distinguishes two senses of truth. One is the ordinary philosophical sense of truth, where an assertion uncovers or discovers some fact about the world. Heidegger usually describes truth in this sense as 30. Being about things that do not have the character of Dasein, BT, 118, using the term Entdecktheit, discoveredness. The contrasting term, disclosedness, Erschlossenheit, suggests that the total context is opened up through understanding. Understanding thus does not consist only of making assertions about the world, but also of grasping the entire mode of being in the world. Understanding grasps the world as such, without which the discovery of particular features of the world would not be possible. However, understanding grasps not only the world, but also Dasein's way of being in the world. So an understanding of the world is always also a self-understanding. To speak of self-understanding can be misleading, however, if it suggests a Cartesian or Kantian ego, which stands at a remove from the objective world as if it occupied a different, subjective world. Heidegger says instead that disclosure involves both the world and Dasein at the same time. Dasein's understanding of its world is thus not distinct from its understanding of itself, but is at the same time an interpretation of itself. This self-interpretation thus does not discover facts about the properties of a mental substance or a noumenal self, but discloses how Dasein has dealt with and is dealing with the question or issue of its own existence. A student of physics, for instance, is not simply learning some facts about the physical world, but is learning how to do physics. The student is thus becoming a physicist, at least to some degree. Being a student is generally best described neither as finding innate abilities in oneself nor as acquiring a mass of facts about the world. Instead, being a student on Heidegger's account is learning how to go about in the world in a certain way, for instance, as a physicist or as a philosopher, where who one is and what one does are inseparable. 31. Understanding involves, therefore, more than the discovery of facts about particular features of the world. Understanding is more primordially the disclosure of what Heidegger calls possibilities. Heidegger suggests that the disclosure of possibilities could not be derived from the discovery of factual features. His philosophical interpretation is trying to show that both discovery and disclosure are necessary to human activity. Focusing on the discovery of facts alone, example as empiricist philosophers might, will obscure the dimension of disclosure. So Heidegger's interpretation shows that if the dimension of disclosure is recognized, then both discovery and disclosure can be accounted for, since disclosure makes the phenomenon of discovery intelligible. The isolated, atomistic discovery of one fact after another would not generate an understanding of a world that was significant and intelligible, but only of a disconnected aggregate. An interpretation is precisely not a heap of facts but an account of how these facts are possible. Possibility for Heidegger is not simply logical possibility, since understanding is of real relations and situations. Possibility also does not mean not yet actual, since Dasein is itself currently one possible way of existing or understanding. Dasein exists as definite or concrete possibilities, BT 183, which it does not choose arbitrarily. Dasein finds itself as already having these possibilities. We can begin to see what Heidegger means by returning to my example of what it is to be a student. Heidegger is not describing the process of explicitly planning to be, say, a physicist or a philosopher, and possibilities are not the abstract thoughts a student might have about what it would be like to be a physicist or a philosopher. Possibilities are recognized only in the concrete activity of doing physics or philosophy and are what limit the range of what it makes sense to do or to try to do in those activities. What it is sensible to do in a particular situation is already laid out in advance in a genuine understanding of. 32. The concrete possibilities. Dasein may not be explicitly aware of those possibilities it has let go by, or even of the ones that currently characterize it. Dasein can also be mistaken about its possibilities, for instance, by trying to fix them so rigidly that it takes them as necessities instead of as possibilities, thereby misunderstanding itself and becoming disconnected from a more primary understanding of itself, BT 183. Dasein's understanding of itself as possibility, and its knowledge of those possibilities of which it is capable, is thus a matter of degree. This knowledge is often more implicit know-how than explicit knowing that, and it is more a grasp of the worldly situation than a reflective turn inward. Insofar as Dasein finds itself already thrown into a situation that is not of its own making, it has in every case already gone astray and failed to recognize itself, BT 184. Dasein thus does not know itself from the start, but if it is to recover or find itself, it must come to understand what it can do given its own possibilities in its particular worldly situation. Understanding thus involves possibilities, and these are not simply subjective or inner phenomena, but are always tied to worldly situations. Heidegger wishes to distance himself from the traditional idea that these possibilities should be thought of as spontaneously free choices, and he rejects the liberty of indifference, BT 183. So he avoids making choosing the starting point for his analysis of primary understanding, and instead starts from what he calls projecting. Projection involves an understanding of what matters, and there will always be two sides to what matters. First, there must be a context of significance, of meanings that are really possible in the current world. Second, nothing could matter or make a difference unless it mattered or made a difference to beings that cared, so Heidegger suggests that Dasein's 33. Own being is also projected as that for the sake of which whatever matters or makes a difference. Projection is not simply reasoning from a list of all the particular possible choices that one has, as well as the pros and cons for each choice, to some decision. Listing all the facts about oneself and one's situation would be an interminable process, and the idea of specifying all that could be known about anything may even be unintelligible. Furthermore, facts about humans are always already meaning-laden and interpretive. Heidegger thus draws a distinction between factuality and facticity. Factuality has to do with non-human things, discrete facts about which could be entered in a list. Trying to draw up such a list for any particular instance of Dasein would always fall short of characterizing that Dasein, and thus Dasein itself always is something more than it is, factually. But a central aim of Heidegger's account of understanding is to show Dasein's inherence in the world, which is to say that Dasein is not some free-floating spirit that transcends its material situation. As a projection, Entwurf, from the German stem to throw, Dasein finds itself thrown into a situation with concrete possibilities. Possibilities that are concrete, or definite, bestimmt, differ from purely logical possibilities in that they come with concrete limitations. So Heidegger speaks of these limitations as Dasein's facticity, in contradistinction to the other kind of fact that he calls factuality. Now exactly why something matters or makes a difference may be difficult to say or explain, either to oneself or to others. Hence, Heidegger wants to distance his concept of projective understanding not only from spontaneous choice, but also from deliberate decisions, conscious planning, or the weighing of alternatives. He denies that projection consists of making explicit plans or of 34. Grasping its possibilities thematically as explicit contents of the mind. Does explicit planning or conscious weighing of alternatives and deciding never enter human action? In Being and Nothingness, Jean-Paul Sartre takes the strong position that conscious reflection, or deliberation, has little to do with real choice, and that one is really just fooling oneself by such reflection to put off the inevitable need to act. As Sartre says, a voluntary deliberation is always a deception, one that really postpones a choice that has already been made, so conscious decision always comes too late, and les jeux sont faits, the dice are cast. 20. Heidegger need not make such a strong claim, precisely because he has a different interpretation of what understanding is. Understanding involves a holistic projection of a context in which particular possibilities first become intelligible. Much of what we understand thus remains largely inexplicit. However, it does not follow that when Heidegger says that understanding does not grasp its possibilities thematically that he must be denying that understanding is ever thematic in any way. Unlike Sartre, he need not assert that thematizing, deliberating or deciding, is only ever a way of postponing the need to take action and is thus inefficacious. The point is instead that more reflective operations such as explaining, deliberating, or deciding would ever be possible only by supervening on a larger background features that could never be explicitly thematized, but that nevertheless were part of the understanding and thus of the concrete possibilities. In contrast to Sartre's claims that les jeux sont faits, Heidegger's argument is focused on a different claim, become what you are, BT, 186. 35. This slogan has an ancient tradition, going back to the Greeks, but it also features famously in Nietzsche. The imperative that one should become who one is seems paradoxical, for one would seem able to become only what one was not, yet, and a being that already was what it was could not even try to become that way. Heidegger's solution is to say that the paradox may indeed hold for beings that do not have the character of Dasein. But he asserts that not only can Dasein become what it is, it can also fail to become what it is. The facticity-factuality distinction thus clarifies how become what you are expresses an imperative that is genuine. Dasein is not its factuality, so it is not what it is factually. However, because Dasein is understanding, and understanding involves projection into a concrete current world, Dasein is what it is factically. But because the projection also involves concrete possibilities, Dasein can become what it is by becoming what it is already possible for it to be. There is a genuine alternative here, for Dasein can equally fail to face these possibilities, and thus it can become disconnected from itself by failing to own up to all that it has been and can be. See interpretation. Becoming who we are requires interpretation for two reasons. First, we cannot become who we are unless we have an interpretation both of who we are and of how we can continue to be who we want to be. Second, what we are interpreting is already interpretive. How we get to be who we are is through interpretations, not only of ourselves but also of the possibilities inherent in the public world, which is already interpreted meaningfully for us. A question that has plagued hermeneutics, however, is, what makes some interpretations better than others? Are some interpretations true and others false? 36. Since interpretations involve possibilities and not simply facts, the true-false distinction may not be the most pertinent one to use when judging interpretations. If an interpretation of any sort can be said to be true, one must be using truth in a different sense from that in which a statement is said to be true. Interpretations typically contain or imply many statements, so in speaking of the truth of the set of statements, the sense of truth is extended. One might say that an interpretation is true only if all its assertions are true, but this reductive claim seems to misconstrue what calling an interpretation true means. An interpretation may consist of more than simply those assertions that are uttered, since a good interpretation frees up the possibility of uttering many other significant assertions. There is also no reason to think that the set of possible assertions generated by an interpretation is closed. Furthermore, two interpretations could conflict with each other on some central claims while each one contained many other claims that either interpretation would grant to be true. In sum, interpretive understandings may be better judged by labels other than true or false, and Heidegger invokes such contrasting normative terms as authentic or inauthentic, genuine or not genuine, and transparent or opaque. 21. Already this traditional philosophical obsession with the truth or falsity of interpretive claims may be on the wrong track in trying to understand Heidegger's account. In section 32 of Being and Time, Heidegger is not primarily concerned with explicit, deliberate interpretation, Interpretierung, but with the phenomenon of Auslegung, that is, with interpretation of a practical sort that may not always involve articulated judgments or the thematizing. Contrary to present tendencies to think of the reading of texts as the paradigm case of 37. Interpretation, Heidegger's paradigm cases are everyday activities like opening a door or hammering. Even Heidegger's philosophical interpretation is an interpretation not of a text, but of Dasein. But these cases are analogues of texts insofar as Heidegger's point is that even the most obvious ordinary objects taken by themselves do not have their characteristics inscribed in them. Instead, the characteristics of the tools come into being in the concrete interpretation manifested in activity of using them. Contrary to an empiricist epistemology that presupposes that we first perceive objects with their particular properties and only secondarily apply or use them, Heidegger's suggestion is that this type of perception primary. Seeing does not simply perceive the properties of external objects with the bodily eyes, BT 187. Instead of construing seeing as seeing that an object has such and such a property, Heidegger construes seeing as already interpreting something as something, example seeing something as a hammer, as a door, or as a table. Another example of such seeing as, not Heidegger's own, is found in the hermeneutic phenomenon of reading. When we read a text, we do not first perceive black marks on a white page and then construe their meaning. Instead, the meaning of the text, and indeed the text itself, comes to be only in the reading. Hence, for later hermeneutic theory, the text and the reading form the paradigm case of the hermeneutic circle. While the early Heidegger does not emphasize textuality to the same degree, his account does not underwrite the shift of philosophical attention from the epistemological model of perception to the hermeneutic model of reading. Since reading involves grasping the meaning of the text, it is appropriate that Heidegger features the notion of meaning, Sinn, centrally. He does so in a way that will be congruent with this hermeneutic model and that will block 38. Some traditional problems that arise from construing meanings as private, internal, mental states. Meaning for Heidegger is not something that one imposes on an object, and it is neither a distinctive object of perception nor an intermediary between the subject and the object. Strictly speaking, Says Heidegger, what is understood is not the meaning but the entity. There is thus a sense in which Heidegger eliminates the traditional philosophical notion of meaning from his vocabulary. He thinks that we grasp entities as entities in their nexus of relations with other entities, not as aggregates of perceptual qualities. Thus we do not first see some colors or hear some noises and only secondarily infer that we are seeing or hearing a motorcycle. Instead, we first encounter a motorcycle, and only secondarily, if at all, do we abstract its properties, perhaps to hear its noise. Meaning for Heidegger thus involves the holistic way in which something can become intelligible as something in a nexus of relations, BT 193. Independent of the nexus of meanings, entities are not meaningful, in this special sense. Since this nexus of meaning requires Dasein, only Dasein can be said to be meaningful or meaningless, as Heidegger understands the notions. In other words, unless objects inhere in an interpretive context, they could not be understood. So they cannot be said to have meanings that are prior to and independent of their interpretive uses. The context of meaningfulness is thus what makes it possible to interpret something as something. For the most part this context is not explicit, but makes up the background of understanding, or what Heidegger calls the forestructure of understanding. For an explicit interpretation of something as something to occur, example in picking up the hammer and hammering, there are three levels at which understanding must be running in the background. First, 39. There must be a general grasp of the whole situation, example of the workshop as a whole. Heidegger calls this the forehaving, Vorhabe, where, before making any particular object explicit, we have a background grasp of the totality of possible practices involved. But to have a grasp of the whole is not yet to make any particular feature explicit, so the second level required before anything can become explicit is foresight, Versicht, where we see in advance the appropriate way in which things can appear. But for something to become fully explicit in an act of interpretation there would have to be some particular concepts under which it would be appropriate even to begin interpreting it. So the third level required before an explicit interpretation can occur is the foreconception, Vorgriff, where we grasp conceptually in advance the appropriate way to interpret something. Each of these levels brings the interpretation close to being explicit, but none of them is fully explicit. Should we infer from this insistence on the forestructure of understanding that it is prior to, which genetically or logically, the explicit articulation of an interpretation? That Heidegger might be giving a priority to the pre-reflective and pre-linguistic levels is perhaps reinforced by his examples, which come from everyday activities such as using hammers and opening doors, not from more explicitly cognitive activities like reading texts. Heidegger warns us, however, not to break interpretation up into pieces, BT 192, and we should not infer that the implicit levels of the forestructure of the understanding would function independently of explicit interpretations. The forestructure of understanding goes together with the S-structure of interpretation, and the levels of Vorhabe, Versicht, and Vorgriff are all in play at once in any given act of interpretation. 40. Furthermore, while Heidegger wants to show that interpretation takes place in areas of activity other than those where language is involved, he would not need to claim that understanding is more essentially pre-linguistic than linguistic. While not all interpretation involves uttering sentences or making assertions, Heidegger's point is not to deny but to affirm that asserting is itself an interpretive practice. He will have a separate argument in later sections that although not all interpretation involves explicit linguistic thematization, the being who is Dasein and is able to interpret would also need to be a being who could thematize and assert. In this section, moreover, he does include textual interpretation as a case of interpretation. If he says that philological interpretation is a derivative case, he is not making a derogatory claim about textual interpretation, BT 194. On the contrary, he objects to the philosophical tendency to contrast the textual disciplines like historiography and literary studies with the natural sciences and to conclude that the former are less rigorous than the latter. While he recognizes that natural science is a legitimate task, BT 194, as we have seen, he thinks that science is a subspecies of understanding. So instead of thinking that science is a separate domain of knowledge, and then puzzling about whether history and literature should count as knowledge, Heidegger is giving an account of human understanding that will accommodate these different disciplines as subspecies. Hence, he does not see them either as unrelated enterprises or as a family in which the humanities are poor cousins of the natural sciences. To make this case he need not privilege the textual disciplines over the sciences. So he does not invert the hierarchy and privilege historiography over mathematics. Mathematics is narrower, he says, BT 195, which is not to say that it is poorer, but simply that it has defined its limits in a different way than the humanities. Historiography on his model is not criticized because it is 41. Incapable of precise definitions and rigorous demonstrations. Instead, when properly practiced, it can highlight the possibilities, and not simply the factual consequences, of human action. Historiographic understanding is circular, but this circle is not the vicious one of an allegedly rigorous deduction that succeeded only in proving what it already presupposed. Instead, all understanding is circular, says Heidegger, in the sense that any interpretation which is to contribute understanding must already have understood what is to be interpreted, BT 194. This hermeneutic circle thus characterizes all understanding, for there must already be a context of intelligibility for any discovery to be made, or for any conclusion to be proved. This insistence on the circularity of understanding raises the problem of whether one is always trapped within one's own assumptions, or whether there is some way to get out of the circle. The solution to this problem will depend on how getting out is construed. Heidegger, of course, believes that interpretations can make discoveries and that they can correct their own inadequacies. Heidegger grants that we do not simply prove things that we already know, or limit ourselves to popular conceptions. Genuine, primordial understanding will see that these popular conceptions or standard assumptions are hindrances to better ways of interpreting, BT 195. However, Heidegger's way of explaining how fanciful interpretations and popular conceptions are to be avoided may confuse some readers. He says that the task is to check our prior understanding of the subject matter against the things themselves, BT 195. This phrase, the things themselves, might suggest that there is a domain outside the circle against which our beliefs can be tested. However, Heidegger's main point is to undermine this strong philosophical assertion of a radically independent outside. His point is instead that beliefs can be checked only against other beliefs. Understanding is holistic and includes a dense pattern of 42 interlocking beliefs and skillful know-how, so the idea of getting out of it is not really intelligible. Heidegger thus insists that interpretation is never a presuppositionless apprehending of some given, BT 191. Even if one is willing to abandon the idea of an independent given outside the circle of understanding, one still might object to the holism in the thesis that all understanding is interpretive. 22. That is, one might think that understanding is prior to interpretation. This claim could mean that there is an understanding of something, and that this understanding then gets interpreted, for instance, by applying that understanding to a particular situation, as when a judge interprets a statute by applying it to a case not explicitly covered by the abstract legal language. Or the claim might be that when we really understand something we do not describe ourselves as interpreting it, since to say that we were interpreting would suggest that there were features that we had not yet grasped correctly or adequately. Either way expresses the feeling that there must be something beneath interpretation, such that interpretation is not a circle but an arch that remains firmly grounded in its object. 23. Behind this insistence on the priority of understanding over interpretation would be an epistemological intuition, since the worry would be that understanding needs to be adequate to its object, which somehow anchors interpretation. 24. 43. Although many philosophers before Heidegger started from this epistemological worry, Heidegger's own project is to show that this problem can only arise within the circle of understanding. To start from the problem is already to disconnect the interpretation and that which is being interpreted to such a degree that it becomes impossible to reconnect them. Heidegger's insistence on the circle sees a particular misunderstanding arising only against a tacit background of shared understanding. While any interpretation may involve particular points of misunderstanding, it would be a mistake to infer that all readings are misreadings or that, as Jonathan Culler characterizes the literary theories of Paul de Man and Harold Bloom, but not Jacques Derrida, understanding is a special case of misunderstanding. 25 Understanding must generally be a successful practice before particular aspects of the interpretive understanding could even emerge as mistakes or misunderstandings. Of course, in the process of interpretive understanding, the interpreter has the sense that there is something out there that is to be understood. Heidegger himself insists on this phenomenon and gives the following explanation of what is really happening. If, when one engages in a particular concrete kind of interpretation, in the sense of exact textual interpretation, one likes to appeal to what stands there, then one finds that what stands there in the first instance is nothing other than the obvious, undiscussed assumption of the interpreter, which necessarily lies in every interpretive approach as such, that is, as that which is pre-given through forehaving, foresight, and foreconception, bt. 192. 44. So Heidegger does not deny that interpretations include some apparent givens, commitments, or purchase points. However, these points do not lie outside the circle of understanding, but are already at play within the circle as tacit aspects of our prior understanding of our world and ourselves. The world is itself in the circle, both in general as its horizon and also concretely as the commitments of any successful practice of understanding. Any particular assumption may become problematic, and therefore move from being tacitly taken for granted to being explicitly called into question. Then the assumption may show itself to be merely a popular misconception or a fanciful, superficial glossing over of difficulties. But any challenge to any particular assumption can be made only by appeal to other commitments that the interpretation is not willing to give up. So the challenge is from within the circle and is not to some independent given outside or beneath the circle. If there is no outside to the circle, understanding should not itself be taken as a mental operation that is distinct from interpretation. Understanding is itself always realized in interpretation and is not a separate, prior operation that then gets reprocessed in a secondary operation of interpretation. Understanding functions concretely only as interpretation. In interpretation, understanding does not become something different, but instead it becomes itself, bt. 188. Interpretation is the concrete working through of the possibilities projected by the understanding. That is, the context of intelligibility that is tacitly understood provides the background against which specific interpretive actions make sense. The tacit background and the explicit interpretive action are integral functions of any instance of interpretive understanding. 45. D. After Heidegger. If the pieces of Heidegger's account of understanding and interpretation are now in place, some concluding reflections on the outcome of the hermeneutic turn later in the 20th century are in order. Two thinkers in the second half of the 20th century whose work would not have been possible without these sections of being and time are Hans-Georg Gadamer and Jacques Derrida. Yet the hermeneutic theory developed by Gadamer and the deconstructive movement fathered by Derrida takes the Heideggerian account in different and apparently opposed directions. Gadamerian hermeneutics appear to deconstructionists to harbor the hidden assumption that the text has an internal unity of meaning, and that meaning is a single thing that interpretation must aim at reconstructing. The deconstructionists see this faith in the unity and the coherence of the text as a vestige of metaphysical faith, which they aim to deconstruct. In contrast to the hermeneutic move to recover and reconstruct the meaning of the text, deconstruction is the operation of questioning this faith in the meaning of the text by finding in the rhetoric and style of the language of the text moments where the assumption of the unity of meaning fails. At least two problems, then, are raised by these two different ways of developing Heidegger's analysis of the circle of understanding. One problem is whether interpretation should be reconstructive or deconstructive in intent. The other is whether the interpretation's account of the meaning of the interpreted entails a meta-belief that the interpretation is approximating the ideal of the one right interpretation. I will call the position that believes that this ideal is posited in all interpretation monism, and the denial of monism I will label pluralism. The debate about deconstruction is too complex to be summarized in this study, and I therefore limit myself to the issue of what follows directly from 46. Sections 31 and 32 of Being and Time for this controversy. The issue has two sides, a methodological one and a political one. The methodological one turns on the question whether Heidegger's insistence on the circle of understanding does not simply imprison us in our own outlook, blocking us from recognizing the otherness or alterity of the text. The political issue arises from Heidegger's further insistence that the four-structure of understanding forms our interpretations in advance. Thus, interpreters inherit from their tradition much of background of their readings. From the deconstructive point of view, the hermeneutic position that accepts Heidegger's analysis is too traditionalist and thus politically suspect because it seems unable to challenge the cultural and political status quo. The countercharges against deconstruction are easy to imagine. Methodologically, deconstruction will appear to be fantasizing an escape from the circle of understanding by its dalliance with an impossible outside where meaning is undecidable and thus hopelessly multiple and fractured. Politically, its critique will seem pointless, since the fantasy of a complete break with tradition can lead nowhere. Deconstruction will seem to be neglecting Heidegger's insistence that we find ourselves already thrown into a social situation, which has specific concrete possibilities but also real limitations. Deconstruction's own faith that any construction can be deconstructed will lead to an indirect resistance that will be ineffectual because of its inability to generate a positive construction of its own. 26. Unfortunately, these charges and countercharges may obscure the reach of Heidegger's original account of the hermeneutic circle. That account did not. 47. Envision the specific controversy that I have sketched. Without minimizing this controversy, that is stimulating much current work in literary theory and social philosophy, I will briefly outline some ways in which Heidegger's account can accommodate central features of both reconstructive and the deconstructive enterprises. Before this reconciliation can begin, however, the issue of monism versus pluralism must be clarified. Part of the deconstructive worry about the hermeneutic recovery of meaning may be caused by a suspicion that this recovery presupposes that monistic ideal of the one final, right interpretation. Much can be said for that ideal, yet in the exposition that I have given of Heidegger's account I have deliberately stressed the elements in it that I find pointing toward an antimonistic pluralism. Heidegger's account of meaning in his technical sense may seem monistic because it posits a whole, a totality of involvements, a single context in which interpretation may take place. My insistence on the holistic nature of meaning in this special sense suggests, however, that the context is always revisable, and that revision will come from within the context of belief itself. This holism implies, therefore, that while the task of understanding strives to be coherent and unified, it must always recognize that there are elements in it that have not been worked through explicitly and that may be inconsistent with other central commitments. So the context can always turn out to include inadequate elements. The drive of understanding toward a single coherent position is thus compatible with its allowance for the inevitability of hidden error and bias, and the recognition that no interpretation is final. Other aspects of Heidegger's account that support the metaposition of pluralism includes his revision of the ordinary conception of truth and his 48. Description of the four-structure of projective understanding. While interpretations contain true statements, one cannot adjudicate between two conflicting interpretations simply by counting the true statements that would be entailed by each one. Other criteria, such as richness, relevance to the present, genuineness, or authenticity, come into play, and these more normative considerations can lead us to prefer some interpretations to others. But the criteria are themselves interpretable and do not obviously support the monistic belief in a single exclusive interpretation. Furthermore, Heidegger's account of understanding as projection suggests that explicit interpretations always arise from implicit needs. The appearance of a new interpretation is likely to generate new needs, and these will in turn stimulate further interpretation. That the circle of understanding is never closed need not raise the specter of epistemological relativism. The nihilistic conclusion that our present interpretations are mostly false and does not follow from the pluralistic thought that they will be altered by future generations, for whom the context and the background conditions will have changed. Heidegger may not have fully accepted this pluralistic conclusion about his own theory of Dasein in being and time. I noted Heidegger's apparent desire to outdo Kant with Heidegger's own suggestion that section 31 rivals Kant's transcendental deduction. But I also pointed out another reading of Heidegger's enterprise, one that takes seriously this metaposition of interpretive pluralism allows us to imagine ways in which Heidegger's account of understanding could be expanded and modified. One way it can be modified is to take the hermeneutic turn more radically than Heidegger did in 1927, allowing language a more central role by modeling the account of understanding more explicitly on reading, as Gadamer did in 1960. Another way would be to recognize more explicitly and strategically how understanding 49 can directly challenge meaning and how much more conscious the rhetorical play of language can become. The latter way was the achievement of Derrida and the deconstructive movement from the late 1960s to the present. If these modifications are granted, it must also be recognized that they are prefigured in being and time itself. Whatever Heidegger's personal politics were, the text of being and time allows for the deconstructivist suspicion of simply recovering the tradition. Heidegger insists that the tradition may need to be criticized, and he reminds us that the tradition is not simply the past. The past is finished, and there would be no point in criticizing it since criticism could have no effect on the past. What we, and post-structuralists like Derrida and Michel Foucault, may need to criticize is the present, or more specifically, the present's interpretation of how it has come to be what it is, which is what tradition is. The criticism of the traditional in the present need not be presented as a complete break with tradition, but more reasonably as a break with a prevalent but mistaken understanding of the tradition's possibilities. So an effective criticism will see places where the present has misconstrued the possibilities inherited from the tradition, and it will also draw our attention to concrete possibilities in the tradition that have currently been lost from sight. 27. If political, social, and historical criticism is to be genuinely possible on the Heideggerian account, however, there must be some resolution of the methodological question that I rose about whether we are not always imprisoned in our own cognitive and normative standpoint. This problem seems to follow from Heidegger's general claim that we can understand something only from within a context that we bring with us already. If the circle of understanding were static, this worry would be justified. But close attention to 27c74 of BT, especially 438. 50. Heidegger's text shows that he thinks of the circle as a dynamic process of making aspects of the implicit background explicit and then testing standard assumptions to see if they really hold up, given the rest of what we believe and do. Hence, he speaks of testing assumptions against the things themselves to make the scientific theme secure, BT, 195. Gadamer's own theory in Truth and Method, see pages 254-71, is built around an explication of these sections of being and time. Gadamer replies to the charge that, on the hermeneutic account, understanding is always imprisoned in its own standpoint by pointing out that in interpreting a text our own preconceptions often do not work out. The text may give us a shock by showing us a side of the subject matter that we had not anticipated. So the circle of understanding is a dynamic one where preconceptions will either work out or fail. Heidegger had spoken of genuine understanding as that which gets beyond fancies and popular conceptions, and these are precisely what come to nothing when the interpreter tries explicitly to work them out. Gadamer thus insists that it is false to conclude that the hermeneutic circle cannot recognize the alterity of the text. I would add that deconstruction could indeed be a crucial moment in the circle of interpretation, for its techniques could be used to ensure that the alterity of the text was taken seriously enough. The circle of understanding should not be purely reconstructive, if by that is meant either that the interpreter reads only what is already familiar back into the text, or that in the effort find a unity of meaning the interpreter should overlook tensions and contradictions that are also at play. But the circle could also not be purely deconstructive, since there must first be an assumed meaning that is deconstructed, and the discovery of tension and contradiction is itself a projection of an understanding of what is really going on in the text. 51. Heidegger's model of projective understanding can therefore recognize both reconstruction and deconstruction as necessary moments of interpretation. How these are balanced in particular cases is itself a matter of judgment and may be a part of what makes interpretations interestingly different. What makes some interpretations more interesting or insightful than others is a question that I suggested at the beginning of this chapter and is an appropriate one with which to conclude. While the question is a large one, there is at least the outline of an answer in these sections of Being and Time. At least one central aspect of what makes an interpretation better will be whether it understands not only its object and subject matter, but also itself. Interpretations that are methodologically more self-aware are therefore better if they bring to light unnoticed features not only of the object of interpretation, but also of the conditions and procedures of interpretation. A good interpretation, on Heidegger's model, will show something about the possibilities of interpretation as such. An interpretation presupposes a self-understanding, and bringing crucial features of this implicit self-understanding to light will make the interpretation insightful, in Heidegger's special sense of sight, which is not simply the perception of present at-hand objects, but the disclosure of the total background or context. As I have suggested, however, self-understanding is not to be taken in the traditional sense in which it might suggest grasping some inner, private self. In German, self-understanding, Sich-Verstehen, has to do with knowing one's way around. So for Heidegger, who construes Dasein as being in the world, self-understanding thus has to do with knowing one's way around in the world or in some specific worldly subject matter, such as physics or carpentry, or bond trading, for example. That Heidegger was interpreting Dasein and not simply a text does not, in itself, signify a conflict with later hermeneutic theory. Instead, his Interpretierung of Dasein brings out a double-sided possibility of interpretation. On the one side, genuine interpretation will reflect the being that is interpreting. So there must be some dimension of the interpreter's context that is itself brought into focus. On the other side, who this being is will itself depend on its interpretations of the world, including its beliefs and its activities. So on the Heideggerian account, any good interpretation should disclose something about both Dasein and the world. Interpretation is, after all, the way that both meaningful human existence and a significant world become what they are. Chapter 3. Art in Heidegger's earlier thought. In this chapter and in the one that follows, I intend to fill out this account of Heidegger's thought by dealing with various topics which have either not yet come to our notice or have been treated only briefly by most authors or as they found expression in his early writings. Following that, I will deal more intimately with Hölderlin and other thinkers that Heidegger engaged. We have already seen that, beginning from the inaugural lecture, What is Metaphysics, and that additions that were made to it, Heidegger was moving away from the apparently atheistic and narrowly humanistic or even Promethean beliefs that some interpreters, notably Sartre, had read into Being and Time. By the time we get to the letter on humanism, which belongs to the year 1947, we seem to be in a very different world, though Heidegger himself tended to minimize the extent of the turning, care, that had taken place in his thought and interpreted the new or apparently new ideas as developments of what was already implicit in the early writings. But, of course, even he plainly admitted that the path that he had first tried to follow had broken off, and this fact is amply attested by the unfinished state of Being and Time. The first topic to be considered is Heidegger's answer to the question, what is a thing? And the way he was answering this question in the 1950s was decidedly different from what he was saying in 1927 in Being and Time, 96. 97. 28. Heidegger is still maintaining that a thing is not primarily a material object present at hand for our observation. That objective view of a thing is derivative from a much more intimate relation to the thing. The tendency in Western thought has been to think of the world as a collection of things set over against us, and of Dasein itself, not indeed as another thing, but as another entity present at hand. But Dasein is not just another item in the world, not even another rather special item, to be designated by the word person. Dasein is certainly being in the world, and there can be no worldless Dasein, but Dasein's being in the world is quite different from the innerworldly, innerweltlich, being that belongs to things. Dasein transcends the world, and gives to the world its unity as world, for Dasein is the point from which the world is seen and understood. The multitude of things contained in the world are seen and understood in the context of the world, within which they are connected in a network with each other and with Dasein, bt. 95 ff. These things are seen by Dasein as not just present at hand or lying about, but as ready to hand, available for use by Dasein in its concernful dealings with the world. For Dasein's being in the world is not that of an observer, but of one who dwells in the world, one who has to carve out a living in the world. Thus the things of the world become Dasein equipment, zug, for living. As Heidegger reminded us, 29. The Greek word for thing is pragma, something that we employ in our praxis, activities. For Dasein, the things of the world become increasingly a closely knit system of instruments that are serviceable to Dasein. This is true not only of artifacts, but even of natural objects that are incorporated into the instrumental system. Today, even accentuating articulation, wilderness area may be designated a national park, and it becomes, so to speak, equipment for recreation. Thus the world is more and more a human project. The example of a thing that Heidegger chooses to illustrate his theory is a hammer. If we ask, what is a hammer, the question is not answered by an objective description of the hammer as an object in isolation, as merely one of the many things within the world. It can, of course, be described in that way. We might be told that the head of the hammer is steel, that the shaft is made of carbon fiber, and so on, but we would not have begun to understand a hammer. We understand it only when we see someone hammering, and then we understand also its relations to nails and to wood and to such human activities as building and furnishing. In other words, we understand it in the context of a world. The world is already implied in the hammer, for the world, like Dasein, is not another thing, but an a priori conception that enables us to see things in their being, that is, for what they are. We see the hammer as piece of equipment for hammering, we see the automobile as a piece of equipment for transport, and so on. Now, this whole way of looking at the world may seem very utilitarian and down to earth, and indeed it is, for in the division of being and time in which he discusses the world, Heidegger does say that he is confining his analysis to everyday existence, and he even speaks of the world as a workshop, bt. 100. But the way remains open to a fuller or richer understanding of the world, and this does in fact come, though not explicitly until about 20 years later in his writings. The new understanding comes in an essay titled The Thing, Das Ding, 30 of the year 1950, though we already note a preliminary allusion to it in the little piece about the country lane, written in 1949. It is an understanding that gets away from the somewhat exploitative attitude to the world expounded in Being and Time, and accords more with the claim in the letter on humanism that man is not the lord of beings, but the shepherd of being. Basic Writings, 221. The new view is expressed in terms of what Heidegger calls the footfold or the quadrate. 31, das Gewird. A thing is not only more than an object, it is more even than a human product or an item in the human equipment for bringing the earth under control. A thing is now granted the possibility of having a beauty and dignity of its own. What then is this footfold or quadrate? It means that everything has a footfold reference, or has four dimensions of being that together constitute the meaning of that thing. The four dimensions are, earth and sky, mortals and gods. On hearing these words, we may wonder whether Heidegger has not slipped over from philosophy into the realm of myth and poetry. Perhaps he has, but this would not trouble him very much. Even in Being and Time, he introduced a classical myth about care into the middle of his existential analytic, on the ground that this myth shows us a pre-scientific understanding of Dasein which anticipates the results of phenomenological analysis, and likewise, from early in his career, he had recognized that poetry is by no means merely an emotive or non-cognitive type of utterance, but a way to truth, even truth at the deepest level, so that the thinker may find that he has more in common with the poet than with the scientist. This takes us back to the question of the turn in his writings, and a brief explanation of the country lane will serve us well when we later discuss the poetry of Hölderlin. Heidegger himself tended to play down the attempt to contrast his earlier and later thought. He did acknowledge, as we have noted, that the path on which he originally set out had broken off. He would not have denied that there had been a turn, care, in the road that he was following. But he was unhappy with suggestions that this amounted to a reversal. His aim from the first had been to rekindle interest in the question about the meaning of being as such. Those who talked most of a reversal were those who had fallen into the Sartrean error of supposing that Being and Time is primarily a work of philosophical anthropology, though Heidegger himself could not be altogether exculpated if people did make this mistake. Nevertheless, when we look at Heidegger's work as whole, we do notice some quite major shifts. Perhaps the most obvious is that there is a shift of focus from the Dasein known in human existence to being in the most universal sense. A second point is that the scientific, wissenschaftlich, character of the phenomenological method used in the analysis of Dasein gives way to an appreciation of the language of the poet in interpreting the meaning of being and Dasein's relation to being. There is a change, too, in the character of the thinking. In the early work, the thinking of the philosopher is investigative and active. In the later work, thinking becomes meditative, even passive, so that some critics have claimed to see mystical tendencies in Heidegger. Very important, too, is the change in the concept of the world. In the early thinking, the world is an instrumental system, and thing lie ready to hand for the use of the Dasein in everyday concerns. But in the later writings, the world is no longer primarily a workshop but has a dignity in its own right, so to speak. Things are not just equipment, but are constituted by the foothold of heaven and earth, gods and mortals. This is also a good illustration of how the language of poetry, even a quasi-mythological language, has replaced phenomenological analysis. These changes in Heidegger, though they do not constitute a reversal, are sufficiently substantial to show a definite turn. Perhaps it could be summarized under the last of the points that I noted, from phenomenology to thought, and this phrase was in fact chosen by William Richardson as the subtitle of his magisterial exposition of Heidegger's philosophy. The turn or change began very soon after the writing of Being and Time, when Heidegger realized that he would have to look for a different path from the one he was planning to follow. But the turn was not an abrupt one, and we can observe it going on over several years. Perhaps, as John Caputo has suggested, we should think not just of one turn in Heidegger's thought but of several turns. 32 he mentions as the first the turn away from Catholicism to a kind of independent Protestantism in Heidegger's early years of teaching at Marburg. Then there was the turn to something close to atheism or even nihilism, extending perhaps through the time of his involvement with National Socialism. But already during these years there are hints of a return, not indeed to his original Catholicism, but to what Richard Kroner called Heidegger's private religion 33, which was perhaps as much derived from Greek sources as from biblical ones. In 1949 Heidegger wrote a short piece which is quite different from most of his writings. It was called Der Feldweg, or in English the country path, and describes a path leading through the countryside near to Heidegger's hometown of Meßkirch. This writing, I say, is different from most of Heidegger's work. It is not overtly philosophical, but one does not need much imagination to see this path as an allegory of Heidegger's own path of thinking, though whether he intended it to be taken that way, I would not claim to know. The path leaves the town and proceeds through the fields in the direction of some woods. Near the edge of the wood stood a tall oak, with a wooden bench beneath it. Heidegger remembers how in his youth he used to sit on that bench studying the great masters of thought and trying to understand what they were saying. At that time in his life, I suppose Aristotle must have been one of the authors on whom he lavished special attention, perhaps also Heraclitus and Parmenides, certainly St. Thomas Aquinas and the scholastics, possibly even Nietzsche and Husserl. The path skirted the woods, where the men of the neighborhood, including Heidegger's father, had each his own woodpile where he would gather fallen boughs. And here Heidegger thinks of the oak as symbolizing that fourfold nature which is in all things, though he does not explicitly mention it as a philosophical doctrine. What he says is this: the hardness and smell of the oak wood began to speak clearly of the slow and lasting way in which the tree grew. The oak itself proclaimed that all that lasts and bears fruit is founded on such growth alone, that growth means to lie open to the span of the heavens and, at the same time, to have roots in the dark earth, that everything real and true only prospers if mankind fulfills at the same time the two conditions of being ready for the demands of highest heaven and of being safe in the shelter of the fruitful earth. The oak continually repeats this to the country lane, whose tracks runs past it. The kingdom of all living things which grow around the country lane offers a whole world in microcosm. The very ineffability of their language proclaims, as Meister Eckhart, that old master of life, says, God, first God. 34. These sentences from the essay show us how Heidegger's philosophy, in spite of its complexities and sophistication, has its origins in very simple experience. But we have to be ready to hear such things. Contemporary man, Heidegger believes, does not hear the message. Man seeks in vain to reduces the world to his plans if he is not attuned to the message of the country lane. 35. The lane ends in some marshes by the riverside. Turning around, we see it leading back toward the town. We can also see the tower of St. Martin's Church, and as we climb towards the town, we hear the bell ringing the hour, that bell which Heidegger's father had tended and which had first made him think of time and temporality. After the bell, there is silence. To quote the essay again, the eternal sameness of things surprises and sets free. The message of the country lane is now quite clear. Is it the soul, or the world, or God who is speaking? 36. Is it the soul or the world or God who is speaking? Heidegger does not answer his own question. Perhaps he would have said that it is the voice of being, which we human beings may name as the soul or the world or God, but which is essentially nameless. It is at this point that we can believe Heidegger had come close to mysticism, and his reference to Meister Eckhart strengthens this belief. But certainly the country path was leading back towards St. Martin's Church. I do not wish to appear to conscript Heidegger into either God belief or the Church, and we shall see that even his later writings are not specifically Christian, though they have a strong religious tone, I would assert more along the lines of Buddhism than any other religion. But what can be stated as simply matter of fact is that when Heidegger died in 1976 his remains were interred in St. Martin's churchyard and a requiem mass was celebrated in the church at the philosopher's request by his old friend and colleague, Father Bernard Welt. Most of us live our lives in a linear fashion, but often philosophers, such as Augustine, Whitehead, and Heidegger, tend to live their lives in a vast circle, returning to the place where they started in life. This may have well been the case with Heidegger. Just as he had used the example with the hammer to illustrate his early understanding of the nature of the thing, Heidegger now chooses the example of a wine jug or pitcher to elucidate what he means by the fourfold. The jug refers to earth, because the material of which it is made, some kind of clay, has been taken from the earth. It refers to the sky, from which has come both sunshine and rain to swell and ripen the grapes used for making wine. Then there is the human reference. The jug is the work of skilled craftsman or artist, the potter who has given to it the form of a wine jug. And what about the gods? The wine jug may be used for pouring a libation. Just as with the hammer, it was the act of hammering that revealed the being of the hammer, so with the jug, it is the act of pouring out the wine that shows us what the jug is. Admittedly, one may feel that Heidegger has to strain matters a little in order to make the footfold fit the jug, or possibly to make the jug fit the footfold schema. It is the act of pouring that is said to show us the jug as it is, and presumably, that means in its unity, for we are told that the four aspects of the jug all belong together and each implies the others. But can we achieve greater clarity about this footfold? Although I wrote that the language of Heidegger about the footfold seems to be poetic rather than strictly philosophical, his use of the scheme can hardly fail to remind us of Aristotle's doctrine of the four causes. 37 According to Aristotle, everything has a material cause. His example is the bronze out of which a statue is made, and we can see that this corresponds to the clay of the wine jug. Then there is the formal cause. The statue is, let us say, a statue of Apollo, and the bronze has been cast into the form that the artist visualized as that of the god. It is not easy to see how this could correspond to the sky, in Heidegger's scheme. Third comes the activity that has produced the statue, namely, the work of the artist and his assistants. This third type of cause is often called the efficient cause, but Heidegger himself, in a brief discussion of the Aristotelian causes, points out that Aristotle does not use any adjective that might be translated as efficient. While it may have been natural for the Greeks to think of a person as the cause of a statue, such language would be very odd in English. The Greek word which we translate cause, asia, had a different semantic range, being more personal and connected with the notion of responsibility, while the English word is normally used of impersonal causation. We might think it was somewhat degrading to describe a human being as a cause, and certainly Heidegger held that it was degrading to God to describe him as first cause. We can, however, recognize a broad correspondence between Heidegger's recognition of the mortal or human aspect of a thing and the kind of agency covered by Aristotle's third type of cause. The fourth item in Heidegger's footfold, the gods, is once more difficult to relate to Aristotle's final cause. Something is done or made for the sake of something or someone. If the being of the wine jug is revealed not just in pouring wine, but specifically in pouring a libation, then perhaps we could say that in Heidegger the end, telos, purpose, of the artifact is to glorify the gods. We might in turn link this with what Heidegger has said about sacrifice in the postscript to What is Metaphysics? 38. There are, of course, other questions that may be raised at this point. What, for instance, does Heidegger mean by the gods? Probably he uses this expression because of his fascination with the Greeks, and likewise with the poetry of Hölderlin, in which there are many mentions of the gods. It would be wrong to read into the expression God in a theistic sense, but the word gods does stand for what might be called a spiritual factor in all reality, something holy in which everything participates. The early Heidegger seemed to be depicting a world that is entirely secular and governed by utilitarian considerations. Heidegger has not drawn back from his view that temporality and historicity belong to all reality, not just humanity but also being and the gods. But in the philosophy that he develops in his middle years, he finds room within time and history for the divine and for the human spirit with its aspirations. As I have remarked before, this is not a Christian philosophy but more of a Zen Buddhist perspective. However, his perspective towards spirituality and the gods is compatible with Christianity, and that no doubt explains its attraction for some of the leading theologians of the 20th century. But how does this highly idiosyncratic theory of the thing as footfold apply in the technological society that in which we live today? One can see that the early Heidegger's way of seeing the world in terms of the ready-to-hand as a kind of vast workshop would be a philosophy almost tailor-made for the technological world, but in broadening his conception of thinghood, he seems to have moved over to some form of romanticism. This might be understandable, when we remember that Heidegger is a man of the countryside. Yet on the other hand it would be hard to square with those important elements in his thought that reflect the spirit of the 20th century. Is there a split in Heidegger's thinking? Is he trying to come to terms with the actual world that we know and inhabit today, while at the same time clinging to past ideas that are just not able to find a secure place in our current paradigm. These problems emerge very acutely if we consider what Heidegger says about technology, and I doubt if clear answers are to be had. He has in fact been very much aware of the dominating role that technology has come to play in the contemporary world, but what he has written on the subject 39 is both obscure and ambiguous, and the confusion seems to have spread to his commentators. On the one hand, Heidegger obviously cannot be happy with technology, because it seems to commit what for him is the cardinal sin of becoming absorbed in the beings and so becoming oblivious of being, yet on the other hand, common sense tells him that we are already, a fateful word in Heidegger's writings, deluged in technology and there is no way back, so we have to learn to live with it. As with so many other matters in both public and private life, it is too late to ask whether we want to live in a technological society, for such a society is already our factical situation, we have been thrown into it without choice. Heidegger goes on to tell us that the essence of technology is enframing, Gestel, and this in turn is described as a gathering together in which the world is regarded as a kind of fund of goods, or a stock of goods for production and consumption. The motivation behind this vast activity is the will to power. But the trouble, as Heidegger envisages it, is that the said vast activity seems to have no clear goals. This is expressed quite clearly in one of his essays where he writes about the harnessing of the Rhine for the production of electric power. The hydroelectric plant is set into the current of the Rhine. It sets the Rhine to supplying its hydraulic pressure, when then sets the turbines turning. This turning sets those machines in motion whose thrust sets going the electric current, the energy concealed in nature is unlocked, what is unlocked is transformed, what is transformed is stored up, what is stored up is distributed, and what is distributed is switched about ever anew. 40. Perhaps these sentences help to clarify in a concrete way what is meant by the abstract term Gestel. Clearly, however, there is a touch of irony or even of caricature in Heidegger's word picture, a hastening on from one phase of activity to the next, without much idea of the final destination. There is also something like nostalgia in Heidegger's final remark, even the Rhine itself appears as something at our command, Basic Writings, 298. The great river has been reduced to a piece of equipment. I imagine that the Rhine is to the Germans like the Volga to the Russians or the Nile to the Egyptians, not just a foothold but a manifold, with innumerable links to the nation, its history, and its mythology. Ambiguous, too, is the way in which technology has gained its hold upon humanity. We have noted Heidegger's acknowledgement that it is too late for people to wonder whether or not they wish to live in a technological society. They are already in it, and have to make the best of their time. But how did they get into it? Was that the result of some initial decisions in the past? Heidegger seems to suggest that the technological era is a destiny that being sends on the human race. Wherever humanity has settled, it has been a builder. 41. Enframing sends into a way a revealing. Enframing is an ordaining of destiny, as is every revealing. We have already met this notion of destiny in Heidegger, and we should feel uneasy about it. But after saying that destiny holds complete sway over men, Heidegger suddenly changes course and tells us that destiny is never a fate that compels. For man becomes truly free only in so far as he belongs to the realm of destiny and so becomes one who listens, though not one who simply obeys. 42. Can we disentangle some reasonably clear teaching about technology from the obscurities, ambiguities, and paradoxes that Heidegger has employed in expounding his ideas on the subject? I shall try, but I do not venture to claim that what I say represents what Heidegger thought, or that other interpreters would agree with my findings. A point from which we may begin and which is, I think, indisputable, is Heidegger's own contention that whether we like it or not, we have come into a technological age. We need not, of course, accept Heidegger's further claims that this is some kind of destiny, Geschick, that being has sent upon us. We may have got into it by the choices made by our ancestors, but however it may have come about, it is part, even the dominant part, of our factical heritage, so that we have to come to terms with it and live as members of a technological society. I think we can further agree with Heidegger that there is danger in technology. The danger is that what was originally instrument and equipment runs out of control and begins to determine the lives of those who were its masters. I suppose we were chiefly conscious of this at the time when the arms race between East and West was at its height, when deadly nuclear weapons were being piled up in that stock or store which is typical of GE Stel, and when we all seemed helpless to prevent a race to destruction. That particular danger has given way to a growing global environmental danger, but the general danger remains that humanity itself becomes part of the stock. One further point in Heidegger's analysis seems acceptable, namely, his belief that the cure for the dangers of technology cannot come from technology itself. When something goes wrong in some part of the system, the temptation is to believe that an improved technology will right it. But that could be the case only within narrow limits. Technology, as Heidegger indicates in his remarks on the use of the Rhine, is instrumental, or, at least, if it has goals, these are either ill-defined or short-term. We need more clarity about goals, but these are not fixed by technology. At this point, however, we might blame Heidegger himself for never having developed an ethical side to his philosophy. Indeed, it could be complained with some justice that from his early thinking onward, he consistently avoided ethical questions. In the last part of his essay on the question concerning technology, Heidegger seems to raise our hopes, but even there the ethical question is passed by. He writes, "The threat to man does not come in the first instance from the potentially lethal machines and apparatus of technology. The actual threat has already affected man in his essence. The rule of enframing, G.E. Stel, threatens man with the possibility that it could be denied to him to enter into a more original revealing and hence to experience the call of a more primal truth. Thus, when enframing reigns, there is danger in the highest sense." 43. But he quotes Hölderlin. "But where danger is, grows the saving power also. The very danger of technology pushes toward a new revealing." Heidegger reminds us that in ancient Greece techne was the word used for both craft and art. Perhaps in the fine arts we may find a way forward, and it is to art that we turn next. Heidegger's views on art, especially visual art, are to be found chiefly in a lengthy essay, The Origin of the Work of Art, published in 1950. It had originated in a lecture as early as 1935, but this lecture was later revised and expanded to become a series of 3 lectures. Towards the end of the lecture, he claims that it is the linguistic work of art, namely, poetry, that has a privileged place among the arts, 44, and he wrote quite a few pieces on poetry, especially the poetry of Hölderlin. But we shall leave consideration of poetry until later, and for the present confine ourselves to origin, where his concern is mainly with such arts as architecture and painting. Most people, Heidegger thinks, would find the origin of the work of art in the artist. We think of him or her as the one who creates the work. But his answer is not satisfactory, for we then want to ask, why do we call this person an artist? Is it not the case that the artist becomes an artist and is recognized as an artist with the production of the work of art? The artist is the origin of the work. The work is the origin of the artist. Neither is without the other. In themselves and in their interrelations, artist and work are each of them by virtue of a third thing which is prior to both, namely, that which also gives artist and work of art their names, art. 45. So there is circularity in naming the artist as the origin of the work, and we have to search more deeply. The work is itself a thing. Indeed, in the modern world where art like sport and virtually everything else have become commercialized, works of art are shipped around from one exhibition to another and from one auction room to another, then mass reproduced in posters like coal from the Ruhr and logs from the Black Forest, as Heidegger expresses it. Works of art are undoubtedly things. But can anything about art be derived from this fact of thingliness? In the context of this essay, Heidegger raises the question that he has already raised in Being and Time and will again in other essays: what is a thing? It was just about the time when Origin was published that Heidegger was working on his idea of the footfold as constituting the nature of thinghood. The footfold does not appear explicitly even in the final version of Origin, though we shall see that something rather like it was in his mind. But when he first discusses the nature of a thing in this essay, he is criticizing views that he had already criticized in Being and Time, views in which a thing is considered primarily in objective terms as something that confronts Dasein in an external way as an item encountered in the environment. We need not go into these criticisms in detail in this study, because in principle they add nothing to what he had said earlier. It brings us round to the equipmental view of the thing developed in Being and Time, where Dasein views the thing pragmatically as belonging with the world projected by Dasein. At this point, Heidegger introduces a new example, and as usual the concrete illustration goes far to clarify some of his more abstract utterances. The example of a thing that he chooses is a pair of peasant shoes. Such a pair of shoes is thingly, but we are reminded that it can also be a theme for art. The famous painting by Van Gogh is skillfully used by Heidegger to link thinghood with art. I suppose that peasant shoes would not usually be considered in themselves a work of art. They are certainly equipment, and like the other equipment we have considered, are understood when we see them in use, when the owner of the shoes is wearing them at work in the fields. But they would seem to be objects of utility rather than of beauty. But how then was Van Gogh able to make them the subject of his painting? Perhaps the answer is that although a ready-to-hand thing is characterized by utility rather than beauty, some element of beauty may be there. Shoes specially made for, let us say, a princess or a ballerina might be a work of art as well as a piece of equipment. Heidegger does suggest that it would be hard to draw a hard line of demarcation between the craftsman and the artist, both of whom are designated in Greek by the same word, teknites. Perhaps there is no well-formed equipment that does not begin to have the properties of a work of art, while, on the other hand, the good artist who works in stone or metal or pigment will be also a craftsman. There is a remarkable paragraph in which Heidegger talks about the significance of the peasant shoes in the Van Gogh painting. From the dark opening of the worn insides of the shoes the toilsome tread of the worker stares forth. In the stiffly rugged heaviness of the shoes there is the accumulated tenacity of her slow trudge through the far-spreading and ever-uniform furrows of the fields swept by a raw wind. This equipment is pervaded by uncomplaining worry as to the certainty of bread, the wordless joy of having once more withstood want, the trembling before the impending childbed and shivering at the surrounding menace of death. 46. I have curtailed the above passage severely, but we see how the work of art draws out into the open, shall we say, the manifold reference of the thing which it portrays, whether a footfold reference or even something more to a sensitive imagination. Heidegger specifically mentions that the equipment belongs to the earth, the first item in the footfold, and then that it belongs also to the world of the peasant woman, and that world encompasses the remaining three items. But, he adds, perhaps it is only in the painting that we notice all this about the shoes. Perhaps a pair of shoes by themselves would not call forth such reflections. What about the woman who wears them? Does she simply wear them? Heidegger thinks there is more to her experience than that. She presumably does not reflect on the shoes in the manner that Heidegger did on seeing them in Van Gogh's painting, but she believes in the reliability of her equipment, and this amounts to being implicitly sure of her world. What then happens when we are confronted with Van Gogh's painting? As Heidegger expresses it, the painting speaks. It discloses what the equipment is in truth. For the Greeks, as we have heard often enough from Heidegger, truth is the unconcealedness of beings. If there occurs in the work of art a disclosure of a particular being, disclosing what and how it is, then there is here an occurring, a happening of truth at work. In the work of art, the truth of beings has set itself to work. Some particular being, a pair of peasant shoes, comes in the work to stand in the light of its being. The being of beings comes into the steadiness of its shining. 47. Heidegger seems to be suggesting here that the discovery of truth is not just a result of human search, but that being opens itself in truth. The Greek word physis, usually translated as nature, would, according to Heidegger, be better translated as emergence or emergent. Furthermore, physis is being and is cognate with the English word. So we could say being is emergence. If one accepts this, then art, which, it was argued, is prior both to the artist and to the work of art, has its origin in being. The essence of art would then be this, the truth of being setting itself to work. 48 Heidegger goes so far as to say that in great art, the artist remains inconsequential compared with the work. Could we say of the work of art that it brings into the open, into unconcealedness, what was already there implicitly in the beings represented in the artwork? If everything is fourfold in its nature, then is its character unfolded in the work of art? This might sometimes be the case, and it might be an acceptable interpretation of Van Gogh's painting of the peasant shoes. But art comes in so many guises that the interpretation would also sometimes fail. Heidegger soon brings forward another illustration, also taken from the visual arts, but this time from architecture, and unlike Van Gogh's painting, the architectural work of art does not represent anything. The example is a Greek temple. It stands in a valley, and enclosed within it is the figure of the god, concealed yet hallowing the whole precinct. This temple gathers around itself not just a footfold but a manifold field of meaning in which there is the unity of those paths and relations in which birth and death, disaster and blessing, victory and disgrace, endurance and decline acquire the shape of destiny for human being. 49. Heidegger is not normally an elegant writer, but occasionally he does rise to a considerable height of eloquence. He did that when he wrote about the peasant shoes in Van Gogh's painting, and he does it again when he writes about the temple. Standing there, the building rests on the rocky ground. This resting of the work draws up out of the rock the obscurity of that rock's bulky but spontaneous support. Standing there, the building holds its own against the storm raging above it and so first makes the storm itself manifest in its violence. The luster and gleam of the stone, though itself apparently glowing only by the grace of the sun, yet first beings to radiance the light of the day, the breadth of the sky, the darkness of the night. The temple's firm towering makes visible the invisible spaces of air. The steadfastness of the work contrasts with the surge of the surf, and its own repose brings out the raging of the sea. 50. This emerging and rising in itself illustrates what was meant by physis, and likewise it illustrates the meaning of stable earth. Heidegger comes near at this point to a sacramental view of the universe. As long as the figure of the god remains in the temple and offerings are made, the sense of the holy is there. The statue is not just a portrait of the god, to make it easier for us to imagine him. It is a work of art that lets the god be present, and thus is the god himself. But the important words in Heidegger's discussion are the contrasted terms, earth and world. The work of art sets up a world and it sets forth the earth. This setting, Stillen, is obviously very different from the setting we met in G.E. Stell, the enframing that is typical of technology. Neither is it some imaginary framework that we subjectively add to the multitude of things we encounter in the world. The world, as we have already learned, is not a mere collection of things. The world worlds, and is more fully in being than the tangible and perceptible realm in which we believe ourselves to be at home. 51. World and earth contrast with each other, are even at strife with each other because, in the setting up of a world, things are brought into the light of being and truth, things that have long been concealed in the depth of earth. A simple example that symbolized the whole process is the bringing forth of the marble for the temple from within the earth. For the first time, it can be marble in all the beauty of polished gleaming stone. This illustrates another point that Heidegger makes, and although he was writing long before the environmental question became a modern issue, what he said still has relevance. When the earth's material is used equipmentally, it is at the same time used up. Art, on the other hand, lets things be what they really are. Yet world and earth are not just to be contrasted, they need each other. As Heidegger says more than once, earth juts into he world. Although he does not himself use the illustration, his words remind me of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, where though the smooth floor of the sanctuary there juts forth the rocky peak of Mount Moriah on which the building has been erected. According to tradition, it was there that Abraham was about to sacrifice Isaac, many centuries before there was any temple or mosque on the spot. The concept of world which we find in these middle and later writings of Heidegger has developed far from that instrumental world of work that he expounded in Being and Time. Whether it incorporates that fourfold conception of the thing that Heidegger uses in some of his writings is a matter for debate. It certainly moves toward a much richer conception than is found in the early writings, but perhaps the fourfold was spelled out too precisely, and certainly there is difficulty in applying it to particular cases. The simpler or seemingly simpler conception of earth and world is also more flexible. But whatever of these two conceptions we prefer, I think both do justice to the richness of human experience, and to the being of Dasein who exists simultaneously in truth and untruth. Chapter 4. Thinking, Language, Poetry. In this chapter, as in the one that precedes it, we shall direct our attention to the three topics that were important for Heidegger and that are closely related to one another: thinking, language, and poetry. And just like the previous chapter, this will serve to adumbrate a deeper discussion of these same topics later in this study. In seeking to understand the progression of his thought on these topics, we shall pay special attention to those moments in this thinking that touch closely on the questions that are the main concern of this chapter: Heidegger's relation to Christianity and how this is influenced by his understanding of time and temporality. In his early writings, there is not much explicit discussion about thinking in general. We have, however, already noted that Heidegger had quite a lot to say about phenomenology and that he adopted its methods in order to carry out the existential analytic in Being and Time. 52. Phenomenology is a way of thinking, a way which is strict and disciplined, and which was claimed by Husserl and his followers to be scientific, wissenschaftlich, in the broad sense in which that word is understood among German academics. A major characteristic of phenomenology is the emphasis that it lays upon description as distinct from inference and speculation. This was the type of thinking that Heidegger employed in setting forth the ontology of Dasein. As William Richardson holds, if phenomenology is the method chosen for the meditation upon Dasein, which is to prepare the way to interrogate the sense of being itself, this means that it is the way that the Heidegger of 1927 goes about the thinking of being. 53. We ought to note the use of the word meditation in Richardson's remark. Meditation suggests a kind of thought in which the mind is docile and receptive to whatever it is thinking about. Such thought may be contrasted with the active investigative thought of the natural sciences as they probe into the properties and behavior of the various domains of nature. It would be going too far to say that Heidegger is against science, but on more than one occasion, he bluntly declares that science does not think. 54. To hear that science does not think is a surprise to those of us who have grown up in an epoch in which there is a virtually superstitious respect for the sciences, and as purveyors of trustworthy knowledge. No doubt Heidegger used the expressing, "science does not think," partly with a view to the shock effect of such words. He explains more fully what he has in mind when he says that no matter where and however deeply science investigates beings, it will never find being. 55. For Heidegger, that which is worthy to be called thinking must have a relation to being. The sciences, as he believes, are concerned only with beings, and dismiss being as nothing at all, or a mere philosophical fiction. Scientific thinking is classed by Heidegger as calculative thinking, the kind of thinking that can be done by computers and artificial intelligence machines. One wonders how much of this was a reaction to logical positivism, which was at the height of its popularity during the 1940s. Of course, one may say that he is grossly unfair to the scientist. No doubt there is much calculative thinking in the sciences, but there are also the creative, imaginative moments of discovery, events of unconcealedness, to use Heideggerian language. These are surely major achievements of thought. Heidegger also excludes the theologian from the ranks of the thinkers. For the true thinker, everything is, and remains, problematical. But in Heidegger's view, the theologian believes that he has attained to secure knowledge through revelation. This is a curiously delimited understanding of theology. In denying that the theologian is also a thinker, he is contradicting his own pronouncement that there is a thinking and questioning elaboration of the world of Christian experience, that is, of faith, that this enterprise is theology, and that it has a true greatness. But we need not engage in arguments over the relative merits of philosophy, science, and theology. Let us rather go on and see what more Heidegger has to tell us about the nature of thinking. The first lecture course that Heidegger gave on being restored to his teaching position at Freiburg after the period of suspension on account of his political activities was on this very subject of thinking. The material of this lecture course is difficult to understand, and even the title that Heidegger gave to it is open to various interpretations. In German, the title was heißt denken. The English translation is known as what is called thinking. Heidegger suggests 4 different ways of understanding this title. 1. What is called thinking, says in the first place, what is it we call thought and thinking, what these words signify? What is it to which we give the name thinking? 2. What is called thinking, says also. In the second place, how does the traditional doctrine conceive and define what we have named thinking? Why does the traditional doctrine of thinking bear the curious title logic? 3. What is called thinking, says further, in the third place, what are the prerequisites we need so that we may be able to think with essential rightness? 4. What is called thinking, says in the fourth place, what is it that calls us, as it were, commands us to think? What is it that calls us into thinking? 56. Heidegger had begun his course of lectures by saying, "We come to know what it means to think when we ourselves try to think. If the attempt is to be successful, we must be ready to learn thinking. As soon as we allow ourselves to become involved in such learning, we have admitted that we are not yet capable of thinking." 57. Thinking is certainly a possibility for the human being. This being has been defined as the rational animal, the finite being having the capability of thinking. Yet we are still not thinking, Heidegger would claim. Who are included in the we who are not yet thinking? Is it contemporary society in general that constitutes the we? Maybe, for this age of science, information, and technology, we have already heard Heidegger's charge that science does not think. He holds that scientific thinking is calculative thinking, and we have also heard that for him the true thinking has a meditative character. As we shall see, it is more likely to be found among poets than among scientists, in Heidegger's view. But meditative thinking is responsive thinking. It is thinking that is called forth by that which is thought-provoking, or thought-evoking. So we already begin to see why Heidegger regards as most important the fourth way of interpreting the question was heißt denken. What calls forth thinking, rather than what is called thinking. Then again, perhaps the we in we are not yet thinking has a more restrictive sense. It may refer to Heidegger himself and to those who are listening to his lecture or even to the philosophical community. Around this time, Heidegger was coming to believe that the great philosophical enterprise of Europe was coming to an end, and he wasn't alone in that view. In an essay with the somewhat apocalyptic title, The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, 58, he confesses that ever since 1930 he had been seeking to rethink the problematic of being and time in a more adequate way. In following the development of his thought, we have already seen how his reorientation involved a more direct encounter with being rather than indirect approach to the question of being through a preliminary study of the human being. This has led him into a new way of thinking, a thinking that is no longer the phenomenological investigation that he considered appropriate in being and time, but a meditative type of thought that is responsive to the thought-evoking influence of being. Of course, this new way is also in some respects a repossessing of the origins of Western thought, the insight of early thinkers, such as Parmenides, whose saying about thinking and being 59 has obviously had a great influence on Heidegger. To come back to the title of the essay, The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thinking, This title is not simply apocalyptic, for the final words about the task of thinking suggest that there is something that thinking can do even if traditional philosophy runs into the sand. This would be a new beginning, comparable, one may suppose, to the new beginning which may be possible through art when the current obsession with technology has run its course. Heidegger seems to suggest the parallel. He remarks that the carpenter responds to wood, in a similar way as the thinker responds to that which evokes thought, but where in modern industry, he asks, is there anything comparable to the carpenter and his wood? 60. The transition from the phenomenology of the existential analytic to the meditative thinking on being is the core of that turn, care, that students of Heidegger have noted. It is also, presumably, the reason for his beginning to speak of himself as a thinker, rather than a philosopher. But thinking and being are so closely related in Dasein that if we begin with the one we are led to the other. Yet it would see too that there is no direct way over from one to the other. Every philosophical, that is, thoughtful, doctrine of man's essential nature is in itself alone a doctrine of the being of beings. Every doctrine of being is in itself alone a doctrine of man's essential nature. But neither doctrine can be obtained by merely turning the other one around. No way of thought, not even the way of metaphysical thought, begins with man's essential nature and goes on from there to being, nor in reverse from being and then back to man. Rather, every way of thinking takes its way already within the total relation of being and man's nature. 61. In the further elucidation of what it means to think, Heidegger relies to a large extent on linguistic considerations. When we come to his teaching on language, we shall examine his methods more closely and attempt an evaluation. Meanwhile, we shall attend to what he has to say about thinking and his answers to the four formulations of the question, what is called thinking? One has first to listen to the language, to attend to the actual words. A whole family of German's words come to mind: denken, think, Gedanke, though, Gedächtnis, memory. With the exception of memory, which we have borrowed from Latin, the English words in this family are obviously cognate with the German ones and presumably have a similar semantic history. Closely connected with these words are the German danken and its English equivalent thank. To thank someone is to have that person in one's memory and to think gratefully of him. Heidegger asks, is thinking a giving of thanks? What do thanks mean here? Or do thanks consist in thinking? What does thinking mean here? The memory is not just a container for thoughts, and thoughts are not just ideas and opinions. The relation to thanking shows us an original sense of thinking, which Heidegger explicitly compares with Pascal's famous teaching that the heart has its reasons, something that Pascal tried to retrieve in the face of mathematical thinking, which was coming into the ascendant. In this part of the discussion, Heidegger resorts to a religious or quasi-religious type of language. In giving thanks, the heart gives thought to what it has and what it is. The heart, thus giving thought and thus being memory, gives itself in thought to that to which it is held. It thinks of itself as beholden, not in the sense of mere submission, but beholden because its devotion is held in listening. Original thanking is the thanks owed for being. 62. These remarks on thinking, memory, and thanking help to explain Heidegger's answer to the question, what is called thinking, in the first and fourth of the four ways in which that question may be understood. A true thinking is more than an intellectual operation, it is a disposition infused with thankfulness. This disposition is addressed to that which is above all thought-worthy and thought-evoking. To quote, how can we give thanks for this gift, the gift of being able to think what is most thought-evoking, more fittingly than by giving thought to the most thought-evoking? Thinking therefore is for Heidegger close to worship, and the expression, the piety of thinking is not misplaced when applied to him. 63. Now the second way of understanding the question, what is called thinking, asked about its meaning interpretation he tradition of Western thought. This tradition, especially in modern times, seems very different from what Heidegger has been talking about. Pascal, it seems, lost his battle to maintain the reasons of the heart as against the omnicompetent rationalism of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. For the mainstream of philosophical thinking, the one that Heidegger thinks is drying up, took its clue about the essential nature of thinking not from the German words denken/danken but from the Greek logos, and made logic the measure for thinking. This is a different and independent tradition, and it is obviously the one that has been essential for the rise of Western science and technology. It obviously has its own right, and no one can reject it, not even the skeptic or the deconstructionist who, in abolishing truth and logic, thereby abolishes also his own claim to be heard as a serious disputant. How this other tradition of thinking can be reconciled, is a question that remains unanswered. Perhaps that is why Heidegger warned us that we have not yet attained to thinking, that is to say, thinking in its fullness, thinking as a part of our human experience in time, not as what Bradley once called a ballet of bloodless categories. We have then Heidegger's answers to the first, second, and fourth sense of the question, what is called thinking? He does not appear to give any clear answer to the third form of the question, which asked about the prerequisites for correct thinking. Perhaps that is a question that could only be answered after we had learned how to reconcile the two understandings of thinking set out in the answers to the first and second formulations. Before we can leave the topic of thinking, there is one other writing to which we must attend. This is the short book published in 1959 with the German title, Gelassenheit. The book takes up again the theme of thinking, and this is reflected in the title of the English translation, Discourse on Thinking. 64. The word Gelassenheit is difficult to translate into English, and whatever translation one uses, it will be unsatisfactory in one way or another. In the published English translation, Gelassenheit is rendered by releasement, though this is not a recognized English word and will not be found even in good dictionaries. Collectedness, calmness, serenity are other possible equivalents, though they miss the sense of separation or even abandonment. Another possibility is detachment, something like the Abgeschiedenheit of Meister Eckhart, and Gelassenheit does have mystical associations. In the following brief treatment of this text, I shall not feel bound exclusively to any one translation of the term Gelassenheit. Once more we are told that in the contemporary world there is a flight from thinking. This is true in spite of all the research that goes on. For, so Heidegger believes, this research takes the form of calculative thinking. He claims, calculative thinking races from one prospect to the next. Calculative thinking never stops, never collects itself. Calculative thinking is not meditative thinking, not thinking which contemplates the meaning which reigns in everything that is. 65. If we are to attain to that collectedness or peace of mind denoted by the term Gelassenheit, we must cultivate this other thinking, meditative thinking. So far the message is much the same as we have heard in what is called thinking. But what seems to be new in the text now being considered is the special stress laid on the idea that thinking is not primarily a human activity but an activity induced in man or even infused into man by a reality beyond the human, what in the earlier treatise on thinking was called thought-provoking or the thought-evoking. In Discourse on Thinking, we seem to reach the furthest remove from that bold Promethean moment in being and 65 Ibid, 46. Time when Dasein expresses joy in the freedom of facing death without illusions. 66 Now we are told that joy or peace of mind is not something willed by Dasein through resoluteness but a gift that is offered. Let me quote 2 or 3 sentences from the conversation of a scholar, a teacher, and a scientist that forms part of the text of Discourse on Thinking. Scholar, so far as we can wean ourselves from willing, we contribute to the awakening of releasement. Teacher, say rather, to keeping awake for releasement. Scholar, why not, to the awakening? Teacher, because on our own we do not awaken releasement in ourselves. Scientist, thus releasement is effected from somewhere else? Teacher, not effected, but let in. Are we then simply dependent on something beyond ourselves, so that we can only wait and hope for releasement to be let in? This, it is said, would be a poor consolation. Presumably, we can prepare ourselves and open ourselves. The problem raised here is rather like the theological one of divine grace. Does the human being surrender his or her own will completely, which would seem to imply becoming less than human, a mere puppet? Or must there be some responsive acceptance or appropriation on the human side, some element of synergism, to use the theological term? Something like this seems to be hinted when it is said that the attainment of releasement is neither active nor passive, but somehow beyond that distinction. 67. But the apparently anthropocentric emphasis of being and time is now explicitly abandoned, though Heidegger here as in some other places, gives the impression that he is reinterpreting the earlier passage rather than moving on to a quite new and different view of that matter. What he actually says is, one needs to understand resolve as it is understood in being and time, as the opening of Dasein particularly undertaken by him for openness. 68. We move on from thinking to language, and this can be treated more briefly since some of the questions replicate those already met in the discussion of thinking. Although Heidegger seems to believe that some thinking is possible without being expressed in language, most of our thinking does require language, and the two are intimately connected. Already in Being and Time Heidegger was showing his interest in language, or, to speak more accurately, in discourse. Read. Discourse is placed alongside understanding and disposition as one of the major existentialia or basic characteristics of Dasein. 69. As time went on, Heidegger attached more and more importance to language. Of course, already in Being and Time, apart from his explicit remarks on discourse and its inauthentic manifestation as idle talk, Heidegger in his philosophical method was implicitly making use of ideas about language and the importance of words for philosophical understanding. We shall come back to this shortly. In its general direction, Heidegger's teaching about language follows a path roughly parallel to what he says about thinking, that is to say, the focus moves from the human activity to a source beyond man in being or whatever other expression may be used for the comprehensive reality within which humanity has its place. In an introduction to metaphysics, Heidegger sees language as not a human instrument or a human invention, but as a pervading presence of being in the finite human being. In discussing a chorus from Sophocles, he writes, "How far man is from being at home in his own essence is revealed by his opinion of himself as he who invented and could have invented language and understanding, building, and poetry. How could man ever have invented the power which pervades him, which alone enables him to be a man?" 70. In language and thinking Heidegger sees the mysterious connection between Dasein and being, a connection that, he believes, was first seen among Western thinkers by Parmenides, whose saying about being and thinking he never tires of repeating. 71. The dependence of human speech on the gift of being is repeated in the letter on humanism. Before he speaks, man must first let himself be addressed, or claimed, again by being, with the risk that when so addressed, he will seldom have much to say. Only thus will the preciousness of its essence be once more bestowed upon the word, and upon man a home for dwelling in the truth of being. 72. It is in this writing too that we first find language itself described as the house of being, an expression that will occupy us later. Heidegger's fullest treatment of language is the book, On the Way to Language. The German edition appeared in 1959, and consists of 6 essays, written between 1950 and 1958. In this book, language, like thinking, is seen as making an essential connection between Dasein and being. We are told, the capacity for speech is not just one power of the human being alongside others, it is what distinguishes the human being as human. 73. In Being and Time, the point had been made that the philosophical definition of man as zoon logon ekon should be translated not as the rational animal but more fully as that living thing whose being is essentially determined by the potentiality for discourse. 74. So speech is made the essential mark of the human being. At the same time, language is given an essential place in the structure of being as such. The being of everything that is dwells in the word. Hence the validity of the statement, language is the house of being. 75. Does this mean that being itself comes to speech in human language? Obviously there is much in Heidegger that hinges on this deep connection that language is alleged to provide between Dasein and being. Does language provide, as it were, an ancient memory of Dasein's origin from and kinship with being? Here we may think what he has said about thinking, memory, and gratitude. Or does an understanding of being already lie hidden in the depths of language? Here we may recall that at the beginning of Being and Time, Heidegger suggests that we could not raise the question of being unless we already had some understanding of the meaning of being, however vague it might be. 76. If there is any possibility of answering these questions affirmatively, then there would seem to be some justification for Heidegger's frequent appeals to language and the supposed original meanings of words and their etymological connections, in the working out of his philosophy. Language would indeed be the house of being, a kind of treasure house in which are hidden all the riches of God. And it would justify the claim that there is a thinking that listens and is open for a word of God. But these are highly controversial matters, and it must be confessed that some of Heidegger's etymologies are speculative, and that he is by no means consistent in his appeals. For instance, if we take the important Greek word logos, literally word or discourse, he tells us in Being and Time that logos means the same as dilaun, to make manifest, and he uses this identification to elucidate the meaning of phenomenology. 77. In an introduction to metaphysics, he takes a different line. Heidegger claims the word logos and the related verb legein, to speak, did not originally refer to speech. Their original meaning was that of gathering or collecting, as we see also in the cognate German verb lesen, to gather and also to read. A gatherer of wood in the Black Forest is a Holzhauser. 78. If we move on to what is called thinking, we find a third explanation of logos and legein. Now Heidegger tells us that these words are cognate with the German verb legen, to lay or to let lie. He translates a saying of Parmenides, chre to legein, as useful as the letting lie before us. 79. I do not say that Heidegger could not if required produce evidence in favor of all three ways of interpreting logos, but it is difficult not to be skeptical or even to suspect that his translations are to some extent made to conform to his own philosophical position. Further doubts arise when one considers linguistic points that he makes concerning the centrality of the problem of being. It is true that we can utter scarcely a couple of sentences without using some part of the verb to be, and this would seem to imply that we have some understanding of what it means to be, though we might find it difficult to say exactly what it is. But we have to ask, who are we who claim this understanding? The answer is that we are speakers of Indo-European languages. When he writes a chapter on the grammar and etymology of the word being in an introduction to metaphysics, the discussion covers only German and Greek. Admittedly, he does suggest that German and Greek are the only possible languages for any worthwhile philosophy. Still, not everyone would agree. And what about Semitic languages, or even an Indo-European language like Russian, where the word is rarely if ever used? Perhaps being is implied or thought in everything we say, as St. Thomas suggested. But to show this would require more than linguistic evidence. Incidentally, Heidegger's attempts to derive philosophical points from etymological or other linguistic considerations may be compared to the fascination of some Anglo-Saxon philosophers with ordinary language. However differently Heidegger and these English-speaking philosophers apply the principle, they seem to be agreed that there are hidden stores of wisdom in the way we talk. Yet on both sides there is agreement that language is very fallible and may conceal more of it than it reveals. The text of On the Way to Language contains a number of autobiographical allusions, some of which are relevant to our own special interest in Heidegger's relation to Christianity and theology. One of the pieces records a conversation between Heidegger and a Japanese scholar. In the course of it, Heidegger, recalling his early linguistic and hermeneutical studies in the seminary, frankly admits, "Without my theological origins, I would never have attained to the path of thinking." 80. Later in the same conversation, the Japanese scholar tells him, "For us, the void, das Leer, is the highest name for what you call being." 81. This remark raises the question of Heidegger's relation to mysticism, and also helps to explain why, in Japan, he has never been suspected of nihilism. It will be remembered that when we considered Heidegger's view of the fine arts and the part that they might play in renewing Dasein when threatened by the constrictions of his own technology, we learned that he believed poetry to have first place among the arts. Now that we have attended to what he says about language, we are in a position to turn to poetry as that particular form of language that in a signal way lights up being. Some preliminary remarks need to be made. Back in the 18th century, the eccentric German man of letters, Johann Georg Hamann, 1730–88, put forward the theory, not widely held today, that the most primitive human language was poetry. Poetry is the mother tongue of the human race, as the garden is older than the field, painting than writing, song than declamation, parables than inferences, barter than commerce. 82. Heidegger seems to have accepted this theory, at least during one period of his life. Obviously it fitted well with his belief that the beginning of something like language has a greatness that soon gets lost and that we must try to recapture in a repetition or retrieving of the creative moment. Some such ideas lie behind his claim that primitive language is poetry, in which being is established. 83. The emergence of Dasein as a temporal and historical being depends on language, especially poetic language. However, although Heidegger sometimes speaks as if he was referring to poetry in general, he was in fact mainly taken up with the poetry of one man, Friedrich Hölderlin, 1770–1843. This German poet, a contemporary of Hegel, had been stricken in his 30s by schizophrenia, and he was virtually ignored during his lifetime and for the rest of the 19th century. But, like Kierkegaard, he was discovered in the 20th century, especially after the 95 publication of his collected poems in 1913. 84. Heidegger was among those attracted, even fascinated, by Hölderlin. Why was this so? Perhaps the first reason was that Hölderlin had explicitly testified to the same understanding of the poet's role as Heidegger was reaching toward in his studies of thought and language. Heidegger declares that Hölderlin was, in a preeminent sense, the poet of the poet, that is to say, the poet who reflected upon and expounded how he understood his own activity as a poet. He saw secondly the poet as a kind of intermediary between the gods and men. We shall consider shortly what this implies. A third reason was that Hölderlin in his poetry was reading the present phase of history in the West in a way close to Heidegger's own way. Both men were unwilling to go along with Nietzsche's assertion that God is dead, but were aware of the absence of God in the modern age, attributing this, however, to his withdrawal, rather to his demise. A fourth point is that both Hölderlin and Heidegger had a virtually unlimited admiration for the Greeks, and for the rise among them of the original impulses of Western culture and civilization. It may also be significant that both men were at one time theological students. Towards the end of his life, Hölderlin's poems were moving away from Hellenic toward Christian values. Whether something similar would be true of Heidegger is a point that this study will not consider. But for now, let us examine these points more fully by illustrating them from some passages in Hölderlin's poetry, and, where appropriate, from Heidegger's comments on that poetry. 96. On the first point, let me quote two lines from a very late writing of Hölderlin, which had to be edited by an intimate companion when the poet's mind was confused. Valverdienst, Doch dichter ich wohnet. Der Mensch auf dieser Erde. It is not easy to render this into English. Obviously, a contrast is intended between the first two words and the rest of the sentence. I think it would be true to Hölderlin's intentions to translate as follows. Though he has to earn a living, man dwells poetically on this earth. What does this mean? It means that for most of his or her time, a human being would be engaged in what Heidegger would call everyday existence, that is to say, the routine affairs of work and business. But for a truly human life, something more is needed, what is here called the poetic dimension in which things are seen in the light of being, in their intrinsic truth and beauty. The Buddhist concept is mindfulness. The difference between the two experiences can be expressed as a difference in the experience of temporality and time. When poetry, or a language approaching to poetry, comes into play, time ceases to be a series of unrelated or only externally related nows, the past is preserved and through its return in meditation or memory, aandenken, swings over our present and comes to us as future. So we become temporal beings, living in the three ecstasies of past, present, and future. This, we are told, is what makes history possible, as the repetition of authentic possibility, and this argument does not seem to depend on Hammond's theory of language. 97. On the second point, Hölderlin's poem Homecoming is particularly enlightening. The poet has been abroad and now comes home. We see him crossing over Lake Constance from Switzerland to his native Germany. This is the pattern of the poet's existence: he must leave his native place, sojourn abroad, and then return to share what he has learned. Hölderlin literally made that kind of journey, but the pattern can be understood allegorically. For both Hölderlin and Heidegger, the poet is a go-between. He converses with the gods and then comes back with his message to the people. This is the same pattern that we see in prophets and founders of religion, a revelation, perhaps in itself ineffable, which the bearers break down into language. In Heidegger and Hölderlin, the function is transferred to poets. They operate in the region between gods and men. It is hard existence, to be exposed to the heavenly fire, and then to bring it to one's fellows. Yet it behooves us, under the storms of God. Ye poets! With uncovered head to stand. With our own hand to grasp the Father's lightning flash and to pass on, wrapped in song, the divine gift to the people. But what seems to be missing in this poetic account of Revelation is any ethical content. The poet names the holy, opens up truth and beauty, but where is the call to righteousness and love that we find in Jesus, Moses, Mohammed, or the Buddha? On the third point, the signs of the times, especially the absence of God, we go to Hölderlin's poem Bread and Wine for a striking statement. 98. But, friends, we have come too late. The gods are, indeed, alive, but above our heads, up there in another world. There they are endlessly active, and seem to heed little whether we are alive. That's how much the heavenly ones care. We recognize here something close to Heidegger's own teaching. God is not dead, but he has withdrawn himself. Combined with the article in Der Spiegel, only a God can save us, something like an eschatological tone has come into his thought, the readiness for an advent of God. But this word God is quite ambiguous in the present context. It seems hardly likely that Heidegger means the God of Christian faith, though this is not impossible. But I say hardly likely, because, as we have seen, Heidegger seemed more attracted to classical Greece than to Christianity, at least in his middle years. He speaks often of the gods as of God. Even in the Der Spiegel 85 interview, he is not speaking of God but of a god, and that provokes the question, what God? It is even less likely he means the Zeus or even all the gods of Greece. He might simply mean a divine revelation or showing of some sort, a new event, awareness, of being. Heidegger's idea of the retrieval of the past and his attraction to Nietzsche's eternal recurrence theory may well mean that the coming God is a new advent of a God who has already come but been forgotten, even the God of Christianity. The fourth and last point concerned the strongly Hellenic coloring of thought in both Hölderlin and Heidegger. Who are the gods who have departed, and who are the coming gods? Presumably not literally Zeus, Apollo, Poseidon, and the rest. Of course, beyond the Greek gods was Moira. 99. And perhaps beyond what Heidegger calls God or the gods as being, as a kind of destining. He can also say that the holy is older than the gods. The holy is not holy because it is divine, but the divine is divine because it is holy in a way proper to itself. This may remind us of the enigmatic question about the meaning of God in the letter on humanism. But does not this strong Hellenism, and the idea of some ultimate beyond God make Heidegger finally incompatible with Christian thought? In reply, I would say that we should not jump to conclusions too quickly. There have been Christian thinkers, not all of them mystics, who have thought that behind what we call by the much abused name of God there is a Godhead beyond our conceptionality. Dionysius the Areopagite talked of a God beyond God, and so more recently did Paul Tillich. Even the great Catholic theologian, Karl Rahner, sometimes refers to God as the nameless or ineffable. We can pursue the question only when we have thought about the phrase Heidegger used frequently toward the end of his life, only a God can save us. 100. Chapter 5. Art as Fundamental Philosophy. A concern for art and, indeed, the privileging of the place of art in humanity's relation to being, is often adduced as one of the defining characteristics of the later Heidegger. Is this turn to art a matter of Heidegger, having conquered the heights of phenomenology and ontology, and having made important contributions to the history of philosophy, now expanding his repertoire and applying his methods and insights to the field of aesthetics? Or is it an integral part of his fundamental philosophical program? In this chapter I shall argue that his interest in art is more of this latter kind. Indeed, it is questionable whether it belongs to aesthetics in the narrow sense at all, for aesthetics, no less than metaphysics, is regarded by Heidegger as gripped by the spirit of enframing. Is it, nevertheless, a manifestation of Heidegger's fundamental romanticism that, faced with the typical post-Enlightenment choice between art and science, he chooses art? So how does this turn to art connect his politics and the global confrontation with technology, which will be discussed much later in this study? To attempt to answer these questions, we must go back to November 13, 1935, when Heidegger delivered a lecture on the origin of the work of art to the Art Historical Society of Freiburg im Breisgau. This lecture was subsequently repeated in Zurich, in January 1936, and in Frankfurt, in 101. December 1936, being revised and expanded in the process. It was not published until 1950, when it was included in the collection Holzwege. 86. The timing of the lectures is itself potentially significant for understanding Heidegger's engagement with questions of art. For the origin of the 1950 text goes back to the time when, on Heidegger's own account of things, he had come to realize that National Socialism was not going to fulfill the expectations he had attached to it. 87. Already in 1934 he had resigned from the rectorship. Can this text, then, be read as an early marker on his path of inner immigration? Suggestive here is the early adumbration of the critique of technology, a question that, as we have seen, is intimately connected with Heidegger's initial enthusiasm for and later disenchantment with Nazism. But if this is so, and taking into account the first series of lectures on the poet Hölderlin, dating from 1934 to 35, does it mean that we are to interpret the turn to art as an archetypal gesture of romantic thought, a retreat from the glare of public life and the rigors of a totally mobilized society into the inner sanctuary of a private aesthetic sphere? Appearances, however, can be deceptive, and as we look further into the text it soon becomes clear that this is not a work of aesthetics in the narrow sense of a subdiscipline of philosophy, nor is it exclusively about art. Indeed, a closer look at the title might suggest that Heidegger did not himself claim that it was about art but about the origin of the work of art. And, just as we have learned that the origin of technology is nothing technological, so we should now. 102. Be prepared to hear that the origin of the work or art is nothing artistic. It is unsurprising, then, that as we follow Heidegger's account of this origin we are led into a domain that, as he understands it, is prior to art in the sense in which the term is generally used, i.e., in relation to what are called the fine arts. Indeed, this domain is prior to the split between art and science that is one of the characteristic features of our civilization. In light of this comment, it can be claimed that, in terms of Heidegger's own intentions, we should not read origin as a simple expression of romantic withdrawal, a retreat from the world in which technology and politics hold sway as the final outcome of the metaphysical worldview. Rather, in Heidegger's own terms, it is itself a thinking confrontation with the fundamental decision facing humanity in relation to the advent of planetary technology. Even more grandly, it become possible to read origin as a key to the origin not only of art but also of history, and of humanity's historical existence and destiny. Thinking of origin in this way also helps us to see how it can be taken as an early fruit of the later Heidegger. For whereas historicity was conceived in being and time in terms of the individual subject, although, as the rectorial address showed, this could be interpreted in terms of the nation or Volk, regarded as a corporate individual, decision is no longer a matter of will and resolution but involves a much higher level of receptivity to what comes, as it were, from beyond humanity. How, then, does origin itself arrive at this point? We can begin with the first work of art mentioned in the text, a painting of a pair of shoes by Van Gogh, and, before we come to the controversial question of the shoes themselves, it is worth considering why Heidegger should pick on a work by this particular artist, by Van Gogh. 103. Heidegger had been very taken with Van Gogh's letters, which he read when they were published during the First World War. Why? On the basis of Heidegger's own letters and comments made in the lectures on ontology, one element would seem to have been the way in which Van Gogh's decision to give up training for Christian ministry and devote himself to poverty and painting reflected just the kind of existential confrontation with existence that preoccupied Heidegger in the years leading up to being and time. When Heidegger cites Van Gogh's assertion that he would prefer to die in a natural way rather than learning to understand death academically, we can see how the painter could serve the philosopher as an existential paradigm of authenticity, grounded as his concept of authenticity was in the individual's resolute confrontation with death. 88. However, the kind of use to which Heidegger puts his comments on the painting of the shoes in Origin points away from this idea of the artist as lonely existentialist hero. In fact, as the text proceeds it becomes ever clearer that one of Heidegger's aims in it is to break the spell of an understanding of art that focuses exclusively on the creative figure of the artist. This view that, in Heidegger's own words, the work arises out and by means of the activity of the artist, is, he says, the usual view, and this usual view, he declares in the opening paragraph of the lecture, is what he is setting out to overthrow, or minimally, to supplement, by focusing, as the title suggests, on the work rather than on the artist. For, as he asks, by what and whence is the artist what he is? Answer, by the work, and, Heidegger adds, both artist and work. 88. See Otto Poggeler, Heidegger on Art, in Harries and Jam, eds. 1994. 104. Are what they are only in relation to something else, to art itself, which is prior to both. 89. It is extremely important that the usual view that Heidegger here confronts is also the focus of discussion in the lectures on Nietzsche from the winter semester of 1936–37, lectures collectively entitled The Will to Power as Art. Here Heidegger identifies the conviction that art must be grasped in terms of the artist 90 as one of the defining statements of Nietzsche's whole approach to art. This is further complemented by Nietzsche's other basic principles of art, as expounded by Heidegger, that art is the most perspicuous and familiar configuration of will to power, that art is the basic occurrence of all beings, to the extent that they are, beings are self-creating, created, that art is the distinctive countermovement to nihilism, and that art is worth more than the truth. 91. Set against the horizon sketched by these principles, and even without going into any further explanation of them, we can see how Heidegger's determination to challenge the usual view of art will involve him in far-reaching decisions on a variety of issues. For if Nietzsche, far from being an untimely or eccentric thinker, as he so often pictured himself, is in face representative of the basic metaphysical outlook of modernity, then reconceptualizing the relationship between artist and artwork will require giving consideration to the nature of will to power, how beings are, nihilism and truth. 105. To put this in terms without argot, the most usual view of art in our culture, we might guess, is that art is primarily a way of representing things, an attempt to depict the world, and to show the world what it is like. The person on the pavement doesn't like Picasso, because Picasso's paintings aren't lifelike. Simple realism, it could plausibly be claimed, is the most commonly held aesthetic of our time. However, even everyday talk about art does not stop there. Let us consider a different medium, cinema. Three people come out of a movie, perhaps a new film by Scorsese. "I didn't like it," says one, "there was too much swearing and violence. I like to be entertained when I go out." "But that's how the characters would behave in real life," says the second, a simple realist. "You wouldn't expect small-time New York gangsters to be otherwise. That's what I like about the film, it really shows you what that kind of life must be like." "Maybe," says the third, "but this is no documentary, this is about the themes of all great art down the ages: passion, betrayal, redemption. The Last Temptation of Christ or Mean Streets, these are the archetypal Scorsese themes." "But that's just my point," retorts the first speaker, "what is he so obsessed with violence? Why can't he show us something more cheerful, something more edifying?" None of our characters are great aesthetic theorists, but the terms of their discussion reflect some of the most difficult debates in aesthetics. The second character has been portrayed as a simple realist. The success or failure of a work of art is in terms of its faithfulness to life. The third character more obviously embraces what Heidegger regards as the usual view, i.e., that art is primarily an expression of the vision of the artist and that, consequently, the meaning of art lies in the subjectivity of the artist. At this point, however, the first speaker reminds us that there are widely differing and often conflicting ways of evaluating such a vision, over and above the debate as to whether the work 106 effectively communicates what the artist wants to show to the recipient. The artist's vision is itself an expression of values that the recipient may or may not find acceptable. The judgment on the work of art, then, become a judgment about values, in this case about whether Scorsese's view of the world is on that we should be ready to embrace. But this judgment itself hinges on how we judge the world to be. Is Scorsese's vision itself complicit in the violence it portrays, and do we too become complicit by enjoying it voyeuristically, or does he show us a truth we need to confront if we are to know the whole meaning of human life? Now this last question is no longer the question as to the simple representational accuracy of the film. It is about what matters most in human life. This imaginary conversation has brought into focus three of Heidegger's 5 points: that the meaning of art is grounded in the activity of the artist, that art manifests will to power in the sense that it embodies the artist's will to communicate his vision to the audience, and that art represents the basic occurrence of beings, in that the kind of evaluative appraisal of the work of art hinges on fundamental decisions concerning what the world is like. But it also throws light on the remaining points, that art is the counter-movement to nihilism and that art is more important than truth. For it is precisely the outcome of the debate between the first and third interlocutors that decides what meaning the phenomenon itself, in this case the life of the gangsters portrayed in the film, is to have. Art provokes the question as to the meaning of what, in itself, is a bare concatenation of events. This is the life these people lead, no better, no worse, no different ontologically from any other kind of life, but what are we to make of it? Whatever we do make of it, we will need to make a judgment that involves an imaginative and evaluative envisioning of life that is essentially of the same kind of the judgment involved in appraising a work of 107. Art. So, finally, art is more important than truth, in the sense that art exemplifies the kind of evaluative vision that determines how we see and how we judge the values embodied in the world, and it is this vision that decides what, for us, is to count as truth in human affairs. For the purposes of this study, it is not necessary to suppose that what Heidegger calls the usual view is the universal view. Even in our imaginary conversation we have allowed another voice, that of the exponent of our tacimitation, to be heard. All that matters, for now, is that Heidegger's point, and thus his subsequent argument, really does take its departure from how art is experienced and, if only by implication, understood in the everyday encounter with art, although it may be added that, in his own cultural context, where Nietzsche was such a massive influence both on artists and aesthetic eons, Heidegger's assumptions that this is the usual view is perhaps more plausible than in some other contexts. All of this, however, leaves open the question as to whether this usual way of talking and thinking about art is adequate or justifiable. If not, what are we to do? Might we, for example, reconfigure the order of precedence between artist, work, and object such as that object takes first place and the tyranny of the creator-artist is overthrown? It might be supposed that this last move was the one Heidegger was about to make, but in fact he argued for something much more far-reaching. For the production and reception of works of art was, as he saw it, not merely a matter of individual vision and could not be improved merely by talking up the objective aspect of art. For his examination of the work of art will call into question what it means to represent or to perceive anything at all, or, more precisely, to represent or to perceive anything as anything. In other words, it 108 leads to the question as to why we do not just see the world but, instead, see the world, and all the particular things within the world, in a certain way, as a world of such and such a kind, comfortless or welcoming as the case may be. In this way, then, Heidegger invites us to ponder how we mean by representation, reality, and world. But if Heidegger's aim is to unsettle the usual view and its one-sided privileging of the creator-artist, why does he begin with Van Gogh, a painter who, more than most, stood for the modernist ideal of the anguished creator-artist, the solitary genius compelled to overthrow all the prevailing rules of artistic representation so as to give shape to his own unique vision and who, in so doing, become incomprehensible to his contemporaries in order to bequeath to us a whole new way of looking at the world? Later on in the text Heidegger looks at works of art, works like a Greek temple, that are more obviously suited to his own purposes. Why begin with an artist who would seem to exemplify the view he wants to overturn? The question itself suggests one possible answer, that, if Heidegger is to succeed, he must do so against the strongest of counter-examples. If his new approach provides a better way of looking at this, supposedly, supreme example of the individual creator-artist, then it will have little to fear from whatever other counter-examples are brought against him. In other words, he is not saying that works produced by creator-artists are dangerously subjective and should be brushed aside in favor of other, perhaps more contemplative, works. The aim is not to introduce a way of deciding between good and bad or between acceptable and unacceptable works of art, but to find a better way of understanding art as such. And that, again, is why he must take the question back to the most basic questions of representation. 109. Other explanations have, however, been offered in the secondary literature. One that has a certain currency is that Heidegger is not really concerned with Van Gogh's painting at all, except insofar as it provides a convenient, though specious, jumping-off point for his idyllic evocation of the world of the peasant woman whose shoes the painting supposedly represents. This is in turn seen as part of Heidegger's Gnostic and uncritically sentimental valorization of Germanic peasant life. Worse still, as the art critic Meyer Shapiro famously pointed out, there is no reason to suppose that these shoes belong to a peasant woman at all. More probably they were the painter's own shoes. Heidegger, then, is doubly reprehensible. First, he is simply mistaken, and, second, his mistake reveals all too clearly the role of Nazi ideology in his whole intellectual project. 92. Shapiro's point invites two initial comments. First, as we have seen, one of Heidegger's aims is to undermine the usual view of art. Primarily this means toppling the creator-artist from the pedestal onto which late Romanticism had elevated him. But it does not stop there, since it also involves challenging the equally conventional form of the art as imitation view. Precisely with references to the shoes, Heidegger asks rhetorically, is it our opinion that the painting draws a likeness from something actual and transposes it into a product of artistic production? By no means. The work, therefore, is not to be some reproduction of some particular entity that happens to be present at any given time, plt. 37. This suggests that the historical identity of the actual shoes used as a model by Van Gogh is not in itself important for understanding the world of art qua work of art. In this respect it is perhaps regrettable if Heidegger has made a factual error, but that does not of itself destroy his whole argument. 110. However, a careful reading of the text does not justify the assertion that Heidegger ever actually claims that Van Gogh's painting is a painting of a pair of peasant woman's shoes. To be sure, he does use the painting to accompany his evocation of the world of the peasant woman, but nowhere does he say they are her shoes that Van Gogh painted. Indeed, he does not directly address the question of the ownership of the shoes at all. These comments may seem to have left the more serious charge unaffected, that, whoever's shoes these may have been, Heidegger uses Van Gogh's painting as an excuse for a piece of Nazi cultural propaganda. Although I will not argue it here, I do not believe that we can conflate Heidegger's penchant for a pre-industrial agrarian way of life with the Nazi ideology of blood and soil. A similar caution is called for with regard to the interpretation of the peasant shoes, but the situation is, I believe, still more complicated. To see this, however, it is necessary to look again at the context of the origin. One of the most notorious cultural events of the whole Nazi era was the 1937 exhibition of degenerate art. The category of degenerate art was fairly ill-defined and perhaps, even, incoherent, but it included contemporary movements such as Expressionism, of which Van Gogh was generally taken to be a precursor. Andreas Jung has described as crucial in determining whether a work of art was degenerate in the Nazis' sense of the term such factors as distortion of natural form, particularly of the human figure, and unnatural colors. 93. In the light of such criteria, it is not at all surprising that a number of 111 paintings by Van Gogh were taken into the hall of 17,000 works impounded from museums and galleries, and 5 of them appeared in the 1937 exhibition in Munich. Although the exhibition of degenerate art was not held till 1937, and therefore post-dated the lectures on which Origin is based, the ideological line on Van Gogh had been made public long before that. A further aspect of this is that the very concept of degenerate art was, of course, linked to Nazi racial theory and the biological interpretation of Nietzsche's will to power, an interpretation which understood will to power as a kind of quasi-Darwinian life force. In this connection, it is not merely Van Gogh's works but his personality and madness that also prove the degeneracy of his art. For Heidegger, however, it was axiomatic that will to power was not a biological concept, and that even in Nietzsche's own terms the concept of a biologically degenerate art made no sense. What does this tell us about Heidegger's procedure in Origin? The mere fact that Heidegger is taking as his point of reference a painter held in ill repute by Nazi ideologists does not seem to throw much light on his philosophical intentions. Are we to draw the conclusion that this is some kind of intra-party squabble and that Heidegger is trying to persuade those who first heard his lectures that it is all right for Nazis to like Van Gogh, since the painter shares their own affinity with traditional peasant ways of life? However, we should remember that the period when Heidegger was giving these lectures was precisely the period in which he seems to have been beginning what might be called his inner immigration, a period of disillusionment that had especially to do with the party's failure to break loose from the grip of technological thinking. The world of the peasant woman, in this context, is not so much a Nazi icon as a reminder of what Heidegger regards Nazism as turning away. 112. From. At the same time, and this is perhaps a crucial point in mapping Heidegger's complex stance towards modernity, Van Gogh was undoubtedly known as a modernist, avant-garde painter, and it is striking that the other painters to whom Heidegger was particularly attentive, Cézanne and Klee, were also distinctly modernist. The world of the peasant woman, as disclosed by Van Gogh's painting, then, is not simply a piece of the rural past, but, insofar as we only gain access to it through the work of art, and quite particularly, this work of modernist art, it is a world to which we can relate only and exclusively on the basis of our own modern experience. 94. There are, then, a number of elements in Heidegger's account of the shoes as a means of contractoverting the usual view of art that, at least implicitly, undermine some of the bedrock principles of Nazi aesthetics. This is, as we shall see later, vitally important in assessing the way in which Heidegger construes the relationship between poet and nation, especially as exemplified in Hölderlin. If there is a true or spiritual Germany, it is not to be found along the path of racial purity but in the lived world of a way of life, and furthermore, it is most easily accessed by means of an artistic vision that, itself grounded in the experience of modernity, overreaches the accidental genius and anguish of the individual artist. Heidegger showed little interest in art until the mid-1930s, and then it appears in the company of several related interests, the pre-Socratic philosophers, whose works are often in poetic form and are more closely related to Greek poetry than, say, Kant is to German poetry, philosophers such as Schelling and 113. Nietzsche, for whom art has a central position in philosophy, and language, which, for Heidegger, originates with poets. In origin Heidegger rejects two widely held doctrines. First, that art is concerned only with beauty and pleasure, art is rather the disclosure of the being of beings, IM 111. Second, that a work of art is primarily a thing, and that aesthetic value is superimposed on it by our subjective view of it. For Heidegger it is art that shows us what a thing is. There are nevertheless two ways that an artwork is a thing. First, a work, such as a painting, can be moved and stored like other things. He later rejects this way of viewing artworks. It treats them as objects present at hand, in the way that an art dealer or a mover does Plt. 13. Second, it has a thingly aspect. There is something stony in a work of architecture, wooden in carving, colored in a painting, spoken in a linguistic work, sonorous in a musical composition. Origin, 19. What then is a thing? There are three traditional accounts. A thing is, 1. A bearer of properties, 2. The unity of perceptual sensations, or, 3. A composite of form and matter. Heidegger rejects, 1, and, 2, the latter for the reason that we never really first perceive the throng of sensations. We hear the door shut in the house and never hear acoustical sensations or even mere sounds. Origin, 26. He prefers, 3, the form-matter account. This was originally derived from, and is best suited to, intrinsically useful equipment such as a jug or shoes. But equipment is only one of three types of a thing: a mere thing such as a rock, equipment, and an artwork. An artwork differs from equipment and has something in common with a mere thing. Like a natural rock and unlike shoes, an artwork is not produced for a specific use or purpose, though unlike the rock and shoes it is not self-contained. Origin, 29. It calls for an observer or 114. Interpreter. Still, since the tradition gives priority to equipment, Heidegger decides to look at that first. Heidegger does this by introducing his first exhibit, Van Gogh's painting of a solitary pair of worn peasant shoes. We cannot just look at the shoes we are wearing, because attention distorts our view of them. Shoes are essentially inconspicuous to their wearer. From the painting, Heidegger argues, we see that the shoes are involved both with the world of human products and activities, and with the earth, the natural foundation on which the world rests. This is overlooked both by the ordinary user and by the form-matter theory. Owing to their excessive familiarity, the user regards his shoes as simply things for walking. Or, to take a different example, someone familiar with a baseball bat regards it as an instrument for hitting balls. The form-matter theory refines this account. Focusing on the manufacture of shoes and bats, it says that shoes and bats are pieces of matter, leather, nails, wood, with a form, their utility, imposed on them. The user and the theory neglect much else that would need to be explained to an uninformed alien: the involvement of the shoes with the world of the peasant, and the wear and tear they undergo from earth, the involvement of the bat with the world or baseball, bases, foul lines, etc., and the earth on which it is played. But what they neglect becomes apparent in the painting. The equipmentality of equipment first genuinely arrives at its appearance through the work. The nature of art would then be this, the truth of being setting itself to work. Origin, 36. The work is not a thing with artistic qualities added, the work reveals the nature of things. Heidegger then presents his second exhibit, a Greek temple. He does so partly to distinguish his own view from the view that art is imitation, the temple is not representational. But partly also because he wants to argue that a work of 115. Art not only opens up a world, it also sets up a world to which it belongs. The Van Gogh opens up the world of the peasant. But it does not set it up, nor does it belong there. The temple, by contrast, unifies and articulates the world of a people. It first fits together and at the same time gather around itself the unity of those paths and relations in which birth and death, disaster and blessing, victory and disgrace, endurance and decline acquire the shape of destiny for human being. Origin, 42. The world of a people is the familiar structured realm that they know their way about and make their decisions. The temple not only sets up world, it sets forth world's counterpart, earth. It is surrounded by earthy nature, buffeted by storms and resting on rock, and it also consists of earthy natural materials. It thus reveals earth as earth, and grounds the world on earth. All artworks set forth earth in their way. In equipment, earthy raw materials are used up, that is, fused into the artifact so that they are no longer noticeable. It does not matter, and we do not notice, whether shoes are made of leather or of some functionally equivalent material. In artworks, materials are only used, not used up, they remain conspicuous within the work. Origin, 47f. The earthy materials of poetry, the poet's words, are, unlike the words of common discourse, conspicuous and resistant to paraphrase. It matters whether the Parthenon is made of marble or plastic. In one way or another, all artworks set forth earth. World is the human environment in which we lead our lives, the tools we use, the houses we dwell in, the values we invoke. Earth is the natural setting of this world, the ground on which it rests and the source of raw materials for our 116. Artifacts. World and earth are opposites in conflict. World strives for clarity and openness, while earth shelters and conceals, tending to draw world into itself. Each needs and sustains the other. The artwork straddles both contestants. The temple's static repose is the product of the conflict between earth and world. It is a happening, an event, the event of truth as unconcealment. Only if beings are unconcealed can we make particular conjectures and decisions. But since we finite creatures never wholly master beings cognitively or practically, there is also concealment. With concealment there would be no objectivity, no decisions, and no history. Everything, the past, the present, and the future, would be wholly transparent to us, leaving no hidden depths to things, and no scope for choices with uncertain outcomes. The two pairs of opposites, earth-world and concealment-unconcealment, do not exactly coincide. Earth is partly unconcealed, and the world is partly concealed. Truth happens in the work. Setting up a world and setting forth the earth, the work is the fighting of the battle in which the unconcealedness of beings as a whole, or truth, is won. Origin, 55. Heidegger plays down the role of the artist and tends to regard the work as the product of an impersonal force, such as truth or art itself, that uses the artist to actualize itself. In great art the artist effaces himself, he is like a passageway that destroys itself in the creative process for the work to emerge. Origin, 40. But an artwork is essentially created. Origin, 56f. Creation is quite distinct from the manufacture of a tool. Art is not craftsmanship plus something extra, any more than a work is a tool plus something extra. Why must truth happen in a work? The conflict between concealment and unconcealment is a conflict between an old paradigm and a new paradigm, between, say, an old religion and a new religion. An artwork is like a fortress or 117. Standard marking the ground newly won for truth, clearing, Lichtung, of openness and establishment in the open belong together, origin, 61. There are, Heidegger concedes, origin, 62, other ways of staking our claim to truth, an act that founds a political state, example the U.S. Constitution, the nearness of that which is not simply a being, but the being that is most of all, the conversion of St. Paul, the essential sacrifice, example the crucifixion or the thinker's questioning. Science is not an original happening of truth. It fills in the details of a domain of truth already opened. Insofar as a science passes beyond correctness and goes on to a truth, it is philosophy. But art is the main way that truth happens. Not only the temple but also Greek tragedy lay down the paradigm, the values and categories, in terms of which a people view the world and make their choices. Why must the artwork be created? A work involves a rift between earth and world, and, unlike equipment, composes conspicuous earthy materials into a reposeful form. The notion of rift, ris, links with that of a blueprint, ground plan, or paradigm, a grundriss, origin, 64. But it also means that work is conspicuous, owing to the tension it embodies. A broom fades into the background of other equipment, its constituent materials used up, smoothed down into its usefulness. A work is solitary, tensed, and striking. It is especially suitable as a marker of truth. But the very existence of the work cries out for explanation. A work, unlike a tool, bears the scars of its production. The rift needs a creator to contain it. A work needs an audience or preservers as well as a creator. The work draws its preservers out of the realm of the ordinary into the new world it opens up, and suspends their usual doing and valuing, knowing and looking, origin, 66. The appropriate response to a work is neither knowing now. 118. Willing, but a knowing that remains a willing, and willing that remains a knowing, origin, 67. It is not carrying out some plan one has already formed, but resoluteness, the ecstatic entry into a new realm of openness in which all one's old beliefs and desires are suspended. It is somewhat like St. Paul's conversion, opening up a new field for knowing and willing that is disconnected from one's previous notions and plans. Great art, like the voice of God, is not consumer-led, it changes one's whole way of viewing the world and of finding one's way about in it. But the work is not like a drug, and the experience is not private, the work is communal and grounds our relations to one another. A work, Heidegger has said, is not a thing or a tool with something added. Things, stuffs, are inconspicuous in equipment and revealed only in works. But what about the artist? Must not he know about nature, about the things and tools he portrays, before he creates art? No. It is the work that draws out the rift, ris, and draws the sketch, ris, origin, 70. The artist does not first have a clear view of things and then embody it in a work. Nature is opened up for him, as well as for us, only in the work. The work needs creators, who put truth into the work, and also preservers, who put it to work, actualize it, that is, in their communal knowing willing, origin, 71. But the work also makes creators, as well as preservers, possible. Creators are agents of a force larger than themselves, art. Truth comes, in a way, from nothing. We cannot account for Van Gogh's painting by supposing that he came across some old shoes, and painted what he saw. For, first, the shoes alone could not account for the way in which Van Gogh saw them. And secondly, he did not see them in a new way before his painting emerged, the opening up of the open, and the clearing of beings. 119. Happens only as the openness is projected, origin, 71. Art, like Paul's conversion, comes as a bolt from the blue. All art, then, is essentially Dichtung, origin, 72. Dichtung here has a wide sense and means something like invention or projection. What the artist puts into the work is not derived from the things around him, but invented and projected. All great art involves a change, of the unconcealment of beings, origin, 72. It illuminates the ordinary, it rips us for a time out of the ordinary into another world, or it changes our whole view of the world. In a narrow sense, however, Dichtung means poetry, poesy, and poetry is Heidegger's third exhibit. He does not believe that all other arts are, or stem from, poetry. What he believes is this. Language is not just a medium for communicating what we know. Language used for this purpose is actual language at any given moment. Language also brings beings out of dim confusion into the open by naming them for the first time, and thus gives us something to communicate about. This is innovative language or projective saying, origin, 74. It lays down what can and cannot be said in the language of communication. Since poetry is in language, and since it is a form of art, that is, of the lighting projection of truth, poetry must be projective saying, an original, innovative use of language to name things and thus open up a realm in which we can communicate. Poetry is not, however, only one among several arts. The other arts, architecture, sculpture, painting, music, operate within a realm already opened up by language. The disclosure effected by language, that is, by poetry, preceded disclosure by the other arts. So poetry is prior to the other arts, just as linguistic disclosure is prior to other forms of disclosure. 120. All art is dichterisch, inventive or projective. So too is the preservation of a work, since the preserver has to enter the realm disclosed by the work. But the essence of Dichtung, Heidegger continues, is the founding of truth. Founding, Stiftung, has three senses, and art involves founding in all three senses. First, bestowing. The setting into the work of truth involves a paradigm shift, it thrusts up the extraordinary and thrusts down the ordinary. So truth cannot derive from what went before. It comes as a gift. Founding is an overflow, the bestowal of a gift, origin, 75. Second, founding is grounding. Truth is cast not into a void, but to preservers, historical persons. It comes from nothing, but is addressed to a people. Three factors involved in a people. The first is the people's endowment, their earth, the land on which they live and which they cultivate, but also relatively permanent features of their world such as the German language that they speak. The second is the ordinary and traditional, the old world, their pagan customs and beliefs, for example. The third is the new world, their withheld vocation, the beginnings, say, of Christianity among them, origin, 75f. The creation of, say, a Christian work of art cannot be explained by these factors, especially not by the old world. But they guide it. It is composed in German, adapted to their endowment, and it presents a Christian message. It makes the people's destiny explicit, and grounds it on their native soil. Thirdly, founding is beginning. A beginning is in a way direct or immediate, but may also require long preparation, like a leap, sprung, for which we need to prepare ourselves. A genuine beginning is not simple or primitive, it contains the end latent within itself, it is a leap forward, Vorsprung, that leaps over everything to come, origin, 76. Homer's epics. 121. For example, are not primitive and simple, they also implicitly contain the tragedies that later opened up the world of the Greek city-states. The history of art is not a steady cumulative process, but is punctuated by massive explosions of creative energy that leave future generations to do what they can with the pieces. When beings as a whole require grounding in openness, art always attains to its historical essence as founding, origin, 75. Such art alters our whole view of being. This has happened 3 times in the West. First, and most radically, it occurred in Greece, with its conception of being as presence, and Wesenheit. Then in medieval times, when the beings disclosed by the Greeks were transformed into things created by God. And finally it occurs in modern times, when beings become objects, to be enumerated and manipulated. This is what lies at the root of technology. Each time a new world arises, unconcealment of beings happens, and it sets itself into work, a setting accomplished by art. When art happens, a thrust enters history and history begins again. Art grounds history, not history in the sense of important events, but history as the entry of a people into its native endowments, and its movement towards its appointed destiny. Now we understand the word origin in the title of the essay, The Origin of the Work of Art. Origin, Ursprung, means a leap forth, origin, 77f. Art lets truth leap forth. Art is the origin or leaping forth of the work of art. Thus it is the origin of the creators and preservers of the work, and that means of the existence of a historical people. Like being and time, this work ends with a discussion of Hegel, Origin, 79-81. Is art, Heidegger asks, still an essential and necessary way in which 122. Truth happens that is decisive for our historical existence? Hegel answered that it is not. But Hegel's answer was given in the framework of a truth of beings that has already happened, the truth that has informed Western thought since the Greeks. If ever Hegel's claim comes up for decision, the decision will involve a quite different conception of truth. At present we are too entangled in the old conception to assess Hegel's claim. All we can do is continue to reflect on art. This cannot force art into existence, but it prepares for it. Only such knowledge prepares a space for art, a way for creators, a location for preservers. Origin, 78. Heidegger conceives himself as a sort of John the Baptist for the new art and the new world that is to come. Heidegger used the word turn, care, to refer to 2 things, the shift of perspective involved in the transition from divisions I and 2 of being and time, the analytic of Dasein, to division 3, on being and time, and the change from forgetfulness of being to the remembrance of it that he hoped would come. Often the turn is used to refer to a change in Heidegger's own thought that supposedly occurred in about 1930. Can we detect signs of a turn in this third sense? Has Heidegger changed his mind between being and time and origin? There is plainly much continuity between the 2 works. Heidegger is still concerned with Dasein and its world. But the focus of interest has changes. Being and time was concerned with the nature of Dasein in an already established world. Origin asks a different question: how is the world set up in the first place? Heidegger approaches this question through a series of increasingly fundamental works of art. First, a Van Gogh, which reveals to us a world that is already in place. Second, a temple reveals a world, which is often the dominant, structuring center of a city-state. Here he also refers to tragedies. 123. Which originated in a particular city-state, though they were often performed in other cities. And finally, though implicitly, the Pan-Hellenic poetry of Homer and Hesiod, poetry regarded as the common possession of the Greek world. Heidegger no doubt exaggerates. Is art always so crucial for world building as it perhaps was for the Greeks? Was the Christian world set up by art or only celebrated, or set forth, by art? Might not equipment, the first automobile or the latest spaceship, set up a world as effectively as an artwork? Is every dominant, world-structuring monument, such as Trafalgar Square, a great work of art? But these queries are by the way. The main point is that Dasein cannot play the pivotal part in the founding of a world. It cannot, as it does in the first 2 divisions of being and time, occupy the center of the stage. Dasein, then, is essentially in the world. Ordinary human discoveries, communications, decisions, and activities presuppose a familiar background or values and categories, customs, and routines. How does this world get established? How, for that matter, can it be radically changed? Not by ordinary Dasein, for Dasein is always already in the world. By extraordinary Dasein, then. The artist, the poet, or even the thinker. Heidegger, in the wake of Hölderlin, sometimes describes the poet as a sort of demigod, standing in a no-man's land between the gods and the people, and transmitting the hints of the gods to the people. It is in this no-man's land that it is decided who man is and where he established his existence. The artist or the poet cannot do his work in any normal human way, in any way that already presupposes the world that he is to set up. He must be something like the vehicle of an impersonal force, art or truth or being itself. 124. The artist must be resolute, entschlossen, ecstatically opened up to this force. The resoluteness that originally seemed to be a way of conducting oneself authentically in this world has found a new role. Resoluteness enables the creator, and the preservers, to found a new world. Language, too, has found a new role. In being and time, language grows out of the significant involvements of the already established world. In origin it plays a more fundamental part. Projective language, the naming of things for the first time, helps to found a world. Human beings, too, cannot devise language, in the normal human way, which already presupposes our possession of language. So language, too, at least projective language, is an impersonal force that constitutes Dasein and its world, not simply an instrument for communication. This is why Heidegger writes, language speaks, not man. Man only speaks when he faithfully answers to language. 95. Has Heidegger's thought changed? Or is it only his questions that have changed? Or have new questions simply developed out of his earlier questions? Perhaps we should attend to what he says about the beginning. A genuine beginning, he said, is not simple or primitive, it leaps over what is to come. Might this be true of his early work? Origin, for example, speaks of earth as the counterpart to world. Being and time, by contrast, makes no reference to earth. Yet already in lectures of 1925 Heidegger spoke of earth as that on which the world of our work and activity rests. 96. Earth is not yet, as in origin, in conflict with world. It is a familiar outlying part of our world, the semi. 125. Domesticated nature on which we graze our livestock. It is not, as in origin, the threatening, hostile, if indispensable, earth from which a world has to be wrested. But this is because the questions asked in the two works are different. The concept of earth remains inconspicuous in Heidegger's early works, but ready for a more significant role later. The early Heidegger is perhaps the Homeric epic from which developed the tragedies and temples of the later Heidegger. A. What is a thing? In declaring his intention to move beyond the usual view of art, Heidegger seeks to shift the emphasis from the artist to the work. As he does so, he is struck by the contrast between the spiritual or rapturous state of mind typically ascribed to the creator-artist and the fact that the work of art is a thing. The Van Gogh painting gets its first mention as an example of this thingly aspect of art, as an object that can be carted around like any other thingly object, such as coal, logs, or a sack of potatoes. This thingly element, he says, is something that all works have, and the examples he chooses, the painting or, later, the Greek temple, seem well chosen to illustrate this. But even an artwork of an apparently more spiritual or ethereal kind, Beethoven's string quartets, to use another of Heidegger's own examples, cannot escape the dimension of thingliness, for when not being realized as music scores lie in the storerooms of the publishing house like potatoes in the cellar, PLT 19. Even the work in performance is inseparable from the thingly element of sound itself as vibrations in air. The same is a fortiori true of architecture, sculpture, painting, and the other arts. 126. Naturally, Heidegger is very well aware that this is precisely the opposite of what much academic and popular talk about art has chosen to think about. Such talk usually emphasizes the ways in which the artwork is not a mere thing but a bearer of meaning, functioning as allegory or symbol to manifest something other, plt. 20. This other dimension of meaningfulness is generally regarded as the authentic element in art, what makes it art, but once again Heidegger refuses to let this usual view pass unexamined. On the contrary, he suggests that we cannot have an adequate understanding of the work unless or until we have taken its thingliness into account. 97. Heidegger therefore goes on to list the three conceptions of the thing that have dominated thinking about the subject in the West, and that have done so to such an extent that they are regarded as self-evident and enter into everyday use without being seen as problematic. The first view is that of the thing as the bearer of properties. The block of granite is the bearer of such properties as hardness, heaviness, extension, bulk, lack of shape, roughness, color, dullness, etc. 98. This everyday understanding of the thing is expressed in the Latin philosophical vocabulary of the West in terms of the relationship between the substance of a thing and its accidents. This conceptual schema has been widely assumed to be all-encompassing and has been applied to everything from God and his attributes to the block of granite. It is also reflected in, or is it, perhaps a reflection of, 127. The basic sentence structure of our language, in which meaning is constructed by means of the relationship between subject and predicate. But this conception of the thing, Heidegger tells us, does not build upon the thingly element of the thing, its independent and self-contained character, plt. 25. We sense, he says, that this construal of the thing is an inappropriate rationalization that does violence to its object. Thus, to take an example Heidegger hints at and discusses elsewhere, religious believers spontaneously feel repelled by the God of the philosophers, the absolute being accompanied by such imposing attributes as being his own cause, omniscience, omnipresence, infinity, etc. Such a God, they say, is not the God known in worship and prayer. At the other end of the scale, an understanding of the block of granite framed in terms of the relationship between substance and accidents will never let us see what a stone carver sees in it. In what is called thinking, Heidegger invites his audience to abandon for a moment the standpoints of scientific inquiry and, even, of philosophy, to step outside the lecture hall and just look at a tree in bloom. The tree faces us. The tree and we meet one another, as the tree stands there and we stand fact to face with it. As we are in this relation of one to the other and before the other, the tree and we are, what is called thinking, 41. This encounter, Heidegger insists, is no mere idea. It does not involve any conceptualization of the tree as a being of such and such a kind, nor any thematic observation of its distinguishing properties. To say that it is an oak tree of a particular species, at a particular stage of its reproductive cycle, in bloom, swaying in the spring breeze, no of these technical or poetic observations is necessarily incorrect, but they are not what strike us in our encounter with what Heidegger calls the undisguised presence of the thing, plt. 25. If we imagine that the standpoint 128 of science and philosophy is normal, then this encounter will seem like a leap, Heidegger suggests, and indeed it is, for there is no chain of reasoning that links the scientific view with that of the immediate encounter. Yet this leap is not some kind of mystical experience, it is simply a leap onto the soil on which we really stand, what is called thinking, 41. Indeed, it is a leap onto the soil on which we really were standing all along. However, to return to origin, Heidegger recognizes that this challenge to the normal view could itself be misconstrued as an example of a different but not less misleading concept of the thing. This is the concept of the thing as, in the strict sense, an aesthetic object, that which is given to us in and through the sense, as if our encounter with the tree were to be understood as a kind of surrender to the sheer sensory impact of the color that dazzles the eye, the scent that tickles the nostril and the caressing wind. Once again, however, Heidegger brushes this aside. It is not the case that we first receive a mass of sensation and then transform them into an experienced object, but we see the object simply as what it is. We hear the Mercedes in immediate distinction from the Volkswagen, PLT, 26, he remarks. That is to say, we never just hear a bare sound or see a bare color. These are not the primary data of perception but abstraction from what is given concretely in actual existence. Although Heidegger spends less time in the text of Origin on this way of misconceiving the thing, his brief comments here are the merest tip of the iceberg and touch on some of the fundamental philosophical commitments of his approach to phenomenology. The clearest statement of what Heidegger understood by phenomenology method is, perhaps, to be found in lectures that formed the basis of Being and Time, although the introductory methodological 129 section did not appear in the published version. 99 These are available in English as History of the Concept of Time. Of immediate relevance to the discussion of the thing in Origin is the exposition given in these lectures of the principle of intentionality. Now, although the critique of technology is scarcely developed in such relatively early writings, part of the attraction of phenomenology to Heidegger was to find a way of breaking the grip of the scientific positivism that seemed tailor-made as an ideological underpinning for a technological society. Whatever the justification of such an approach in the natural sciences, it was, Heidegger believed, fundamentally injurious to the human sciences and, above all, to philosophy. Positivism systematically ignored the question of intentionality, a concept that lay at the heart of phenomenological method. What does Heidegger understand by intentionality? At its simplest, intentionality is a structure of lived experience as such. History of the Concept of Time 25. It is, of course, a structure of a particular kind, one that enables us to bridge the gap between subject and object that has long puzzled philosophers. 130. Intentio literally means directing itself toward. Every lived experience, every psychic comportment, directs itself towards something. Representing is a representing of something, recalling is a recalling of something, judging is a judging about something, presuming, expecting, hoping, loving, hating, of something. 100. Consciousness, in other words, is never self-contained but, even in its simplest forms and functions, reaches out beyond itself towards something, as Heidegger puts it. However, to escape solipsism, it is not of itself sufficient merely to observe that when I think of something, since this gives no guarantee that what I think of really exists outside consciousness. How, then, can the doctrine of intentionality, thus defined, do more than articulate the aspiration to transcend a subjectivistic or solipsistic view of consciousness? The first step in Heidegger's response to this implied charge is that the customary way of posing the question already involves a misrepresentation of the fundamental issue. We should not begin with the classical scenario of an inner psychic event on one side and a physical object out there on the other. No matter how hallowed by convention this picture may be, the question it suggests is only a derivative, or secondary, issue. More basic than the question of perception, couched in such terms, is that of what Heidegger calls comportment, Verhalten. What does this mean? Let us take Heidegger's own example. I come into a room and see a chair. Now, the chair that I thus see is not in the first instance the object of detached empirical perception. It is simply the chair I have to push out of the way, or walk around, or sit on, or on which the cat is already resting. In such ways I live out an intentional comportment toward the chair long before I ever isolate it as a distinct object of perception. Clearly, the 131 comportment in which I encounter the chair doesn't just involve what I subsequently isolate as the chair, but embraces the whole complex of lived experience in which I encounter the chair itself, everything that has to do with my going into this particular room. Intentional comportment is not, however, introduced by Heidegger as a step in an argument that would culminate in my being able to say with confidence that the chair actually exists as a physical object in three-dimensional space. The concern that is revealed in intentional comportment is not the perceived entity, but the perception of the entity as it is perceived, as it shows itself in concrete perception. History of the concept of time 40, the way and manner of its being perceived. History of the concept of time 40, the how of its being perceived, the how of its being intended. History of the concept of time 45. This may still fall short of providing an adequate response to the charge of subjectivism. Nevertheless, it does show us what Heidegger thinks is being aimed at in phenomenological investigation, namely, the uncovering of this as way and manner, or how of the perception of the object. To go back to the example, the chair is disclosed to me in the first instance as the chair I want to sit on, or from which I have to shoo away the cat. However, there are two further refinements to the theory of intentionality we must take into account if we are to understand the philosophical significance that Heidegger ascribes to it. The first concerns the distinction between intentional presuming and intentional fulfillment. Presuming, in this context, means simply alluding to what is perceived in a general, empty, merely formal way, as when I report to a 132. Friend in the hall outside the room, there is a chair in that room. The friend will perfectly understand what I say, but this will say nothing to him of how he will encounter the chair for himself when he goes in, whether he sees it as a tasteful antique chair, a shabby old thing, an obstruction, or a convenience. The intention has become detached from its object, and the object itself, the chair, is correctly identified but not thought in its concrete specificity. Intentionality is said to be fulfilled in concrete intuition such that I have the entity present in its intuitive content, so that what is at first only emptily presumed in it demonstrates itself as grounded in the matter. History of the concept of time 49. However, no more than in origin does Heidegger understand intuition here in terms of the immediacy of sense experience. My grasp of the chair as that from which I have to shoo away my cat is in some sense prior to its impact on me as a congeries of sense data. In this connection, Heidegger claims that there is a categorical structure given in intuition. Now, clearly, in the light of his comments about substance and accidents, and of what he will go on to say about matter and form, Heidegger is not wanting to endorse either a Kantian or an Aristotelian theory of categories, and certainly against Kant, if not Aristotle. He is not suggesting that we have at our disposal a table of categories that we simply apply in intuition. Instead, the how of our intuition always involves a certain structuring of experience that is embedded in the most fundamental dimension of experience itself. I see a row of trees, a flock of wild ducks, Heidegger says, and that I see them as a row or a flock is not based upon a prior act of counting. It is an intuitive unity which gives the whole simply. It is figural. History of the concept of time 66. 101. 133. Against this background, we can see that Heidegger's apparently buccaneer brushing aside of the second view of the thing as what is given to us as the object of sense experience, a view which makes it press too hard upon us. Plt. 26. Presupposes an extensive philosophical preparation, the outcome of which is that, for Heidegger, sense experience is never raw but always already interpreted, experienced as this or that object of intentional comportment. This discussion will provide a reference point for further elements in Heidegger's treatment of both things and works of art, but what of the third view of the thing that he regards as characteristic of the popular view? This is the view that the thing is to be understood in terms of the distinction between matter and form, such that the thing is formed matter. Plt. 26. More precisely, the thingly element in, for example, the work of art is the matter of which it consists. Plt. 27. Perhaps this is the most common sense way of understanding the thing. Certainly, Heidegger comments, it is the conceptual schema which is used in the greatest variety of ways, quite generally for all art and aesthetics. Plt. 27. And not only in art and aesthetics, form and content are the most hackneyed concepts under which anything and everything may be subsumed. Plt. 27. Add to this the refinement that form is correlated with rationality, logic, and subjectivity, while matter is linked to the irrational, the illogical, and the object, then, Heidegger says, representation has at its command a conceptual machinery that nothing is capable of withstanding. Plt. 27. Intuition, i.e., intuition in which I intuit oneness, unity itself, as such and apart from its manifestation in, example the row of trees or flock of ducks. 134. Heidegger is particularly interested in the fact that the matter-form distinction makes clear that whatever is analyzed in such terms is being looked at, more or less explicitly, in terms of its usefulness, as equipment to be used for a given function. Form is not regarded as something, as it were, grows out of the matter or co-originates with it. Form is what is imposed or impressed upon matter for a specific purpose. When we are confronted with a thing, Heidegger's examples are a jug, an axe, and a shoe, the material element is subordinated to the form, which, in turn, is subordinated to the use to which the thing is put, so that what we want to know about the jug is whether it is capacious enough or whether it leaks, about the axe whether it is sharp enough or balanced enough, and about the shoe whether it fits and is waterproof, or, it may be, fashionable. Usefulness is the basic feature from which this entity regards us. Plt. 28, Heidegger comments. These remarks suggest to Heidegger a further, interesting observation, that what exists in this manner, i.e., what exists as useful, is, or appears to us as, the product of a process of making. It is made as a piece of equipment for something. Plt. 28. Turning from jugs and shoes to the big picture, Heidegger then adds that the dominion exercised by the matter-form distinction was, historically, significantly enhanced by the way in which it was taken over from Aristotle by medieval Christian theology and applied to the total relation between God and the world, such that the world becomes what God has made for the fulfillment of his purposes, however these are conceived. But this effectively reduces the world to the status of mere instrumentality, a useful means to an end, rather than something of intrinsic value. 135. Inevitably we hear in such comments anticipations of Heidegger's later critique of technology, and this is borne out by further developments in the text. For a subsequent historical transformation of the conceptualization of the thing, a transformation that was to prove decisive for the modern understanding of the world and of the things within it, occurred in the early scientific revolution and the incorporation of that revolution into the presuppositions of modern philosophy. In lectures given in the winter semester of 1935-36, and therefore concurrent with his reworking of the first version of Origin, Heidegger discusses this with particular reference to Newton and Kant. Stating that Newton is the founding figure of modern science, Heidegger draws attention to the title of Newton's magnum opus, The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. In this title we can immediately see that science, for Newton, is regarded as fundamentally mathematical. Now mathematics, as Heidegger understands it, is a way of knowing that draws upon or that brings to expressing what we know, or presume we know, of thing in advance, what is called thinking. 73. Think again of the example of the row of trees or the flock of ducks. Here we seem to be in the situation that our grasp of oneness precedes our perception of any particular instance of a unitary phenomenon, such as a row or a flock. The mathematical, Heidegger says, is this fundamental position we take toward things by which we take up things as already given to us, and as they should be given, what is called thinking. 75. Mathematics is projective, in that it runs on ahead of actual experience, determining in advance and entirely in terms of its own self-determining laws what cannot count as knowable. However, Newton's significance is not just that he made mathematics foundational for natural philosophy. It is also to do with the way in which this 136 foundational role is further shaped by his first law of motion, the law of inertia, that every body continues in its state of rest, or uniform motion in a straight line, unless it is compelled to change that state by force impressed upon it, what is called thinking. 78. Already in Newton's own time this was spoken of as a law of nature universally received by all philosophers, and today, That is, in Heidegger's day, it seems entirely uncontroversial. Heidegger, however, draws attention to the scale of the revolution in thought that the formulation of this law involved. Previously, the dominant view of motion had been that of Aristotle. This differed from the Newtonian view. The basic form of motion was linear, and objects only divert from linear motion under external pressure, example gravity. Aristotle had given the highest dignity to circular motion, such that it was the circular motion of the heavenly bodies that held the universe together in a coherent whole. Thus, whereas on Newton's theory the moon would fly off into space if it were not constrained by the gravitational pull of the Earth, for Aristotle the circular motion of the moon belongs to the moon's nature. Secondly, Newton's law applied to all bodies without exception, while Aristotle had held to the view that each body had a different kind of motion according to its specific nature. When Newton's law of motion is developed on the basis of mathematical method, a significantly novel view of nature and of the thing emerges. Nature is now the realm of the uniform space-time context of motion, what is called thinking. 92. Bodies now have no concealed qualities, what is called thinking. 93, and are thus available without remainder as objects of observation and experimentation. The uniformity of bodies requires uniformity of measure, and this is precisely numerical measurement, what is called thinking. 93 to 94. But, given the understanding of mathematics as projective, i.e., as determining what can or cannot be known of things in advance of actual. 137. Experience, the basic blueprint of the structure of everything and its relation to every other thing, is sketched in advance, what is called thinking. 92. Nor is it simply the case that mathematics predetermines what can be known of each individual entity or of any particular local ensemble of entities that become the object of scientific scrutiny, i.e., it is not just a method. Because of the interconnectedness of all bodies, the mathematical projection first opens a domain where things, i.e., facts, show themselves, what is called thinking. 92. Mathematics, in other words, does not merely give us a method, a means by which to know better things with which we are already familiar in a rough and ready way. It determines the whole field of possible experience, the kind of world in which it is possible for anything that is knowable to be. Its laws provide the model for laws of nature. This, Heidegger continues, is fundamental to Kant's concept of pure reason. For Kant's pure reason is something very different from the rationality of man, the rational animal of previous centuries. Pure reason bespeaks the mathematical predetermination of the realm of knowable beings. A doctrine of pure reason is a doctrine that what is a thing must be decided in advance from the highest principle of all principles and propositions, i.e., from pure reason, before one can reasonably deal with the divine, worldly, and human, what is called thinking. 110 to 111. On this basis, Heidegger concludes that Kant is not concerned with the question of the thingness of the things that surround us, but with the thing as an object of mathematical physical science, what is called thinking. 128. 138. This, then, is where we are led by the view of the thing that bases itself upon the form-matter distinction. Mathematics, pure reason, is the form that, determined in advance, projects itself upon and impresses itself upon the matter of the world. And what follows from that? What follows, according to Heidegger, is not only that the world is laid open without remainder, without any hidden corner, to the omniscient eye of modern science, it also means that the world in its entirety is made available to us as a resource for technological manipulation. Indeed, as we have seen, it is virtually axiomatic for Heidegger that technology does not follow upon science as a chance outcome or fortuitous application of scientific results, but that the determining of the world as what is mathematically knowable is, from the very outset, geared to the purposes of technological manipulation and management. What Newton and Kant provide is thus the blueprint for transforming the world into sheer resource, mere equipmentality. Having exposed the boundless presumption 102 and semblance of self-evidence of these customary ways of regarding the thing, Heidegger has to consider whether there is in fact any alternative. Does the way of science exhaust the possible ways of looking at things? b. Looking at things. The prospects would not seem hopeful. However, the lectures on the history of the concept of time are once more instructive. Having expounded the phenomenological concept of intentionality in terms of its fulfillment in 139. Categorical intuition, the seeing how or the seeing as that, Heidegger claims, is already present in the simplest and most primitive acts of consciousness and is not merely something added on. He then goes on to explore how phenomenology tries to get at and show the seeing as. Phenomenological method is, he says, fundamentally descriptive, but not merely descriptive. It does not simply reproduce the object in the medium of a prose commentary. It is rather an accentuating articulation of what is given in the intuition and, as such, is analytical. In describing an object phenomenologically, I do not just record my first impressions but aim at laying bare the categorical structure that is given in and with experience, even though I may not immediately notice it in the moment of experience itself. Thus, I do not usually notice that in saying look at that flock of ducks I am presupposing the categorical intuition of the oneness of the flock as a concrete phenomenon. But this oneness is not an a priori structure that I lay upon the phenomenon. The flock really exists as a flock, the row of trees really is a row of trees. In this way, Heidegger says, phenomenological description is also ontological. For the focus of phenomenological inquiry is indicated by the word itself, as Heidegger famously interprets it. For the phenomenon is that which shines forth from itself. It is no mere appearance. The phenomenologist, therefore, is one who allows the theoretic gaze to rest upon the phenomenon and makes manifest in discourse, legain, the categorical structure of the phenomenon. What is needed, then, is not to come up with an alternative definition of concept of the thing that could be put into play against the prevailing view, but to return to the thing itself, to redscribe it in the manner of an accentuating articulation so as to allow what is given in the phenomenon, the categorical intuition, the seeing as, to come to expression in its own terms. 140. And this is just what Heidegger proceeds to do in Origin with the shoes, but which shoes? We have seen Heidegger's treatment of Van Gogh's painting of the shoes as controversial because he supposed identification of these shoes with the shoes of a peasant woman, who, in turn, is made to exemplify the peasant virtues of blood and soil ideology, brings his discussion into the orbit of his Nazism. It has also been claimed that this is an example of Heidegger's own ideological commitments running on in advance of the phenomena, because he has quite simply misidentified the painting, relying on nothing more than a fading memory of a painting seen in an exhibition in Amsterdam, and the shoes are in fact Van Gogh's own. On this reading the whole thing is nothing but an embarrassing mistake that does no more than illustrate Heidegger's contempt for facts, his art historical amateurism and his political prejudices. However, as we have seen, Heidegger nowhere claims that the shoes Van Gogh painted were actually those of a peasant woman. All he says is that they are like those of a peasant, and then, later, he contrasts what the painting enables us to see with what such shoes would mean to a peasant woman. If the artist shows us the world of the shoes, the woman just wears them as a piece of equipment, without regard to their meaning. Yet, even if we clear Heidegger of crassly confusing the real identity and ownership of the shoes depicted in Van Gogh's painting, it can scarcely be denied that the section of the lecture where he leads up to an phenomenological description of the peasant woman's shoes is extremely confusing. As he switches back and forth between the shoes in the painting and the actual shoes worn by an imaginary peasant woman, it is easy for the reader to become disoriented. Nevertheless, the production of this disorientation may itself be 141. Deliberate on Heidegger's part, and his procedure of oscillating between the painted and the actual shoes may be rhetorically intended to break his grip of the usual view in which we know in advance what is required for the thing to be accepted into the realm of knowable objects. It is, in other words, a deliberate exercise in defamiliarization. But Heidegger's longer-term aims are not simply negative, since he breaks the spell of the usual view in order to make possible a different approach, one that would not determine in advance what it is for a thing to be a thing but would allow the thing itself to present itself to us as it is in its intuited figure. If we were to concern ourselves exclusively with the painting, then we would find ourselves trapped within the prevailing canons of art criticism and aesthetics. If we were to concern ourselves solely with the shoes of the peasant woman, we would never break out of a purely instrumental understanding of them as useful objects. Simply of itself the painting does not instruct us in how to regard the actual shoes, any more than Homer instructs us in the art of war or Moby Dick in the art of whale hunting. If we simply look at the empty, unused shoes as they merely stand there in the picture, we shall never discover what the equipmental being of the equipment in truth is. Plt. 33. And yet Heidegger concludes baldly, offering no immediate explanation as to what this "and yet" might mean. Indeed, to be consistent, he cannot. As with the confrontation with the tree in blossom, we can only proceed by means of a leap, albeit a leap into what is most familiar, most everyday. And where does this leap take us? Into one of Heidegger's most celebrated pieces of phenomenological description. Since Heidegger claims that phenomenological description answers in every detail to what is disclosed by the phenomenon, it follows that, like poetry. 142. It cannot easily be precised. However, a couple of sentences illustrate both how Heidegger uses the method and what he saw in the shoes. On the leather lie the dampness and richness of the soil. Under the shoe slides the loneliness of the field path as evening falls. In the shoes vibrates the silent call of the earth, its quiet gift of the ripening grain and its unexplained self-refusal in the fallow desolation of the wintry field. This equipment belongs to the earth, and it is protected in the world of the peasant woman. Plt. 33. Previously we heard Heidegger arguing that phenomenological description, understood as accentuating articulation, arises out of the categorical structure that is given in intuition itself. At first glance there is nothing here that recalls anything like what we find in either Aristotle's or Kant's list of categories. However, given Heidegger's positioning of his own task in relation to that of the history of philosophy, this should not surprise us. For what we see here are in fact the beginnings of a whole new schema of fundamental ontological categories, the first of which are earth and world. In wearing the shoes, in living her life, the peasant woman is sure of and inhabits her world without anything being missing from it. She does not need either artists or philosophers to put her right about any aspect of her world, to make it fuller or more spiritual. It is complete in itself. But what the artwork does is to let us know what shoes are in truth. Plt. 35, i.e., it reveals them in their world. The painting, then, is not to be evaluated in terms of its faithful imitation of any particular pair of actual shoes, but rather by allowing us to see the equipmentality of equipment, the world of work figured in the particular instance of the shoes. What does Heidegger mean by this opaque formulation? 143. This does not become entirely clear in the first section of Origin, where the discussion of the shoes takes place. It is, however, clarified retrospectively, in the light of what Heidegger goes on to say about the second work of art to which he devotes an extended discussion, the Greek temple. Again the thick, analytically accentuating articulation cannot be easily paraphrased, and again what comes into view in terms of categorical structures are those already encountered in the case of the shoes, earth and world. The temple, Heidegger says, first gives to things their look and to men their outlook on themselves. This view remains open as long as the work is a work, as long as the God has not fled from it. Plt. 43. In giving things their look and men their outlook on themselves, the work sets up a world. Plt. 44, or makes space for a world. Plt. 45, by bringing into the open, revealing, laying bare, disclosing its structure. Although it remains hard and perhaps even futile, to attempt any binding definition of what Heidegger means by world, several things are clear. The first, which follows from everything that has been said so far, is that the artwork does not predetermine the world in the way that, according to Heidegger, mathematics does. In setting up a world, the artwork is not imposing a projective enframing. Rather, it allows the world to come to appearance, not, of course, as mere appearance but as the shining forth, the phenomenalization of what, in truth, it is. The second is that the cumulative metaphors, or more than metaphors, of light, vision, shining forth, and openness suggest that Heidegger does not want us to be thinking of a private, imaginary world, a fantasy world that might serve as a retreat for dreamers and romantics. It is, on the contrary, open and public, the world of a people, the Hellenes or the Germans. Third, and in close relation to the preceding 2 points, although 144. World in Heidegger's sense is something different from the world that science takes as its object. It is not a world that is separable from materiality. On the contrary, materiality is even more necessary, even more present, than when we approach the world with regard to its equipmentality. I shall shortly return to this point, but before that one further comment about the relationship between work and world is in place. The work does not bring the world into being. Van Gogh's painting did not create the life of peasants. But by showing us the truth of peasant shoes, Van Gogh enables us to see the world of the peasant, to have a sense for the meaning of peasant life, which is not revealed in the daily grind of living a peasant-like life. In this regard it could be said that there is both an analogy and a disanalogy between the function of the work of art and the process of psychoanalysis. Both are concerned with bringing hidden truths out in the open. However, the truth revealed in analysis, even if, perhaps especially when, it is indeed the truth, is likely to be experienced by the patient as challenging or contradicting his own everyday understanding of himself and his world. If psychoanalysis is to save, it must first destroy. So too, perhaps, philosophy. But the way in which the work of art works is, according to Heidegger, very different. It is not hostile to that which it discloses, nor does it set itself up as offering an alternative explanation or interpretation to that which already prevails. It simply, but Heidegger is, of course, always insistent that the simple is always the most difficult, lets the world appear as it is, in its being. But, perhaps once more in contrast to psychoanalysis and certainly in contrast to Newtonian science, the revelation of the world in the work of art does not intend to bring everything out into the open. Integral to its revelation of the world is its acceptance that the life world of the human subject, 145, is what it is only in relation to what is not luminous, what does not appear, what is preserved in darkness and is not available as a resource for use or as an object of knowledge. But, precisely because what is thus concealed is integral to the world and to the revelation of the world as world, this, too, is involved in the artwork. What we are talking about here is, in fact, nothing other than what Heidegger calls earth, the dark, ever unillumined ground on which the open space of world is set. Thus, for example, earth is present in the stone out of which the temple is built. A stone presses downward and manifests its heaviness. But while this heaviness exerts an opposing pressure upon us, it denies us any penetration into it. If we attempt such a penetration by breaking open the rock, it still does not display in its fragments anything inward that has not been disclosed. The stone has instantly withdrawn again into the same dull pressure and bulk of its fragments. If we try to lay hold of the stone's heaviness in another way, by placing the stone on a balance, we merely bring the heaviness into the form of a calculated weight. This perhaps very precise determination of the stone remains a number, but the weight's burden has escaped us. The earth appears openly cleared as itself only when it is perceived and preserved as that which is by nature indisclosable. The earth is essentially self-secluding. 103. The relationship between world and earth is, in human experience at least, and perhaps none of this makes any sense purely objectively, i.e., apart from the existential interest of human beings, no matter what Heidegger's reservations about humanism, both reciprocal but also conflictual. World struggles to free itself from earth, light from darkness, but earth absorbs world. 103 plt, 46-47. 146. Drawing it back into the preconscious darkness from which it emerged. The precise state of balance between these conflicting forces determines the exact form of the world in any particular epoch. Perhaps in the 24-hour-a-day illumination of the contemporary city Earth may seem to have been finally vanquished. Perhaps, or perhaps we are simply unable to recognize the form that Earth is taking for us today, excluded as it is from what is framed by the enframing gaze of technological rationality. Earth and world, then, emerge as two of the fundamental terms of Heidegger's new categorical schema. As his thought develops, they will be added to and further clarified, until he arrives at what he will call the footfold of earth, sky, gods, and mortals. This footfold offers Heidegger a way of envisaging beings that, he believes, is radically distinct from, though not absolutely unrelated to, the nature of natural science, whose laws are conformable to those of mathematics in such a way as to be altogether and entirely available for technological manipulation. Strikingly, both art and the thing remain crucial to Heidegger's attempts to articulate the footfold. Thus, in the 1950 lecture on the thing, he takes an everyday earthenware jug and embarks upon a phenomenological description that aims precisely to bring into view what never comes to light, never gets a hearing, plt. 170, in the scientific view, the thing in its thingness. Again, the following extracts aim to do no more than give a flavor of Heidegger's way of carrying out such a description. The jug, he says, is a hollow vessel, that takes what is poured into it and preserves it. However, the truth of the jug is only fully revealed when it is used for pouring. 147. The twofold holding of the void rests on the outpouring. In the outpouring, the holding is authentically how it is. To pour from the jug is to give. The jug's jug character consists in the poured gift of the pouring out. The giving of the outpouring can be a drink. The outpouring gives water, it gives wine to drink. The spring stays on in the water of the gift. In the spring the rock dwells, and in the rock dwells the dark slumber of the earth, which receives the rain and dew of the sky. In the water of the spring dwells the marriage of sky and earth. It stays in the wine given by the fruit of the vine, the fruit in which the earth's nourishment and the sky's sun are betrothed to one another. In the jugness of the jug, sky and earth dwell. The gift of the pouring out is drink for mortals. It quenches their thirst. It refreshes their leisure. It enlivens their conviviality. But the jug's gift is also at times for consecration. The outpouring is the libation poured out for the immortal gods. The gift of the outpouring as libation is the authentic gift. In giving the consecrated libation, the pouring jug occurs as the giving gift. In the gift of the outpouring that is drink, mortals stay in their own way. In the gift of the outpouring that is a libation, the divinities stay in their own way. In the gift of the outpouring earth and sky, divinities and mortals dwell together all at once. These four, at one because of what they themselves are, belong together. Preceding everything that is present, they are enfolded into a single footfold. 104. Are such passages, for all their extraordinary originality and force, testimony to the fact that Heidegger's concern with art and with the thingliness of things, and his desire to find a way of thinking that escapes the net of mathematical calculation, is, despite his protestations, mere poetic embellishment, a retreat into a private fantasy world after the failure of 1933? Or dare we assert that Heidegger is tentatively and provisionally adumbrating? 104 Ibid, 172-73. 148. The first outlines of what might yet open a new path of thinking along which we might, collectively and not just singly, escape the wastelands of modernity and technology. We are not yet in a position to answer such questions, since the work of art and thing are not the only bases on which Heidegger attempts to think his way forward. For Heidegger's strategy is not simply the well-worn romantic tactic of opposing art to science and Tellurian values to the technological exploitation of the earth. Crucial here is the expansion of the initial insight into the thing that occurs when this insight is transposes into the medium of language that makes possible a history of thinking, and it is only in relation to this history and its present crisis that the full meaning of the thing comes into view. We shall, as we must, return to the question of the status of the kind of invocations of the footfold we hear in the meditation on the jugness of the jug. But we shall do so with the additional buttressing provided by a larger understanding of Heidegger's critical reading of the philosophical tradition, and, coming out of that, of the way in which he judges the most fundamental question facing humanity to be the question of being, that is, the question as to what beings as a whole, in their being, i.e., the whole life world of humanity, can mean for us today. 149. Chapter 6. Uncovering the greatness of the work of art. To delve deeper into Heidegger's writings in the 1930s would be appropriate to the prolegomena of the previous chapter. In the mid-1930s Heidegger indulged in a certain rhetoric of greatness. The most notorious of this rhetoric is the sentence from an introduction to metaphysics where Heidegger distinguishes what is today being put about as the philosophy of National Socialism from the inner truth and greatness of this movement. IM 199, 105. More revealing, and more disturbing still, are the comments in the Recht Oral Address of 1933, where Heidegger declares that there is a will to greatness and that the decision between it and the decline which occurs whenever things are just allowed to happen determines the fate of the march that our people has begun into its future history. 106 other instances of the rhetoric of greatness. 150. Could be multiplied, 107, but I will focus on somewhat more discrete use of it in Origin, known fully as, the origin of the work of art. The phrase in question is so familiar to everyone that it is readily overlooked. Only as one reads and rereads the text do the puzzles and enigmas to which Origin gives rise come to settle on the phrase great art. At the beginning of the second of the 3 lectures that constitute the essay, Heidegger observes that, compared with the work, the artist remains inconsequential in great art. Only in passing does he indicate that great art alone is what is under consideration here. Gerade in der großen Kunst, Understanding von ihr allen is hier die Rede, bleibt der Künstler gegenüber dem Werk etwas Gleichgültiges, plt. 40. The extent and significance of this restriction is far from clear. How far does this here extend? Does the restriction refer to the essay as a whole? Or is it confined to the immediate context of the phrase? From where does Heidegger borrow the concept of great art and to what extent does he underwrite it? On the surface, the concept of great art belongs to aesthetics, and yet Origin is allegedly engaged in overcoming the aesthetic tradition. The question of whether Heidegger succeeds in twisting the concept of art free of its metaphysical heritage will prove to be all the more acute when raised with reference to the concept of great art. Throughout Heidegger's writings the self-evidence that accompanies inherited concepts, simply by virtue of their familiarity, is put in question. It was in those terms that Heidegger introduced the task of the destruction of the 151. History of Ontology in Being and Time, 43. That is why one must be cautious when Heidegger appeals to our familiarity with artworks in an attempt to resolve the problem that threatens to stop the inquiry from ever getting started. At the outset of Origin Heidegger observes that the question of the origin of the work of art cannot be answered with reference to the artist, because the artist is an artist only virtue of the work. And yet the work needs the artist. Each needs the other. Furthermore, one cannot turn directly to art, as this in turn exists only in works. Heidegger suggests that we must start from actual works, because that is where art prevails, but he is well aware of the difficulty. How are we to be certain that we are indeed basing such an examination on artworks, if we do not know beforehand what art is? Plt. 18. Heidegger breaks the circle, or rather he is able to embrace it, because works of art are familiar to everyone, Kunstwerke sind jedermann bekannt. Plt. 18. That is why, in order to discover what art is, he begins by posing the question of the work. The question of the work sets the first part of the essay on a circuitous route. In outline, the question of the work becomes a question of the thingly aspect of the work. Hence, Heidegger attempts to distinguish the prevalent concepts of the thing. Because the thing is often confused with equipment, Heidegger is led to investigate what equipment is. It is only at that point, with Heidegger pursuing a trajectory that threatens to be always postponing the question of art, that, by what is presented somewhat disingenuously as sheer good fortune, something is discovered about the work, unwittingly, in passing so to speak, plt. 35. This is because, contrary to the design of the inquiry, which was to proceed via the thingly aspect of the thing to the thingly aspect of the work, the apparent diversion into equipmentality proved to be a shortcut insofar as it was a work that instructed us about equipmentality. Everyone is familiar with equipment, such as a pair of shoes, plt. 32 to 33. It was simply out. 152. Of convenience that recourse was made to a painting of a pair of shoes. The reader is told that a pictorial representation would help with the description. Only subsequently does it emerge that the painting proved to be more than simply a convenience. The painting allows us to notice the shoe's reliability, something which the wearer of the shoes, the peasant woman in Heidegger's example, knows without being specifically aware of it. Certainly there was no mention of reliability in being and time. There the being of equipment was understood to be usefulness or utility, on the basis of an analysis that relied on the obtrusiveness that arises when, for example, the shoes are worn out, plt. 34 to 35, being and time, 103. The reliability or dependability of the shoes would never have been discovered without the help of the painting, plt. 35. Such is the curious itinerary of the first of the three lectures, rendered all the more circuitous when in the third lecture it is discovered that the thingly aspect of the work was rather its earthy character, so that the premise on which the inquiry set out was false, plt. 69. One suspects that Heidegger's itinerary in the first part of Origin is governed in large measure by a need to redress the discussion of the readiness to hand in being and time, in preparation for the revision of the concept of the world, now that it is to be juxtaposed with that of the earth. The elaborate trajectory I have just rehearsed was not part of the original outline of the essay. The discussions of Van Gogh's painting and of the different concepts of the thing in the first part of Origin were added to the text only when the original lecture was expanded into 3 lectures during 1936. The 3 lectures were delivered in Frankfurt in November and December 1936, and they form the basis of the edition published in 1950 in Holzweg with 153. The addition of an epilogue. 108 Two earlier versions of the lecture were published in France. 109 This is the version Heidegger delivered in Freiburg on November 13, 1935, a full year before the Frankfurt version. Heidegger repeated it in Zurich in January 1936. The publication of this text as the first version seems to have provoked the editors of the Heidegger Gesamtausgabe into releasing an undated, but clearly earlier, version under the title Vom Ursprung des Kunstwerks. Erste Ausarbeitung. 110. A comparison of the 3 versions, which I will refer to as the first draft, the Freiburg lecture, and the Frankfurt lectures respectively, helps to reveal the dynamic of Heidegger's questioning and allows certain neglected features of the text to be highlighted. Furthermore, the differences between the 3 versions show Heidegger negotiating, or perhaps rather evading, the political realities of his time. However, even if I succeed in showing that there is an unsavory political dimension to the essay, this does not mean that the essay can simply be dismissed. It is not difficult to show that a language is contaminated, especially when that serves to restrict a text to a monotonous or monological reading, one that deprives the text of any truth it might convey. However, before judging 154. Heidegger's political stance on the basis of such an analysis, one would need to compare Heidegger's language not just with the Nazi discourses on art of the same period, but also with other discourses on art. To take just one example, It is not enough to show that Heidegger shares the Nazis' enthusiasm for the word Vogue, not least because it was already a common term in German discussions of art prior to the 20th century. It is instructive in this context to recall Gadamer's observations in an essay written in 1966 on the universality of the hermeneutical problem. At one point in the essay, Gadamer focuses on the experience of the alienation of aesthetic consciousness that arises when one judges works of art on the basis of their aesthetic quality. He observes that the problem had already been recognized in a particularly distorted form when National Socialist politics of art, as a means to its own ends, tried to criticize formalism by arguing that art is bound to a people. 111 Gadamer did not mention Heidegger by name, nor is there any indication there or elsewhere that he would subsume Heidegger's essay under this label, but what he went on to say would apply perfectly well to Origin. Despite its misuse by the National Socialists, we cannot deny that the idea of art being bound to a people involves a real insight. A genuine artistic creation stands within a particular community, and such a community is always distinguishable from the cultured society that is informed and terrorized by art criticism. 112. 155. The notion of the Vogue has tended to play only a minor role in the interpretation of Origin. Gadamer fails to mention it in his introduction to the Reclam edition of Heidegger's essay. 113. It is possible that the word has been ignored, wittingly or not, out of a certain sensitivity, an attempt to safeguard Heidegger's text from being reduced to an address to the German people, which in certain respects is exactly what it was, even when delivered to the student body at Zurich University. Far from it being the case that Heidegger retreated into a discussion of art in consequence of his political disillusionment, as used to be said on occasion, the texts on art and poetry have a strong political component. 114. Indeed, to neglect the political dimension of Heidegger's text is to risk restricting Origin to the realm of aesthetic alienation, instead of recognizing it as a response to aesthetic alienation. The published work, Beitrag zur Philosophie, confirms that Heidegger's essay belongs to the overcoming of aesthetics. In a section entitled Metaphysics and the Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger writes that the question of the origin of the work of art stands in innermost connection with the task of the overcoming of aesthetics, and that means at the same time of a specific account of beings as objectively representable. 115. 156. It is clear that Heidegger means Origin to put aesthetics radically into question, but this introduces a difficulty. Is it not possible that the concept of art is irretrievably marked by aesthetics? That Heidegger is engaged in a radical questioning of the concept of art is confirmed by an introduction to metaphysics. In the context of his statement that for us moderns the beautiful is what reposes and relaxes, such that art is a matter for pastry cooks, he says, we must procure for the word art and that which it names a new content on the basis of an original and recaptured basic position to being, I am. 132. Wir müssen dem Wort konstituendi dem, was es nennen will, aus einer ursprünglich wiedergewonnen Grundstellung zum Seinen neuem Gehalt verschaffen. The question is how far Origin accomplishes this task. When Heidegger answers the question of the origin of the work of art by designating art to be an origin, has he given the concept of art a new content? Does reliance on the familiarity of art, and specifically of great art, not imply a certain reliance on aesthetics? Heidegger specifically explores the relation between great art and aesthetics in his account of the 6 basic developments of the history of aesthetics in the first of the lecture courses on Nietzsche. Heidegger offers this history in preparation for a reading of Nietzsche, but it is an indispensable accompaniment to Origin, especially as it belongs to the same period as the Frankfurt version of the lectures. The text explores the relation between the history of the essence of aesthetics and the history of the essence of art. 116. The correlation Heidegger establishes across the 6 stages is an extraordinary one. Prior to metaphysics, there is great art, but there is as yet no aesthetics. Only when great art comes to an end, at the time of Plato and Aristotle, does 157. Aesthetics begin. The third stage, which corresponds to modernity, is characterized by the formation of a dominant aesthetics in terms of aesthesia. It is accompanied by the decline of great art. In Hegel, the fourth stage, aesthetics achieves its greatest possible height. Meanwhile, great art comes to an end. Nevertheless, the history has two further stages to run. The fifth stage is referred to Wagner and the collective artwork, which marks the dissolution of sheer feeling and which, in its effects, is the opposite of great art. Aesthetics become psychology in the manner of the natural sciences, and at the same time art history develops. Finally, aesthetics is thought to an end by Nietzsche in the physiology of art. Heidegger himself does not here directly underwrite the idea, which he attributes to Nietzsche, of art as the countermovement of nihilism, although it could be argued that he does so in the question concerning technology. It might seem that in this history art takes an inordinate time to die and suffers many false deaths in the process, like the hero or heroine of a Victorian melodrama. In other respects, however, this story of decline is typically Heideggerian, even mirroring in its stages Heidegger's account of the history of the essence of truth, cfplt. 81. But in this case Heidegger seems to have been more determined than ever to have history convey a moral. Art and aesthetics are not compatible. Aesthetics prospers as art declines. Aesthetics is great when it tells what great art used to be. Heidegger constructs this history from a framework borrowed largely from Hegel, while using the inclusion of Nietzsche to subvert the Hegelian starting point. 117 Although Hegel is presented as the Vollendung or completion of aesthetics, Heidegger will later in the lecture course acknowledge that Nietzsche is its extreme form. Nietzsche, Bands 1 and 2. Fulingen, Nesk, 1961, 129 hereafter referenced as Nietzsche. Great art is defined not on the basis of aesthetic judgments concerning the relative merits of different artistic styles but, in Hegel's phrase, as an absolute need. Nietzsche, 84-85. Its task, in Heidegger's paraphrase of Hegel, is to be the definite fashioner and preserver of the absolute. Nietzsche, 90. In Heidegger's own language, great art is the definitive formulation and preservation of beings as a whole. Nietzsche, 89. But Hegel is clear that in these terms, the work performed by great art passed to religion and finally to philosophy. That is the meaning of the famous sentence, art is and remains for us, on the side of its highest vocation, something past. 118. Heidegger's sketch of the history of art and aesthetics does nothing to ease the suspicion that surrounds the quest for a non-metaphysical concept of art. This is because Heidegger is hampered by the lack of a Greek concept of art. The Greek word techne is associated with the second stage of the history of art and aesthetics, not its first stage, which is where Heidegger located great art. When in origin Heidegger appeals to techne, it is in the context of his observation that it is difficult to distinguish the essential features which separate the creation of works from the making of equipment, an observation which looks as if it might threaten his attempt to separate the two. To compound the recoupements, Brussels, Uzia, 1982, 175-208. Andreas Grossman insists that Heidegger's approach is opposed to that of Hegel, but he does not take into account Heidegger's sketch of the history of aesthetics that helps establish the complexity of the relation as detailed in the present chapter. See Hegel, Heidegger, and the Question of Art Today, Research in Phenomenology 20, 1990, 112-135. 159. Difficulty. He recalls the fact that the Greeks not only used the same work for both art and craft, they did not distinguish between craftsmen and artists. Indeed, both translations of techne, art, and craft, are misleading. Techne is a form of knowing. Heidegger's redetermination of techne as wissen, a knowing which supports and conducts every eruption into the midst of beings, Nietzsche, 81, is something on which he insists in a number of different contexts. But Heidegger fails to address the question of why the Greeks, who belonged to the time of great art and who allegedly understood something about works of art, plt. 59, did not leave in their language any mark of the distinction between the artwork and equipment. Nevertheless, Heidegger does give an account of how within metaphysics the same conceptuality of production, the notion of eidos in Plato, the notions of form and matter in Aristotle, are applied indiscriminately to works of art and to equipment. All reflection on art and the artwork, all art theory and aesthetics since the Greeks stands until now under a remarkable fatality. With the Greeks, Plato and Aristotle, reflection on art employed the characterization of the artwork as a thing that was made, that is, a work of equipment Zeugwerk. Thereby the artwork is at first, and that means here in its actual being, formed matter, origin, 52. Elsewhere Heidegger explains that the distinction between matter and form arose in the realm of manufacture and was subsequently transferred to that of art, Nietzsche, 82. That metaphysics blocks our access to the work as work is an idea easily accommodated within a Heideggerian framework. What is hard to reconcile with it is the apparent lack of any recognition among the Greeks of the kind of distinction between work and equipment Heidegger seeks. In contrast to the broad conception of techne employed by the Greeks, he wants a highly restricted conception of great art. This does nothing to ease the suspicion that Heidegger's conception of art is 160. Trading off the very aesthetics that it is supposed to question. It seems that at various junctures Heidegger's discussion relies precisely on the kind of self-evidence that a thoroughgoing destruction is supposed to put in question, cfga 5, 12, plt, 22. How else is one to understand the absence from origin of any sentence that would say for art what Heidegger said for religion in his lectures on Heraclitus in the summer of 1943, there is no Greek religion at all, Heraclitus, 13. This is of particular importance given Heidegger's tendency to equate what is Greek with what is fundamental and to relegate what the Greeks lack to the realm of the derivative and deficient. For Heidegger, religion, both as a word a thing, is Roman. Why does Heidegger not say, there is no Greek art at all? This would not commit him to saying that there is no Greek tragedy, no Greek music, no Greek dance, and so on. It would simply acknowledge that the Greeks did not share the fairly recent sense that these activities have something in common that can be designated art. In fact, he seems to assume the collectivity of the fine arts, as when he refers to the way the Greeks accorded a primacy to poetry among the arts, Nietzsche, 164-165. 119 The evidence is rather that they laced that conception of the arts that would lead one to juxtapose poetry and, for example, architecture or music. In other words, Heidegger appears to take the modern system of labels arts for granted and incorporates it into his conception of art. 120. 161. Although Heidegger can be faulted for the way he approaches the concept of art, he is more circumspect in his approach to the artwork itself. Because metaphysics serves to obstruct access to the work as work, the question of the accessibility of the work is central to Heidegger's attempt to overcome aesthetics. It is the problem with which Heidegger begins the draft version of Origin, just as it introduces the work and truth, which is the second of the three lectures constituting the Frankfurt version. Heidegger repeats in this context the observation that the usual or inherited concepts of the thing have blocked our access to the work being of the work. He suggests that to gain access to the work it is necessary to remove it from all relation to everything else. This presumably means that the work should not be referred to anything other than itself. For example, the work is not to be referred to the artist. This proposal is made to sound the most natural way to proceed. Perhaps it would have been prior to the publication of Being and Time, where the analysis in sections 15 to 18 showed that only when things are approached in their interconnection can one discover the relational structure that exhibits the readiness to hand of equipment. This suggests that Heidegger is being disingenuous when he of all people poses the question of the self-subsistence of the work in precisely these terms. Nevertheless, it proves to be a highly convenient way of focusing on the context in which art appears, and, importantly, given Heidegger's remarkable neglect of this aspect elsewhere in this essay, quite explicitly with reference to equipment, GA 5, 21, PLT, 32, it introduces an historico-cultural perspective. Artworks have been torn out of their own space to be exhibited in museums. Indeed, it often seems that the museum, as the place where art is exhibited, determines for the public what is and what is not art. A short essay on Raphael Sixtina, written in 1955, develops the point at greater length. 162. Wherever this picture may yet be exhibited in future, it has lost its place or it. That it might unfold its own essence incipiently, that is to say, that is might itself determine its place, remains denied to it. Transformed in its essence as artwork, the picture wanders into the alien. Presentation in a museum levels everything into the indifference of exhibition. In an exhibition there are only sites, but no places, GA 13, 120. The exhibition, the museum, corresponds in respect of location to the time of aesthetics. Even if a work remains in its original location, as usually happens with architectural works, once the world of the work has perished, nothing can be done to restore it. As a result of the withdrawal and decay of its world, the works are no longer works. They are past, GA 5, 30, origin, 22, PLT, 41. Although Heidegger does not say Vergangens but Joasnen, the reference to Hegel's claim about the past character of art is clear. The self-subsistence of the work has fled. It is not simply that the art industry combines with the ordinary inherited concept of the thing to obstruct our access to the work as work, which might suggest that the work being of the work remained concealed but intact. No amount of textual emendation, no extensive critical apparatus, can restore Sophocles' text to its own world and so let it be a work once more. The work does not belong to the museum world, the world documented by historians, or the world of the art industry. It belongs to the world it opens up by itself. Heidegger illustrates the working of art with the following example. The temple, in its standing there, first gives to things their look and to men their outlook on themselves. He immediately adds, this view remains open as long as the work is a work, as long as the god has now fled from it. With the flight of the god from the temple, the self-subsistence of the work has fled with. 163. It, GA 5, 30, PLT, 41. If Heidegger had indeed visited the remains of a Greek temple, for example that at Paestum, he would have found not a place but a site, or in the words of Being and Time simply a bit of the past, still in the present, BT, 430. This raises the question of Heidegger's own access to the work. How did he arrive at his description of the temple? Can he account for his text at this point? He does at one point suggest that a recollection, Erinnerung, of the work can bring back what is past even to the point where such a recollection might offer the work a place from which to shape history. Nevertheless, this is to be distinguished from the case where the work is preserved in the truth that happens by the work itself, GA 5, 56, PLT, 68. The draft version makes clear what is at issue in this distinction. Historical recollection may enable us to experience the temple as Paestum or the cathedral at Bamberg as an expression of their respective ages. They testify to the previous splendor and power of a people, but that does not mean that they are still works in Heidegger's sense. Our glorious German cathedrals can be an inspiration to us. And yet, world decline and world withdrawal have broken their work being. 121. In other words, because of world withdrawal, the Germans of the 1930s should not look to German cathedrals to do the work of art. Being in flight, being away, Wegsein, remains at hand, Vorhanden, in the work in such a way that world decline could be said to belong to the work. 122. There are no immortal works of art, GA 5, 66, PLT, 79. On this view great art is from its outset always dying. 164. The world of the temple, like the world of Raphael Sixtina, has withdrawn. This shifts attention to Heidegger's other examples, most notably the poems of Hölderlin and Van Gogh's painting of the shoes. Heidegger at one point in Origin establishes a clear parallel between the temple and the Van Gogh painting. Truth happens in both. One cannot distinguish the two cases by suggesting that Van Gogh's painting works only within the limited sphere of disclosing the equipmentality of equipment, what the equipment is in truth, GA 5, 25, PLT, 36, whereas in the case of the temple beings as a whole are brought into unconcealment, GA 5, 44, PLT, 56. Heidegger in the second Frankfurt lecture is quite explicit that the truth of the Van Gogh painting cannot be so restricted. Truth happens in Van Gogh's painting in such a way that that which is as a whole, world and earth in their counterplay, attains to unconcealedness, GA 5, 44, PLT, 56. The earth to which the shoes as equipment belong and the world of the peasant woman that protects it, GA 5, 23, PLT, 34. It would seem, therefore, that if the temple was great art in its time, the Van Gogh painting must also qualify as great art. Similarly, the role Heidegger gives to Hölderlin, particularly in the first two versions of Origin and in the 1934-35 lecture course, would seem to warrant a similar status for his poetry. But how could this be reconciled with the sketch of the history of art and aesthetics given in the Nietzsche lectures, where Heidegger seems to accept Hegel's claim that art is and remains for us, on the side of its highest vocation, something past? And, above all, if Hölderlin's poems and Van Gogh's painting were so clearly great art, what sense could one make of the questioning in which Origin culminates, particularly its final version? One would have to suppose that these questions were simply rhetorical, even false. 123. 123. The question of the status of the example of the Van Gogh painting has also been raised, though with a somewhat different resolution, by J. Bernstein. See Aesthetic Alienation. 165. All three versions of the lecture pose the question of how far and why art still exists. Contrasting the different versions, it seems that Heidegger does not proceed toward an answer so much as he succeeds in placing his initial answer in question. When in the draft Heidegger asks if truth as the openness of the there must happen in the way that it arises in the origin as art, he gives a relatively unambiguous response. Because truth is essentially earthy, then the work, that is art, is necessary for the happening of truth. 124. It hardly needs to be emphasized that this focus on the unique status of art contrasts with the recognition in both the Freiburg and Frankfurt versions that there are other ways in which truth might happen, the founding of the political state, the questions and saying of the thinker, and so on, GA 5, 50, PLT, 61. 125. This establishes a clear difference between the draft and the subsequent versions that is not simply a matter of omissions. Even so, it is tempting to refer this difference to an omission. What intervenes between the draft and the lectures Heidegger delivered at Freiburg and at Frankfurt is, at least on the surface, Hegel. The Freiburg version culminates in a discussion of Hegel's statements about the past character of art, and while the Holzwege text relegates the explicit discussion of Hegel to an epilogue, which presumably means that it was not included in the lectures as delivered, it can be shown that Hegel's discussion of art permeates the conclusion of the main body of the text. Nothing better marks the intervention of Hegel than the definition of great art to be found in the different versions. In Origin, however, great art is characterized quite differently. According to the draft, art is made great not only by its power of unfolding, its being an origin, but also by its related power to destroy, Zerstörung. Specifically, great art destroys the public. 126. This constitutes the political agenda of Heidegger's discussion of art, which in the Holzwege version is sufficiently discreet to have allowed most readers of this essay, including myself, to have downplayed it until recently. For Heidegger, art destroys the public to form a people. In Germany in the 1930s, nothing could have been more politically charged. The crucial discussion is found in the final paragraphs of each of the three different versions. Although they use the same terms and so look remarkably similar, they point in different directions. What they share is the distinction between, on the one hand, an art that is an origin, Ursprung, and as such a Vorsprung, and, on the other hand, an art that remains a mere supplement, Nachtrag, a routine cultural phenomenon. What has to be decided, according to Heidegger, is whether art is to remain something secondary, as happens when it is conceived in terms of expression and elucidated further in terms of such concepts of embellishment, entertainment, recreation, and edification, or whether art is to be an instigator of our history, ein Vorsprung in unsere Geschichte. 127 This distinction serves as a reinscription of the distinction between great art and subsidiary forms of art, although it remains to be seen how radical a reinscription it is. 167. All three versions also use the language of decision, but in the draft the connection is much closer to the kind of decision to which Heidegger called the German people in the Recht oral address, just as the idea of art as an instigator of our history echoes what he calls in the same place the march that our people has begun into its future history. When Heidegger asks whether or not we are in the neighborhood of the essence of art as origin, it seems clear, even if he does not spell it out, that we means the German people. And when he says that clarity about who we are and who are not already constitutes the decisive leap into the neighborhood of the origin, one can at least provisionally understand this as a question about whether the Germans are to be a publicum or a Volk. The stridency of the draft means that Heidegger left relatively undeveloped any doubts he might have had about whether the German people would take the path he was laying out for them. Instead, there was a polemical tone about the draft, found also in the Hölderlin lectures from the same period, and in both cases it was directed against the expression theory of art that he associated with Erwin G. Kalbenheyer, Oswald Spengler, and the racist ideologue Alfred Rosenberg, and that was widely prevalent at the time. 128 Although nothing is spelled out, the implication is that by combating the philosophy of art as expression, Heidegger is preparing for the time when the Germans would be ready to choose their destiny. So long as art was restricted to being a form of expression, a German cathedral might inspire the public, for example, but a people would never come to be founded. The brief discussion of Hölderlin in the draft exhibits the same degree of conviction that can be found in the 1934-35 lecture course on Hölderlin. Hölderlin institutes German being seen by projecting it into the most distant. 168. Future. 129 Heidegger is quite explicit about the political significance of this conviction. To side with Hölderlin is politics in the highest and most authentic sense, to the point that one no longer has any need to talk about the political. 130 That Hölderlin is not yet a force in the history of the German people simply means that he must become one. Similarly, in the draft of Origin Hölderlin's poetry is introduced as the untrodden center of the world and earth of the German people, where their great decisions are held in reserve. 131 The poems may scarcely be attended to, but they are more actual in the language of the German people than all the theater, cinema, and verse in circulation. The draft ends with a brief quotation from Hölderlin's Die Wanderung, which although its meaning is not explicated is said to provide the key to what precedes it. Schwerverlast. Was nahe dem Ursprung wohnet, den Ort. Hard it is. For what dwells near the origin, to leave its place. How Heidegger meant these lines to be understood is not easily decided. The context suggests that the focus falls on knowing whether or not we dwell near the origin and, if we do, the manner in which we stay in proximity to the work as the only place where truth happens. 132. The Freiburg lecture puts in question what the draft had presupposed by asking whether there must always be art and a work for truth to happen. Origin, 44. Heidegger himself acknowledges this question to be a turning point in the essay. Whereas the draft insisted that there must be a work for there to be truth, the Freiburg version says only that if there is to be a happening of truth of the kind that one finds in art, there must be a work. Origin, 42. In other words, as already noted, art as a setting into work is now presented as only one of the way that truth happens. The result is that when in the Freiburg lecture Heidegger returns to the themes found at the end of the draft, The focus of the investigation has undergone a decisive shift. The question has now become whether there is great art any longer and, indeed, whether there could still be great art. That is to say, it is no longer a question of whether art is an origin, but whether it can be an origin again, and not just the accompaniment or supplement it has become. In this context, Heidegger again emphasizes the transitory character of art. Great art is never timely. An art is great if it sets into a work the truth that is to become the standard for a period. Origin, 48. That is to say, an artwork is great for a specific time, but only for a time. The question of whether art itself is destined to remain only a supplementary announcement is posed in terms of Hegel's pronouncements of the past character of art. Heidegger agrees with Hegel that we no longer have any absolute need to present content in the form of art, but Heidegger during the course of the lecture disputed Hegel's conviction that art is presentation. Origin, 52. So Heidegger says that a final decision about Hegel's judgment is still awaited. This decision, however, is not to be confused with the judgments of a critic or an art historian who might inform us about the quality or 170. Originality of certain works. 133. It is a spiritual decision in which a people determine who they are. Or, rather, as Heidegger is addressing the Germans, the question is that of who we are. As in the draft, the role of the thinker is not clearly elaborated, but in Heidegger's growing clarity that a people's knowledge of what that artwork could and must be in their historical existence contributes to that decision. Presumably the thinker contributes to the people's knowledge of what the work can do, through delivering lectures like The Origin of the Work of Art. The Frankfurt lectures can be read as taking a stage further the transformation in the questioning that occurred between the draft and the Freiburg lecture. At the end of the Frankfurt lectures, Heidegger is quite explicit that the question of the essence of art, the question of the origin of the work of art, is to be displaced by a more genuine questioning. GA 5, 65, PLT, 78. The rhetoric of these closing pages is striking. Heidegger's questions follow after a series of assertions lasting several pages. Never had Heidegger been more assertive in his discussions on art, and never was he to be so questioning. The question of what art is, such that it could properly be called an origin, GA 5, 58, PLT, 71, has changed to become the question of whether art is or is not an origin in our historical existence, the question of whether and under what conditions it can and must be an origin. GA 5, 65, PLT, 78. That is to say, even though the references to Hegel were relegated to the epilogue, the question of the past character of great art governed the inquiry. The question of the past character of art, or, as one might say, the question of the coming poets, dominates the inquiry as it becomes more enigmatic for Heidegger. As Heidegger insists in the epilogue, he does not claim to solve the riddle of art. GA 5, 66, PLT, 79. And as he says in the addendum, written in 1956 and first included in the Reclam edition of 1960, what art may be is one of the questions to which no answers are given in this essay. 134. Given the political agenda of the draft, in keeping with the explicitly acknowledged politics of the Hölderlin lectures, it is not surprised to find that this change in tone reflects a change in the relation between the thinker and the people. In the draft version, the thinker is not named. What matters is clarity about who we are and who we are not, because such clarity is already the decisive leap into the neighborhood of the origin. 135. The question "Who are we?" as a question addressed to the people had been developed in the first Hölderlin course. 136. Heidegger acknowledges the time of this question as the time of the poet, the thinker, and the founder of the state insofar as they found the historical existence of a people. 137. But the draft version of Origin focuses only on the relation of the poet to the decision of the people. When, in the Freiburg version, Heidegger emphasizes that this decision can only be prepared for by long work, it is possible to recognize this preparation as the contribution of the thinker, even though the thinker is still not named in this context. What is made clear in this version is how meditation on art since Plato and Aristotle, particularly in its form as art theory, has proved to be an obstacle to a proper posing of the question of who we are. But only in the Frankfurt Lectures, where the question of whether we are is not explicitly posed, does the we become problematic. It becomes problematic to the extent that Heidegger seems unable to control it. Alongside the we of the German people is the we of the thinker, the one who meditates on art. We ask about the essence of art. Why do we ask in this way? We ask in this way in order to be able to ask more genuinely whether art is or is not an origin in our historical existence, whether and under what conditions it must be an origin. GA 5, 65, PLT, 78. In the last of these sentences a transition is made from the we of Heidegger, the we of the thinker, to the we of the people is confirmed 3 sentences later when Heidegger asks, are we in our existence historically at the origin? Do we know, which means do we give heed to, the essence of the origin? Or, in our relation to art, do we still merely make appeal to a cultivated acquaintance with the past? GA 5, 65, PLT, 79. The identity of the people is made explicit when Heidegger, returning to the quotation from Hölderlin with which the draft version had also ended, acknowledges that the poet's work still confronts the Germans as a test to be stood. The lines from Hölderlin themselves no longer convey the same sense that they had in the draft. The context is no longer that of the question of why truth. 173. Has to happen as art, and the emphasis is no longer on dwelling near the origin. By the time that one reads in the Frankfurt version, Schwerverlast was nahe dem Ursprung wohnet, den Ort. The emphasis has shifted to the oppressiveness of this departure from art as the place of origin. The earlier stridency with which Heidegger had challenged the theory that German art is an expression of the people 138 has been replaced by a certain Schwermut, or melancholy, which matches the isolation that the thinker now experiences in his meditation on art. Is it a mistake to hear in this change of mood Heidegger's growing awareness of his political isolation? Does not a space open up between the thinker and the people precisely as Heidegger's recognizes that he was not to be given the role in determining the direction of the Nazi Party that he had projected for himself? In all 3 versions importance had been attached to a knowing which was not theoretical but the site of the decision about art. Only in the 3rd version was this knowing specifically associated with meditation on art and thus with the thinker. The thinker's role was specified again in 1943 when Heidegger wrote, "For now there must be thinkers in advance, so that the word of the poets may be taken up." 139 The thinker prepares a space for the work, a path for the creators, and quarters for the preservers. GA 5, 65, PLT, 78. The coming preservers are an historical people. GA 5, 62, PLT, 75, whose knowing allows the work be a work and maintains its self-subsistence. GA 5, 55, PLT, 68. Although Heidegger fails to acknowledge it fully in his text, the we becomes as enigmatic as the work of art. Heidegger for the most part writes of the Germans as this thrown people, but the Germans in this sense are no more than a public who fail to recognize their poet. The German people that Hölderlin's poetry addresses are yet to be constituted. However marked the different versions of origin might be with a certain political rhetoric, which betrays Heidegger's still shocking involvement with the Nazi Party, he himself experiences the untimeliness of this thinking, a non-synchronicity between his audience as he addressed them and as they heard him, as in the famous "Become Who You Are." Insofar as Heidegger forced the issue and assumed the existence of the audience only the artwork could open up, he in a sense became part of the art industry, perhaps even the Nazi machine. At other times he was more sensitive. We do not want to make Hölderlin relevant to our time but, on the contrary, we want to bring ourselves and those who are coming under the measure of the poet. 140. Perhaps the enigma of whether Van Gogh's painting of the shoes is great art or not shares in the uncertainty created by the political context. It would seem that the Van Gogh painting is supplementary art, rather than great art. That is to say, it is a work, but not an origin. It expresses a world rather than instituting one. In keeping with this, one might note that, although there was a time when the people in Greece who lived in the shadow of the temple relied upon the temple, the peasant woman depends on her shoes, not the painting. However, simply to see the issue in these terms is to ignore the political component of Heidegger's discussion that the present reading of Origin has brought to the surface. For Heidegger, the political meaning of the Van Gogh. 175. Painting can be seen in an introduction to metaphysics, where it is clear that he is doing more than evoking a world already in place or threatening to disappear. Heidegger described the painting in this pastoral passage. As to what is in the picture, you are immediately allo with it as though you yourself were making your way wearily home with your hoe on an evening in late fall after the last potato fires have died down. IM 199. One is tempted to ask further about this way of reading paintings whereby one projects oneself into the world it represents, but more urgent is the question of whether the picture is not being evoked by Heidegger, according to the notorious phrase Heidegger apparently added to the lecture course later, as part of the encounter between global technology and modern man. IM 199. It seems that Heidegger would have liked the painting to be not just an expression of a culture that had had its time. He wanted it to be a still untimely work of great art, one whose preservers were awaited. In that case, the question of whether the Van Gogh painting warranted the title great art, in the all-important sense of helping a people determine who they are, was still undecided in 1936, so far as Heidegger was concerned. It was undecidable by the thinker at the time because the answer would come only when and if the public made their decision to become evoke in the requisite sense, evoke living from the earth. It was, for Heidegger at that time, no doubt also a question about the future direction of National Socialism. Hence, the introduction has a melancholic mood. By the same token, it was not so much for Heidegger himself but for the people to decide. It is a question of whether or not art would again become an essential and necessary way in which truth happens in a decisive way for our historical Dasein, PLT, 80. This third version is not the last version of the closing pages of Origin, even if one takes into account the epilogue and the addendum. Once one recognizes the importance of the issue of the dominance of technology and the spiritual decline of the earth, IM 37-38, operative in Origin, it quickly becomes apparent that the last two pages of the question concerning technology, a text known in a version dating from 1953, 141 represent what was at least Heidegger's fourth attempt to write a conclusion to Origin. Heidegger's discussion moves through at least 5 stages, which recapitulate, supplement, and revise the essay of almost 20 years before. The discussion starts with the ambiguity of the word techne. In Origin, its breadth seemed to constitute an obstacle to Heidegger's attempt to mark the difference between the artwork and equipment. In the question concerning technology, this very problem seems to provide the basis for addressing the challenge of technology. Hence, Heidegger's second step is to recall that when the arts were at their highest level, they not only bore the more modest name techne, but were understood in terms of poiesis as poetical. Specific reference to poiesis was absent from Origin, but the privilege given to poetry within the arts can be found in all 3 versions of the essay. 142. In the question concerning technology, Heidegger relates art and poiesis by looking to the fine arts in their poetic revealing to awaken anew and found our vision of and trust in that which grants. The question concerning technology, 35. Heidegger turns to art not because of its power to destroy, or because of its radical difference from the technological sphere. It is the proximity between art and technology, between work and equipment, which opens the possibility that art might offer an essential meditation upon and a decisive confrontation with technology. The lack among the Greeks of a concept of art clearly marked from other forms of poiesis is now used to advantage, although it has to be said that the reference to the fine arts suggests that the concept of art has still not been submitted to an adequate historical destruction. The question of the people, the question of who we are, is no longer the issue. In a fourth step, Heidegger passes directly to the question of whether there may or may not be some rescue from the entrenchment of technology. And the decisive thought guiding the question is again Hölderlin's. Wo aber Gefahr ist, wächst das Recht auf. Where the danger is, that which rescues begins too. So far as the essay's response to technology is concerned, the impact of this quotation cannot be overemphasized, particularly when placed in the context of the history of metaphysics that Heidegger had developed earlier in the essay and elsewhere. 143 Strikingly, the context is that of the end of philosophy, thought not as Hegel thought the consummation of philosophy, but more as Hegel thought the past character of art. Heidegger looks not to philosophy as such, which has in a sense exhausted its possibilities, but to the dialogue of thinking with poetizing, as shown by the appeal to Hölderlin. The future of art remains a question in origin, just as in the question concerning technology the future of technology is left open. But what of art in the later essay? In the closing pages of the question concerning technology, Heidegger continued the task of withdrawing the politically charged vocabulary that had marked the draft of Origin and which he had already begun to sanitize in the Freiburg and Frankfurt versions. 144 He omitted all reference to the Vogue, to decision, and to great art as such. Heidegger found a way of continuing his confrontation with technology away from the nightmare of National Socialist politics. But meanwhile the question that Origin left open, the question of whether there may yet be art, PLT, 86, appears no longer to be in question. 145 The fate of technology may not have been decided, but Hölderlin's authority as the poet is submitted neither to the people nor apparently to any other kind of future for decision. In other words, Heidegger came to terms with his disastrous political involvement only by allowing himself to turn his back not just on politics but on the people, a phrase that was admittedly almost always dangerous on his lips, as it usually meant for him the people, the Germans. In consequence, the successive rewriting of Origin in 1935 and 1936, through even to 1953, leaves a question as to whether the mutual isolation of the poet and the thinker in the 1950s did not mark a return to a form of aestheticism. Perhaps Heidegger should have persisted with the question who are we? Even, perhaps especially, in the absence of an answer, whereas he appears to have simply displaced the question of the German people into that of the German language. A discussion of art addressed to the people justifiably provokes suspicion. But to reject Origin for a philosophy of art that excludes reference to the communities that not only spawn art, but also are established by art, would seem, as Gadamer already warned, to amount to a restoration rather than an overcoming of aesthetics. 180. Chapter 7. Hölderlin, The Approach. In addition to his many expositions of the great thinkers of the philosophical tradition, Heidegger was also a keen reader and interpreter of literature, especially of poetry. Some of his literary interests found little obvious expression in his published works, thus, despite anecdotal evidence as to the large influence on him of Dostoevsky, there is little mention of the Russian novelist in any of Heidegger's own lectures or writings. Others, however, became the focus of important philosophical reflections. This is especially true of German poets such as Georg Trakl, Rainer Maria Rilke, Stefan George, Gottfried Benn, the dialect poet Johann Peter Hebel and, most importantly, Friedrich Hölderlin, to whose work Heidegger devoted several series of lectures, as well as occasional addresses, and many passing references and discussions, totaling 4 volumes in the collected works, even recording a reading Hölderlin's poems. Indeed, after Nietzsche, Heidegger devotes more space to Hölderlin than to any other writer or thinker. We have already seen how Heidegger experienced the work of art as offering a way to break the grip of technologically oriented thinking, a way to a more originary encounter with things, and, in that encounter, to a disclosure of the world constituted as and by the footfold of earth, sky, mortals, and the gods. A painting, a temple, and a jug are variously adduced as occasioning such disclosures. These works, whether they are high or low art, are each of 181. Them dumb things, and while this may make them effective in countering the mentality of enframing by helping us to break free from habits of thought dominated by the technicized language of science, the media, and everyday idle talk, it also limits them. Such works, Heidegger says, indeed, all art, as letting happen of the advent of what is as such essentially poetry, plt. 72. Does this then mean that all the arts, architecture, painting, sculpture, and music, must somehow be hierarchically subordinated to poetry in the narrow sense? This had, famously, been the strategy pursued by Hegel in his Aesthetics. There the hierarchy of the arts was ordered along a scale that marked the progressive diminishment of the role of spatiality and externality in favor of temporality, interiority, and spiritual truth. In this scheme painting comes to rank higher than sculpture, because it is only two-dimensional and therefore less external, and also because it is more expressive of feeling by virtue of color. Music is higher than painting, because it is essentially temporal and expresses inner feelings more directly than does painting, while poetry is higher than all, because it is both temporal and inward. Such a classification of the arts, typical of idealist aesthetics, was, however, alien to Heidegger's intentions. For undergirding Hegel's entire schematization of the arts was the privileging of reason and logic over the whole realm of art. Putting it as its simplest, art was but a moment in the unfolding of spirit that was most truthfully and appropriately to be grasped by dialectical reason. For Heidegger, by way of contrast, the peculiar importance of art is precisely connected to its power to break the stranglehold of a philosophy of consciousness. Poetry in the narrow sense is, in this light, only one mode of the lighting projection of truth, plt. 73, that occurs in all art. Nevertheless, Heidegger continues, and this nevertheless, perhaps, after all, predictable, is a crucial moment in the whole structure of Heidegger's thinking, the 182. Linguistic work, the poem in the narrow sense, has a privileged position in the domain of the arts, plt. 73. This step is crucial, because, having used his meditation on the thingly character of the work of art to undermine the domination of enframing, and thereby, apparently, dislodged language, logos, from its role as the defining characteristic of humanity, Heidegger is not about to reinstate language, but language experienced and understood quite otherwise than when prepositional assertion is seen as the most proper form of language use. This becomes clear in Heidegger's subsequent comments, as he continues by saying that, to see this only the right concept of language is needed. Language not only puts forth in words and statements what is overtly or covertly intended to be communicated, language alone brings what is, as something that is, into the open for the first time. Where is no language, as in the being of a stone, plant, and animal, there is also no openness of what is. Language, by naming beings for the first time, first brings beings to word and to appearance. Only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being. Such saying is a projecting of the clearing, in which announcement is made of what it is that beings come into the open as. Plt. 73. Language, and poetry as the art of language, is then privileged by Heidegger after all, but not, as for Hegel, because it subordinates the thingly element of its object, its matter, or because it expresses a higher, in the sense of more interior, more rational, mode of consciousness. Poetry, no less than the temple or the jug, is what it is by virtue of its power to let rock become hard, metals to shine, and colors to glow, i.e., to let the world be made present in its worldly character. Poetry is not a means of transcending or spiritualizing experience, but a mode of unconcealment, of letting beings appear in their being, as what they are. It is, very precisely, the saying of the world and earth. 183. The saying of the arena of their conflict and thus of the place of nearness and remoteness of the gods, plt. 74. As such it is inherently and intimately connected with truth, not so much the pinnacle of the hierarchy of the arts as the deepest revelation of what is. As such, and this will become particularly important in connection with Hölderlin, it is also inherently and intimately connected with the life of the people, the Volk. Because of the connection of poetry to truth, it is inevitable that philosophy will be guided into a certain proximity to poetry. But this is not in order to subject poetry to the cold presumption of the concept, GA 39, 5, or to penetrate behind poetry's pictorial language to what is being expressed in it. Rather, the philosopher is concerned with the word of the poet in order the better to learn thinking itself. Thinking is almost co-poetizing, Mitdichten, GA 52, 55. The philosopher is no literary critic, he approaches poetry as a cadaver on a dissecting table, subordinating it to his narrowly philosophical interests. He is not concerned with poetry as a work of literature but with the essence of poetry, namely, that which makes it possible for poetry to be revelatory of truth. If the poet produces a poetic word, the thinker thinks being, although equally, poetry is not naive, since the poet no less than the thinker is engaged in a questioning of existence, GA 52, 134. Rather than attempting to spell out the relationship between philosopher and poet in general terms, however, it will be more fruitful to follow Heidegger in his exposition of that poet in whom the essence of poetry is most clearly revealed, Friedrich Hölderlin. 184. Poetry is notoriously untranslatable, and even well-translated poetry does not always travel. In the early 20th century Hölderlin achieved considerable posthumous popularity in German itself and, as Heidegger himself comments, Hölderlin's poetry vied with the writings of Nietzsche and Goethe for the honor of being the most popular reading of German soldiers in the First World War. Yet he remains little read in English, a fact that has to do both with the intrinsic difficulty of his work, its classical formality, and its strongly national concerns. Before coming to Heidegger's own Hölderlin interpretation, then, it may be useful to sketch a brief outline of Hölderlin's life and work. In doing so I am not aiming at anything like an adequate portrait in the study of either the man or his work, but simply to adumbrate some basic points for orientation. 146. Friedrich Hölderlin lived from 1770 to 1843, spending most of his life in his native Swabia in southern Germany. At Tübingen University he was a close friend of both Hegel and Schelling. Like them, he was a student in the famous college known as the Stift, where, officially at least, he studied theology, despite not having any distinct vocation to the priesthood. Following a well-established pattern, and with the benefit of patronage from Schiller, he spent some years as a private tutor, in the course of which, again following a well-established pattern, he fell in love with the woman whose children he had been employed to teach. This was Suzette Gontard, who was to the great love of Hölderlin's life. After a brief period in Bordeaux, and following Suzette's early death, he experienced an intense schizophrenic episode in 1802. Despite the care of friends and the prospect of secure appointment as court librarian in Hamburg, the illness recurred 4 years later, and from 1807 until his death in 185. 1843 Hölderlin lived in the charge of a carpenter in Tübingen, in a tower, still known as Hölderlin's Tower, overlooking the river Neckar. The Germany of Hölderlin's formative years was, like the rest of Europe at that time, caught up in the ferment of the French Revolution and the series of wars set in train by that event. It was a period when the whole question of German identity was highlighted, as the French invasion exposed the fragmentation of Germany into a multiplicity of principalities and small states that, separately, were unable to defend themselves effectively. At the same time, the authoritarian and often reactionary nature of the small states, as in Hölderlin's home state of Baden-Württemberg, pushed many of Hölderlin's generation into taking up a critical stance toward their rulers. As students, Hegel, Schelling, and Hölderlin had all been disciplined for planting a liberty tree and singing revolutionary songs. Culturally and intellectually there was sequence of criss-crossing battle lines to engage the attention and define the agenda of young intellectuals. So, for example, there were the conflicts between established Christianity, thoroughly integrated into the structure of the state, as in the Lutheranism of Hölderlin's background and university education, and the or even anti-dogmatic pursuit of intellectual and moral autonomy inspired, most recently, by Kant and Fichte, or between a classicism that looked to Greece as the model of enlightened, rational order in art and society alike, as in Schiller, and a romanticism that valorized the world of the Middle Ages, its chivalry and its mysticism, and that was inspired by the beauty and sublimity of Germany's rivers, mountains, and forests. Such tensions could easily be interpreted in terms of the empty formality of reason on the one hand and deep, substantial passion on the other. Whether these could somehow be united, as Schiller envisaged in his letters on aesthetic education, or whether they set the scene for the agonies and despairs of romantic nihilism was a question that 186 received various answers in the lives and works of many writers, artists, and philosophers in the early 19th century. Indeed, as has been seen, they lived on to influence the cultural and political horizons of Heidegger's own time. These polarities are, not surprisingly, echoed in Hölderlin's poetry, although they appear there in a startlingly original form. Whereas Hegel resolved the threatened bifurcation of consciousness by means of a dialectically phased sequence of syntheses between the conflicting elements, Hölderlin never achieved any settled outcome of his poetic pursuit of a harmony that he envisaged as a return to the luminous presence of the Greek gods on German soil, a union of Christ and Dionysus, or the synthesis of a romantic view of nature with the striving for political freedom. Hölderlin's work thus becomes shot through with a lost past that is, nevertheless, recognized as irretrievable in its own terms, fating the poet to seek a destiny commensurate with his modern European reality. This pervasive sense of loss, though not without parallel in Schiller's own work, separates Hölderlin from the optimism of his patron, while his commitment to the redemption of the national polis marks him out from the more individualistic, anarchic romanticism of a Friedrich Schlegel, and his passionate Hellenizing also distinguishes him from the more Gothic world of, example Tieck, Wackenroder, Hoffmann, and Novalis. Heidegger's treatment of Hölderlin bears comparison with his Nietzsche interpretation. As previously indicated, Hölderlin receives almost as much attention in quantitative terms as does Nietzsche himself. Heidegger held 3 series of university lectures on Hölderlin's poems The Rhine and Germania, Remembrance, and the Easter in the academic sessions of 1934-35, 1941-42, and 1942 respectively, together with a number of other 187 addresses spanning the years 1936-38. In addition, there are many important references to the poet scattered throughout Heidegger's later work, as is the case with the texts that are main reference points of this study, On the Origin of the Work of Art, referred to hereafter as Origin, and What is Called Thinking, but although this alone should alert us to the importance of Hölderlin for the later Heidegger, bulk is not the only factor inviting a comparison with the Nietzsche interpretation. It is significant that Heidegger himself bracketed his lectures on Hölderlin with those on Nietzsche as evidence of his intellectual resistance to Nazism, a comment that suggests that, here too, we may also expect to find material relating to the confrontation between contemporary humanity and planetary technology. However, although there are undoubtedly many affinities between the lectures on Nietzsche and those on Hölderlin, there are some extremely important differences. Whereas Nietzsche is seen by Heidegger as the last great thinker of the West, the one in whom the error and the danger of metaphysics comes to its supreme expression, Hölderlin serves a more positive role, for in him we are invited to see the harbinger of a new beginning. In this regard, Hölderlin's own constant dialogue with the Greeks is very significant and is seen by Heidegger as anticipating, mirroring, and clarifying his own attempt to hear the matter of early Greek thought. The contrast with Nietzsche is explicitly drawn in the 1941-42 lectures on Remembrance. Heidegger remarks on what he sees as a fashionable tendency to assimilate the two, but states that, in his view, they are divided by an abyss, even though both of them are seen as determinative for both the immediate and the distant future of Germany and the West, GA 52, 78. Nietzsche is the voice of modern metaphysics, while Hölderlin presages the overcoming of metaphysics, GA 52, 143. Another contrast, not unconnected with this, is that, whereas Nietzsche 188 conceived of Dionysus as a kind of trans-historical dimension of life, the Dionysian element in life, as it were, the absence of the old Greek gods is a decisive moment in Hölderlin's vision, GA 52, 143. In this respect Hölderlin is both more genuinely Greek and more open to the future. Another contrast emerges in relation to one of the highest compliments that Heidegger pays to Nietzsche, when he describes his thinking as a feast. Remembering that the interpreter's aim is always to think what is unthought in the thought of the great thinker, we might infer that the feast offered by Nietzsche's thought was not necessarily thought or understood by Nietzsche himself. This, however, contrasts with the role of feast day in Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin's poetry, especially in the lectures on remembrance, and invites the reflection that, if Nietzsche the thinker is finally unable to deliver the feast promised by his thought, then we might turn to Hölderlin the poet for more direct access to that which is given to thought to feast upon. The poet speaks what the philosopher is to think. The place of Heidegger's Hölderlin interpretation in his later thought is, however, not only determined by the way in which the poet is promoted as a decisive alternative to Nietzsche. It is, as previously suggested, also connected to the interplay between the experience of we moderns and the Greeks. Despite the influence of Schiller, Hölderlin's own invocation of the Greeks does not so much emphasize their classicism, i.e., what Nietzsche would later call the Apollonian aspect of Greek culture, but their openness to the intoxicating, ravishing presence of the gods, their immediate experience of the powers of nature in demigods such as Heracles and Dionysus. The bonding of the nation in the ecstatic experience of the festival is no less significant than the discovery and the delight in dialectics. Yet, as stated above, Heidegger does not regard Hölderlin as proposing any kind of Dionysian in itself. The whole tenor of 189. Hölderlin's relation to the Greeks is determined by he sense, the conviction even, that the gods have fled. Paradoxically, however, their absence is a condition of their being the essential subject of poetry such as that of Hölderlin that adopts the elegiac mood. For the absence of the gods, says Heidegger, is their presence as having been. This remark carries further implications, in that it is from the past participle of to be, Joesen, that the German philosophical term for essence, also sometimes translated being, Wesen, is derived. Thus, for Heidegger, essence, Wesen, is what has been, das Joesen. Not everything that is past partakes of this transformation into true essentiality. There is a past that is simply past, that is over and done with, unalterable, closed, GA 52, 108, but there is also a past that, precisely by being past, is transformed into true essentiality. Moreover, what abides essentially in this way relates not only to the past but also to the future, since what concerns us essentially cannot but be of significance for our future. The encounter with the Greek world is, of course, an encounter of this essential kind. We shall return to the question as to what exactly is involved in essential abiding in remembrance when we come to consider Heidegger's view of Hölderlin's poetic language and the significance of that for understanding language as such. At present we note only the role it plays for Heidegger in distinguishing Hölderlin's relation to the Greeks from that of Nietzsche. It also, of course, illuminates Heidegger's own concern to hear Greek thought with Greek ears, not for the sake of classical revivalism, but in order to gain insight into what is essential in our present situation and in the decisions that face us concerning our future. Another important element in Heidegger's approach to Hölderlin that once more touches on issues with which we are already familiar is the issue of 190. German nationhood. Although Heidegger's interest in Hölderlin clearly predated his Nazi period, it is scarcely coincidental that his most intensive engagement with Hölderlin came in the time following the failure of the rectorship. In terms of the reading of Heidegger's disengagement from Nazism offered earlier in this study, This is the time when Heidegger is seeking to redefine the meaning of nationhood, or homeland or fatherland, in such a way as to find in it a counter-movement to planetary technology, something he now saw Nazism as incapable of doing. Each of the poems he selects for comment in the 3 lecture courses raises the question of national identity and the meaning of the polis for human life. Both in the 1934-35 lectures on Germania and the Rhine and in the 1936 lecture on Hölderlin and the essence of poetry, Heidegger insists on the relation to the people, Volk, as integral to the poet's vocation. Because poetry concerns the basic happening of man's historical Dasein, GA 39-40, it also by definition concerns humanity's relation to beings as a whole and the primordial temporality in which that relationship is stamped with the characteristics of a particular historical epoch. Such primordial time is the time of the poets, thinkers, and the founders of states, i.e., of those who essentially found the historical Dasein of a people and give them their fundamental character. These are authentic creators, GA 39-51. This comment is much discussed in the literature on Heidegger's Nazism, but whether it is read as a grouping of Hölderlin, Heidegger, and Hitler as the authentic creators of the new Germany, or whether it serves as a reminder that politics is fundamentally limited in its ability to define the authentic character of a nation, it minimally helps to underline the point that, in concerning himself with Hölderlin, Heidegger is not simply giving up on the issue of German identity, and his turning to Hölderlin is not simply an abandonment of the concerns that led him into the political arena in favor of poetry. Rather, it is an attempt to rethink from another angle the issues that had motivated his political 191 misadventure. Irrespective of whether this is seen in terms of inner immigration or resistance, the spiritualizing of Nazi ideology or of escapism, it points to the way in which 1933 was not a mere episode in Heidegger's life but connects in manifold ways with the fundamental elements of his later thought. We might now be beginning to see why Hölderlin could become so important to Heidegger, but it remains to be seen how he understood his philosophical approach to the poet. We therefore turn now to look more closely at Heidegger's hermeneutical strategy, at how he read Hölderlin, at what he found in him and at the light his Hölderlin interpretation throws on his later thought, especially his understanding of language. An examination of Heidegger's method of reading Hölderlin will take us a long way towards uncovering the yield of that reading. A. Heidegger and the work of words. To introduce a deeper look at the poetry of Hölderlin and the critical apparatus that Heidegger erects around it, I wish to raise only a minimal number of issues relevant for the understanding of Hölderlin's poetry in English using Heidegger's elucidations of Hölderlin's poetry. 147. The present elucidations do not claim to be contributions to research in the history of literature or to aesthetics. They spring from a necessity of thought. EHP 21. 192. Thus reads Heidegger's preface to the fourth, enlarged edition of Elucidations from 1971. It is surprising for its brevity. But what is even more surprising is that Heidegger should have felt a need for such a disclaimer nearly 3 decades after the publication of Elucidations in English, that this disclaimer be reinforced even further, and I would like to take it as a guide for how Heidegger approached Hölderlin's poetry. For Heidegger's brief, 2-sentence preface tells us what his interpretation is not, as well as what it is. Heidegger's preface makes clear that the essays contained in Elucidations are neither mere commentaries, Anmerkungen, nor explanation, Erklärungen, as we might normally expect since they deal with the explication of a poet's work, rather, they are elucidations, Erläuterungen. Heidegger had deliberately italicized the word, and the last paragraph of his preface to the second edition, 1951, further emphasizes its root meaning, lautern, to make clear or clarify. The elucidation must make the poem itself a little clearer. It should strive to make itself superfluous, that is, transparent. And ultimately, it should allow the poem to elucidate, that is, throw light on other poems. In other words, the elucidations are thinking's attempt to make clear and lucid, to throw light upon, what is poetized in the poem. They are thus to be understood in terms of the dialogue of Heidegger's thinking, denken, with Hölderlin's poetizing, dichten, and not as either literary criticism or aesthetics. Since Heidegger was a philosopher by training and profession, it may appear all too obvious why he does not claim to be doing literary criticism. Yet it should be pointed out that Heidegger was quite familiar with Hölderlin's scholarship and worked closely with the available critical editions of Hölderlin's works. In addition, Heidegger's Hölderlin interpretations were published in leading journals of literary criticism, such as Trivium and the 193 Hölderlin Jahrbuch, and appeared in prestigious collections in honor of Hölderlin's work, right alongside essays by established Hölderlin scholars. Heidegger was also in correspondence with leading critics such as Emil Steiger and Max Kammerl, and his interpretations have been widely cited in the Hölderlin literature. The reason Heidegger does not claim to be doing literary criticism is that it is not his intention to undertake an ontic, scientific examination of the text or of its correct philological status. In the same year, 1942, that Heidegger wrote the essay within Elucidations on Hölderlin's poem Remembrance, EHP 101-174, he was also giving a lecture course at the University of Freiburg devoted to the same work. In the opening remarks, he said, "The lecture course has not desire to enter into competition with the literary historical research on Hölderlin's life and work, in order to put forth the correct, or even the definitive, Hölderlin, like a specimen of natural scientific work. The one and only thing that the lecture course attempts is to think what Hölderlin has poetized and to bring this to knowledge." 148. Thus, standing outside the prevailing standards and current literary interpretations, it is Heidegger's intent to question the text in terms of the one question which, according to the later Heidegger, no science can ever ascertain, the question of being. About a year before he published the earliest of the essays included in the Elucidations, Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry, 1936, Heidegger gave a lecture course on Hölderlin's hymns Germania and the Rhine. There he states unequivocally the one and only purpose of his dialogue with Hölderlin: the poetic turn toward his poetry is possible only as a thoughtful confrontation with the revelation of being, seen, which is successfully accomplished in this poetry, GA 39, 6. Heidegger is therefore not bound by the presuppositions of literary criticism or any discipline that aspires to be scientific and to investigate beings, least of all the one presupposition which has characterized all the sciences since Descartes, the subject-object dichotomy. It is for this reason that Heidegger also does not claim to be doing aesthetics, although aesthetics is the philosophical discipline normally charged with treating questions concerning the nature of the artist and the work of art. For Heidegger, aesthetics as a philosophical discipline arose as a consequence of the original forgottenness of the ontological difference between being, sen, or seen, and beings, scenes, and therefore of the emphasis being placed on the particular being. It is therefore understandable that this discipline should at times aspire to be a science as well, since the sciences likewise arose from this forgottenness, carving out a specific object domain for their investigations of beings. In the epilogue and the addendum to the Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger writes, "Almost from the time when specialized thinking about art and the artist began, this thought was called aesthetic. Aesthetics takes the work of art as an object, the object of aesthesia, of sensuous apprehension in the wide sense. Today we call this apprehension experience. Everything is an experience. Yet perhaps experience is the element in which art dies." GA 5, 67, PLT, 79. 195. Thus, for Heidegger, aesthetics sets the work of art up as an object over against the subject, who has an experience of the object. Heidegger therefore sees aesthetics as guided by the subject-object dichotomy as well. Accordingly, it is necessary for the thinker to set aside the usual presuppositions of both literary criticism and aesthetics. Reflection on what art may be is completely and decidedly determined only in regard to the question of being. Art is considered neither an area of cultural achievement nor an appearance of spirit, it belongs to the primal event, awareness, by way of which the meaning of being, CFBT, can alone be defined. GA 5, 73, PLT, 86. In the preface to the Elucidations, Heidegger writes, "They spring from necessity of thought." EHP, 21. What is this necessity of thought, and why does it require the turn of thought toward poetry? As is well known, the remaining portions of Being and Time that Heidegger had promised were not published as originally planned, and the crucial movement from Being and Time to Time and Being, which Heidegger had called for in Being and Time, did not take place in the manner first proposed. In his letter on humanism, Heidegger writes, "The section in question was held back because thinking failed in the adequate saying of this turning, and did not succeed with the help of the language of metaphysics." GA 9, 328, Basic Writings, 208. Thus, due to the lack of the proper language, the 196. Heidegger of Being and Time publishes very little in the 15 years following its publication in 1927 and a few related pieces in 1929. 149. This is, of course, Heidegger's famous turning, care, occasioned by the fact that for all the radically of Being and Time, its attempt at saying something non-traditional nevertheless attempted to say it in the traditional, neo-Kantian language of the day. Language itself occupies a relatively minor place, equiprimordial with state of mind Befindlichkeit and understanding Verstehen. Poetry itself is mentioned only twice, and is accorded no special significance. And the early Greeks are mentioned seldom, and half of the references to them occur in the section, 44, on truth. In other words, what Heidegger discovered in the years following the publication of Being and Time in 1927 was that, if he is to retrieve, Wiederholung, the forgottenness of being, he will also have to retrieve the language which will enable him to say the truth of being, and that this language is a fundamentally poetic one. In his letter to William Richardson, in which Heidegger explicitly speaks of his turning, he points to a 1937-38 lecture course on the essence of truth, particularly aletheia and poiesis and the relation, and says, "The fact that what we thoughtlessly enough call truth the Greeks called aletheia, as well, indeed, in poetical and non-philosophical language, is not, a result of, their, own, invention and caprice. It is the richest endowment of their language, in which that which coming to presence as such attained non-concealment and, concealment. This manifold thinking demands, to be sure, not a new language, but a transformed relation to the being, Wesen, of the old one." 150. Therefore, in the 1930s and the early 1940s, Heidegger's thinking undergoes a twofold turn. The first is the turning back to the early Greeks to retrieve their fundamental saying of truth as the unity of logos and physis at the beginning of Western thinking. 151. The second is the turning in the modern age to the poet Hölderlin to retrieve for us not the fundamental truth of being. This latter retrieval, along with the first one, point forward to the possibility of another beginning at the end of the modern age. However, this twofold turning, which points backward and forward, is ultimately onefold, i.e., it is in both instances a poetic turning, for it is the poetic language of the early Greeks which enabled them to say the truth of being. In both instances this poetic truth of being retrieves, in both the early Greeks and in Hölderlin, the truth of being as physis. In an Introduction to Metaphysics, a lecture course given in 1935, Heidegger writes, "It was through a fundamental poetic thoughtful experience of being that they, the early Greeks, discovered what they had to call physis." GA 40, 17, IM, 14. In his lecture on the poem As When on a Holiday, first given in 1939, he says, "In this poem, Hölderlin's word nature poetizes its essence according to the concealed truth of the primordial fundamental word physis." EHP, 79. It is clear that Heidegger's elucidations of Hölderlin's poetry attempts to redefine the relation between philosophy and poetry, thinking and poetizing, in a way that frees them from their centuries-old conflict. it is an attempt to retrieve the relation they had before Plato. This topic will be discussed further below. 152. The issue has been further complicated by the fact that Heidegger has written several collections of what look like poems. 153. Another disclaimer is therefore advisable. Heidegger has no intention of conflating thinking and poetry and obliterating their differences. In a letter to Heidegger of July 29, 1942, which was occasioned by the lecture on As When on a Holiday, Max Kammerl, the German man of letters, wrote to Heidegger and asked, "Where is the transition point where your own philosophy flows into Hölderlin? Is it self-equitable at this point with Hölderlin, and ultimately where, in its specific kind of assertion, does your philosophy come close to poetry itself?" 154. Heidegger replied on August 4, 1942, the same month in which he was writing the essay Remembrance. 199. Naturally, your letter places me in a unique dilemma. I can only find a way out of it by taking your designation philosopher as a sign and attempting to speak on behalf of the thinker in contrast to the poet. I cannot, and nowhere do I, identify myself with Hölderlin. 155. And in Nietzsche Heidegger expresses this relation in its exact character. All philosophical thinking, and precisely the most rigorous and most prosaic, is in itself poetic, and yet it is never poetic art, Dichtkunst. Likewise, a poet's work, like Hölderlin's hymns, can be thoughtful in the highest degree, and yet it is never philosophy. 156. In other words, although at its source thinking, Denken, may be a poetizing, Dichten, in the broadest sense of the word, it is never poetry or poesy, it is never a poem, Gedicht. 157. And at the same time, although a poet's poetizing may be thoughtful, denkerisch, it is never a philosophical treatise, it is never philosophy, Philosophie. For all their identify, thinking, and poetizing still retain their difference. Thus, Heidegger can write, but precisely because thinking does not poetizing, but is an original saying and language, it must remain near to poetry. 158. b. Poetry and language. Heidegger is quite clear that, although he approaches Hölderlin from the viewpoint of a philosopher and thinker, Hölderlin himself is first and foremost a poet. Heidegger draws a sharp distinction, familiar to the Romantic era itself, between poetry in the sense of mere verifying and poetry, Dichtung, cf. Dichter, poet, in the strong sense. It is always this latter sense that applies to Hölderlin, and so the first aim in reading Hölderlin's poems is to read the poetry in them. For it is one thing to read a poem and become acquainted with it as a piece of literature, but it is something else again to stand in the domain of poetry, Ga 39, 19. Poetry in this strong sense is not the expression of experiences, or Levnissen, Ga 39, 26, nor, against Spenglerian and racist views, is poetry an expression of a certain form of culture or a biologically necessary function of a people, Ga 39, 27. The aim in reading poetry is not, as in the hermeneutics of the Schleiermacher-Dilthey tradition, to reconstruct the original intuition of the poet, since the word of a true poet transcends his own private opinions and experiences, Ga 52, 6-7. Thus, the I we encounter in Hölderlin's poetry is not that of the man who is the subject of a historical biography of Friedrich Hölderlin, 1770-1843, but, precisely and solely, that of Hölderlin the poet, and, therefore, understandable only in the light of the poetic work itself. Hölderlin matters to us only insofar as the author brings the whole poem as a linguistic production into language, but the poem as a whole is language and speaks, Ga 39, 42, i.e., it is language itself and not the arbitrary individuality of the poet that really speaks in the poem. Consequently, the word of the poet overreaches itself and the poet in its poetic achievement, Ga 52, 12. We must therefore resist being seduced into merely marveling at the beauty of a poem as a product of culture, GA 52:21, nor is a poem to be 201 explained by reference to his historical context, nor even by comparison with parallel citations from the author's own work, since this is in each case to presuppose that we understand what the poem itself is about. However, only the poem itself can teach us what it is about, GA 52:2f. Poetry, as a work of art, is a mode of truth as unconcealment, a naming of beings that calls them into being the beings that they are. It is this that requires us to recognize its proximity to thinking. Nevertheless, poetry is not philosophy, a point that is particularly important in the case of Hölderlin, who is known to have been so close to Hegel, and who was himself philosophically literate and who produced some prose works that could be categorized as philosophical. There is a deep affinity between Hölderlin and Hegel, says Heidegger, but in order to grasp this it is also necessary to grasp the division and the boundary that separates poet and thinker, GA 39, 129 ff. Poetic language is not the language of philosophy. Since the time of Plato, philosophy has placed itself in the service of univocity, a service standardized in formal logic. This has had the result of instrumentalizing language and reducing it to a tool, a means of self-expression and communication, GA 52:14 ff. At its most banal, this philosophically driven reduction of language manifests itself in the kind of Americanism encountered in the spread of acronyms, GA 52:10. As with Heidegger's critique of science and technology, so here the superficially high standards of logical rigor are placed on a par with the most trivial, most leveled aspects of everyday modern life. None of this should be taken as implying that poetry itself is inexact, for it has its own kind of rigor, GA 52:26. Nor is the imagery of poetic diction a mere form of concealing the true content of the poem, GA 52:29. In reading or listening to a poem, we can only attend to the poem itself, to the word that is. 202. Unique to this singular linguistic construct that overreaches the self-understanding of the poet, that is irreducible to the personal and communal circumstances of its production and inexplicable in terms of psychology, logic, or philology. As was the case with the essential thought of any great thinking, we must also remember that the truth of poetry is not only in what is said, but also in what is left in silence, GA 39, 41, 52, 39. Moreover, to understand this truth we must be genuinely concerned about who we are, in our own time. This is not simply a matter of chronological time, and whether we live in 1801 or 1934 is not ultimately important. What matters is that we are concerned about what is to be, to exist, in time, GA 39, 48 f. 159. In an especially forceful passage that resonates with his many references to the role of the leap in thinking, Heidegger states that the poem is now no longer an even text, endowed with an equally flat meaning, but this linguistic construct is in itself a vortex that snatches us away. Not gradually, but suddenly. But to where does this vortex snatch us? Into speech, das Sprechen, of which the poem is the linguistic construct. What sort of speech is that? Who speaks to whom, with whom, about what? We are forcefully drawn into a conversation, Gespräch, that language, Sprach, brings to speech, Sprach, and indeed not just any casual or accidental speech, but one that concerns naming and speaking. GA 39, 45. The poetic word has often been called divine, and Heidegger, too, represents the poet as a mediator between gods and mortals. Thunder and lightning are the language of the gods, and the poet is he whose task is to endure and to gather up this language and to bring it into the Dasein of the people, GA 39, 31. In the case of Hölderlin, this mediating role is connected with the poet's preoccupation with the demigods, Dionysus and Heracles of the Greek world and the personified rivers of the German landscape, who are above mortals but beneath the gods, beings who thus have a certain formal analogy to Nietzsche's Superman. However, they are not simply creators of their own universe of meaning, as the Superman is, but bearers of a meaning and a truth that transcends their own understanding. Referring to Hölderlin's line that hints are, from of old, the language of the gods, Heidegger adds that poetry itself speaks a hinting and elusive language. On the one hand, poetry is public diction, spoken for and before the people, yet it is also veiled, a sign rather than a statement, GA 39, 32. Playing on the double meaning of the German term wink, which means both hint and wave, as in waving goodbye, Heidegger says that such a hint/wave is a holding on to closeness in the course of increasing distance, and conversely, the revealing of the distance still to be covered in the joyful proximity of the one arriving. The gods, however, hint just by being, GA 39, 32. Snatched away, abducted by the ravishing vortex of the poem, the reed is translated into the realm of the enigmatic, hinting divine thunder and lightning, experiencing simultaneously the presence and absence, the proximity and distance of the gods. This, of course, parallels the dynamics of thinking itself, lured into being by what withdraws from it, and, in withdrawing, calling for thinking. Recall that for Heidegger, what must be thought about, turns away. 204. From man. It withdraws from him. 160. But, pulled forward into the current generated by this withdrawal, we are not merely led on by hinting, ambiguous signs of what lies out there to be thought. As we ourselves are drawn into the slipstream of what calls for thought, we too become signs, pointers to what is to be thought. Man is not first of all man, then also occasionally someone who points. No, drawn into what withdraws, drawing toward it and thus pointing into the withdrawal, man first is man. His essential nature lies in being such a pointer. Something which in itself, by its essential nature, is pointing, we call a sign. As he draws toward what withdraws, man is a sign. What is called thinking? 9. However, because that to which the riddle of human existence points and of which it is a sign is necessarily absent, since its absence is the vacuum that generates the current of thinking and is therefore itself constitutive of humanity's sign character, Heidegger can sum the situation up in words from Hölderlin's poem Mnemosynes: we are a sign that is not read/we feel no pain, we almost have/lost our tongue in foreign lands, what is called thinking? 10. This we Heidegger interprets as we the men of today, what is called thinking? 11. However, Hölderlin is not simply giving expression to the experience of displacement and confusion characteristic of a particular era, modernity for example, since, as we have seen, that would merely be to interpret the poem from an external standpoint. As poet, as the bearer of a poetic word that is in transposition into speech of divine lightning, Hölderlin's sign, Hölderlin as sign, is profoundly unreadable, in the sense that there is no final, univocal meaning, but rather an ever-withdrawing, ever 205. Provocative food for thought, what is called thinking? 11. In relation to the self-concealment of the poetic word, the interpreter's task becomes the task of hearing, hören, or, more precisely, attending to, horken, cf. gehorchen, obey, the poetic word. Such attentiveness is both a waiting and a willingness to risk oneself, since there can never be a guarantee either that there is anything worth attending to or that we have secured the correct interpretation. Ambiguity, allusion, hinting goes all the way down. Every act of interpretation is and must be a leap into the unknown. If the meaning of poetic production is in this way compressed into the single category of the enigmatic, hinting sign, and remembering that we ourselves are defined in the representative figure of the poet as a sign, the sign is what it is in and as language, as word. So, just as Heidegger identified the essence of the thinker with that single, unthought, thought that determines the whole orbit of his intellectual activity, the poem, despite its many words, is referred to as the poetic word in the singular, GA 52, 33, an assertion that highlights Heidegger's distinctive strategy of philosophizing by meditating upon the basic words that, in his view, define the course of thinking. What is needed if we are to understand poem and poet, then, is neither historical nor literary nor any other kind of knowledge, but simply readiness to allow the word to speak to us and, in speaking, to reveal the time-space of its assigned domain. In this regard we once more come close to the primordial doubling of experience in the intuitive experiencing of the world as world. But this is not spoken of in this context in terms of a phenomenology of perception, as the irreducible doubling in the experienced encounter of, example the eye and its object. For what is now being stressed is that the object, the thing, is only really seen. 206. Only able to stand out into the open space of perception, when and as it is named, when the word is spoken over it. If the speaking of this word is supremely the task of the poet, we have to remember that poetry in the narrow sense preserves and condenses the essence of language as such. In other words, Heidegger's understanding of the poetic word is not offered as the resolution of a problem in aesthetics, but as an attempt to exemplify the essential nature of language. Language itself is poetry in the essential sense, PLT, 74. Poetry is a way of speaking that lets the essence of language itself be seen. These remarks are reminiscent of a way of thinking about poetry that goes back to early Romanticism and to the view that poetry was the original language of ancient peoples that became profaned and degraded into the prose of everyday speech in the course of history. Heidegger revisits this idea a number of times. However, in contrast to some versions of it, he is neither attempting a historical argument nor arguing for the priority of poetry over the other arts. Instead, his emphasis is on what poetry, as original language, tells us about language. Thus every genuine word is, as word, already poetic, GA 52, 55. The continuing resonance, albeit for the most part unattended, of the poetic word in everyday usage thus becomes one of the guiding threads of Heidegger's whole hermeneutical strategy, as he rescues the essential meaning of words from their debased usages in idle, objectified talk. But just as the question of poetry is not merely an issue in aesthetics, so too the question of language is not merely an issue in the philosophy of language, understood in the sense of an autonomous branch of philosophy. 161. For the question of language is not only tied up with the question of human existence, since we are ourselves, as language speakers, signs, but is also inseparable from the ever-decisive question of being. This is spelled out by Heidegger in the 1934-35 lectures and establishes a position from which he never retreats. For in language man ventures furthest, putting himself altogether at risk by venturing out into being. In language there occurs the revelation of beings. In the power of language man becomes the witness of being, seen. GA 39, 61-62. The poet, as the paradigmatic speaker of language is the founder of being, seen, GA 39, 214. Yet, paradoxically, although entirely in keeping with Heidegger's consistent view as to the interrelationship of being and non-being, language is, in a phrase of Hölderlin, the most dangerous of goods, because its potential for uncovering beings in their being is inseparable from the dehiscence of being accomplished in language. In other words, because human beings are human only in language and as speakers of language, it is language itself that separates them from the rest of nature, from the unspoken life of the animal kingdom and from biological and other forms of causality. Language itself is an ecstatic transcending of nature in the literal sense of the term ekstase, standing out, and, as such, transports us into a dimension of relative non-being. Language is the most dangerous of goods because it first creates and alone holds open the possibility of any kind of threat to being, GA 39, 62. A silent world is simply what it is, a world suffused with language, a world. Try to follow Heidegger's own example by embedding the account of his understanding of 208. Represented in language, is radically unstable, open to multiple and conflicting interpretations. Because man is in language he creates this danger and bring upon himself and upon beings the destruction it threatens, GA 39, 62. This danger may take one of two forms. In the mythological language of Heidegger's exposition of Hölderlin, it may tempt us to blasphemy, to a presumption as to our own godlikeness, and our consequent destruction, as when we assume that our power of naming beings is itself creative and is the reason or ground for beings being as they are, logos as reason. Or language may slip away from what it names and sink down into the superficiality of idle talk. We slip into a way of life in which all our relationships are drained of any original, authentic relation to being. Now it might seem as if the course we have been following has involved a continual narrowing of focus. Beginning with art, we singled out poetry, and went on to isolate poetry in a stronger, more exclusive sense, the poetic, which was then, in its turn, defined as the unreadable sign that is the single, decisive word bestowed upon the poet by the gods, and in this single, decisive word the whole essence of language, the saying of being, was, in turn, concentrated. This would not be entirely misleading, but it might lead us to ask what has happened to the promised feast. Has not Heidegger's procedure evacuated language of all its extensive riches and shrunk it down to a singular event? For all his protestations, does not such an approach rob poetry of its poetic expressiveness? It is clearly not Heidegger's intention to undertake an exercise in reductionism. One element in his strategy is indeed to focus in on the singularity of the true poetic word, a word that is said to be foundational for the language in the exposition of his remarks on Hölderlin's poetry. 209. Whole realm of language in all its manifold outworkings. Equally, however, he stresses that the poetic word exists only in the articulated structure of the poem as a whole. Each poem, each poet's poetic universe, may form a unitary whole under the impact of a single, decisive poetic word, but it is what it is and as it is as an internally differentiated composition or sequence of compositions. Furthermore, the word, the hinting sign, is never uttered except as a distinctive figuration of the irreducible fourfoldness of earth, sky, mortals, and divinities. See Poetry and the Fourfold. To see how this is worked out, we now turn to a closely interconnected complex of themes that Heidegger finds in Hölderlin's poetry: the between, time, the rivers, wandering and place, the feast, measure, the event of appropriation, enowning, and remembrance. In the light of this we shall then go back to what is called thinking. In order to see how this illuminates Heidegger's use of Hölderlin in that text in the context of his exposition of Parmenides and the Pre-Socratics. In attempting to see these themes in their interdependence, it is, however, necessary to remember three things. Firstly, that Heidegger does not himself present them systematically but only as they arise in the course of interpreting Hölderlin's poetry. Secondly, that the kind of interdependence concerned is that of fugal articulation rather than hierarchical construction, and that it would be misleading to single out any one as the key to all the rest or as the apex of Heidegger's exposition. Each is what it is and means what it means only by reference to all the others. Thirdly, that the themes chosen here are only a selection, and that the overall achievement of Heidegger's Hölderlin interpretation is larger and more internally complex, that will be examined further in later chapters. Within this chapter, however, I 210 believe this group of topics does serve to convey something of the style, the tenor, and the conceptual shape of Heidegger's view of Hölderlin and, through Hölderlin, of the nature of poetic language. We have already seen that the place of the poet is, in one respect, that of mediator between gods and mortals. The site of this mediation, figured in the demigods, is named by Heidegger as the between, cfga 39, 285. This between can be envisaged in various ways. As the place where mortals and gods meet, it also marks the boundary that separates them, the extreme point of human possibility occupied by the poet, a point at which the question concerning the gods, the question of transcendence, i.e., the question as to what or who is to be found beyond humanity, becomes pressing, GA 39, 167. As such it is also the middle of being, from out of which the whole realm of beings, gods, men, earth are to be newly brought out into the open, GA 39, 183. The middle of being might also be spoken of as the between of being and non-being, and as such equivalent to possibility, the possibility that belongs to actuality, GA 52, 118, in the sense of that which does not exist in the manner of objects but has the potential to be realized in and through the freedom of action. This understanding of existential possibility is figured by Hölderlin in the image of the golden dream, terrible but divine, GA 52, 121. The idea of possibility also points to the role of the between as the middle of time, the point of transition between past and future. What is to be shown forth in poetry is historicity in the sense of becoming in the midst of transiency, i.e., the movement of coming into being as the counter-movement to the flux of non-being and utter impermanence. It is what stays time, in the 211 sense of restraining it, and thereby enabling a sense of presence to come to pass in the midst of ceaseless change, GA 52, 146. Throughout the realm of the transitional, of what exists as a process of passing from one state into another, the between establishes what is essential in the sense described above, of what abides, GA 52, 98. When at the start of the poem the poet invokes the divine fire, the lightning flash of imagination, in the words now come, fire, this is said by Heidegger to be the poet defining his place precisely in the now, the moment between past and future, that is also a moment of expectation. This present is metaphorically represented in the river itself, ceaselessly flowing, vanishing away in endless flux yet, in doing so, preserving its identity as just this river that it is. In the light of Hölderlin's historical context, in an intellectual situation which, as described above, was shaped by a sequence of conflicting polarities, we might be tempted to see this privileging of the middle as a poetic way of expressing what Hegel set out to do by means of dialectical logic and mediation. To do so, Heidegger insists, is not only to miss the point that poetic diction is not merely a sensuous or figurative expression for a non-sensuous idea, it is also to obscure the essential difference between Hegel and Hölderlin, namely, that while Hegel is fundamentally a metaphysical thinker, Hölderlin is not, a comment that throws further light on the relationship between Hölderlin and Nietzsche, the last metaphysical thinker of the West, GA 52, 99. Consideration of the between has led us to the river, the image of becoming in the midst of flux, attention most vividly captured in Hölderlin's comment on the Ister that it seems to flow backwards, towards its source. 212. Rivers were a recurrent theme in Hölderlin's poetry, and they are central to Heidegger's own remarks on Hölderlin. The river is itself a demigod, a being between, GA 39, 163-64, originating in the mountains that are seen as the dwelling place of the gods, and descending to water the land, making it habitable for mortals. Crucial to Heidegger's understanding of Hölderlin's rivers is his insistence that the river is not simply an image of Heraclitean flux. Remembering everything Heidegger has said about the nature of poetic language, the poetic figure of the river is not an image of or for anything else, it is itself the meaning it articulates. Consequently, the river itself exemplifies becoming in the midst of flux, understood as the emergence of order, pattern, and stability in and on the basis of flux. Take the Danube, which originates in the southern German mountains but then seems abruptly to change course, and to veer off sideways, winding its way eastwards to the Black Sea. This may at first seem to be an example of sheer errancy, an aimless meandering across the face of the earth. Indeed, Heidegger says, the river is the state of wandering, GA 55, 35. Yet such wandering is not aimless. For a start, the river only exists and only continues to be able to flow at all as long as it retains its connection with its source, as in the image of the river seeming to flow backwards. Therefore a memory or trace of the source abides throughout the whole course of the river. Even the sea into which it flows enters into this relationship, a point that Heidegger makes in connection with a line from the poem Remembrance, where Hölderlin figures poets as sailors seeking riches at sea. Such seeking is not in the spirit of those Heidegger describes as planetary adventurers, GA 55, 59, who have lost all sense of home and of the distinction between belonging and rootlessness, for the riches that such sailor poets seek belong to the origin. The river's connectedness to its source means that as it wanders across the surface of the earth it is able to shape the landscape, creating places where mortals can dwell, GA 39, 93. The river 213 makes paths on the previously pathless earth. That state of wandering defines what it is to make oneself at home on earth, GA 55, 36. The river bears place within itself. The river itself dwells, GA 55, 36. Once again warning us against a leveling, philosophical or allegorizing approach to language, Heidegger cautions against seeing the river as just a symbol for time, and place as just a symbol for space, as though we could achieve a higher level of understanding by translating the figures into abstract ideas. More decisive is the identification of the rivers with the poet himself. The rivers are the poets who establish the poetic as the basis upon which man dwells, GA 55, 183. As such, and in the sense of what was said in what is called thinking about humanity as a sign pointing towards that which calls for thinking, the poets are a sign, the demigod, the river, the poet. All this poetically names the one and only basis of historical humanity's making itself at home and its being founded by the poets, GA 55, 192. The poetic word is only possible by virtue of heavenly fire, the lightning, and is thus an ecstatic word. But, as in the case of the river, ecstasy should not be taken as implying anything aimless or random. The poet founds what abides in the midst of flux, GA 4, 45f. The poet is the founder of being, seen, i.e., of the people, the voc, existing as historical unity of gods, earth, humans, and beings as a whole, GA 39, 214. The poetic is not boundless but the poetic is the measure of all things that remain constant, GA 52, 164. Heidegger explains further in the Contributions to Philosophy. 214. The question of being is the leap into being which man as seeker of being enacts, insofar as he is one who creates in thinking. The one who seeks being, in the ownmost overflow of seeking power, is the poet who founds being. 162. If Heidegger seems to be affirming Shelley's view that the poets are the unacknowledged legislators of humankind, and if the poet seems in this regard to be pulling ahead of the statesman, we should not lose sight of the enormous tension that is involved in the destiny of the poet. For if the poet exists as one who retains a memory of the source in the midst of life's temporal meanderings, that source is never available in any immediate or simply way. The poet's path leads through darkness and remote places, and only one who has been a wanderer far from home will be able to bring home the message concerning what lies at the place of origins, GA 4, 23-24. The way to the source is difficult, and means going against the stream, GA 52, 170. The source can only be named poetically, and that means only in the ambiguity of the hinting sign. The gods are present in memory, only as having been, GA 39, 107. For a journey away from the source is not simply a mistake but is the precondition for the coming into existence of gods and mortals in their interrelatedness. What this means is that humanity in its historicity is from the very beginning not at home, but because its thinking and meditation, sinan, seeks what is homely its supreme concern is joy, GA 52, 189. For the poet of the West, the evening land, i.e., modernity, it is axiomatic that the gods have fled. We are in Germany, not Greece. This insistence on the inescapability of homelessness not only distinguishes Hölderlin's position from that of naive romanticism, it also marks 215. Off Heidegger's strategy from a simply valorization of poetry, Greece, and the world of origins over against the wasteland of modernity. The errancy of modernity is not the fault of this or that error in philosophy, still less is it an accidental byproduct of industrialization, for it is a destining that comes from being itself, understanding being, of course, in the twofoldness of its nominal and verbal aspects, being in beings. Nevertheless, in the midst of flux, in the midst of ontological homelessness, in the face of the absence of the gods, the poetic word reaches out, transcending the consciousness of the poet himself, into the between, creating a space and a time wherein, in the figure of the poetic word, gods and mortals meet in their mutual boundedness. Poetry, at its most elevated, is therefore essentially festal, for the feast is precisely and fundamentally the event in which gods and mortals encounter one another and acknowledge, affirm, and order their respective domains. As an interruption to the routine of work, it can be the occasion for mere idleness and escapism, but it can also be a time when we concern ourselves with what is most authentic and most fitting to humanity, which, says Heidegger, is always out of the ordinary, GA 52, 65. In this latter sense the festival is preeminently the wedding feast of gods and mortals, GA 52, 69, and therefore a time for play, for dance, for lighting up the darkness, GA 52, 66. The festival arouses rapture, not, however, in the sense of mere drunkenness, but in the sense of the elevation of feeling to what is highest, to the holy. Such rapture is modest and chaste, it does not dispel thought, but calls for thinking, GA 52, 146-47. Like poetry itself, the festival gives order and measure. The cycle of festivals determines the calendar, giving order to time, GA 52, 66. Therefore the festival is the ground and essence of history, GA 52, 68. 216. Once again, however, Heidegger retains a note of reserve. This has two aspects. On the one hand, Heidegger notes that Hölderlin's characteristic theme is that of the eve, the night of celebration preceding the festival proper. As such it is the vigil of destiny, GA 52, 92. At the same time, the festival occurs in poetry precisely under the condition of the poetic word being spoken now, in the godless time of the West and in the face of the need and destitution of planetary homelessness. The event of appropriation exists for us only in the mode of remembrance, as the title of one of Hölderlin's poems has it. We are now in a position to see the significance of Heidegger's references to Hölderlin towards the end of what is called thinking. In the context of his interpretation of Parmenides and, particularly, of Parmenides' term chrc, useful. The first reference is to the ister and runs. It is useful for the rock to have shafts. And for the earth, furrows. It would be without welcome, without stay. To this Heidegger comments that 217. There is now welcome where no meal, no food, and drink can be offered. There is no stay here for mortals, in the sense of dwelling at home. If mortals are to be made welcome and to stay, there must be water from the rock, wheat from the field. Shafts pierce the rock. They break a path for the waters. Shafts are no more necessary to the rock than furrows to the earth. But it belongs to the essence of welcome and being at home that it include the welling of water and the fruits of the field. The home and dwelling of mortals, is not determined first by the pathless places on earth. It is marked out and opened by something of another order. From there, the dwelling of mortals receives its measure. What is called thinking, 190-91. This giving of measure, as we have seen, is precisely the task of the poetic work itself, the word that names beings and allocates to them their place, their office, their meaning. Analogously, yet more than analogously, because we are talking about shafts and furrows as represented in a poetic word, the shafts, the rock, and the furrows are not mere brute facts, items of geological information, but hang together with the whole complex of meanings that constitute human being in the world, as Heidegger might have put it in 1929, or mortals dwelling on earth, as he was putting it by 1950. The poetic saying does not itself create beings. Poets do not bring rocks, etc., into being. What they do, however, is to set up and order the fugal articulation by which beings are brought into mutually limiting yet mutually respecting order, that is an order of a quite different kind from that of causality. This is also the burden of a quotation from Hölderlin's poem, The Titans. For under the firm measure, the crude, too, is useful, that the pure may know itself. 218. In this case Heidegger identifies the firm measure with the face of the sky as the place where the unknown God conceals himself, what is called thinking. 190. Left to itself, the earth would be shrouded in perpetual obscurity, but the fact that the earth lies open beneath the clearness of the sky makes it possible for a world to come into being. As so often, it sounds almost as if Heidegger himself is mythologizing here, but he is not really concerned with what we might call cosmogony. For the measure given by the sky, the alternation of day and night, of summer and winter, seed time and harvest, only becomes a measure for human dwelling by virtue of the festival, and, as we have heard, the meaning of the festival, its essential nature or truth, is revealed exclusively in the poetic word. Now whether or not he is successful in persuading us of this, it is important for Heidegger that this poetic word is not to be understood in the perspective of pure subjectivity, along the lines of Nietzsche's creator-artist, as if the world itself were empty of meaning unless or until human artistry stamped a subjective meaning upon it. Nor is it to be taken in the sense of romantic immediacy, as if the poet simply received his vision in a kind of unconscious or preconscious trance. The poetic word comes to us only in and as the appropriating event, the destining in which we come into possession of what is proper to us, namely, to dwell on earth, as mortals, under the open vault of the sky, before the face of the gods. If in expounding Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin we seem to be moving in circles, that if perhaps inevitable, both in the light of Heidegger's fundamental commitment to hermeneutical circularity, and of his understanding of the co-implication of the manifold elements that are fugally articulated in the 219. Order bestowing speaking of the poetic word. Heidegger himself speaks of this circularity in the thing, when he writes of the footfold that the foreign presences as the worlding of the world. The mirror play of world is the round dance of appropriating. Therefore, the round dance does not encompass the four like a hoop. The round dance is the ring that joins while it plays as mirroring. Appropriating, it lightens the four into the radiance of their simple oneness. Radiantly, the ring joins the four, everywhere open to the riddle of their presence. PLT, 180. That this invocation of the round dance flows from Heidegger's meditation on the jug points to the fact that the Hölderlin interpretation is not itself separable from the other themes that make up the thought world of the later Heidegger. Whether we begin with the poetry of Hölderlin, the temple, or the jug, each in their own way gives us a way of envisaging the world as the footfold of earth, sky, mortals, and gods, and in that way restores to us a genuine sense of what it is to be at home in the world. This vision of what it could mean to dwell on the earth offers an alternative to the nihilistic planetary adventure of technology. But this poetic vision also converges with the task of thinking and, above all, with the task of thinking what it is for beings to be. As such, and Hölderlin's own relation to the Greeks is paradigmatic here, poetry also brings us to that place of primordial saying that is found at the very beginning of Western thought, in the pre-Socratic naming of one and all, of being and becoming, being and logos, word. And this, to repeat, is not intended as some kind of philosophical primitivism, but as an insight into possibilities of saying, possible modes of language, that are both chronologically and ontologically prior to language as conceived by logic, i.e., as a means of asserting propositions. This is the place of seeing as, understood as a linguistic event, the 220. Recognition that there is, es gibt, being, and the appropriation of that recognition as what is most proper to thinking. And so the spiral could continue, turning back upon itself in ever larger, ever more inclusive revolutions, until it has taken in all of Heidegger's manifold exegeses, meditations, and analyses, saying the same thing in different ways and in different combinations, as winding and endless as a forest path or the meandering of a great river. But what does it all mean? Is this still philosophy in any recognizable sense? Or is the later Heidegger no more than a literary critic, or even a kind of poet? Or perhaps, and perhaps still worse, from the standpoint of philosophy, a mystic or a prophet of new epiphanies and new gods? His language is certainly maddening to read and decipher. It has been said that students should skip Heidegger's philosophy altogether and just study Buddhism instead. For their effort, they would receive both wisdom and clarity, whereas even after studying Heidegger for years, they may still leave befuddled from what they read. Or does his talk of mountains, rivers, rocks, and seas mark him out as the first thinker of deep ecology, an intellectual eco-warrior devoted to the destruction of the technological world order and preparing the way for that non-anthropocentric world order that will follow upon the end of technology? And if, finally, it is at all meaningful to talk of Heidegger as a philosopher, what kind of philosopher is he? And, no less importantly, how good a philosopher is he? And how, if we are able to understand it, are to judge his philosophical achievement? It is to these questions that we will turn later. 221. D. Hölderlin and the Other Beginning in the Contributions to Philosophy. The Other Beginning, belonging to Being, 163 of Art as founding agent of history, Hölderlin as the poet of the Germans, overcoming metaphysics, transmutation of the human essence. These are only some of the great themes one encounters on reading Heidegger. Heidegger's thought embodies an extreme thinking and attracts many scholars precisely because a diagnosis of the world's situation as well as an overcoming of the situation is posited in the thinking of being. The diagnosis announced is the forgottenness of and by being. The overcoming would lead to the human essence belonging to being. Heidegger himself is a thinker of the transition who wants to prepare this great metamorphosis with all his might and with all the sacrifice necessary. A great shadow is also cast over this illustrious thinking, a shadow with a name, National Socialism, perhaps the most ugly word in German history. Heidegger was, at least for a time and in his own way, a committed National Socialist. It is doubtful whether he ever distanced himself from this commitment unequivocally or felt remorse and shame, to say nothing about whether he confronted himself adequately with his own entanglement in National Socialism and that on a plane equal to his thinking. Thinking would have had to suffer through shame and remorse instead of remaining inflexible. Heidegger expected much from a single poet. He tailored his thinking about art and the artwork to Hölderlin. How can one speak about Hölderlin as the poet of the Germans after the historical disaster of National Socialism? There are two further concepts in Heidegger that crop up regularly in his texts. 163 The anglicized spelling of the archaic word for being, zaine, will be left intact when making reference to quotations from the Contributions to Philosophy, from Menauning, Tr. Parvis Emmott and Kenneth Maley, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1999, Translators Forward, XXII. 222. When National Socialism is spoken about, Americanism and Bolshevism. Others would call these capitalism and socialism, and they would probably be using more apposite concepts, especially since the word socialism is contained the word National Socialism. Is Heidegger's talk of National Socialism, Americanism, and Bolshevism in various lectures of the 1930s and 1940s a match for his thinking proper, or is it a much too direct and unsettling short-circuiting of his thinking of the history of being with the political events of his time? Did Heidegger ever think National Socialism adequately? 164 If not, this would presumably be the gravest charge that could be leveled at this great thinker. Even 60 years after the collapse of National Socialism, German is in many quarters an ill-reputed word that arouses suspicion. That the Germans today could have an historical mission to fulfill would still provoke uneasy astonishment and fear. Many people today think that it is a good thing that the Germans have been dipped in the element of Americanism, and that not only because the German economy has flourished since the Second World War, but because so-called Americanism has instilled significantly more democratic attitudes in the Germans. Heidegger's commitment to a revolutionary change in the course of Western history and even to a leap into another beginning must arouse considerable mistrust as long as the ugly word National Socialism in its relation to his thinking has not been clarified. What is the locus of National Socialism in the history of being? Did Heidegger ever define this locus, or did he only hide in Sibylline remarks? What does it mean when Heidegger speaks of the historical uniqueness of National Socialism? 165 Is that black humor? Does the historical matchlessness, GA 53, 98, of National Socialism consist in the German essence having destroyed itself in an orgy of self-annihilation? Was the attempted annihilation of the Jews the successful suicide of Germany, i.e. the German essence, as an independent historical magnitude? Can this self-annihilation, i.e. decline, be discerned in the post-war history of German philosophy? Since with the word Americanism, Heidegger had drawn a line between himself and everything American, he was never able to involve himself with an American. In 1933 he remained as a German on the side of the Germans, while others of his generation, pressed by the distress of these times, immigrated to the United States. European intellectuals have had a profound influence on American art, and especially German intellectuals have had a profound influence on American thinking. In the 1940s, the German spirit flourished there in the colony. It lived in one of the towers on Manhattan. For this reason I want to bring the name John Cage, an artist and intellectual deeply rooted in European traditions, even though he breaks with them, into play as a counterweight and alternative to the German name Hölderlin. At the start it cannot be foreseen where this gamble will lead to, presupposing that Cage, as a trailblazing American composer, has a status to equal that of the German poet Hölderlin. Probably no greater artistic contrast could be imagined than that between Cage and Hölderlin. These are two completely different worlds. 224. Perhaps two different historical destinies. Heidegger expressed his assessment of modern art globally in the Spiegel interview in 1966. That is precisely the big question: where does art stand? What is its locus? I want to say for the record, however, that I cannot see what is pioneering in modern art, especially because it remains obscure where it sees the propermost element of art, or at least searches for it. 166. Heidegger regards art as a pioneering force that guides history into its course and thus grounds history. He is speaking here of course against the foil of his own questioning that made a great effort to determine the locus of art, especially in the Hölderlin lectures as well as in the lectures on the origin of the work of art in the 1930s. The locus of art, how could it be otherwise, can only be determined in the thinking of being by proceeding from being. For Heidegger modern art is obscured. Does it lie in concealment, in that which conceals itself? Can clarity about the locus of modern art be gained? To finally reach a point where Heidegger and Cage can have it out with each other, and that on a philosophical plane, we must first lay the groundwork by interpreting core elements of Heidegger's understanding of art, i.e. his determination of the locus of art. 167 The artwork is located in the transition to the other beginning. We must therefore find out more about the other beginning. 225. The contributions to philosophy from 1936 to 1938 represented Heidegger's great attempt at self-clarification. Here the quarry staked out in the years to follow Heidegger would enrich his writings. All the essential components of this thinking after being and time are worked out here in private in the turning stillness of a 3-year meditation. The contributions are therefore today the treasure trove for deciphering the deepest intentions of the thinking of being. According to Heidegger, a lot is at stake, namely, the decision between history or loss of history, i.e. between a belonging to being or abandonment among non-entities, GA 65, 100. Abandonment would mean the transition to the technicized animal, GA 65, 98, history by contrast would mean dread in the jubilation of belonging to being, GA 65, 99. Only the most extreme decision from and about the truth of being can still produce clarity. Otherwise, the twilight of innovations and covering over will continue, or a total breakdown will occur. GA 65, 99. Heidegger's thinking shifts toward to the extreme. Philosophy and a necessary, distress-turning task of thinking exist only in a situation of historical distress. For these reasons his thinking is an enormous imposition that understandably provokes opposition. If today thinking still has a place, this imposition can only be accepted in order to find out whether there is a distress and a distress-turning necessity in Western history and what their respective characters are. In the above quotation it is remarkable that the most extreme decision is to create clarity, remarkable because Heidegger is the thinker of a turning in the essencing of truth into concealedness and moreover names presentiment as the basic mood of the transition to the other beginning. Can the distress in Western history be turned about by a decision that produces clarity? 226. In the realm of technology, the people of today, we, have been abandoned by being. We have not simply forgotten to think of something but have ourselves been forgotten by being in its self-concealment. For Heidegger therefore, thinking can be nothing other than preparing human essencing to be adopted by being. This would be the event as the appropriation of human essencing to the property of being. What should we think about this? Could the event eventuate in Western history? It could only take place, if at all, if the abandonment by being were the distressing destiny of Western, and by now planetary, humanity. But how can we experience what constitutes the distress of our historical situation? Only by thinking through Heidegger once again. Those who think through are seldom and will presumably remain so. Heidegger saw precisely this circumstance and therefore speaks in the contributions about the seldom and the few. It would be all too easy to simply label this elitism. The event would only eventuate through a leap that leaps into the there of being there, simultaneously founding it. The there is the open clearing for the truth of being, i.e. for the clearing of self-concealment, since being conceals itself. The leap would be the founding of the open place of momentariness for an historical being of humankind. GA 65, 234. Heidegger has solely the possibility of this founding in mind, which places humankind first of all in the space for the play of the incidents and non-appearance of the advent and flight of the gods. GA 65, 234. The decision in favor of history would make the passing by of the last god possible. In preparing the other beginning through asking the basic question, Heidegger himself leaps to the question about the essencing of being. Today, Heidegger's questioning and his language cause astonishment in many ways. But there is no escape. We can ask along with Heidegger, even then and especially when we try to think against him. The 227. Opponents have to be co-thinkers, otherwise they think past Heidegger's question and the experience that set his thinking in motion. The event would be the decision against the predominance of metaphysics in which being was only experienced as the being of entities. Being itself went under after shining up briefly in the first beginning, GA 65, 236, and did not find its way into an enduring language of thought. Thinking is first consolidated in Plato and Aristotle, who proceed from the entity as such and never leave it and therefore can only think being as beingness. Entities dominate everything in metaphysics, they are the archie that still rules today. The decision in favor of the event would mean a certain turning away from entities. This would mean above all that the distress of Western history could not be turned away or fended off by technology, but also that there would be no search to turn away and fend off distress by means of technology. Technology would even lose its dominion as that which puts everything and holds everything, humans and things, in motion. Heidegger himself is by no means certain that the event will come to pass. Even though he is prophetic, he is a prophet on recall. Everything he writes on the event and the decision must be couched in the subjunctive. Whether humankind can cope with both, to endure the chiming of the event as refusal and the performance of the transition to founding the freedom of entities as such, to the renewal of the world through saving the earth, who could decide and know that? GA 65, 412. The voice of the people speaks seldom and only through few, and whether it can still be brought to resonance is uncertain. GA 65, 319. 228. But at the same time, Heidegger has decided in favor of the other beginning, a circumstance that can only be conceived of as faith. This faith is rather persistence in the most extreme decision, GA 65, 370. Heidegger is a persistent thinker, he persists in the transition, even though it could be the case that the other beginning too can only hold on to the event and to protect it as clearing in a single flash, just as in the first beginning only physis came into the gathering, logos, scarcely and that for only a moment, GA 65, 236. The other beginning can thus go awry just as the first beginning did. But not only that, persisting and waiting in the transition to the other beginning cannot expect that the abandonment by being will be abandoned. For this reason, Heidegger's thinking is borne by an uncertain presentiment. Knowledge about the other beginning is not a certainty because the advent of being cannot be known but only surmised. Whereas in the first beginning the basic mood was astonishment, in the other beginning it is presentiment, GA 65, 20. This presentiment is not inferior to knowledge that reveals, quite the contrary, the thinking of being moves within a completely different essencing of truth in which concealedness, withdrawal, refusal, and withholding are essential. Concealment even has priority over revelation, a circumstance that is unbearable for a metaphysical attitude, for since ancient times truth has always been a happening of revelation in which entities as such unveil themselves. More than any other thinker previously, Heidegger thinks from within basic moods, which he designates as historical and as non-psychological. Heidegger found himself in the decision in favor of the most extreme gamble on the transition to the other beginning. For him, selfhood exists only in persisting in the there as the clearing for the self-concealment and refusal of being. Authenticity, which in being and time could still be misinterpreted. 229. Anthropologically, is experienced and interpreted after the turning without further ado as appropriation into the event, so that selfhood now can only be regarded as property of the event. This is of course far removed from any psychological understanding of selfhood. Selfhood exists only in the gamble on the transition as founding the there. But what does founding the there mean? The there is located where the human essence belongs after being released from the metaphysical determination of the human essence as to zoin logon ekon and variations of this. It is the between where, according to Heidegger, humankind and the gods encounter each other, where they are appropriated to each other in the event. According to Heidegger, art has a decisive role to play in founding the there. For him, there is only a single artist, a poet namely, called Hölderlin. In the contributions to philosophy, Hölderlin crops up repeatedly, at first at the start of the text and then in more detail in the last section, being. Hölderlin is not the subject of investigation here but is named in a more casual way as the crucial point of reference for Heidegger's thinking. A couple of years previously, 1934-35, Heidegger gave an extensive series of lectures on Hölderlin that has to be understood as the background to the references in the contributions. The first remarks in the contributions on Hölderlin concern the relationship of thinking to poetizing, as if the poet had an easier lot than the thinker. Heidegger thinks about what Hölderlin has poetized before him. How could thinking succeed where the poet, Hölderlin, has previously failed? GA 65, 12. 230. The poet conceals the truth more easily than others do in the image and donates it thus to the gaze for preservation. GA 65, 19. At the beginning of the contributions, the task of thinking is measured against Hölderlin's poetry. His poetry has a head start over thinking because it reaches out farthest into the future. For Heidegger, Hölderlin is the poet of the transition who only becomes an historical necessity as a poet today. In a section, GA 65, 62, that deals with the abandonment by being and its overcoming in a series of theses and questions, Hölderlin's name appears in the eighth and last thesis. Why does Hölderlin's poetry only become Adventist and thus historical for this transition? GA 65, 129. For Heidegger, the future bears the name of Hölderlin. As the one who has poetized farthest into the future, Hölderlin points the way into the future, conjuring up the divine of another beginning. Not only does the profoundness of the suffering through of abandonment by being count, but above all the presentiment of the future, which has to be advent of the gods, even if this advent may be a passing by at a distance. 231. Hölderlin, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche. Nobody should today be so presumptuous as to regard as merely fortuitous that these three men, who last of all have suffered most profoundly through the uprootedness that has drifted toward Western history and who at the same time had a most intimate presentiment of their gods, had to leave the brightness of their daylight prematurely. What is being prepared? What is the significance of the fact that the earliest of these three, Hölderlin, became at the same time the one who poetized farthest into the future in an age where thinking strove once more to know the entire previous course of history absolutely? GA 65, 204. Thus, for Heidegger, Hölderlin is one who points the way out of abandonment by being. He is not only someone who points the way, but he is the one who points the way. For this reason, he can be our necessity. To what extent is the poet, Hölderlin, who has already gone ahead, our necessity only now in his unique poetizing and oeuvre? GA 65, 353. For those to come, who prepare the founding of being there, Hölderlin has a unique status because he is the one most removed into the future and thus lays the poetic groundwork for a metamorphosis of humankind. Hölderlin there the Adventist's poet coming from afar and thus future poet. Hölderlin is the most Adventist because he comes from farthest and, in this farness, measures through what is greatest and transforms it. GA 65, 401. Thinking thus has the task of creating an auditorium for Hölderlin's word. 232. Accordingly, philosophy is now at first preparation of philosophy in the manner of building the first four courts in whose space Hölderlin's word will become audible, answered by being there and in such an answer grounded as the language of future humankind. Only in this way does humankind step onto the next slow catwalk toward being. Hölderlin's uniqueness in the history of being must be grounded beforehand and all comparisons in the history of poetry and literature, all aesthetic judgments and enjoyment, all political evaluation must be overcome so that the moments of the creators have their hour. The historical determination of philosophy comes to a climax in recognizing the necessity of creating a hearing for Hölderlin's word. GA 65, 421f. If Heidegger otherwise has it out with the great figures of philosophy, these efforts aim at working out the various missive destinies of the being of entities in the course of the history of metaphysics, and that with a destructive intention, i.e. in order to overcome metaphysics historically. The philosophers in the history of metaphysics are not future figures, but foregone figures belonging to the first beginning. Only Hölderlin, according to Heidegger, points beyond metaphysical destiny. For Heidegger he is therefore the only poet and the only artist, only he puts the truth of the other beginning to work in the work. Hölderlin is the origin of Heidegger's references to a non-Christian God and the encounter of gods and humans in the event, one of the axes on the foursome, which play such a prominent role in Heidegger's late thinking. Only through Hölderlin does Heidegger come to a positive draft of the other beginning, even if this draft necessarily remains a presentiment. 233. Truth, that clearing of self-concealment, in whose open space the gods and humans are appropriated to their encounter, itself opens being as history which perhaps we have to think if we are to prepare the space that Hölderlin's word, which again names the gods and humans, has to preserve in resonance for its time, so that those basic moods are made to resonate which tune a future humankind into guardianship of the duris of the gods. GA 65, 422f. Hölderlin's greatness derives from his status as demigod who poetizes the gods. We must set aside other considerations and prepare for this historical moment to arrive. Thereupon philosophy is not primarily preparation of philosophy in the manner of building the nearest forecourts in whose spatial configuration Hölderlin's word becomes hearable and is replied to by Dasein, and in such a reply becomes grounded as the language of future man. It is only in this way that man enters the next, steady, and narrow walkway to being. The being historical uniqueness of Hölderlin must be founded beforehand, and all literary historical and poetic historical comparisons, all aesthetic judgments and enjoyment, all political evaluations, all must be overcome, so that the moments of the creating ones have their time. GA 65, 422. We must perhaps think this history is we are to prepare this arena which in its time must preserve the resonance of Hölderlin's word, a word which again names gods and man, so that this resonance attunes those grounding attunements which appoint future man to the guardianship of God's needfulness. GA 65, 422. 234. Nevertheless, it is of little use to rebut this assumption by explaining how all literary historical, poetic historical, and intellectual historical manners of observation must be avoided. Already here the leap into being and its truth is required, the experience that with the name of Hölderlin that unique putting up for decision is ennowned, not somehow had been ennowned. GA 65, 464. The decision that Heidegger poses as the decision between history or the lack of it is at the same time the decision as to the advent or turning away of the last God, a figure poetized in Hölderlin's poetry. That Hölderlin poetizes the future poet, that he himself is as the first of them, who poses the decision as to the nearness or farness of foregone and future gods. GA 65, 463. Hölderlin is Heidegger's only artist. For him, however, the artist is a poet who moves in the medium of language and poetizes the history of a people in advance by naming its gods in a myth. In Heidegger's eyes, Hölderlin, as founder of the myth that founds history, is Germany's Homer. Hölderlin thus stands out as a great figure among great figures that manages the leap into the other beginning in a single bound. 235. The leap into being and its truth is already demanded here, the experience that under the name of Hölderlin that unique putting to a decision happens, I say happens, not happened. We can try to put this event into relief historically in its uniqueness by viewing it in the midst of what still is history to date in its highest potency and its richest unfolding, in the midst of the metaphysics of German idealism and in the midst of Goethe's forming of the world picture, in the midst of that which is separated from Hölderlin by a gulf, in Romanticism, even if it influenced him, the bearer of the name, historically, but not the guardian of being. But what is achieved by setting Hölderlin into relief? It achieves at the most only a new misunderstanding, as if Hölderlin were something unique within that history of metaphysics and art, whereas it is not a matter of within and also not a matter of outside as an exception. Rather, it is a matter of the underivable thrust of being itself to be caught in its purest facticity, that now and since that time that decision is posed in the history of the Occident, no matter whether it is or can be taken to notice by the still enduring age or not. GA 65, 464. At the end of the contributions, which are nothing other than a questioning of the truth of being, Heidegger asks surprisingly once more as to a justification of such questioning. Hölderlin is again Heidegger's authority, and that not only as an authority among others, but as the sole support for the thinking of being. The first indication of the other beginning was thrust toward Hölderlin's poetry in a time when Hegel casts a grand retrospective view over the history of philosophy from a summit. Among other things, Hölderlin decisively determines Heidegger's thinking on art and the work of art. On what is the conjecture that the thrust of being has already thrown a first shock into our history supported in the midst of all the insupportability of such questioning of the truth of being. Again it is supported by a single circumstance, that Hölderlin had to become that sayer who he is. GA 65, 485. 236. After all that has been said, to think that Hölderlin has the position of a key figure for Heidegger would be much too weakly put. Hölderlin, the poet poetizing in advance, bears an enormous weight in the thinking of being as the drafter of the advent or final flight of the gods. Today, this all seems quite astonishing. What should one think about the talk of gods? Some are all too eager to stick the label mystic rumblings on it. Is this nothing other than the narration of some fantastic myth? Is it convincing that Heidegger views Hölderlin as separated from Romanticism by a gulf? How so? Has Heidegger here undertaken a violent interpretation, i.e. reinterpretation, of Hölderlin to press him into the mold of thinking of the history of being? If a gulf is supposed to separate Hölderlin from Romanticism, this could only be the case if Hölderlin does not poetize from the subjectivity of the subject, but somehow has a presentiment of the openness of being there and thus poetizes it in advance, for only then would the talk of the thrust of being have any sense. Does Heidegger succeed in making a convincing connection between Hölderlin's poetry and the draft of human essence as being there in his Hölderlin lectures? Heidegger sees the gulf that separates Hölderlin from Romanticism, among other things, in the fact that Hölderlin's poetry is nourished to a significant extent by Heraclitean thoughts. Heidegger interprets one of Hölderlin's essential words, innerness, as the taut, resisting unity of the Heraclitean tension of the bow, Frag 51. For Hölderlin, this word innerness is the foundational metaphysical word and thus far removed from any romantic sentimentality. GA 39, 249. Heidegger thinks to the German people as addressee. For him, Hölderlin is the destiny of the German people that decides whether the Germans will find their historical place in the other beginning or not. Only because the German 237 people were his addressee was Heidegger able to commit himself to National Socialism and attempt to steer the movement into a more authentic direction. For Heidegger in the 1930s and 1940s, the German essence is sandwiched between Americanism and Bolshevism, both of which represent variants of technicism unleashed and are thus exposed irredeemably to abandonment by being. If at all, then it remains the privilege of the German essence to save the Western world. Which makes the suspicion plausible that Heidegger became victim of a blind patriotism bearing essential characteristics of Romanticism. It is blind insofar as it prevents him from seeing the complicity of his own thinking with the disaster of National Socialism 15 as well as from uncovering his deep-seated prejudices, especially against the Anglo-American world. As far as the latter is concerned, consider for example the following passages from Heidegger's lectures in the 1940s. Bringing to a fall is now going behind, the trick, a word which is not only fortuitously adopted from the English. GA 54, 60. What does the Sibylline reference to the English language mean, which is an addition put into scare quotes? Apart from the fact that trick could also be regarded as a French word. The Parmenides lecture cited here is from the winter of 1942-43 during the war in which the English are the enemy. More remarkable and unsettling is a passage from the Hölderlin lectures of summer semester 1942 in which the entry of the United States into the war is commented on. 238. Today we know that the Anglo-Saxon world of Americanism is resolved to annihilate Europe, that is, the homeland, and that means the beginning of Western civilization. The beginning is indestructible. The entry of America into this planetary war is not an entry in history but is already the last American act of American historylessness and self-devastation. For this act is the refusal of the beginning and the decision in favor of what has no beginning. The hidden spirit of the beginning in the Western world will not even have a contemptuous look for this process of self-devastation but will await its historic hour in the calm collectedness, Gelassenheit, of the beginning. GA 53, 68. Heroic words. And at the same time a commentary from the history of being on a concrete historical event, which sounds however more like a forceful act of desperation, the entry of the United States into the war. The word decision is used, and that as the decision of the Americans in favor of what has no beginning. This decision makes the Americans in Heidegger's eyes into the metaphysical enemies of the other beginning, which however is supposed to be indestructible and can wait serenely in the wings for its historic moment. In 1942 still, Germany is for Heidegger the homeland and the representative of the beginning of Western civilization. In 1942 still, Heidegger's identification with National Socialism is sufficient for him to be able to square a German victory in the Second World War with a decision in favor of the other beginning. The American decision, by contrast, is for Heidegger in the last instance futile, since the beginning is indestructible, whereas a German victory would mean a genuine decision in favor of the homeland and Western civilization. Supposing that the Germans had been victorious, would the annihilation of the Jews have been part of the decision in favor of the other beginning and the homeland? Would it have been an acceptable price for achieving another historical greatness? 239. Whoever affirmed National Socialism also affirmed Auschwitz, no matter whether he knew about it already during the war or not, and it was impossible, even well before the outbreak of war, to have known nothing, for the theory of race and anti-Semitism are part of its essence and were part of the party's program from the very beginning. How did Heidegger want to draw a line in this respect? It is not sufficient to have only wanted to save and reshape the German university out of the entire complex, to want to renew it out of its essential ground when this German university had already begun in 1933 to banish its Jewish lecturers. 168. How did Heidegger intend to remove the murderous elements from the program, to say nothing about his moral evasion? 169. Is it not properly speaking the German spirit that dissolved in the smoke of the stacks of Auschwitz? Is the genocide of the Jews at the same time the suicide of the Germans historically? Does Heidegger have a presentiment of this when he refers at the conclusion of his self-justificatory text to the Germans after the catastrophe has broken on top of them? 170. If the Germans annihilate and devastate themselves historically, does it still make any sense to speak of another Western beginning? Did Western history consume itself in the attempted eradication of its Semitic other? And so, far from being indestructible, the beginning would have destroyed itself so that the planet only 240 endures in the twilight of American giganticism after the decision against history. Heidegger's heroic words always arouse suspicion because they always hint of violence. The other beginning, standing in the indestructible, GA 53, 68, demands sacrifice because the indestructible and devastation belong together, just as the valley and the mountain, GA 53, 68, belong together. The Germans first have to go through devastation to arrive at the other beginning. Could however such being able to wait for the other beginning ever happen without the historical human breed of this beginning first becoming mature for the beginning as its own through the pain of its sacrifice? GA 53, 68. Who can still read about sacrifice and becoming mature after Auschwitz without being appalled? In Heidegger's eyes, the Germans must first be hardened and disciplined for the other beginning so that they can take on their great historical mission. 2 years before writing the contributions and after his resignation as rector, Heidegger holds his first Hölderlin lectures at the University of Freiburg, in which it becomes clear what Heidegger's thinking imposes on this German poet, namely, the founding of that history which commences with the struggle around a decision concerning advent or flight of the god. GA 39, 1, Preliminary Remark. Is Hölderlin thus to be understood as the founder of a new religion, as a poetizing prophet? Philippe Lacaille-Labart interprets Heidegger's use of Hölderlin as the attempt to take the step beyond rigorous questioning or beyond the mere announcement of an other thinking and to 241. Sketch the first lines of this other thinking. 171. According to Lacaille-Labart, Heidegger fails insofar as he does what he expressly warns Jünger against doing, crossing the line. 172. This crossing amounts to founding a new mythology. At the same time, the foursome and the want of holy names, the ring and the light ring and the four, waiting for the new god and other similar motifs constitute a mythology in the philosophical meaning of the word, that is, a mythology without revealing, apocalypse, the name or viewing the location. 173. Does Heidegger really cross the line in drafting the foursome by building on Hölderlin's preceding poetry? With his observations about a mythology, Lacaille-Labart does not, however, want to initiate a critique of Heidegger, for from what locus could one criticize Heidegger? 174 Rather, Lacuelabart speaks of an infinite mistrust because of Heidegger's political stance. 175 The altercation must turn on this point. 176 This political stance must, however, be translated into the dimension of thinking because the only thing that can interest us about Heidegger is his thinking. An alternative to this Lacuelabarthian strategy is to put Heidegger's understanding of art into question, a strategy that is tried out in the present text. For Heidegger, art has only an historical meaning. But Heidegger's political stance can also be explained from this, since for him art as poetry founds the polis. The Hölderlin lectures of 1934-35 make the poet into the German Homer. Not in the least can one speak of a weak messianic force, Benjamin, for what Heidegger wants to make of Hölderlin. Historical human existence is born and guided from the foundation by being which the poet has experienced in advance, veiled in the word and placed in the people in this way. We grasp this happening in a single phrase by saying, the poet founds being. This founding of being was carried out for Western existence in Homer, whom Hölderlin calls the poet of all poets. GA 39, 184. Essential elements of Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin must now be drawn into an altercation that ultimately should make Heidegger's understanding of the other beginning as a mobilization of the German people into its historical destiny questionable. It is easy to ascertain who Hölderlin is for Heidegger, poet of the Germans, GA 39, 214, corresponding to Homer as the poet of all poets and founder of the historical existence of the Greek people. Heidegger adopts unquestioningly a model of historical founding from the Greeks which envisages three steps in historical time. This originary, historical time of the peoples is therefore the time of the poets, thinkers, and creators of states, i.e. of those who properly found and reinforce the historical existence of a people. They are the creative ones in the proper sense. GA 39, 51. 243. The time of the creative ones and the people is riddled by fjords. GA 39, 52. The originary time is not a smooth passing by of moments but is riddled by fjords which are the respective epochs founded by the creative ones. The creative ones, in turn, are the poets, thinkers, and creative state founders. This being, however, is founded poetically, structured by thinking and put into knowledge, and in the deeds of the state's founder rooted in the earth and the historical space. This historical being of the people, the fatherland, is sealed in secrecy by its very essence and forever. GA 39, 120. The creative ones found the fatherland lying hidden in the secret of being. The poets are the first ones to thus forge the fatherland of a people by compelling their historical destiny into the rigor of saying, GA 39, 273. For Heidegger, this is the Greek-German mission, to retrieve and repeat the Greek beginning by founding the German fatherland, GA 39, 151. The other beginning is nothing other than this. In the retrieving repetition, however, the status of thinking is raised or at least strengthened, for Western historical existence is ineluctably and ineradicably a knowing existence. Because our existence is knowing, for us there is no longer any purely poetical becoming of existence, just as little as there is a purely thinking becoming, but also just as little as there is a solely activist becoming. It is demanded of us not only to erect suitable and continual compensating connections between the poetical, thinking and active powers but to take their hidden, summit-like isolation seriously. GA 39, 184. Just as Sophocles' poetry achieves a founding of Greek existence in its entirety, in the face of the gods, GA 39, 216, so, too, should Hölderlin take on this. 244. Role for the Germans so that they can stand on solid ground, GA 39, 184. This living is founded in and through poetry, i.e. it is poetical, GA 39, 184. It is a matter of the genuine appearance or non-appearance of the God in the being of the people out of the distress of being and for being. This appearance must become a fundamental happening. GA 39, 147. Poetry as founder of steadfast living, rooted in the soil of the fatherland, also prepares the divine for the people. The poet compels and banishes the flashes of the God into the word and puts this lightning-charged word into the language of his people. GA 39, 30. In this way, through the arrival of the new gods, a new course is to be allotted to the entire historical, earthly existence of the Germans and a new determinacy created. GA 39, 93. The poets are translators of the language of the gods. And since ancient times, winks are the language of the gods. Poetry is the transitive winking of these winks into the people. GA 39, 32. In this lecture series, a great deal of Heidegger's thinking about history, art, language, the gods, among other things, becomes more concrete and clearer. In particular, the obscure phrase concerning the passing by of the last god from the contributions achieves greater clarity. 245. The transience of the eternal is not for nothing, but rather precisely passing by is the way in which the gods are present, the ephemerality of a scarcely comprehensible wink that in the instant of passing by can show every degree of bliss and terror. GA 39, 111. The gods are present in passing by, they wink scarcely comprehensible and move on. The being of the gods is an ephemerality which is scarcely there. Their ephemerality, in being winked on further, is supposed to open up an historical course, place a people before a decision, and thus found a steadfast living of the people in its soil. But how is the poetical language that relays winks supposed to open up such an historical possibility? Heidegger is very clear on this point. The poet awakens a basic mood in the people that is always an opening up of world. The temporal manifestation of originary time, GA 39, 109, is the basic happening of mood, GA 39, 109. The particular basic mood that was to be awakened by Hölderlin's poetry is the mood of wholly mournful, compliant tribulation. To decide in favor of the proper time of poetry means, however, to enter into the basic mood of wholly mournful, compliant tribulation. Since such a mood cannot be brought about violently and artificially without any conditions, we must pose ourselves before the decision whether we want to participate in creating the presuppositions for such an experience or whether we want to work against it, even if only through indifference and perplexity. The decision proper in favor of or against shifting into the basic mood of poetry presupposes that we are strong enough to experience distress, from which tribulation and preparedness will first rise up. GA 39, 112f. 246. The people must be strong enough to look into the eyes of the distress of distresslessness and thus to feel a mournfulness. The poet too must be strong enough, for the basic mood itself must, however, first be awakened. For this struggle of changing mood in the moods that predominate in each situation and linger on, the firstborn have to be sacrificed. These are those poets who speak out in advance the future being of a people in its history and are necessarily overheard in doing so. Hölderlin is such a poet. The basic mood of wholly mournful, but compliant tribulation awakened in his late and most mature poetry founds the metaphysical locus of our future historical being still struggling for a determination of its greatness. With this, our historical existence is put into the highest distress and a decision that lies far before and above the question whether Christianity will prevail or not. GA 39, 112f. The poet makes history by compelling an historical destiny into language. Hölderlin, Sophocles, Homer found an historical temporal space with their language, which puts a world up for decision. The opening revelation of entities happens in language, not only a recapitulatory expression of what is revealed but the originary revelation itself, and precisely therefore concealment too and its predominant distortion, illusion. Only where there is language does world prevail. Only where world, i.e. where language prevails, is there the most pressing danger at all, i.e. the threat to being as such posed by non-being. GA 39, 62. Only the poetic power of language is able to open up an historical world. It does this by awakening a basic mood in the people and leaving the unsayable unsaid, GA 39, 119, in saying. Heidegger takes his essential 247 concept of language as such from poetic language. Everyday language, communication, statements are for Heidegger not language in a primary sense, but poetry as the originary language of a people, GA 39, 64, is, compared to which language in the conventional sense as understood by theories of language and in linguistics is only an insipid dilution. But where does this priority of language come from, even if it were a priority of poetic language? This question becomes even more urgent considering the fact that originary poetical language that founds history is supposed to primarily awaken a basic mood. Can a basic mood eventuate or be awakened originarily only in poetic language? If the basic mood is supposed to call an opening of being and entities in their totality into temporal being, then, according to Heidegger, only language is able to unlock an historical world. How so? Is world only where language is? For Heidegger, language is and will remain the house of being, letter on humanism. And what is this poetic language supposed to say in 1934-35 when it founds an historical world? This is expounded especially in the second part of the lecture series, which treats the hymn entitled The Rhine. Hölderlin poetized the demigod, the Rhine, who is supposed to powerfully found the fatherland, for the river is primordially overflowing will, GA 39, 265, the will of the demigod is superwill, GA 39, 208. In the founding, everything proceeds from the will and toward the will of the people, for an historical people is a people as community only when it knows, and that means wills that community can only be an historical community when those others risk and consummate their being other as the others, GA 39, 284. The poet as the other puts his language in the midst of the people so that it can know what it wills and wants. The superwill of the river that wills the fatherland springs from Mother Earth as the closedness of the womb that allows submergence, GA 39, 242, and also 248. From the ray of light, GA 39, 242, of the divine lightning flash, in the Greek manner. The excessive fullness of a great willing, GA 39, 243, has to be compelled toward a figurative forming, GA 39, 243, which is called putting the truth to work in the work, originary energy, in the lectures on the origin of the artwork. This overflowing will is what pushed Heidegger in the direction of National Socialism and holds him fettered until the end of the war. The Greek-German mission, GA 39, 151, is supposed to be realized according to the three-step model of the poet-thinker-state-founder. Hölderlin comes forward here as proclaimer and caller for those concerned who themselves are engaged in a vocation as constructors constructing the world, GA 39, 221. Even after the war, the interrelationship between building and poetizing is maintained, cfeg, Humankind Lives Poetically, in Vorträge und Aufsätze 1954. The thinkers have the role in this enterprise of molding poetry into the hardness and determinacy of thoughtful questioning knowledge, GA 39, 221. It is evident that this cannot happen without struggle and strife, because poetry as founding act is nothing other than the noise of armed nature itself, being, which brings itself to itself in the word, GA 39, 257. Thus does Heidegger translate the thought contained in the Heraclitan Polemos fragment into German. The predominance of the will as superwill is the hinge that connects Heidegger's thinking, which dreams of a great historical task of the German people, intimately with National Socialism. That after the disaster of the collapse of Germany's attempted conquest, and especially after the revelation of the horror in the death camps, this dream has been irrevocably dreamt to nothing has been visible for a long time. Any striving for greatness and unification, especially national greatness, is more than suspect today. Any strong thinking that promises a new beginning, a. 249. Tabula rasa smells of totalitarianism and violence and murder. Strength and greatness have become categories that are more than questionable. The way Heidegger worked through the disaster of National Socialism consisted mainly in turning away from the will, which characterizes and marks his thinking after the end of the war, even if the will to a national historical greatness rooted in the German soil is never completely extinguished. Talk of being saved by a God, which only makes sense on the foil of the Hölderlin lectures of 1934-35 and the contributions, is retained even in the late Spiegel interview of 1966. Thinking waits still for a great future which it is preparing. The advent of the other beginning founded by the Germans is only postponed to a far-off, indefinite future. If Heidegger supports himself in the contributions solely on Hölderlin, and if his nationalist interpretation of art under the leadership of poetry has to appear extremely questionable today, then everything surrounding Heidegger's thinking opens up once again. When Heidegger maintains in the Spiegel interview that he does not see what is pioneering in modern art, this has to do essentially with his understanding of art bearing Hölderlin's stamp. If the national element disappears from Heidegger's writings after the war, this does not mean that everything has now been extended from the German to a planetary scale and that the specific German element could be forgotten. Rather, Heidegger's thinking about art, poetry, language, the other beginning and essentially the will has to be put into question. The retraction of the strong will in Heidegger's post-war writings is indeed striking, after it had characterized his stance during the regime of National Socialism. The transitional text to this altered stance is on Locating Letting Be from 1944-45, in which thinking turns away from will and toward waiting. However, elements of Hölderlin are retained in the draft of the foursome. 250. On an appropriate occasion it will prove worthwhile to investigate the text on letting be, especially with respect to Heidegger's attempt to come to terms with the German defeat that is becoming apparent. The disaster of National Socialism probably broke Heidegger's will, not in a psychological sense, but in an essential, philosophical sense. Now, however, we should risk a leap across the Atlantic to New York in the 50s to find out what modern art was doing at that time. Heidegger, of course, did not see what was pioneering in this new art, which is not surprising in view of what has in the meantime come to light about Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin. The leading form of art in the New York art scene of the 50s was not poetry but initially painting, which then irradiated fundamental, powerful effects onto music, mediated above all by the composers John Cage, Morton Feldman, and Christian Wolff. E. Hölderlin and the dialogue between poets and thinkers. The phrase "the dialogue between poetry and thinking" is unmistakable. It is readily decoded as referring to the dialogue between Hölderlin and Heidegger. One scarcely notices that, in its reinterpretation, poetry has been defined in terms of a poet and thinking in terms of a thinker, even though to do so runs counter to the tendency of origin, where the artist as creator is referred to the work and not vice versa. Plt. 40. 177. Not that the work, in the sense of the poem, is precisely what is at issue. Heidegger's preferred word was not das Gedicht or die Dichtung, but das Dichten, which suggests the act of composing a poem, verifying. I shall follow the usual convention and translate it, somewhat unhappily, as poetizing, and thus I shall refer to the dialogue between poetizing and thinking. The dialogue between poetizing and thinking establishes a relation, perhaps even a community, between the poet and the thinker. What is the character of this community? In the postscript to What is Metaphysics? Heidegger wrote that we know nothing of the dialogue Zwiesprache of poet and thinker, and then added, in words borrowed out of context from Hölderlin's Patmos, that they dwell near on mountains farthest part. 178. The use of the image suggests that, in spite of his disclaimer, Heidegger did know something about the relation between poets and thinkers. Moreover, the image of the mountain seems to place both poet and thinker above men, CFGA 39, 166. Heidegger's more rarefied essays on language, from the 1950s, and above all his cult of the thinker, might lead one to suspect that the thinker and poet join with each other to the exclusion of everyone else. This picture of an isolated community of two would also fit with the image of Heidegger retreating into poetry in disillusionment, following his allegedly brief and certainly ill-fated excursion into politics in 1933. 179. But the recognition that Heidegger's political interest was longer lasting than many commentators had previously thought, or wanted to think, and the publication of some of the relevant volumes of the Gesamtausgabe, along with the early versions of The Origin of the Work of Art, suggest a very different picture. 180. Before re-examining the evidence, it is useful to recall some of Heidegger's better-known statements characterizing the dialogue between poetizing and thinking. The tendency to refer the dialogue between poetizing and thinking to a dialogue between the poet and the thinker is encouraged by the confidence that we can more readily identify a poet or a thinker than we can the acts of poetizing or thinker. But we identify the poet in the light of the tradition of aesthetics, in which poetry is reduced to what Heidegger called poesy, just as the thinker is thought of as a figure in the philosophical tradition. This sets the poet and the thinker apart, in opposition to each other, because conventionally philosophy is generally opposed to poesy, just as art, which is referred to beauty, is usually distinguished from truth. The dialogue between thinking and poetizing is not a dialogue between philosophy and poesy, GA 52, 6. Furthermore, once art is subordinated to philosophy, as already happened in Plato, GA 53, 142, the path is set for art's function to be taken over by philosophy. This process reached its culmination in Hegel's statement about the so-called end or art, CFPLT, 79-80. Aesthetics is therefore an obstacle to the dialogue between thinking and poetizing, because it already decided in advance in favor of thinking, specifically the unique historical form of thinking called philosophy. The precise relation between poetizing and thinking in the dialogue remains unclear, undergoing some variation across Heidegger's various accounts. Nevertheless, there is perhaps more differentiation within Heidegger's discussion of the dialogue between thinking and poetizing than is usually recognized, with Heidegger marking a difference between the dialogue of 253. Thinking with poetizing, in which the former is subordinated to the latter, and the dialogue of poetizing with thinking, in which the reverse is true. When Heidegger referred to what he was doing in his essays on poetry as a dialogue of thinking with poetizing, the formulation did more than reflect the one-sidedness of a dialogue being conducted by someone who identified himself preeminently as a thinking, whatever one may think of his efforts at writing poetry. By using the phrase dialogue of thinking with poetry, Heidegger also acknowledged his subordination to the authority of the poet. The idiosyncrasy of Heidegger's essays on Hölderlin, of which Hölderlin scholars have often complained, has its basis in this dual structure, whereby Heidegger acknowledged the poet but at the same time appropriated the poet to his own concerns. Heidegger was engaged in a work of transformation, as much as one of clarification or elucidation. The objections to Heidegger's dialogue with Hölderlin raised by scholars such as Max Kommerl 181 are not dissimilar to those that have been leveled against the equally notorious dialogue between thinkers. Heidegger's defense of the latter was that the dialogue between thinkers is bound by other laws which are more easily violated, than those that govern the methods of historical philology. 182. Whenever Heidegger rendered a text barely recognizable, the temptation is to suggest that he was engaged less in a dialogue than in a monologue, cf. Al. 134. It might even be possible to establish some measure of agreement on the point that only one voice is heard. Critics complain that it is Heidegger's own. Heidegger himself says that it is the voice of being. The thinking, says being, is how he explained it in the postscript to What is Metaphysics? Existence and Being. 254. 391. In the same place it was said, the poet names the gods. Does that mark a difference between the poet and the thinking? Or is the naming of the gods to be assimilated to the saying of being? If so, by whom if not the thinker? Heidegger did not address these questions directly, but he did insist in Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry that poetry is the founding of being by means of the word, existence and being, 304. And in the Contributions to Philosophy he notes, the question of being is the leap into being which man as seeker of being enacts, insofar as he is one who creates in thinking. The one who seeks being, in the ownmost overflow of seeking power, is the poet who founds being. 4. 9. Nevertheless, in his 1953 essay on Trüccel, Heidegger wrote, the authentic dialogue with the poet's poem is the poetic dialogue, al. 160. That seems to imply that the thinker is somehow less than authentic. In other words, Heidegger not only acknowledged that his writings on poetry were a certain kind of distortion, a disaster, a misfortune, ein Unglück, as he conceded in response to Kammerl. 183. He also admitted that the discussion of a poem as it takes place within the thinking dialogue with poetizing interferes with that listening which allows the poem to sing, al. 161. The thinking dialogue with poetry and the poetizing dialogue with thinking have different aims. Thinking and poetizing each define differently the region of their neighborhood, al. 70, and each are in the service of language in quite different and distinctive ways. 184. Nevertheless, in spite of the differences that hold them apart, poetizing and thinking are no longer to be thought of as separated in the sense of being cut off in a relational void, al. 90. Hence, it is no surprise to find Hölderlin described as one of our greatest, that is, one of our coming thinkers, because he is our greatest poet, GA 39, 6. Hölderlin is not a thinker by virtue of an interest in philosophy. It is as a poet that he is a thinking. Heidegger makes a similar comment with respect to Merich's poem on a lamp. Heidegger insisted that the poet does not need to concern himself with philosophy, for a poet, of course, grows ever so more poetical the more thoughtful he is, GA 13, 101. The dialogue of poetizing with thinking is unconcerned with the question of identifying precisely which philosophical texts have influenced which poets. It is said to have a deeper, more intimate, source. For Heidegger, therefore, the dialogue between thinking and poetizing does not begin only when a thinker turns to poesy or when a poet draws on philosophy. Certainly, when a thinker like Heidegger takes up a poem, there is a thinking of the poem, example GA 52, 11-12. But the dialogue between poetizing and thinking, as opposed to the dialogue of thinking with poetizing, does not await a thinker who is prepared to break the confines of his or her trade. Poetizing and thinking are not joined together in dialogue as a result of the dialogue between poet and thinker, al. 84. In 1957, in The Essence of Language, Heidegger wrote, we must discard the view that the neighborhood of poetry and thinking is nothing more than a garrulous cloudy mixture of two kinds of saying in which each makes clumsy borrowings from the other. Al. 90. Thinking and poetizing do not need to be brought together. All meditative thinking is poetic, and all poetry in turn is a kind of thinking, al. 136. They already belong together. They already reside in an intimate, essential. 256. Dialogue long before they are differentiated, and it is this proximity that makes possible the dialogue between thinker and poet. The neighborhood of poetry and thinking is not the result of a process by which poetry and thinking, no one knows from where, first draw near to each other and thus establish a neighborhood. The nearness that draws them near is itself the appropriation by which poetizing and thinking are directed into the ownness of their essence. Al. 90. Heidegger's first step in the redetermination of thinking and poetizing was to re-examine their relation in the early Greek period, a task he began already in an introduction to metaphysics. He observed that the early Greeks had a strikingly different perspective on the distinction between poetizing and thinking, The thinking of Parmenides and Heraclitus was still poetic, which in this case mean philosophical and not scientific. IM 144. It is not accident, therefore, that Heidegger's 1946 essay, The Anaximander Fragment, was the occasion of some of his most extreme assertions of the close proximity of poetizing and thinking. As the first fragment of Greek thought, the Anaximander Fragment was prior to the advent of conceptual language. 185 Heidegger wrote in this context that thinking is primordial poetry, prior to all poesy, but also prior to the poetics of art, since art shapes its work within the realm of language. All poetizing, in this broader sense, and also in the narrower sense of the poetic, is in its ground a thinking. 186. And again, thinking is the poetizing of the truth of being in the historic dialogue between thinkers. 187 In saying what the truth of being dictates, the thinker poetizes the primordial saying of being. Drawing on the etymology of the German word dicten, Heidegger related it to the Latin word for saying, thinking, that is to say, the poetizing essence of thinking, is the original dictere. 188 The thinker's recollection of the primordial saying of being, for example, in the course of translation, is also a poetizing. Hence, der Brauch, which is the word Heidegger selected to translate to Creon, is said to be dictated to thinking in the experience of being's oblivion. This last phrase confirms that the dialogue of thinking and poetizing is historical. If scholars in their study of Greece have often kept the poetic thinking of Parmenides and Heraclitus separate from the thinking poetry of tragedy, IM 144-45, it is clear that the distinction results from what philosophy and art have subsequently become. Poetic thinking, where thinking has priority, has come to be appropriated retrospectively by philosophers who have judged them according to their own standards. Confidence in the separation of poesy and philosophy is a product of the history of Western metaphysics, but it was by no means characteristic of the beginnings of that history. Heidegger was quite explicit, with regard to poetizing and thinking, about the extent to which each needs the other, brauchen einander. And yet, that need has been concealed by the prejudice sustained for centuries that thinking is to be understood as ratio, calculation in the broadest sense, al. 70. It is perhaps only at the end of philosophy, at the uttermost extremity of the oblivion of being, that the dialogue between poetizing and thinking could take the form of a dialogue between poet and thinker. The alleged separation of 258. Poetry and thinking which denied their proximity would collapse, but not as a consequence of the dialogue between Hölderlin and Heidegger. Rather, the dialogue between Hölderlin and Heidegger will have been possible, on this scenario, only because the tradition of philosophy and of art that upheld this separation was at an end. Nevertheless, Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin helped him formulate his account of the history of philosophy as the history of being. That the dialogue with Hölderlin would institute a history, the idea of which would have been entirely foreign to Hölderlin, instructs us in the complex nature of how thinking rediscovers itself in the thinking dialogue with poetizing. Heidegger wrote in the Contributions that the historical determination of philosophy reaches its summit in acknowledging the necessity of creating a hearing for Hölderlin's word, GA 65, 422. Why Hölderlin in particular? What is his Sehnsgeschichtliche Einzigkeit? Until recently it was still possible to address this question independently of the political context in which Heidegger gave Hölderlin a privileged role. The texts initially available to scholars were relatively silent about this context. In the 1936 Rome lecture Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry, Heidegger maintained that the reason why he was focusing on Hölderlin, in his attempt to show the essence of poetry, was because Hölderlin was the poet of the poets, existence and being. 294. 189 It was Hölderlin's vocation to poetizing the essence of poetry that singled him out. In Heidegger's thoughtful dialogue with Hölderlin, the poet's ability to institute what remains gives rise to the claim that the essence of poetry is the founding of being in language, existence and being. 305. Poetry in this sense was said to be doubly bound, existence and being, 310, bound to the gods and to the 259 people. Yet the nature of this relation was far from clear in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry. On the one hand, the speech of the poet apprehends the hints of the gods so as to pass them on to his own people. Poetizing as the original naming of the gods is thus possible only when the gods themselves bring us to language, existence and being, 311. On the other hand, the poetic word is only the interpretation of the voice of the people, existence and being, 311. The poet is thus identified as the one cast out into the realm between men and gods. What Heidegger left obscure in the Rome lecture was how the poet could give to the people the hints of the gods while at the same time serving as their voice, just as he left unclarified what he had in mind in describing Hölderlin's poetry as determining and defining a new time. However, much that Heidegger left unsaid in the Rome lecture he had already set out quite clearly over a year earlier, in the 1934-35 lecture course from which it was drawn. But Hölderlin's hymn En Germanen und der Rhein was not published until 1980, and it has taken some years for its significance to be generally appreciated. The main difference between the two texts is that, whereas in the lecture Heidegger was clear that Hölderlin was the poet of poets, it is only in the lecture course that he specified that Hold was the poet of poets as the poet of the Germans, GA 39, 214. Heidegger here clarified his claim that the founding of being in language could take place only as the founding of a people, so as to include acknowledgement of the fact that Hölderlin had not yet become a power in the history of the German people, GA 39, 214. As the early versions of the origin of the work of art emphasized, the German public were, in Heidegger's view, not yet a people. Hölderlin is the poet of the Germans in the sense that he awaits the German people, he stands before them, GA 5, 65, PLT, 78, GA 39, 1. The crucial point is that it was as a thinker that Heidegger, 260. Assigned himself the task of elevating Hölderlin to this role in German history, GA 39, 214. He knew that to do so was to engage in politics, albeit politics in its highest and most authentic sense, a politics that did not need to talk endlessly about the political. In other words, the dialogue between thinking and poetizing was, at least at the time it was introduced, political. It was political in the specific sense of being concerned with the founding of a people. The poet had the central role in the accomplishment of this task, that which the thinker made a preparatory contribution. Is it true that in the lecture course Heidegger had only relatively little to say about the role of the thinker? Indeed, at one point Heidegger explicitly acknowledged that he was concentrating on the poet at the expense of what belongs to those and its necessities, GA 39, 151. But it is clear, at least, that there was not supposed to be anything exclusive about the company that the thinker kept with the poet, even if the voice of the people speaks only in a few, GA 65, 319. The thinker's task in this context, like the poet's, was directed to the coming people. In other words, the questions of the identity and community of the poet and the thinker cannot be posed appropriately independently of the question of the constitution of the people. The strange, paradoxical temporality that characterizes the foundation of we, the people, according to classic social contract theory, such that the people must already be a people in order to constitute themselves as a people, undergoes some variation in the case of the poet's foundation of a people. Poetry institutes, founds, and would bring us to the site of the historical existence of a people, a site on which, Heidegger observed, we are not yet standing, although it awaits us, would we but attend to what it says, GA 39, 113. And yet, poetry awaits the people, as the people await poetry. It is in respect of this relation that the 1934-35 lecture course was more specific than the subsequent lecture. Hölderlin is said to transmit the hints of the gods to the 261 people only to the extent that he gives voice to the people, and so helps to bring them to existence. Hölderlin's time can be understood only with reference to the history of the still awaited German people. Who Hölderlin is not yet decided and will only be decided by the German people. And yet, in a sense it is in that decision that they become the German people. All talk of a dialogue between poetizing and thinking, at least with reference to the 1930s, must be understood as directed to, and in an important sense sustained in advance by, the future or coming people. It is in this respect, and for this reason, that with some consistency Heidegger continued to join thinking, poetizing, and the founding of the state or polis, following the Greek model, GA 39, 51. 190. The description in Hölderlin and essence of poetry as the original language, Ursprach, of an historical people, and as the saying which first makes language possible, existence and being, 307, was offered by Heidegger without clarification. He did not explore how this reference to the past related to the time that Hölderlin's poetry anticipates, existence and being, 313. Only in the lecture course did he specify that this original language was to accomplish an essential transformation of the experience of the essence of language in the historical existence of a people, a transformation of their existence to bring them back into the original realm of being, GA 39, 64. This original language was not a primitive language, as the English translation has is, existence and being, 307. Heidegger contrasts it with idle talk, Jared, and thereby seems to keep the discussion within the orbit of the fundamental ontology of being and time, GA 39, 64, 217. But that impression is deceptive, because the question of who we are is here posed in terms of whether we enter into the original historicity of our historical language, a question of whether language itself comes to language in relation to the decision of the Weltzeit of our people, GA 39, 76-77. Heidegger's answer lay in introducing the language of the fatherland. The fatherland, far from being the source of unruly patriotism, was presented as the historical being seen of a people, GA 39, 120. The question that naturally arises at this point is whether this focus on the people governs Heidegger's understanding of poetizing and thinking only in the brief period following Hitler's rise to power and Heidegger's wrecked oral address, or whether it persisted longer. The answer can be found in the interpretation of Hölderlin's poem Homecoming that Heidegger offered in 1943. 191. At the end of the essay Heidegger took up the final lines of the poem. Sorgen, wie dies, muss, Jern oder nicht, in der Seeltrigen ein Sanger und oft, aber die anderen nicht. Cares like these, whether he likes it or not, a singer must bear in his soul and often, but the others not. Heidegger identified these others as the poet's kin. Without rehearsing all the details of Heidegger's reading, it can be said that Heidegger interpreted the poem as itself a homecoming, existence and being, 281, in the sense of a call to the others in the fatherland to hear the poem so that they might for the first time come to know the essence of the homeland, existence and being, 287. This homecoming is therefore the future of the historical essence of the 263. Germans, existence and being, 288. For this reason Heidegger strained the final lines of the poem until they displayed an ambiguity. The others as the carefree ones are said to be free only of the cares of poetic saying, but not from the cares of hearing the poetic word, existence and being, 286. By contrast, the careful hearers are those others who, together with the poet, think the mystery of the reserving proximity and so, in turning toward the same thing that occupies the poet, become the poet's kin. The kin are in this way identified by their thinking, a thinking that prepares for what is to come, for now there must be thinking in advance, so that the poetizing words may be heard, existence and being, 288. The German people are prepared for this not just by the poet, but also by the dialogue between poetizing and thinking. That is why Heidegger described them as the people of poetizing and of thinking, existence and being, 288. The others are not just those who do not share the cares of the poetic word. They are at the same time those who hear the poetic word and in thinking about it become the poet's kin. Heidegger ended the essay by emphasizing how the poet cannot easily hold to the word of the reserving proximity and so needs this help, existence and being, 289-90. The others seem therefore to perform the task assigned to the preservers in the origin of the work of art, GA 5, 56-58, PLT, 68-71. 192. 3 or 4 years after offering this interpretation of Hölderlin's Homecoming, Heidegger returned to it in a remarkable passage in the Letter on Humanism. There was nothing surprising about Heidegger's insistence that homeland, Heimat, be thought not patriotically or nationalistically. 1. 264. Does not need to refer to the fact that World War II had meanwhile ended. The stipulation recalls Heidegger's comment over 10 years earlier that fatherland should not be thought in terms of unruly patriotism. However, there was one decisive change. Instead of referring the fatherland to the historical being of a people, the Heimat is not thought in terms of the history of being, Basic Writings, 217. The change in vocabulary is underlined when, in his attempt to support Hölderlin's effort to help his countrymen, Landesleute, find their essence, Heidegger rejected what he called the egoism of a people, preferring to speak instead of the destiny of the West, Basic Writings, 218. On the face of it this would appear to be an attempt to purge his previous account of its focus on the German people. The impression is reinforced when the notion of the West is itself made the subject of reinterpretation by being understood regionally as the Occident in contrast to the Orient, and not merely as Europe, but rather world historically or of nearness to the source. At this point Heidegger offered 2 brief observations, each referring the reader to poems he had discussed in lecture courses held in 1942. Heidegger's first comment was to suggest that we have still scarcely begun to think the mysterious relations to the East to be found in Hölderlin's poetry. A note directed the reader to Der Ister and to the third strophe of Die Wanderung, where Hölderlin declared himself bound for the Caucasus and celebrated an earlier encounter by the Black Sea between the Germans and the Children of the Sun. Yet Heidegger's own lectures on Der Ister did not reflect this interest. Their focus had fallen heavily on the relation between Greece and Germany at the expense of Hölderlin's references to the East, GA 53, 170. It would seem, therefore, that in saying that the mysterious relations to the East had not been adequately thought, Heidegger was implicating himself in the general criticism. The temptation is to say the same about the second comment, which referred explicitly to the final pages of Heidegger's essay on Denken. 265. First published in 1943 and drawing on an earlier lecture course. Heidegger wrote, German is not spoken to the world so that the world might be reformed through the German essence, it is spoken to the Germans so that from a fateful belongingness to the nations they might become world historical along with them. But Heidegger's reference to the essay on Denken is of no help here. Just as, earlier in that essay, Heidegger seemed more interested in the German women of the poem Gesang der Deutschen than the brown women of On Denken, 193. So also the discussion at the end of the essay about the need for the German people to learn to be at home is left unencumbered, either by references to other nations or to what he would elsewhere call historical dwelling in the nearness of being, Basic Writings, 218. Heidegger does nothing here, or elsewhere, to complicate the simply picture by which the Greeks and the Germans alone are singled out. Or, rather, they are paired, so that every claim about the originality of the Greeks, from an introduction to metaphysics on, indirectly bolsters the Germans. Thus, Heidegger systematically excludes Egypt from his reading of Hölderlin. 194. It would seem, therefore, that in these brief remarks in the Letter on Humanism Heidegger engaged in what was for him the all too familiar task of ontologizing ontic language. In this case, the seemingly nationalistic language of the Hölderlin essays was the issue, just as a few pages earlier he had sought to ontologize the seemingly anthropological language of being and time, Basic Writings, 205-07. The attempt was by no means unambiguous, because almost always in such attempts Heidegger would not fail to underline the ontic sense at the very moment he was withdrawing it. This was no exception. Returning to the poem on Denken and the notion of homelessness, Heidegger commented that when confronted with death, therefore, those young Germans who knew about Hölderlin lived and thought something other than what the public held to be the typical German attitude. Basic Writings, 219. A strange scene to evoke in a letter written to a French officer in 1946. It seems that the 1959 lecture Hölderlin's Erde und Himmel fulfilled Heidegger's attempt to reread Hölderlin as primarily a world historical poet rather than as simply the poet of the Germans. Heidegger's reading of Das Griechenland was governed by his understanding of Hölderlin's letter to Bolender from the autumn of 1802, just as the reading of Andenken had been governed by his understanding of Hölderlin's 1801 letter to Bolender about the indispensability of the Greeks and the difficulty of the Germans learning what is proper to them. By focusing on Greece, the problematic of the Germans disappeared into the notion of the West, as Heidegger had proposed it should in the letter on humanism. If Heidegger, contrary to the letter, then went on in this essay to refer the West to Europe, it was not in geographical terms. If the West has become Europe, it is in terms of a certain technological and industrial dominance. Heidegger posed the question here of whether the advent of another dawn of world history must not arise in Europe, given what he took to be the fact that the present condition of the world was in its essential origin European through and through. 195 But the German people had not disappeared from Heidegger's agenda, any more than their relative absence from Hölderlin and the essence of poetry was anything but an illusion. As the poet of poets, Hölderlin remained the poet of the Germans. 195 Heidegger, Erläuterungen zu Hölderlins Dichtung, 176-77. 267. For Heidegger. This was the premise underlying all of Heidegger's writings on Hölderlin. The notorious Der Spiegel interview, conducted in 1966 but not published until Heidegger's death 10 years later, confirms this. 196 In an attempt to lead Heidegger away from generalities to a specific destiny of the Germans, 197 The interviewer confronted Heidegger with a passage from his 1936-37 lectures The Will to Power as Art, in which Hölderlin and Nietzsche are said to have placed a question mark after the task of the German people to find their essence historically. 198 Heidegger's first answer was in the language of the essay Hölderlin's Erde und Himmel. I could put what is said in the quotation in this way: I am convinced that a change can only be prepared from the same place in the world where the modern technological world originated. Only when the interviewer repeated the question, do you allocate a special task specifically to the Germans, did Heidegger revert to his earlier language and conceded, yes, in that sense, in dialogue with Hölderlin. 199 Furthermore, Heidegger specified that what suited the Germans for this task was the special inner relationship between the German language and the language and thinking of the Greeks. 268. It would seem, therefore, that Heidegger never entirely displaced the reference to the Germans as the third party which dominated, albeit for the most part without being explicitly mentioned, his account of the dialogue between poetizing and thinking. If in the 1950s Heidegger referred that dialogue less to the politically charged notion of the people and more to that of language, this does not succeed entirely in concealing the continuity in Heidegger's thought on this point. 200 Language, for Heidegger, was always the language of a people. It is not accident that the two quotations from Wilhelm von Humboldt which close the 1959 lecture on language both concern the transformation of the language of a people. Through inner illumination and the favor of outer circumstances, a people might so utterly impart a different form to the language bequeathed to it, that this language would thereby become an entirely different and new one. 201. It is true that this is not how Heidegger would have presented the issue himself. He would have emphasized the sense in which a people first become a people in this transformation of language, whereas von Humboldt was. 269. describing how, long after the original creation of a language, an already available sound form might be applied to the inner purposes of language. Heidegger's second quotation from von Humboldt is similarly heard differently, in the context of Heidegger's text, from the way it read in its original context. Von Humboldt was concerned with the way there is some latitude in every language as regards sentence structure and the ordering of speech, such that a people's literature, particularly its poetry and philosophy, can produce new idioms and so bring to language what it does not yet possess. In the context of Heidegger's essay, one understands that the transformation of our relation to language can be brought about through the belonging together of poetizing and thinking. Al. 136. Time can introduce new meaning to old words, and old laws of syntax can give rise to different ideas. This is a continuing harvest from the literature of a people, though especially there from its poetry and philosophy. 202 More striking still is the fact that the questions dominating the essays on language, questions about undergoing an experience with language and about bringing language to language, were already raised in the first lecture course on Hölderlin with an explicitly political aim in mind, GA 39, 76. The indications are, therefore, that Heidegger did not purge the dialogue between poetizing and thinking of its political reference to the foundation of a people, so much as conceal it. That he did so is disturbing, but of itself it probably cannot be regarded as sinister. It is not the reference to a people that compromises Heidegger's thought by tying it to the political context of Germany in the 1930s. It is that he employs the idea of the people, which in context means, of course, the German people. It would be a mistake to suppose that Heidegger's insistence 270 specifically on the German people was simply the product of the nationalism of his times. The story according to whether the Germans were the privileged heirs of the Greeks and shared a unique relation with them was not original to the 20th century, although, as Heidegger himself pointed out, GA 53, 98, it took a particularly distorted form among the National Socialists. Even if Heidegger did misrepresent Hölderlin's account of the relation of the Greeks with the Germans by excluding reference to Egypt, he nevertheless relied heavily on that account to understand the task of thinking at the end of philosophy. However, the dialogue between poetry and thinking went farther than confirming a traditional, if often neglected, truth that poetry is the poetry of a people, just as philosophy is the philosophy of a people. It went beyond privileging, according to a version of the history of Western philosophy that Heidegger accepted and rewrote, the Greek and German peoples, GA 65, 42. Heidegger neither ignored the idea of a people nor took it for granted. He posed the question of the way in which a people becomes a people. The poet and the thinker, as the few in which the voice of the people speaks out rarely seldom, was Heidegger's answer to this question. GA 65, 319 The people first becomes a people when the most singular ones arrive and begin to presage anon, GA 65, 43. The verb anon had special echoes for Heidegger. Hölderlin in Wie wenn am Feiertage had written of nature. Drum wenn sie schlafen sie scheint sie Zeiten des Jahres am Himmel oder unter den Pflanzen oder den Völkern, so trauert der Dichter angesichts auch, sie schienen alien Zeocene, doch anon sie immer. 271. Thus if she seems to sleep at times of the year in the heavens or among the plants or peoples, so the faces of the poets also mourn. They seem to be alone, but are always presaging. The poets, like the thinkers, may appear to be alone, but in their presaging they, as the coming poets, are not alone. Presaging, the poet names the holy, a word which still unheard, is preserved in the language of the Germans, 203 and which served to call the German people to themselves. The dialogue between poetizing and thinking originally provoked suspicion because it appeared to establish the exclusive community of the poet and the thinker, on mountains farthest apart, neighbors to each other in their isolation from the rest of humanity. The publication of the lecture courses from the 1930s and early 1940s has given rise to a new suspicion directed at Heidegger's politics and his evocation of the German people, at a time when such remarks were at best unpropitious and at worst damning. Nevertheless, in the urge of Heidegger's readers to distance themselves from this gesture, there is a danger that they miss the fact that his reference of poetry to a people serves as a decisive step in withdrawing art from its subordination to aesthetics. The community between poet and thinker arises as the community that founds community, the community of a people who are more than a public. Such a conception, Heidegger insists, breaks the arts, and poetry in particular, from their confinement within aesthetics, where they stand divorced from the broader realm of political concerns. Of course, art within aesthetics was never entirely free from politics. Within humanist aesthetics one might be regarded as somehow less of a man, evenly than human, to the extent that one was a barbarian or a Philistine, unable to appreciate the nobility of the arts. 272. Heidegger's conception is ripe for continuing the same tyranny of taste, where the capacity to discriminate within the arts reflects and justifies discrimination between peoples and within a people. Heidegger's rhetoric is not free from remarks of that tenor, but they arise to the extent that he forgets the paradoxical temporality of the constitution of the people. It is not the poet who, with the thinker, founds a people simply. It needs a people to prove the poet to be a poet in the operative sense and to prove the thinker a thinker. It is in the coming community of a people that the community of the poet and thinker will have been established. F. Hölderlin's testimony, and I too many perhaps. Heidegger may well turn aside from the question of the relation between being and human being in the origin. But in the reading of Hölderlin that begins to take shape at approximately the same time, Heidegger lectured Hölderlin's hymns Germanine and Der Rhein during the winter semester of 1934-35, and in 1936 he first presented Hölderlin and the essence of poetry. Heidegger addresses forcefully the question of the human Dasein in relation to the problem of art. Hölderlin's writings are chosen for a meditation on the essence of poetry, Heidegger explains, because Hölderlin's poetic destiny is to say this essence poetically. This means, Heidegger says, that Hölderlin is the poet of the poet, 204, and he goes on to assert that Hölderlin's grounding of the poetic self is an exemplary act for the German people that define their historical destiny. But the gesture by which Heidegger assigns this destiny to Hölderlin and at the same time defines the poetic relation of being and human being is no less problematic, I want to argue, than Heidegger's elision of the question of man in the origin. Its forced character, even its violence, demonstrates that Heidegger perceives a danger in Hölderlin's meditation on the possibility of a poetic founding of the human Dasein. Indeed, I would suggest that the theme of danger as it appears in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry works symptomatically, in a way that resembles which Freud calls Vernianung, by veiling and unveiling Heidegger's recognition of the unsettling nature of Hölderlin's understanding of human finitude. For this understanding challenges Heidegger's own assertions concerning the unity and simplicity of the clearing of being and the gathering appropriation of the human essence, assertions for which Heidegger calls Hölderlin as his chief witness. I would not be the first, of course, to decry the violence of Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin. In fact, within the limits of this study, I can only begin to consider the criticisms that have been made, as in the previous section, nor even, in a more fitting, positive mode, consider the large number of issues brought forth in the literature concerning the implications of Heidegger's thinking encounter with Hölderlin's poetic thought. There are perhaps more books in print right now that deal with Heidegger's relation to Nazism and that period of his life than with all of his philosophy, which for the reader interested in philosophy, can obviously be frustrating. This literature is of particular interest at this moment of the development of Heidegger scholarship, I believe, because it is informed by the intense theoretical reflection that has developed in recent years out of the discipline of literary theory. The contemporary concern with the problem of the relation between philosophy and literature has brought into relief Heidegger's claim concerning the fundamental 274 nature of the dialogue between poetry and thought, while Heidegger's own methods of reading have posed a significant challenge to the most basic assumptions of philological research. 205. My own approach to Heidegger's interpretations of Hölderlin is shaped primarily by the guiding concern of this study, the question of finitude as it presents itself in relation to the self-definition, or self-affirmation, of Dasein in a project of being, and more specifically, in Heidegger's later thought. In my reading of The Origin of the Work of Art, namely, in trying to prepare the ground for a formal understanding of the arresting character of the matter of Heidegger's thought inasmuch as it comes to be only as it is written, to recall Derrida's term for the trace structure in his own interpretation of the finitude of being, and thus inasmuch as its arrest is the work of a text. In this way, by attempting to approach the question of language in Heidegger's text in a way that goes beyond a conceptual or thematic approach to this question, as Heidegger invites us to do, but that follows Heidegger in his performative reflection on how language works. Thus I hope in this section and chapter to address some of the basic concerns in current theoretical and philosophical questioning concerning the nature of the text and the act of interpretation. With this reference in mind, I will undertake a reading of Heidegger's essay. 275. On Denken, translated as remembrance, a lengthy consideration of what Heidegger designates as the reflexive character of Hölderlin's poetry. We may glimpse the nature of the divergence between Hölderlin's poetic experience of the relation between being and human being, and Heidegger's appropriation of this experience, in Heidegger's use of the figure that I would like to take up as the leitmotif for this reading. From Hölderlin, as I have said, Heidegger draws the figure of the I too many to designate the mark of Western man's tragic destiny. In Heidegger's view, Hölderlin expresses his own historical essence as a poet with this same phrase concerning Oedipus. In Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry, Heidegger writes, "This poet thinks poetically out of an excess of pressure from the ground and center of being." The words said of Oedipus in the late poem In the Lovely Blueness, apply to Hölderlin himself. King Oedipus has an I too many perhaps, EHD, 47. This designation applies to Hölderlin, Heidegger says, because he is the poet of the poets, not by virtue of some specifically modern failing, an excessive self-consciousness experienced as a lack before the plenitude of being, but rather by virtue of the excessive richness of his experience of belonging to the intimacy of being. The I too many marks Hölderlin as a witness to the modern German historical destiny. Heidegger is quite justified in identifying Oedipus's destiny with Hölderlin's own on the basis of the line from In Lovely Blueness. But what Heidegger describes, and, with much of the philosophical tradition, admires, as Oedipus's wild and radical assertion of his fundamental passion, I am, 81, 107, receives, as we might also gather from In Lovely Blueness, a far more 276. Ambivalent characterization from Hölderlin. In his Notes to Oedipus, Hölderlin names Oedipus's tragic quest for his identity as a self-conscious subject, the desperate struggle to come to himself, the extravagant search for a consciousness, and further describes the struggle as the insane questioning in search of a consciousness. 206. For Hölderlin, Oedipus's I too many is the sign of a particularly modern malady. Correspondingly, the tragedy of Oedipus is, in Hölderlin's view, a presentation of a catastrophic suspension of Oedipus's speculative overreaching and the catharsis of his interpretive passion. Oedipus suffers a kind of exile, an irreversible passage away from the Greek Oriental nature that Hölderlin describes as an eccentric enthusiasm or sacred pathos, a panic drive toward unification with the divine whose counterpart Hölderlin finds in modern art, in Schiller's sentimental mode, and modern thought, the speculative tendency of modern philosophy. When Heidegger, in his lectures of 1934-35, describes this same destiny, as I will demonstrate, in terms of an accomplishment of Oedipus's original drive for unity, he redresses, in a way that is very close to being dialectical, and perhaps inevitably so, some of the most radical elements in Hölderlin's thought on tragedy. In the same gesture, he fails to recognize his monstrosity of Hölderlin's image of Oedipus's I too many and its meaning for Hölderlin as he reflects upon his own inability to know the measure of his experience as a poet. 277. In his book-length study of Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin, Beta Aleman recognized the importance of Hölderlin's notes to Oedipus and notes to Antigone for understanding the distance Hölderlin takes from the metaphysics of subjectivity as elaborated in German idealism by Hölderlin's contemporaries. 207. He recognized as well that Hölderlin's notes represent an astonishing anticipation of Heidegger's thought, one that Heidegger is not fully prepared to recognize, and that Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin is in many ways regressive with respect to those developments in Hölderlin's late thinking that seem to offer the grounds for Heidegger's dialogue with Hölderlin. But Alemann's interpretation of this regression is somewhat off the mark, I would argue, as is his effort to understand it positively as being in part a calculated regression that helps to prepare a leap beyond metaphysics. Finally, Alemann proves to be too faithfully Heideggerian when he comes to interpret in Lovely Blueness, and essentially ratifies a reading of Hölderlin that he did not fully appreciate. Alemann's argument is very strong, but he fails to recognize the full complexity and even the beauty of Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin. Most important, he does not recognize where Hölderlin's thinking might shake the edifice of Heidegger's project. Thus it seems worthwhile to repeat Alemann's reading, to a certain extent, by returning to Hölderlin's notes and by contrasting these first with Heidegger's lectures of 1934–35, which illustrate Heidegger's response to the tragic dimension of Hölderlin's thought, and then with his reading of Remembrance. The essay on Remembrance is the specific focus of Alemann's criticism of Heidegger, but it is also a text that will allow me to carry forward the discussion of art that I opened with my earlier reading of the 278. Origin of the work of art. By then reading in Lovely Blueness, I will frame Heidegger's reading in the same way as Alemann but will reach quite different conclusions. It is hardly possible to provide here anything like a complete reading of texts as dense and even obscure as Hölderlin's notes, but a few general observations might be made. Hölderlin posits in his notes that a modern tragedy, if formally well founded, would provide what might be called a calculus of human finitude. The formal constitution of the work or art, its poetic logic, as Hölderlin refers to it, SW 5, 265, would define and manifest the development of the various human faculties in their total interaction, unlike philosophy, whose logic represents in their coherence the articulations of a single faculty. In tragedy, Hölderlin says, this play of the faculties appears in equilibrium. The law, the calculus, the way in which a system of sensibility, the entire person, develops under the influence of elements, and the way representation, sensibility, and rationality emerge in different successions one after the other, but always following a sure rule, is in the tragic more of a equilibrium than a pure succession. SW 5, 196. Tragedy manifests this equilibrium in its rhythmical structure. It is a metaphor, Hölderlin says. Hölderlin had defined it in Über den Unterschied der Dichtarten as the metaphor of an intellectual intuition. SW 4.1, 266, a transport, metaphorine, presented scenically in a succession of representations and depending for its binding or determination upon what Hölderlin calls the pure word, nothing more or less than what it termed in meter the caesura, an anti-rhythmical intrusion or suspension. SW 5, 196. By virtue of this pure interruption, Hölderlin argues, the succession of 279 representations gives way to the appearance of representation itself Vorstellung, and the rhythm of the work, or the succession of its calculus, is divided in such a way that it relates itself to itself. Here is a self-contrasting similar to what I identified in my reading of Origin, and produces the appearance of its two-part in equilibrium. The equilibrium of the work, then, is the appearance of its calculus or measure in its rhythmical succession as divided by the pure word or the anti-rhythmical suspension. Hölderlin suggests that, if the work's formal law were brought to appear in this way in tragic art, then this art could be posited as exemplary in this way in tragic art, and then this art could be posited as exemplary and, in its technical disposition, of no lesser stature than the Machank of the ancients. The technical precision of this art would provide it with an infallibility as well as the formal basis for its reduplication. We glimpse here Hölderlin's obsessive concern with mastering the artistic process and assuring that there can be no mistake in the principal moment, as he writes at the end of the extraordinary sentence that opens Über die Verführung des poetischen Geists. 208. But above all, we should note that Hölderlin's primary concern with his craft and the fact that his meditation on tragic experience cannot be dissociated from a meditation on tragic poetry. 209. This is part of what Heidegger means when he says that Hölderlin's poetic thought always turns back upon itself. But this reflexive turn does not suspend the phenomenological claims that Hölderlin is making. Rather, we should recognize that Hölderlin, like Heidegger, is defining art as fundamental event for Dasein. Art, for Hölderlin, is mimetic not in the sense of an imitation of what is, as it is defined by the aesthetic tradition after 280. Plato, but rather in the more inclusive sense defined by Aristotle when he writes in his Physics, SS. 2, 8, 199a, generally art partly completes what nature cannot bring to a finish, and partly imitates mimeti her. 210. For Hölderlin, as for Heidegger, art is necessary to the production of something like a world, and this necessary, supplemental function of art must be understood in relation to art's material nature. Art is something found in works, its event does not transcend its finite determination. Hence Hölderlin's preoccupation with the rhythm of Sophocles' texts and the strange attention he paid to the letter of these texts in his translations, 211, all of which answered to Hölderlin's sense of the propriety of Sophocles' language, Eigentliche Sprache SW 5, 266, and the justice of his form of representation for his time, Sophocles hat recht. Es ist die Schicksal seiner Zeit und Form seines Vaterlandes SW 5, 272. Thus it can be misleading to say that the Caesura figures the separation between men and gods that Hölderlin describes in his notes. The Caesura first gives form to this separation and first allows it to be. And as the Caesura appears only in the work's equilibrium, it functions very much like the composed ris as it is described in The Origin of the Work of Art. Hölderlin describes the separation to which I am referring in the following definition of tragic art. 281. The presentation of the tragic rests principally upon this, that the monstrous das Ungeheuer, how the god and man couple, and how without limit the power of nature and the innermost of man become one in fury, is conceived in that the limitless becoming one is purified through limitless separation. SW 5, 201. Hölderlin understands this separation primarily in temporal terms inasmuch as he seeks to represent it in a modern fashion, SW 5, 268. Thus in the notes to Antigone, the god Zeus is named the father of time, and in the notes to Oedipus, the cathartic event of separation is described as a veering of time. In such a moment man forgets himself and the god and turns about, indeed, in a pious fashion, like a traitor. At the extreme limit of suffering there remains in fact nothing more than the conditions of time or of space. At this limit man forgets himself because he is entirely within the moment, the god, because he is nothing but time, and both are unfaithful, time, because in such a moment it veers categorically, and in it beginning and end cannot rhyme whatsoever, man, because in this moment he must follow the categorical turning, and in this, what follows absolutely cannot resemble the initial situation. SW 5, 202. Holding firm in this moment, man stands there most openly in his character, SW 5, 266, a description that we should probably understand in a literal or formal sense, since man stands forth in this way as a sign. This assertion will form the center of Heidegger's reading of remembrance, a point missed by Alemann. Communication between the gods and men is preserved in this way, Hölderlin says, but beginning and end no longer accord. Countering in this way one of the fundamental propositions of 282. Aristotle's description of tragedy in his Poetics, Hölderlin describes what I have termed the irreversible nature of Oedipus's tragic destiny. The tragic event marks a revolution of time, a revolution that preserves the past, men and gods communicate in their infidelity so that the memory of those of the heavens should not fade. SW 5, 202, but in a radically altered form. Man, following the categorical veering of the gods, can no longer return to his initial situation. There is no self-recovery in the tragic experience, as Hölderlin underscores when he writes that man forgets himself. Defining the impossibility of self-appropriation in terms of this irreversible temporality, Hölderlin returns in a most severe manner to the Kantian notion of temporality as the fundamental condition of human subjectivity. 212. If man thus most openly assumes an objective character and is able to hold or remain, bleiben, in the categorical turn, this self-definition does not constitute a self-assumption or mastered self-consciousness. In the highest tragic consciousness, Hölderlin says, the soul swerves from consciousness, SW 5, 267. Consciousness then always compares itself with objects, as Hölderlin seeks to illustrate with the case of Niobe, and counts the simple passage of time, as Danae, without projecting a future from its present. This heroic hermit's life, SW 5, 268, a mist-firm dwelling, fest este bleiben, before the progress of time, holding itself in this passage, but not holding it, is the highest consciousness, Hölderlin says. Beaufret remarks that Danae may well appear in Hölderlin's discussion of Antigone as a kind of figure for Oedipus who must longest endure the gods. 283. Absence. But in fact, Hölderlin denies to Oedipus the same simplicity in his destiny. For while Oedipus manifests a splendid harmonic form, SW 5, 198, at a moment of the tragic transport in which he is swept, a form that Hölderlin says can yet stay die doch bleiben kann, his hyperbolical drive to know exerts itself beyond itself and loses hold of itself. Could Oedipus then be the kind of exemplary tragic figure for Hölderlin that Heidegger wants him to be? To Oedipus's excessive transport there corresponds his long suffering, as present in Oedipus at Colonus. This is an experience of death or absence that is characteristically modern for Hölderlin in that death does not appear in corporal destruction, as is proper to Greek artistic form, but rather as a more spiritual suffering. In the contentment that Oedipus, at the beginning of Oedipus at Colonus, claims to have learned from time and suffering, Hölderlin may find a figure of a specifically modern dwelling that no longer shows the superlative beauty that belongs to Antigone's bearing. It may well be a figure of the contentment with which Hölderlin finally identifies, a contentment that speaks in the late poetry. But it is hardly clear that this figure may serve the founding role that Heidegger would assign to it. The divergence between Hölderlin's interpretation of Oedipus and Heidegger's understanding of this interpretation is most astonishing, as I have suggested, because the nature of the tragic destiny described by Hölderlin seems fundamentally related to that structure of existence described in Being and Time, in which the assumption of death as the extreme possibility of human existence, and with it the assumption of throne possibility, pushes Dasein into the world and binds it in history. The relation seems most profound in that the same kind of binary structure is at work. In both cases, the event in question involves a double movement of approach and withdrawal that issues in a kind of passage that is the very movement of history and defines the conditions of 284. Historical existence. Hölderlin's notion of a temporally defined event of language, the caesura of the pure word, conditioning tragic existence would seem to define the foundation of the modern Dasein. It is true that the fate Hölderlin describes seems somehow more severe than Heidegger's own representation of the modern tragic fate, the need for binding more extreme. The backdrop of Hölderlin's reading of Sophocles' tragedies is his imminent collapse. But the logic at work in these readings is very close to that logic developed in Being and Time and in subsequent essays by Heidegger. Indeed, in his lectures of 1934–35, Heidegger calls the task of hold the separation between gods and man, between the earth and what Hölderlin calls the savage world of the dead, the essence of the poetic, founding project of historical Dasein. In the fundamental tonality of mourning, which is the essence of the tragic experience, the poet occupies and found the mythe descends. This latter, Heidegger suggests, is to be understood in relation to the ontological difference. But in speaking of found this difference, Heidegger goes further than Hölderlin does in his notes and in his later poetry. When Hölderlin writes, "The holy be my word," SW 2.1, 118, in As on a Holiday, he does express such a desire for a saying that founds the relation between man and divine. Heidegger interprets such a saying quite persuasively, I think, when he claims that it would articulate what is a properly poetic experience of the opening of the open as Heidegger defines it in Origin, and as he defines it essentially in the lectures of 1934-35, which do not yet focus on the holy in an effort to name the gathering separation of men and gods. According to Heidegger, the holy 285 must be understood in relation to the truth of being. 213 Thus, when Heidegger, in his essay As on a Holiday, develops Hölderlin's notion of the holy in relation to his use of the word nature, which Heidegger locates initially close to the original Greek understanding of physis, he articulates this term with a series of notions that each names some aspect of the opening of the open by which a law is posed for the discernment, from the Latin discernere, to separate and distinguish, of what is, and first for the distinction of mean and gods. The holy originarily decides beforehand concerning men and concerning the gods, whether they are and who they are and how they are and when they are, ehd. 76. Intimacy, then, names the gathering of what is in the firm statute posed by the rigorous mediacy of the holy, itself immediate, spirit, the name for nature as it inspires, is the unifying unity of the Auseinandersetzung by which everything is brought into the well-defined limits of its presence, ehd. 60. Both of these terms figure more importantly in the essays under consideration here. But in Hölderlin's notes, nothing indicates that the caesura, which marks the separation between men and gods, is anything more than a trace of a relation to an ungraspable alteriety. To be sure, it is a sign of the holy, though it is nothing more than a rhythmical break. For Hölderlin, there is an opening to the divine presence that gives a law for Dasein. But the origin of the injunction. 286. To count time or to dwell, remains veiled. Thus Hölderlin asserts that Sophocles' authentic speech describes human understanding as it advances under the unthinkable, SW 5, 266. Hölderlin's certitude that there is such a law given and that a trace of the holy does offer itself will not falter in the poetry he writes after he names this law in his notes, but his own ability to grasp and to assume its injunction comes increasingly into question. One might want to argue that Heidegger is describing in his reading of Hölderlin nothing more than Hölderlin's certitude, which for Heidegger always emerges in a questioning, concerning the fact that his poetic saying is a saying of the holy, even if it says no more than a trace of the holy. Heidegger's words in the opening pages of his essay What Are Poets For? An essay devoted largely to Rilke but opening with an extended reference to Hölderlin, concerning the near obliteration, GA 5, 95, of the traces of the holy in this destitute time between the flight of the gods and their return might suggest such an interpretation. But when Heidegger brings forth the unsaid of Hölderlin's poetry by reading it in terms of the history of being and when he thereby ascribes to him a founding of the holy, he projects upon Hölderlin's desire for a poetic saying in a way that not only misrepresents the ever-increasing rigor with which Hölderlin defines the absence of God and the poet's stance in the history defined by this absence but also forecloses any understanding of the questioning that accompanies Hölderlin's search for the conditions of a measure for human existence. To begin to describe how Heidegger accomplishes Hölderlin's poetic saying by projecting it in terms of his thought of the history of being and to suggest how Heidegger's reading diverges from the poetic logic of the notes, I would like to turn briefly to Heidegger's lectures of 1934-35. Since 287. Heidegger refers to the notes in his readings of both Germania and Der Rhein, poems that predate the notes, and since his argument in his readings of Hölderlin's later poetry will not invalidate the claims I want to describe here, I believe it is not inappropriate to introduce the contrast I want to establish by focusing on these lectures. There is a very clear development in Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin, Heidegger's increasing focus on the notion of the holy in Hölderlin's poetry and his attention to the implications of Hölderlin's notion of the Vaterlandisk Umkehr, SW 5, 271, certainly transform his reading. But the effort to define the founding character of Hölderlin's poetic saying also gives to Heidegger's reading of Hölderlin a remarkable continuity, as we see in Heidegger's consistent claim for the possibility of the founding of a poetic self. With this brief consideration of the 1934-35 lectures on Hölderlin, I particularly wish to introduce this last component of Heidegger's argument. The contrast between the logic of the notes and what Heidegger seeks in Hölderlin's Stromdichtungen appears most immediately when Heidegger describes the course of the Rhine, as it is presented in the poem to which the river gives its name, in terms that recall aspects of the destiny of Oedipus. The Rhine's destiny, Heidegger says, is the destiny of a half-god. Its being is the mit, the center or middle region, that defines or determines the being of both gods and men. To think the half-god, as the poet does in Der Rhine, is, as Heidegger states, to step into the founding differentiation, Unterschied, between gods and men and to bring this differentiation into question. This thinking founds and breaks open the entire domain of being, GA 39, 167. The stream's destiny is a tragic one in that it is founded in conflict. The being of the stream first comes to be in the movement of revolt by which the stream turns back upon and assumes its origin. The revolt is a tragic fault, but 288. It is one that issues from the stream's original determination. At its origins, the stream manifests an excess of will, GA 39, 230, a blindness in its original surge that derives from an origin that is uncanny and overdetermining, and itself of a conflictual nature. The stream's origin is a reciprocal, differential relation of the earth and the gods. But the stream's original, excessive stromwillen is broken with the eruption in it of a counterwill. The stream's counterwill brings it into necessity or distress, not, and first makes it possible for the stream to encounter its destiny. By virtue of this Gegenwill, the stream's assumption of its destiny is a manifestation of freedom. The stream suffers its fate in an active sense. It carries out its fate not in the manner of a preordained lot but as a destiny that it creates. The stream's revolt, its entry into distress and its turn in a creative counter-decision, belongs to the mystery of being, Geheimnis, and we may observe that it is the same mystery as that impetus to which was questioned for the passage from the experience of Unheimlichkeit to the decision that Heidegger terms resolution. In his reading of Hölderlin's Stammdichtung, Heidegger is describing the same event as that which forms the center of the existential analytic. We recognize, too, that the figure of destiny described here is that of Oedipus. Heidegger points to this fact when he writes, "Now we sense to what extent these half-gods are the blindest, because they will to see, as not being ordinarily sees, because they have an eye too many, an eye for the origin. Such a vision is no unconstrained looking or retrospection, but rather the accomplishment of an original binding. This hostility of its essence, grounded in the origin itself, that urges to boldness only in order to will the preservation of the origin, that is the fault." GA 39, 267. 289. Inasmuch as this tragic destiny entails a manifestation of freedom in an active assumption of destiny, we might suspect that the Oedipus that figures here owes as much to Schelling as it does to Hölderlin. As in a dialectical model, the tragic conflict issues in, indeed produces in this case, a unity, though this unity is to be thought not in terms of a synthesis but rather in terms of the unity in conflict described in origin. In that which springs purely from its origin must the origin, as well as the having arisen in Sprung and Seine, unfold in the serenity of their determining powers. However, insofar as these, according to their essence, enter into conflict against themselves, they must unfold as more pure in the highest hostility. But because hostility as supreme bliss constitutes the unity of being, this unity must also gain, and better, retain the highest purity. GA 39, 241. As in the notes to Oedipus, in which tragic destiny entails a turning about, we see in this description of the stream's course a revolt. But the revolt allows an appropriation and founding of the origin's conflictual nature, a preservation and accomplishment of the conflict. Here, beginning and end accord as the stream comes into its own and achieves its destiny. I hardly need to emphasize that this description of the tragic conflict does not correspond with Hölderlin's description of the categorical veering that he finds in Sophocles' Oedipus. In Hölderlin's notes, we remember, the tragic turn marked a temporal caesura by virtue of which beginning and end cannot rhyme whatsoever and what follows absolutely cannot resemble the initial situation. A purifying separation in the tragic conflict does in fact produce a lawful equilibrium, but nothing in Hölderlin's notes would allow us to describe this separation in terms of a gathering unity, as Heidegger does when he defines 290. The reconciliation, Austrag, settlement, of the tragic conflict as intimacy, Innigkeit. We know from Hölderlin's own note to Der Rhein that he had sought to present in the final strophe of the poem a total metaphor reconciling the movement of the poem in a dialectical fashion. 214. It would thus seem that Heidegger is not unjustified in reading it in terms of a movement of reconciliation and in seeking to find in the poem the essential simplicity of a gesagte Innigkeit. The gathering and unifying movement of being that Heidegger describes is certainly suggested in the great poems of the Hamburg period. Consider, for example, the magnificent opening section of Homecoming, which suits so well Heidegger's descriptions of the gathered nature of conflict. But insofar as Heidegger extends this understanding of being to Hölderlin's later thought on tragedy, including the notes, he turns aside from the more radical thought of tragic separation. This is the avoidance of Hölderlin's later thinking that Allemann sought to document in his lengthy study. One more example of this avoidance may help to establish the point. As I have noted, Heidegger asserts that the poem, as it brings into speech and thereby founds the original relatedness of being and non-being that belongs to the origin, stands before us as a holy chaos. GA 39, 259, it is the birth of Dionysus, Heidegger suggests. Heidegger's identification of Dionysus as the essence of the half-god is quite appropriate inasmuch as Der Rhein begins and ends with a reference to him. The poem's act of founding, Heidegger says, reaches into the 291. Grundbereich designated with his name. But Heidegger's description of Dionysus is particularly worthy of notice, since it would seem to strain the notion of unity, in its highest purity as Innigkeit, that guides his interpretation. He is the yes of the most savage, inexhaustible life in its creative urge, and he is the no of the most terrible death through annihilation. He is the bliss of enchanting captivation and the dread of a confused horror. He is the one while he is the other, that is, he is, while at the same time he is not, while he is not, he is. Being, means for the Greeks, however, presence, and Wesenheit. Becoming present, this half-god absents himself, West dieser Halbgottab, and in becoming absent he presences. The emblem of the presencing absenting and the absenting presencing is the mask. This is the preeminent symbol of Dionysus, that is, understood in a Greek and metaphysical fashion, the original relatedness to one another of being and not being, presence and absence. GA 39, 189. This description, of course, recalls Nietzsche. Indeed, Heidegger adds. We know that the last, and at the same time futural, preparatory Western interpretation of being by Nietzsche also names Dionysus, GA 39, 191. Heidegger thus names with Dionysus the proximity of Nietzsche and Hölderlin as tragic thinkers. But as a spoken intimacy, it is also the achievement of an essential simplicity. Again, it is the accomplishment of unity in and as conflict. This paradoxical essence of the poem derives from the ambiguous essence of language itself. Language is ambiguous or double-edged, Heidegger says, because it is essentially dangerous. It is the danger, the most dangerous, in that it bears in it the opening of what is and thus creates the possibility of the menace of being as such through non-being, GA 39, 62. Through language, man stands exposed, algesitzt, in the proximity and 292. Distance of the essence of things, GA 39, 76, language opens to the overwhelming while it preserves a distance from it. Heidegger's description of this double movement and the danger born in it recalls, of course, the definition of tragedy offered by Hölderlin in the notes, in which the presence of the tragic resides in a movement of unification and separation and in the presence of the God in the figure of death. In fact, Heidegger illustrates this ambiguous essence of language with his only citations from the notes. From the notes to Oedipus, Heidegger draws Hölderlin's sentences on the essence of speech, which is said to bear the powerful relations, or Grundstellungen, to be compared with the notion of fundamental metaphysical position, in which Oedipus stands in relation to the totality of what is. Oedipus's speech itself is said to bear the character of the being that it opens to man as it bears and conducts the confrontation with the overpowering power, GA 39, 66. But while language participates in that character of the being that it opens, it also guards man from the God. Man turns against the God in it, guards himself against him, GA 39, 66. Thus, Heidegger cites Hölderlin's words in the notes to Antigone in which he says that the soul, in the highest moment of consciousness, in Antigone, a sacred delirium, confronts the God with a rash and even blasphemous word in order to preserve the holy, living possibility of the spirit, GA 39, 67. Language would thus be a kind of gapping or spacing by which there is an opening to an overpowering relation of being and non-being that both preserves, Warren, this relation and preserves man from it, hence the protecting nature of truth, or warit. The tragic revolt would thus be essentially a turn in language. But whereas in Hölderlin's notes the language of tragedy is said to mark an irreversible temporality, in Heidegger's argument language, as the ground for a 293. People's historical Dasein, founds a repetitive history that takes form in an increasing intensification and unfolding of essence. Heidegger writes, for example, all that is great is singular, but this singular has its own manner of constancy, that is, historically transformed and altered recurrence. Singular here does not mean present at one time and then gone at another, but rather, having been, and therefore in the constant possibility of a transformed development of essence, and consequently inexhaustibly disclosed in appropriation always anew, and becoming more powerful. The great has greatness because, and insofar as, it has always a greater above it. This ability to have beyond itself of the greater is the mystery of the great. GA 39, 144-46. Its being, that is to say, consists in repetition. In Hölderlin's description, the language of tragedy bears the presence of God in the figure of death. Correspondingly, in Heidegger's, it opens a proximity experienced as Nichtigkeit. In Heidegger's interpretation, however, this difference is recovered as the source of an ever more profound unity in the poet's creative preservation of the opening of being. For Heidegger, this unity manifests itself perhaps first of all in the unity of the poet's own being, a notion that finds an echo in Hölderlin's statements in his notes concerning the accomplishment in tragedy of an equilibrium of faculties. For the poet's stance in relation to the intimacy of conflict drawn out in the poem is also defined as intimacy. His understanding of the mystery of being preserves its character as a mystery, it is a standing in and holding of the mystery that Heidegger describes as 294. Not just any enigma, the mystery of intimacy Innigkeit, this latter, however, being itself, the hostility of the conflicting powers, in which antagonism decision occurs regarding the gods and earth, men, and everything that is made. Poetry, as the institution of being, is the grounding manifestation of intimacy. GA 39, 250-51. The poet stands in and founds by his saying this Auseinandersetzung, in which the being of the half-god as the Mitte comes to define the relations of gods, men, and earth. The stream, whose essence is to create paths and borders for the history of a people and whose course is the establishment of a land and as a home, comes to be in the poet's saying. The destiny of the stream is in its essence the destiny of poetry, and to the destiny of the stream belongs the poet himself, to these half-gods belong the creators themselves, to these latter, the poets. The being of the poet is grounded in nature, being as such, which originally says itself in poetry, GA 39, 259. In Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry, an essay that appears to be based largely upon the work presented in the 1934-35 lectures, Heidegger will take up this argument for the founded character of the poets dwelling in the intimacy of being and assert most clearly that this founding of a poetic self is a representative act for a people. The poet holds out in the void of darkness, and by thus remaining true to the law of his own being, he brings about truth as a representative of his people. And therefore can bring truth truly home to it. EHD 45. In this essay, as I have noted, Heidegger asserts that Hölderlin's poetry distinguishes itself for the purposes of a meditation on the essence of poetry, inasmuch as Hölderlin's poet determination, Bestimmung, is to poetize this essence. Hölderlin, he adds, is thus the poet of poetry. He approaches this assertion through 5 leitmotifs, the second of which is, therefore, man was given language, the most perilous of all blessings, that he bear witness to what? 295. He is. Explicating this phrase, Heidegger argues that for man to bear witness to what he is, he must show who he is. Who is man? He is the one who must bear witness to what he is. To bear witness means to give evidence, but it also means to answer for the evidence that is being given. Man is who he is, precisely in the testimony he gives of his own existence. This testimony does not refer to an incidental expression of human nature coming after the fact, rather it contributes to the constitution of the human Dasein. EHD 36. To show who is to posit a historically defined identity that is not accounted for with the properly philosophical question what is man? The question what is man, can be answered authentically only in a testimony that is an Auseinandersetzung of men, the gods, and things, as Heidegger explains in the course of the essay. Both the lectures of 1934-35 and Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry follow the argument of an introduction to metaphysics, as I presented above, as an Auseinandersetzung. This question of man's identity is constitutive for man's essence, as Heidegger asserts in the passage I have just quoted. But Heidegger adds here that the testimony given in such a performative questioning authenticates or authorizes the answer inasmuch as the identity posed answers for the testimony given. Hölderlin's poetry, Heidegger suggests, is guaranteed as authentic inasmuch as Hölderlin posits himself in the act of reflecting on the essence of poetry. Thus, even though poetry is essentially endangered by the essence of language itself inasmuch as language can never overcome the ambiguous simplicity of its appearance, no word can ever guarantee its own authenticity, the second aspect of the danger to which Heidegger refers in the 1934-35 lectures. Hölderlin's poetry seems to 296. Offer itself as authentic by virtue of the fact that Hölderlin offers himself in his speaking. 215. But this in itself is a most dangerous act, Heidegger suggests, since it entails stripping from poetry its normally harmless appearance, thereby removing from it its protection against everyday life from which it is excluded. For this latter description of the isolation and veiling that protects this most dangerous work, Heidegger refers somewhat ominously to Hölderlin's tragedy, The Death of Empedocles, just as in a most astonishing way he quotes from this text Panthea's ecstatic description of Empedocles, assuming her words as his own to describe the poet, in order to illustrate the founded character of the poet's being. In Hölderlin and the Essence of Poetry, Heidegger quotes the lines to be him, that slash is life, and we others are but the dream of it, EHD 45, in the 1934-35 lectures. These lines appear in their full context to define the essence of the poet, GA 39, 215-16. Of particular interest is Delia's response. In the published lectures, Heidegger writes Ria instead of Delia. I cannot find fault with what you say, dear friend, yet my soul is strangely grieved by it. and I would like to be as you and again would not want to. Are all of you then like this on this island? We too have our joy in great men, and one is now the son of the Athenians, Sophocles. But our pleasure is untroubled and the good heart never loses itself so in painful, rapt homage. GA 39, 215-16. Delia's response ends as follows: you sacrifice yourself, I believe he is too great to leave you the unlimited you love without limit. In the commentary that follows his citation of these lines, Heidegger does not take Empedocles as the exemplary poet but rather takes Sophocles, despite that Heidegger states elsewhere in the lectures that Hölderlin sought to fashion, dichten, in Empedocles the figure of the poet. It would appear, though suggested only by the rhetorical structure of Heidegger's argument, that the poet's gesture of self-identification, which forces us to decide whether we will take poetry seriously as the ground of our historical being, ehd. 34, is analogous to, and just as volatile as, Empedocles' act of presenting himself to the Agrigentan people as a semi-divine, exemplary figure. If Heidegger only hints at this analogy in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry, his reiteration of the phrase "the firstborn are sacrificed" in his lectures of 1934-35 and later in the essay Remembrance, as I will note, confirms that his tragic rhetoric is overdetermined by a dimension of tragic experience that is more or less effaced in the philosophical elaborations of German idealism but powerfully present in Sophocles and increasingly constraining, as Lacoue-Labart has argued, 216 in Hölderlin's successive elaborations of his Empedocles. Heidegger, in other words, sets up Hölderlin as a pharmakos when he sets him up as exemplary, and Hölderlin's madness serves to warrant this sacralizing interpretation. The gesture, I would argue, is not more benign than Plato's own similar response to the poets. And we might surmise that it is motivated by a response to the same. 216 La césure du spéculatif, 213-14. 298. Perceived danger, namely, the destabilizing character of mimesis as it appears in the plasticity of the poet's self-presentation, his capacity to move between voices and roles, and apparent lack of propriety of poetic discourse. 217 Something in Hölderlin's poetry provokes in Heidegger what Girard calls mimetic violence. The phrase, "the firstborn are sacrificed," occurs twice in the interpretation of Germanine. In both cases, the sacrifice is said to be the result of a kind of historical struggle that takes place in and through language. The firstborn, the poets, are sacrificed in that their original saying is lost in the mediation of everyday, inauthentic usage. The highest pleasure of the first founding saying is at the same time the deepest pain of loss: the firstborn are sacrificed. The original language that grounds being stands under the fate of necessary downfall, the flattening out in debased idle talk. GA 39, 63. The second instance of the use of the phrase comes in relation to the poet's struggle to transform the fundamental tonality of a people, GA 39, 146, and is in the first. Sacrifice seems a curiously strong word. Heidegger summarizes the position of the poet in relation to the struggle for being when he writes, "The poet experiences poetically a creative downfall of the hitherto existing truth of being, that is, in the dissolution he is captivated and carried away by the youthful and the new powers." GA 39, 150, words that recall the thrusting down of the familiar in Origin, GA 5, 66, where the work is said to embody the struggle between the old gods and the new, and where the struggle, again, is essentially one of and in language. In the lectures on Hölderlin, Heidegger remarks in this respect that a change in the experience of the essence of speech must come about if Dasein is to be brought back into the original domain of being, GA 39, 64. In these descriptions of the battle over being, Heidegger may well be referring to Hölderlin's essay Das Werden im Vergehen, in which Hölderlin describes the creative aspect of authentically tragic language through which the possible enters into reality, SW 4.1, 283, and to Hölderlin's designation of Empedocles as a sacrificial victim in Grund zum Empedocles, SW 4.1, 156. In accounting for a response such as Heidegger's to Hölderlin's text, we must presume that the provoking element belongs somehow to the very structure of the linguistic act by which Hölderlin posits an identity in his written work, or posits the failure to achieve an identity. As the poet of the poet, Hölderlin somehow brings forth in poetry, which takes its essence from language itself, an abyssal dimension that threatens, perhaps even as it makes possible, the constitution of identity. Heidegger has pointed to this dimension of poetic language in The Origin of the Work of Art, I believe, by referring to the concealment that occurs in poetry. The event of truth in art is originary, as we have seen in Heidegger's essay, and thus the work of art must necessarily play a determinant role in the constitution of its preserver's very identity. Though the preserver's response cannot be simply passive, the work of art opens the possibility of its own reception. The ambiguity of the work's strange beauty, residing in what might be termed a double concealment, might then be understood as the source of a fundamental distress. The work will both prompt self-definition and call it constantly into question. 300. But Heidegger's description of the fascinating or unsettling nature of the work remains quite indirect in origin. I would argue, in contrast, that Heidegger is attempting to describe formally what he finds so arresting in Hölderlin's language and what it means for a poetic act to be exemplary, when he attempts to define how Hölderlin's poetry works reflexively as it poetizes the essence of poetry and thus of the poet. He does this most explicitly in his reading of Remembrance, and so I would like to turn now to this reading and follow Heidegger's argumentation somewhat more closely than I have thus far. The claims Heidegger makes for the act of poetic founding are essentially the same as those of his readings of the mid-1930s, and thus I will be able to reinforce a contrast that I have sought to establish between Hölderlin's understanding of what it means to dwell in the nearness of being in the time of God's absence, and Heidegger's understanding of this poetic act. This analysis of Heidegger's reading of Remembrance will allow me to demonstrate the persistence of Heidegger's most fundamental claims for poetry and for the relation it founds between being and human being, beyond the period of Heidegger's writing that is distinguished, as I have tried to demonstrate, by its tragic tones. The concern with selfhood and with the grounding of Dasein remains a priority for Heidegger beyond the period of his description of an essentially tragic self-affirmation, and it remains no less a problem. The reflexive nature of Remembrance, Heidegger asserts, is already marked in the title of the poem. 218. The title does not indicate that the poem contains a description of something remembered. It is not a poetic account, for example, of the poet's trip to Bordeaux, but rather a poetic saying of the essence of remembrance, Andenken, itself. The poetic truth of this essence is said poetically in this poem, meaning that this essence is first founded in the poem. The essence of remembrance thus founded, Heidegger says, is the essence of the poetic thinking of the future poets of Germany, EHD, 84. The poem Remembrance poses in an initial or originary fashion the essence of remembrance. But if the poem works in this originary way, it is because this poem's own mode of poetic saying is remembrance. Remembrance, as Heidegger defines it, is letting what has been unfold initially as what is to come. Initially, because what has been exists in no simple past. It is not found, Heidegger says, nor is it made, rather, it is projected or predicted in a manner that remains an opening or letting happen. The poem Remembrance, of itself, turns upon or turns to remembrance in this way, letting a poetic destiny that has been given, and a fitting, geschichtlich, mode of saying, unfold in a way that is historical not simply because this letting happen answers to a history, of being, but also because this answering is an active transformation that initially poses or transposes this destiny. We should recognize in this performance the structure of the hermeneutic circle. Remembrance is a speech act that opens the conditions of its own performance. It poses them initially with the act of defining the nature of remembrance. Late in his essay, Heidegger says that we recognize poetry in such an event of the constitution of a new genre EHD, 138. It enacts a mode of poetic saying, both posing the law or rule for such a saying and being itself such a saying. It is a speech act that takes form and founds itself in a reflection upon its own performance. Whether or not speech act theory can account for such a proposition, this event is nevertheless fully characteristic of heideggers. 302. Writing, or at least we can say that Heidegger's writing works constantly towards such an event. Being and time, as I have suggested, would be such a project that describes itself. The riddle of Heidegger's extraordinary preference for Hölderlin may lie in large part in Heidegger's fascination before Hölderlin's repeated enactment of such a reflexive mode of enunciation. This self-reflexive nature of remembrance is understood by Heidegger in terms of a complex structure of repetition that is signaled with the opening words of the poem. These words, he says, break a concealed silence, the silence of the decision to will that the wind should be as that wind that has opened the time-space Zeitraum out of which the poet may will the destiny that comes to him and out of which he may name this will, thereby posing a time and place for this founding act. The northeasterly blows, go now is an enunciation that corresponds precisely to the performative utterance that is made manifest or is spoken by the work of art as it projects its createdness, as Heidegger describes it in The Origin of the Work of Art. The act of creation is created into the work, as we have seen, and the work brings forth, literally, the phrase das Esse, that it be. Heidegger isolates the famous lines from As on a Holiday, but now day breaks. I waited and saw it come, and what I saw, the holy be my word, das heilige sei mein word, as a similar performative enunciation. In fact, Heidegger designates these lines as the initial lines with which Hölderlin assumes his poetic destiny. So, just as Heidegger implies in Origin that the work brings forth the artist's creative act, his offering that it be, the truth should be offered aside for its appearance, Heidegger argues in Remembrance that the poet's will, his assumption of his destiny, is brought forth in the poem and situated in the space it opens. The poem does not express the poet's experiences, but rather takes the poet into the domain, opened as a poem, of his essence. EHD 151. The poem thus brings forth and founds. 303. Marking its time and place, a relation in which the poet already stands and which is the source of his poetic act. I have said that Heidegger's fascination for Hölderlin may be explained in relation to the structure of Hölderlin's poetic saying. I might add now that Heidegger finds in Hölderlin's poetry a mode of saying that realizes what Heidegger terms the step back, or that circling by which a saying would point beyond itself in such a way as to become a sign of the relation, the opening of being, that makes it possible and that must escape any representational mode of description. 219. The wind gives its movement to the entire poem, we might say, since it is a figure that embraces all poles of the journey that the poem commemorates. The wind promises an experience of the heavenly fire of the foreign land, the appearance of the holy, by favoring the voyage south. In so doing, it clears the northern sky, bringing forth the essential properties of the sky of the homeland. At the same time, it salutes those already in the south, calling up them to return. Promising the foreign land and calling back to the homeland, the wind also figures the poet's own act of poetic remembrance. As it goes forth, Heidegger says, it remains. Heidegger's interpretation works toward an understanding of precisely such a remaining, bleiben, and thus turns upon an interpretation of the last line from Remembrance, virtually a leitmotif for his meditation on poetry. But the poets found what remains, was bleibet aber, Stiften die Dichter, translated by Michael Hamburger as but what is lasting the poets provide. Heidegger will define what remains in terms of the poet's own poetic dwelling in his homeland near the origin. The act of remembrance, he argues, founds the poet's dwelling or remaining in proximity to the origin in that it consists in an appropriation of what is proper to the poet in his homeland through a constant recalling of the experience of the holy in a foreign element. The poet has already received his proper capacity for poetic exposition when he begins the act of remembrance. He has already undertaken the journey to the foreign land and experienced the holy fire, and he has already been given the free use of his proper mode of exposition that must now be learned, that is, appropriated in such a way that it is founded for the coming poets, let us recall Hölderlin's concern with such a founding in the opening paragraphs of his Notes to Oedipus. The repetition marked with the opening of the poem thus signals, we might say, that the poet's proper capacity has been released to him in his previous journey between the home and the foreign land. The act of remembrance, however, represents the acquisition of this capacity and its historical definition. Heidegger defines the relation between the foreign, das Fremd, and the proper, das Eigene, in the terms of Hölderlin's letter to Bollendorf of December 4, 1801, in which Hölderlin states that nothing is more difficult to learn than the free use of the proper, also what is natural or national. Heidegger draws from Hölderlin's remarks what he terms Hölderlin's law of history: what is proper or natural for a people can be appropriated only when it is founded historically in an encounter with what is foreign for that people. This law, Heidegger argues, led the poet into a kind of exile. The natural for the German people, Hölderlin says, is clarity of exposition, Klarheit der Darstellung. Heidegger interprets this trait as the ability to grasp a destiny through the capacity for setting up frameworks, classifying, articulating, and 305. Disposing, these terms all pointing to Heidegger's later meditation on the essence of modern technique. The German foreign, on the other hand, is defined by Hölderlin as beautiful passion and corresponds, in the chiasmic structure of terms that Hölderlin posits in defining the relation between the Germans and the Greeks, to the holy pathos of the Greeks and their relation to the heavenly fire that secures for them, as Heidegger puts it, the approach and nearness of the gods, EHD, 87. This Greek natural corresponds to the German foreign, then, just at the Greek foreign, what they mastered through their art or culture, corresponds to what is natural for the modern German. Heidegger appropriates these definitions of the foreign and the proper for his reading of remembrance in a fairly abstract manner. He does not post the question of the relation between the modern proper, clarity of exposition, and a foreign that it might encounter in Greece, the Greek proper corresponding to the modern foreign, in terms of a relation between modern and Greek art, as Hölderlin does by positing his law of history in relation to the question of the ancients and the moderns. Were he to have done so, he would have had to recognize that access to the modern proper through an artistic encounter with the Greek proper is a more problematic task than the one he describes. In brief, he would have had to recognize the necessity of translation. 220 Hölderlin signals the problematic nature of the relation between Greek and modern art, and signals his break from a Winckelmannian classicism, when he says in his letter to Bollendorf that, aside from that which has to be the highest for the Greeks and for us, namely the living relation and the skill, we ought not to have anything in common with them. SW 6.1, 426. The Greeks are indispensable, but they cannot be imitated, first, as Hölderlin suggests in his letter, because their art is the product of a specific destiny and corresponds in its distinctive character to the modern natural. We cannot deduce from it, Hölderlin says, laws for modern art or culture. But Hölderlin's eye too many also makes him see in Greek art what might be termed an excessive mastery or appropriation of what is foreign for the Greeks, the clarity of exposition provided by the Junonian sobriety of the West. In the very splendor of Greek culture, Hölderlin finds the sign of a Greek failure to appropriate what is proper or natural to them, the holy pathos. Hölderlin sought to correct just such a failure in his translations of Sophocles, as he indicated to his editor. 221. In other words, translation for Hölderlin was a means of repeating, by a kind of après coup, as Lacuélabart puts it, what never happened in Greek art. 222. Such a notion of translation, of course, cannot be understood in terms of a model of adequation, or in terms of a process of recovery of meaning. For the unsaid that Hölderlin seeks to bring forth in the process of translation cannot be defined as a signified of any kind, it has no place, even as a veiled or reserved meaning, before its repetition. While Heidegger's definition of remembrance might be made to accommodate itself to such a project, as I want to show, he bypasses the 307. Question of the modern relation to Greek art in his discussion of the relation between the proper and the foreign, and focuses instead on Hölderlin's description of his trip to France in the letter to Ballendorf written after his catastrophic journey. In that letter, Hölderlin says he was struck by Apollo, a figure for an experience of the heavenly fire. But it should be noted that Heidegger does not rest his interpretation upon biographical data in this way, rather, he is interpreting the poet's voyage as itself a figure of a law that defines the course of Hölderlin's poetic experience. In this way, Heidegger can suggest that the foreign encountered by Hölderlin is not the proper of Greece but is rather a more initial, more oriental source. Hölderlin repeats more originally, it seems, the Greek beginning. But we might assume that only by sidestepping Hölderlin's reading of the Greeks, and particularly as it takes shape in a project of translation, is Heidegger able to present this original encounter as a domestication of the foreign. Domestication may be too strong, but the economy that Heidegger describes in defining the relation between the proper and the foreign is sufficiently close to have prompted Beda Aleman to argue that this relation is thought by Heidegger in the dialectical terms of the metaphysics of subjectivity. Aleman finds evidence for his argument in Heidegger's interpretation of lines from a late revision of Bread and Wine. For spirit is not at home in the beginning, not at the source. It is consumed by the homeland colony spirit loves, and bold forgetting. 223. Aleman contests on primarily philological grounds Heidegger's assertion that these lines describe the law of history of the poetic spirit. He holds that one cannot import the master term of German idealism into an interpretation of Hölderlin's late poetry without recognizing the profound displacement to which Hölderlin subjects it. Aleman's criticism does not withstand an attentive reading of Heidegger's use of the term spirit, though I believe that Aleman is correct in finding in Heidegger's presentation an argument that points to the absolute metaphysics of Hegel insofar as Heidegger describes a movement of the same to the same through its other in the course of his description of the law of history. 224. I would differ from Aleman merely by suggesting that Heidegger situates this dialectical moment within a movement of repetition that exceeds its, thereby opening up the speculative economy and permanently suspending it, rather than somewhat forcibly imposing it upon Hölderlin's poetry in order to bring forth all the more visibly Hölderlin's leap beyond metaphysics. It seems odd that Aleman does not attend a bit more closely to Heidegger's use of the term spirit in order to substantiate his thesis. Even if we recognized a more properly Heideggerian definition of this term, following Heidegger's argument in Homecoming, the movement Heidegger describes. In accounting for spirit's inspiration of the poet and the relation of the poetic spirit to its origin follow a strictly controlled economy. Poetic spirit, Heidegger says, desires immediate access to its home as a proximity to the origin, but the home closes to any immediate appropriation and with this movement directs the spirit to a foreign that allows spirit to remain oriented to its home. The poetic spirit is given the foreign as a colony of the homeland, Heidegger says, and goes to meet the heavenly fire in the foreign land, with the repose, the circumspection, and the constancy that already belong to being at home but are not yet appropriated as such, already sheltered by the homeland, as it recognizes upon its return, ehd. 95. This recognition, following the chiasmic structure of the apparently closed economy Heidegger describes, turns into a knowledge that, without the experience of the heavenly fire, the gift of the poet's proper capacity for poetic expression would never have been given to him as his own. This is, we might say, a most happy Oedipal scenario, though I used the term this time in a more psychoanalytical sense. Spirit is directed away from its motherland, Mutterland ehd. 93, so that it will not consume its forces in its desire for immediate access to the origin. But it is directed to the foreign land, and the fire of the heavens, lightning, Heidegger notes, is Hölderlin's privileged sign for the Heavenly Father, already sheltered by the motherland so that it will not be consumed in turn by this fire. Finally, the fire orients spirit back to the motherland. The fire has let it experience that it must be brought back out of the foreign to the homeland, so that there the capacity for clear exposition should loosen its essential powers in relation to the fire in order to bind them in what is to be exposed. ehd. 94. 310. In spirit's desire for immediate access to the origin, Heidegger may recognize the theme of a dangerously excessive desire that must be bound and thus answer to Hölderlin's need for articulation of the Vaterlandisch Umkehr somewhat more faithfully than Alemann suggests. Alemann argues that the Vaterlandisch Umkehr must be understood not in terms of a relation between Greece and Hesperia, or between a homeland and foreign land, but rather in terms of the relation of mortals to the absent gods and the world of the dead. Alemann insists that the turning or reversal to which Hölderlin refers entails a movement of differentiation by which the mortal desire for unification with the divine would be bound and a sober dwelling on the earth would be possible. Here again, I would agree in large measure with Alemann's reading, particularly as he seeks to contrast it with that of his predecessors. See his criticism of Beisner and Michel, 41-45, but I believe that Alemann's effort to avoid reading the reversal in terms of the relation between Greece and Hesperia leads him to neglect important aspects of Hölderlin's meditation on history. Alemann's reading of the first and last lines of Patmos, for example, 175, seems just, but he must neglect the entire central portion of the poem, just as he cannot account for the necessity Hölderlin perceived in translating Sophocles. But it is clear that Heidegger understands the binding of this desire in a far less severe manner than does Hölderlin in his late thinking, and that he defines it more in terms of the pure differentiation or caesura that Hölderlin describes in his notes. Mediation is itself an inadequate term, because in speaking of binding the powers of exposition in what is to be exposed, Heidegger wants to describe the establishing of a proximity or nearness, as I shall demonstrate, and not an appropriation of the origin as immediate. The Hegelian schema is not ultimately applicable to Heidegger's analysis. But Heidegger seems much 311 closer to Hegel than to Hölderlin when he defines the establishment of a proximity in terms of the measuring of a founding difference. The appearance of a kind of dialectical movement in Heidegger's argument is not limited to his interpretation of the late lines from Bread and Wine. If Heidegger was misguided by the tradition of Hölderlin criticism in his interpretation of the term spirit, a most unlikely hypothesis, given Heidegger's sensitivity to the language of the metaphysics of subjectivity, one that Alemann only partially retracts after offering it, he nevertheless repeats the analysis of the economy of movement that I have described late in his essay when he argues that the answer to Hölderlin's question concerning the nature of remembrance unfolds finally with the phrase "but it is the sea / that takes and gives remembrance." The sea takes the memory of the homeland, Heidegger says, and thus allows the poet the experience of the foreign that he will transform as he appropriates his proper mode of exposition in his homecoming. But the sea also gives memory as it takes. The sight of the foreign awakens remembrance of the proper, which anticipatory remembrance forgets the merely foreign in the foreign and transfigures it in such a way that it preserves what in the foreign is for the proper. This remembrance is not pure, Heidegger says, for there is a forgetting, but Heidegger has established that there can be no pure remembrance, otherwise there would have been no need for a detour through the foreign, and it is clear that, through the economy of forgetting, nothing is lost. The poet's exile, in other words, is certainly less aggressive than a colonialism, in Heidegger's account, but perhaps not more risky than tourism, however superior Heidegger finds it to adventurism. In other accounts, as I have noted, Heidegger addresses a danger in poetic experience, but I need not pause to 312. Reiterate that Hölderlin's experience of exile is far more radical than Heidegger implies. Hölderlin is referring to his voyage south, though again, as Heidegger shows, this voyage is itself a figure of the movement of poetic experience, already a kind of narrative, when he says in the second version of Mnemosyne, "And we have almost lost our speech in a foreign land," SW 2.1, 195. But before concluding that Heidegger simply reduces Hölderlin's law of history to a dialectical relation of same and other, we must note that what I have called a closed economy of remembrance moves between poles that are never fully appropriated in that movement. Spirit has no immediate access to the heavenly fire that it must say poetically, and it always is only in the process of appropriating what is proper to it. The more it appropriates its proper skill of clarity in exposition, the more it approaches the holy, whose advent is promised in the remembrance of what has been. Both the skill in Darstelling and the holy that is to be exposed remain always to come. This kind of open-ended movement is indeed quite characteristic of Hölderlin's thinking. And I would fully agree with Heidegger's demonstration, which I will try now to unfold, that the poet's remembrance does no more than announce this coming by reflecting upon the conditions of its enunciation. What is problematic, I want to argue, is Heidegger's assertion that this reflexive movement grounds the poet's saying and first all his self, and that this self-grounding manifests a self-grounding unity of being. Heidegger indicates that we must not simply reduce his notion of poetic remembrance to the terms of the metaphysics of subjectivity in a most subtle way as he begins to describe the poet's actual repetition of his original encounter with the holy. This repetition takes the form of a greeting, carried by 313. The wind, to what the poet has already encountered. The greeting, Heidegger holds, lets what is greeted unfold in its essence and thereby gives it its essential place, Wesensstadt. It measures a proximity between the one who greets and the greeted, in which both of these poles of the greeting are brought back into the proper distance of their respective essences. This measuring of the proximity, of course, is to be understood in terms of Heidegger's consistent manner of describing a relation that first founds the terms of the relation, though in light of his previous discussion of the transfiguring nature of forgetting and in light of the greetings being said to strip the greeted of its false individuality and give it a place to stand ehd. 96, the remembrance seemed distinctly appropriative. In the essays considered thus far, we have seen such a relation described as a conflict. Here Heidegger tends to describe it more in terms of love. See also the passage devoted to the concept of love itself ehd. 143. But in this context, and given the psychosexual resonance of so much of Heidegger's description, this repetition of a relation that measures and articulates the relation, resembles nothing so much as a complex version of the game Freud described as /da. The greeting takes shape in a movement of figuration that is markedly specular, poetic speculation. It moves through a landscape as it approaches a prefiguration of the advent of the holy, a landscape held open by the gaze of two trees that dominate it and that is defined and rendered fertile by a stream figuring, as Heidegger argues for all of Hölderlin's stream imagery, the poetic spirit. Hölderlin thus begins by saluting a figure of himself as the poet of this founding remembrance and moves through the landscape to salute the oak and white poplar, which appear as parental figures. Heidegger remarks that in saluting this noble pair, Hölderlin thinks of the day of his departure and the beginning of his poetic destiny. The persistence of a familial configuration in 314. Heidegger's reading, at work at several levels, as we have seen, merits emphasis and undoubtedly further attention. Heidegger may well be answering in his characteristically indirect manner the discourse of psychoanalysis. I note simply that if Hölderlin's remembrance is autobiographical in nature for Heidegger, it will terminate finally, as Heidegger reads it, with a figure that conflates the poet's birth and his marriage. This autobiography, the term, as we will see, is very problematic in this context, recounts not the history of an individual subject but that of poetic destiny. The gaze of the oak and white poplar issues from a play of light and shadow in which Heidegger finds also the difference of concealment and unconcealment. For Heidegger, the poet's origin must first be thought in these terms. Accordingly, what first appears as a specular movement of remembrance reveals itself to be a quite different movement of poetic reflection. Heidegger introduces this point by pausing before explicating Hölderlin's greeting as it takes shape in the description of the landscape and remarking that what rises so purely before the reader's sight needs no commentary. This remark does not merely reiterate a commonplace of aesthetics, or rather, it reiterates an aesthetic commonplace in order to underscore the image Heidegger is reading must be read as pointing beyond its distinct quality as an image. Heidegger is signaling to us that the image of the landscape offers itself at first as the kind of image produced by those poets who have not yet returned from their voyage, to which the poet's thought turns late in the poem, and who gather the beauty of the earth like painters, ehd. 135. These poets still work under the domination of the Platonic concept of beauty. They allow being, the idea, to appear erschienen in the aspect of the visible, ehd. 135. But Heidegger's interpretation of the line that follows the salute to the noble pair suggests that the initial salute is already aufgehoben, raised to another level of reflection. The movement of 315. Reflection here, however, is not to be thought in a Hegelian way. What Heidegger initially describes at the end of his essay, ehd. 151, as a kind of climbing that retains in memory the levels of reflection that it has passed through is finally designated as a fugue articulated around the word but. This word indicates transition, Heidegger says, and thus marks a movement in Hölderlin's poetry, but it also marks a kind of interruption and a retention, a moment of catching breath. Aber is not a negation or a simple qualification but, rather, marks the relation to an Altierite. It gives a kind of rhythmical scansion to Hölderlin's poetic thought and also sets the poem's hidden tone, ehd. 151. Thus the phrase, still well I remember this, noch denket das mir wohl, which Heidegger lists among the linguistic forms expressing Hölderlin's but, is said to bind the greeted that has been to what greets incoming, ehd. 99. 225. Still well I remember this, then, does not simply punctuate the salute, it marks the poet's aware that he greets as one who has been given to greet what has been, that he greets as one already greeted. It is not the poet who addresses the greeted to himself in thought, rather the greeted addresses itself to his thought, ehd. 99. The image of the landscape, though initially appearing as a kind of mirror for the poet's speculation, or that specular remembrance, now appears as a prefiguration of what approaches the poet. The phrase noch denket das mir wohl is transitional, Heidegger says, and obliges the poet to think of what has been and what is coming. Thus, the images that follow as Hölderlin continues to move through the landscape now appear in what I have previously termed a strange beauty. Heidegger remarks upon this mode of appearance when he comments the lines, on holidays there too/the brown women walk. Heidegger first discusses the appropriateness of the appearance of women in the remembrance of the time of celebration that prepares a marriage. He then notes that the projective or prefigurative nature of these lines appears with the term das Selbst. In order to hold the distant with its distant presencing near, the poet says this there das Selbst, which to the modern ear harshly borders upon juridical or commercial language. But above all, the poet at this time so little shrinks back from what first appears as an unpoetic and strange word that he goes toward it for just that reason to listen to it. He knows that the purer the invisible is to be, the more decisively it requires that the naming word yield to the strange image. ehd. 108. The image of the women appears with the strangeness of what resides near the origin. What Hölderlin wants to show, the distant presencing of the distant, Heidegger asserts, is properly invisible, in contrast to the eidos brought to appearance by painterly poets. Hölderlin shows nothing of the origin except its nearness, which appears in the strangeness of an image that is marked by a kind of interior distance. 226. We will see that in Heidegger's reading it is the poet himself who shows this proximity by dwelling near the origin. He shows, Heidegger says, with his Zeigender and Blick, showing look, the eye too many that opens as the poet comes to dwell. But the poet's look only appears in what is seen, in the figure. The poet's reflection on his own dwelling, by which he shows or indicates an origin beyond his seeing, moves through the figure and beyond it, back upon the conditions of its visibility, but it does so always through the figure. The figure marks this movement by appearing within the distance opened by the poet's gaze. It bears this distance and thus marks the conditions of its visibility. But the movement of poetic thought, remarked with the words that convey Hölderlin's aber, is bound by the figure and thus remains bound to a reflection upon figurability. Hölderlin in his poetry simply reflects the conditions of a saying of the holy, though such a reflection, Heidegger argues, is already an enunciation. I will return to this point, but I want to note with this description of the strangeness Heidegger finds in Hölderlin's imagery that the logic of the finitude of truth that Heidegger describes in Origin directs his meditation on Hölderlin. As the poet's remembrance moves toward the women of the southern land, it moves, as I have indicated, toward a reflection on the holiday and on the marriage festival for which this holiday prepares. Heidegger interprets the marriage in question as one of men and gods, taking his lead from Hölderlin's Der Rhein. We may also recall, of course, a more brutal description of this coupling in the notes to Oedipus. The fruit of this marriage, Heidegger argues, is what Hölderlin terms the half-god. These are the streams that must become signs, der Ister, cited at EHD 103, and are therefore the poets. Thus, as the poet thinks back to preparation for the festival that is to come, he thinks toward his own birth. The birth that the poet commemorates, and thus is in the process of repeating, occurs on the day, Heidegger says, in which the poet sees come what his word must say. As I have noted, the lines from As on a holiday, but now day breaks / I waited and saw it come, / and what I saw, the holy be my word are taken by Heidegger to be Hölderlin's first lines as the poet whose task is to say the holy. As the fruit of the marriage between men and the gods, the poet is called upon to hold open the relation between them as the dissimilar, das Ungleich. 318. And to endure this inequality. Unlike either goes or men, the half-god preserves the between, zwischen, out of which men and gods return into their proper beings. In this Auseinandersetzung, destiny finds its equilibrium, Ausgleich, a balanced differentiation of men and gods that preserves their essential differences and in which the dwelling of the poet as Ungleich is founded. With his founded dwelling, the poet thus opens the lingering, die while, 227 that is the measure of any authentic dwelling, including that of the poet, and the essential origin of history. Everything that is incoming has its coming in relation to the lingering as the unique that has been, to this lingering comes the holy. We recognize in this description a summary of the paradoxical temporality of remembrance. The holy, Heidegger says, first grants with its greeting the open that the poet is called upon to hold open in his saying. The poet's response, correspondingly, though in an anticipatory way, is a recollective prediction of the coming of the holy that first opens a time-space for its appearance and that first points to the region for man's historical dwelling, though it promises no certain salvation, Heidegger says, as in the Judeo-Christian understanding of prophecy. The prophecy takes on the character of a dream in the domain of poetry's freien Bildens, free-marking again that this initial predication of a poetic dwelling upon an encounter with what is coming as what has been already presupposes the free use of the natural capacity for exposition. The poet's dreaming prediction thus found the open first granted by the holy and first gives the holy a side to which it may come. Most important, perhaps, this side is founded as the poet sets himself up in the between in his poetry. The half-god, the poet, is the one properly greeted by the holy in its advent, and he thus becomes himself the appearance of the holy as he emerges in his essence as the Ungleich. As the while founded by the poet's dwelling is the essential origin of history, the poet himself becomes as well as the founder of the history of humanity. Of course, we shall have to ask again what appearance this Ungleich, who resembles neither men nor things, indeed no thing that is, for which there can be, therefore, no gleichness, might have, and how someone who is like no one else can be representative in his individuality for the history of a people. I have discussed only a small portion of Heidegger's commentary on the poet's prefigurative act of remembrance, but I would like to move now toward Heidegger's conclusion by turning to the repetition of remembrance Heidegger locates within remembrance in the poet's gesture of turning his reflection back upon the conditions of his poetic enunciation. In the third strophe, Heidegger argues, the poet moves to think of his poetic vocation and of the learning of the free use of his proper capacities. This process of appropriation is the poet's actual Heimkehr. In the third strophe, then, the poet turns from what he has experienced in the foreign land to what this experience has given to him to appropriate as his proper capacity for exposition. Heidegger reiterates that the holy light experienced by the poet in the foreign land must have already accommodated the poet's word to its apparition as a word that filters the excessive brightness of the holy light. The poet's learning is thus a reiteration and appropriation of his open disposition to the holy in an ever more lucid and gathered vigilance whose measured, finite nature, ehd. 127, Heidegger describes as repose. The movement of the first two strophes, we might say, repeats the determination of the poet's predictive and projective saying by the foreign, repeats, since he is saying this determination, the following strophe folds back upon the projection. 320. Itself. But this repetition is transformational in the fashion of the chiasmic reversal I have already described. It also follows, we might note, the movement of progression and regression Hölderlin described in his note to Der Rhein. Thus, the poetic saying appears in the first two strophes as determined by what is to be exposed. The following strophe must now invert this movement and prepare the Darstellung as the determining condition for the appearance of what is to come. It must define the poet's exposition as belonging to a particular homeland by ordering the poet's clear exposition to what Heidegger terms the rule of the earth, ehd. 131. The inverted repetition I am describing belongs to what Heidegger defines as a constant poetic reflection on remembrance and its poetic accomplishment. The poet's ongoing reflection upon his mode of saying is a constitutive part of the learning by which he founds his dwelling, constitutive for the very process of homecoming, ehd. 116. But the poet's reflection upon himself as the poet of this remembrance also belongs to this reflection. This reflection emerges for Heidegger in the fourth strophe in the poet's veiled question concerning the nature of the poet's task, though it begins implicitly in the third strophe with the poet's reference to the themes of dialogue and mortal thoughts. Mortal thoughts, Heidegger argues, are thoughts of what concerns men, inasmuch as they must dwell in what defines their home. The poet must speak of these mortal concerns in a mortal way, and for this, dialogue, or converse, is good. Heidegger explicates the notion of dialogue with reference to his argument in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry. Dialogue is to be understood originally in terms of the greeting of the holy and the poet's response. But the poet acquires a heart, an effective disposition, for this. 321. Originary exchange through the dialogue, in which he hears of many tales, etc. This dialogue, Heidegger suggests, is itself a remembrance that pronounces the heart's notion, opinion, as Meinung is translated by Hamburger, does not quite bring out the implications of a will, as Heidegger seeks to do by referring Meinung to Min, and thus its willing of the poem of the holy, whose saying belongs to the time of feast. The speaking of the heart's notion in dialogue prepares the poet to stand in the poetic domain that opens in the feast. At the same time, it accords to him the free and reposed use of his proper capacity for exposition as it prepares speech, exercises it, poetically in its give and take of mortal thoughts. The poet's thought of this dialogue is therefore a remembrance of the conditions of his appropriation of his proper capacity for exposition. Just as the poet's saying must be ordered by the rule of the earth, it is determined by the particular history of this poet's people. The poet's capacity for exposition is released to the poet in his remembrance of the heavenly fire, but he appropriates this capacity in a remembrance that turns upon his home. As the poet turns interpretation early Heidegger fourth strophe to inquire about the location of the interlocutors of a dialogue that is now past, we may conclude with Heidegger that the poet is meditating upon his solitude. I will turn shortly to Heidegger's understanding of this solitude, but before doing so, I should note that a reading of the lines "it is not good to be soulless with mortal thoughts" entirely different from the one offered by Heidegger is possible. One may hear in the German, "Nicht ist es gut, seelos von Sterblichen Gedanken what Heidegger finds, namely, that to be soulless is to be without mortal thoughts. But the line would seem to suggest more immediately that to be with mortal thoughts is to be soulless. As Hölderlin would therefore appear to be contrasting a certain experience of 322. Death with the good of dialogue, we may have reason to question Heidegger's understanding of the nature of the solitude to which the poet's thought turns furtively in the strophe, furtively because he does not identify himself as soulless in his solitude but merely evokes this them after asking for the cup, in contrast to the dialogue whose interlocutors will be defined as absent in the next strophe. We must say at least that the question of the poet's solitude is far more problematic than Heidegger is willing to recognize. To pursue another aspect of this question as we turn to read in lovely blueness, and seek to establish a critical perspective on the reading presented in this study. My aim in this presentation of Heidegger's essay of remembrance is not to consider the philological or critical merit of the reading but rather to identify Heidegger's essential claims concerning the poet's reflexive, founding act. But it should be clear, I believe, that the theme of death or mortality offers a critical lever for confronting Heidegger's reading of remembrance. However, we respond finally to the question of Hölderlin's use of the notion of death, a question that requires a far more lengthy textual examination than is appropriate here. We may recognize that the relation to death of the later Hölderlin is not one of resoluteness but at best one of a questioning endurance for which, as I will try to show at the end of this chapter, no measure is given. Turning now to Heidegger's reading of the fourth strophe in his development of the poet's reflexive turn to the question of his solitude, we may note that Heidegger understands the question concerning the friends as a question concerning the poet himself, inasmuch as the reference to Bellarmine and his companions points to Hyperion. The poet recollects one of the sights of his past voyage and in so doing opens the question of his current. 323. Location, now that he has returned to his home. Heidegger remarks in this context that this questioning concerning the poet's proper site differs from the questioning of the philosopher insofar as the philosopher's questioning risks itself in the question worthy and is at home in the unheimische. The poet, whose task is to say the holy, seeks to say poetically the heimische. His distinguishing concern, we may presume, is his testimony of his belonging to the earth, and thus the according of his mode of exposition with what Heidegger calls the rule of the earth. Since the poet's being at home is the one concern of the poet's questioning, the single question of the poem, Heidegger says, is directed to the essence of remembrance itself, and what is asked about in this question is the poet himself, not the I of the poet's person but the essential place of the self, whose proper alone is the accomplishment of the essence of a poetic vocation, ehd. 129. Such a question, as a poetic question, is properly reserved or veiled, since the poet's relation to his origin is determined essentially by a reserve issuing from the knowledge, itself determined by the origin, that the origin cannot be approached immediately. Correspondingly, the answer to the veiling question concerning the friends is itself veiled. The reserve that belongs to the and is named, many a man is shy of going to the source. The answer speaks of the company of friends brought together by a common vocation, it names the coming poets to whom the poem addresses itself from its start. But only the most reserved of the reserved can first undertake the path to the source. The poet thus modestly names himself with the reference to the many, Heidegger states, because he cannot pose an exception. This preeminent modesty is problematic for Heidegger's argument, since it is defined socially and not simply by the poet's relation to the origin, as an avoidance of posturing, it is necessarily already a kind of posturing. As 324. Heidegger, no less than Hölderlin, is concerned with Hölderlin's representative character. This question of the poet's appearance is not of merely secondary importance. It should recall to us a similar difficulty in Heidegger's remarks on the artist's lack of shame in his reading of Nietzsche. But Hölderlin's reserve does not alone define his solitude. First, he is distinguished from his friends in that he recognizes the necessity, as Hölderlin puts it, that the modes or representation be transformed with the Vaterlandisk Umkehr, SW 5, 271. His friends are still painting, in the sense already described, and their dialogue can no longer be his own, he must discover a new genre. If the poet now thinks of those afar, out of his solitude, it is in order better to interpret this solitude, he thinks of the coming poet's voyage as a remembrance of his own, in order that the standing, or existing, Bestehand, law of becoming at home should be well interpreted. Interpreting this law, he also affirms his solidarity with those who are coming. The poet thus thinks his solitude only in relation to a community that has helped to prepare his saying and whose future he is in turn founding. So speaks now, Heidegger writes. The collected courage of the solitary man, who experiences his isolation as the essential accomplishment of a friendship, which demands from poetic men at first who will be offered for the learning of the free use of the proper. EHD, 141. Near the end of his essay, Heidegger reiterates the point that one is offered, sacrificed, in the founding of a poetic domain, and of the history of a people. Destiny has sent the poet into the essence of this poetic domain and has designated him in the offering of the firstborn, EHD, 150. The thematics of 325. Sacrifice that I pointed to in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry continue to overdetermine Heidegger's isolation of Hölderlin. Heidegger comments at some length upon the lines of the final strophe, in which the poet thinks of those who have embarked for the East in search of what will reveal itself in the most distant distance to be their elders' provenance. He underscores in this discussion a point that has been made but that is worth emphasizing in relation to the question of what Heidegger means by a homeland. The origin sought by the poets is not German and not Greek, it exists in relation to, but is not identical with, the historically defined, natural home of a people. 228. The return to the provenance of the elders is a return to the domain founded by the Stromgeist of the Indus, a domain therefore grounded poetically, and thus historically. But let us move here to Heidegger's actual discussion of this notion as he finds it expressed in Hölderlin's line "But the poets found what remains." The meaning of remaining, Heidegger says, unfolds in the poet's veiled question concerning the remembrance and thus his questioning of his own situation as one who has returned. Remaining, as it is defined in this questioning, is a dwelling in the poet's proper determination. Though it is a repose, it is also an ongoing movement into proximity to the origin. But as a founding, this going is a making fast that takes its firmness from the origin's own self-grounding. This self-grounding is figured, Heidegger says, with the movement of the stream as it flows from its source to the sea and then back to its source. Heidegger describes this movement at the very outset of this essay when he refers to Hölderlin's lines concerning the Danube's apparent movement of reversal near its source. The origin grounds itself as it makes itself fast in its return upon itself, flowing back, it shelters itself in its ground. To dwell near the origin is to follow this movement, as that poet does in his act of remembrance, moving between the foreign land and the homeland, and in his ever more firm appropriation of his proper capacity for poetic exposition. He repeats the movement in such a way that the essence of the origin, its intimacy, in which is reserved a relation of earth and sky and whose withdrawal first prompted the poet to seek the heavenly fire that gave him in turn a knowledge of the earth of his homeland, is unfolded in its essential elements, that is to say, in a firm character that brings forth in its clear outline the rule of the earth while responding to a linguistic destiny and to its determination by the distant approach of the divine. Following the origin's movement by yielding to it and holding to it, retracing it, the poet shows the origin's self-grounding and finds therein the ground of his own dwelling. What is shown, precisely speaking, is the distancing of the origin's self-grounding, sheltering movement. The more this distancing is drawn out or unfolded in the showing, the more essential the nearness of this showing to what is shown. The showing is thus an unfolding of the proximity in which the poetic dwelling comes to stand. But the showing consists only in the poet's dwelling in proximity to the origin, in the way the poet inhabits the distance he draws out as he follows the movement of the origin. As he follows this movement only in an act of remembrance, the showing must be understood as the becoming founded of this act. We must recognize that the poetic dwelling does not found the origin, rather it is founded by the origin in its projective following of the origin's self-grounding. In this movement, it founds itself, EHD, 148. Thus what shows is the ever-increasing firmness and clarity of the poetic character as the poet appropriates ever more profoundly and firmly his 327. Proper poetic capacity. Such, it appears, is Heidegger's interpretation of Hölderlin's statement in the second letter to Bollendorf concerning the highest in art, which maintains everything standing and for itself, so that sureness, in this sense, is the supreme function of the sign SW 6.1, 433, as well as his interpretation of the final lines of Patmos SW 2.1, 172 concerning the Father's concern that the letter should be maintained in its firmness. Neither founding nor showing, as we see, may be understood transitively, in terms of a subject/object relation. The showing approach, as Heidegger emphasizes, is a following that moves only in and through the reflexive movement of remembrance. The poet dwells near the origin insofar as he shows the distance that draws near with the coming of the holy. The poet can then first perceive what comes, and so be the poet and the one showing, when he first remembers the heavenly fire and brings what he has thus experienced back into the necessity of an exposition that remembers in its turn the appropriation of the poet's proper capacity. For only inasmuch as he is open for divinity and for humanity by virtue of his remembrance of what has been in his voyage and what is to be learned from the place of his home does he have the showing look for the open, in which alone gods may come as guests and men may build a shelter in which the true is and to which they may hold firmly. EHD 148. The poet's showing look, his eye for the origin, Heidegger's interpretation of the eye too many, opens with the founding of the poetic saying that marks itself as a relation to the origin. This dwelling is, finally, the manifestation of the reflexive act of remembrance as a letting itself be founded that points beyond itself in this founding but that shows no more than this founding. A reflexive act, remembrance founds, paradoxically, from beyond the 328. Poetic self it constitutes and situates in this act. The poet's self-reflection is an opening to an alterity. Self-reflection might seem a misnomer for a process that first constitutes the self of this reflection. Heidegger would seem to be evacuating in this movement any grounding selfhood, and yet he insists that the poet's self shows in the reflexive act of remembrance. The poetic act of remembrance reflects what it means to live poetically on the earth. It reflexively grounds the poetic project in relation to which a people may subsequently build and maintain its dwelling. But it sets and reflects upon the conditions for dwelling in an exemplary act of dwelling by one being. The poetizing of the poet Das Dichten der Dichter, Heidegger writes near the end of the essay, is now the founding of remaining, EHD 149. The poet sets himself up in an exemplary fashion, exemplary first, because he shows the conditions of this setting up, offers himself, much as a being is said to be dedicated in origin to the self-establishing of openness in the open. To thesis, as it is described in The Origin of the Work of Art, corresponds the poet's Bleiben, as it appears in the firmness of the poetic character. Dwelling in proximity to the origin, he brings forth this nearness that, following the logic the hermeneutic circle, first gives the possibility of such a dwelling. Standing forth in this way, the poet appears as the one who is properly greeted by the holy in its appearance at the moment of the festival. Hölderlin thus offers to the German people a grounding figure with which to identify. Yet, even if Heidegger gives testimony of his own identification with Hölderlin, through the words of Panthea to which I referred earlier, for example, we should pause to recall Heidegger's assertion in Being and Time that the relation of Mitsein, even when defined historically, as in the relation to 329. A hero chose in an act of repetition, cannot be understood in terms of the traditional notion of identification. Indeed, if we return to remembrance, where Heidegger describes at much greater length the nature of the poet's self-constitution, we recognize that identification is a most problematic concept in this context, since the poet is said to emerge in his essence as the ungleich. With which might the German people be asked to identify if the figure with whom they are to identify resembles neither men nor gods, no thing that is. This representative figure cannot be like anyone or anything else, and it is a gleichness of the holy only if we abandon any definition of this term elaborated in the aesthetic tradition. The poet figures only his receptivity to the holy and merely announces what, in coming, appears as absent. To identify with Hölderlin would be to identify with no thing that is. No imitation of such a figure would be possible if we define imitation in terms of reproduction of some visible aspect. If Heidegger's preoccupation with the self-affirmation of the German people in the early and mid-1930s thus led him into at least the rhetorical stance of inviting the German people to identify with the Führer, even though he insists that all following bears resistance within itself, 229 Remembrance, 1943, brings forth clearly what in his earlier thinking had already ruled out the possibility of understanding this relation in terms of any simple model of mimetic following. Hölderlin is a most paradoxical example inasmuch as he represents, by pointing beyond himself, the unpresentable. Is remembrance, despite the recurrence of the theme of sacrifice, a less violent appropriation of the figure of Hölderlin than an essay such as Hölderlin? And the essence of poetry, and does it offer perhaps a reading more faithful to the later developments in Hölderlin's reflection upon his role as a poet? The disappearance of the earlier tragic tone certainly marks this essay as being more in accord with the tone of Gelassenheit. And when Heidegger posits the poet as the ungleich and identifies the founding of the poetic self with the mere opening of an eye, he offers a description that corresponds at least to Hölderlin's desire for a poetic saying that would mark no more than a pure receptivity. The opening line of the second version of the Mnemosyne refers to such purity, a sign we are, without meaning, as does the pure form to which Hölderlin refers in Lovely Blueness, and the late image of the heart of crystal, upon which Alemann focuses. The earlier designation of the tragic sign as =0 seems also to anticipate these images. 230. All of these images bespeak for Heidegger the accomplishment of what Hölderlin terms the Verterlendes Umkehr, though in a transfigured form marked by its calm. Alemann, in strict accord with Heidegger, finds the most powerful confirmation of the essential simplicity of Hölderlin's late poetry in the poem, In Lovely Blueness. This simplicity would be the measure, it seems, of a grounded poetic dwelling. Yet it is revealing that Alemann, in order to find testimony of this simplicity, must abandon his reading, which he opposed to Heidegger in his criticism of Heidegger's reading of Remembrance, of the categorical turn and the danger to which it answers when he approaches this poem. Alemann misses an explicit allusion to a desire for the unbound and to the corresponding injunction, yet the soul must remain pure, and turns instead to the image of the comet for an expression of Hölderlin's achieved simplicity, eliding Hölderlin's reference to his desire in relation to this image. 331. And asserting that the image escapes human conception. Alemann's reading of the poem is so blind to the very problematic he sought to define that we can only conclude that his interpretation has a protective function, as one must always suspect when a critic asserts that a poem escapes rational understanding and refuses to interpret it. What exactly would Alemann be protecting in this way? I suggest that is it nothing other than Heidegger's own interpretation of the poet's showing and preservation of a founding differentiation, one that would gather and define a unified and stable human dwelling. There can be no question that Hölderlin sought such a measure for human existence, but it suffices to read the second and third strophes of Mnemosyne, for example, or everything beyond the first strophe of Patmos or the last two sections of In Lovely Blueness, to recognize that Hölderlin doubted the possibility of defining such a measure himself and was able to possibility only the question of such a measure. In Lovely Blueness, begins, like several of Hölderlin's major poems, with a tableau that appears as a kind of prefiguration of a harmony or an equilibrium that will prove inaccessible in the course of the poem as the poet begins to speak in the first person and seeks to bear witness to that harmony in the way Heidegger describes in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry. 231. The poem is also fully characteristic of Hölderlin in the way described by Heidegger, in that it is a poem that reflects upon the meaning of poetic dwelling by addressing itself to the conditions of poetic figuration. The poem is virtually a treatise on figuration, often approaching a manifestly discursive form, but the topological equations that it sets up are marked by an imbalance that is finally figured with the image of the I too many. The first section of the poem asserts the propriety of calling man the image of the Godhead and poses the phenomenal conditions of the appearance of this capacity. Man's plasticity, Bildsamkeit, or his capacity to appear in his resemblance to divinity, appears against a kind of frame that is constituted by their beauty of the church steeple. Hölderlin describes the steeple in a way that might remind us of Heidegger's own evocation of the Greek temple in the origin of the work of art. It blossoms in a play of contrast of light and sound that brings forth the elements in which it emerges, including the blueness of the sky. Descending the steps of the tower, emerging from a doorway, or appearing through the winds that are like gates in beauty, hence my reference to a frame, a man will emerge, Hölderlin says, as a detached figure, abgesondert so sehr die Gestalt ist, in a kind of still life. Still must be understood here as an adjective, ein stilles Leben, but the reference to art, in still Leben, a still life, is appropriate because, in this framing of the human Gestalt, the plasticity or figurality, the capacity to be a figure, is said to issue from man. The notion of framing suggests that human figurality appears against natural beauty, hence, the qualifying turn as Hölderlin adds, but purity too is beauty, and goes on to suggest that man may be an image of divinity inasmuch as he is pure. Moving within this diversity of natural and human beauty, Hölderlin says, a serious mind is formed. Poetic thought, it seems, is the 333 passage between natural beauty and the beauty of purity. To move between them, through the gate of beauty, is to live poetically. But Hölderlin also appears to assert that purity and natural beauty are incommensurable. Man may imitate, nachkommen, the virtue and joy of the heavenly gods, he may be like them, aussehen, and he may measure himself, sich messen, against the Godhead, Gottheit, by remaining pure in kindliness. He may measure this resemblance to divinity inasmuch as God, though unknown, is manifest like the sky, it is the measure of man, Hölderlin states. This figure of God's manifestness appears with the blossoming of the steeple. Correspondingly, as I have noted, man's figurality appears also in relation to this natural blossoming. But man's purity, which is the basis of his resemblance to divinity, exceeds any natural appearance of purity. Hölderlin's phrasing of this incommensurability is exceedingly ambiguous, as is marked by his hesitation. But the darkness of night with all the stars is not purer, if I could put it like that, than man, who is called the image of the Godhead. The purest natural play of light and dark, the shades of night and the stars, is not in itself man's standard or measure. Natural beauty brings forth man's figurality, his purity, but his purity exceeds the natural image. Heidegger's own reading of this passage in his essay, Poetically Man Dwells, first presented in 1951, accounts for this incommensurability in a persuasive manner. 232 Heidegger read the lines: Is God unknown? Is he manifest as the sky? This rather I believe as implying that the appearance of God in the manifestness of the sky is an appearance of God as unknown. The measure provided by the Godhead, he concludes, consists in precisely this appearance of a concealment. To reinforce this interpretation, Heidegger cites lines from a poetic fragment that belongs to the time of the composition of In Lovely Blueness. What is God? Unknown, yet full of qualities is the face of the sky. For the lightnings are the wrath of a god. The more something is invisible, the more it yields to what's alien. Heidegger interprets these lines as follows. The poet calls, in the sights of the sky, that which in its very self-disclosure causes the appearance of that which conceals itself, and indeed as that which conceals itself. In the familiar appearances, the poet calls the alien as that to which the invisible imparts itself in order to remain what it is, unknown. 233. He continues. The measure taken by poetry yields, imparts itself, as the foreign element in which the invisible one preserves his presence, to what is familiar in the sights of the sky. 234. The measure of the Godhead is given, therefore, in and as the holy as that foreign element, or, the alien, by which the self-concealment, the form taken by divine presence in the modern period, comes to appear. 335. Heidegger's use here of the notion of the holy clarifies, I believe, what remains merely implicit in Heidegger's earlier use of the term. Here, the holy is defined more precisely as the condition for the reception of divine presence, the Godhead, which, in turn, names the self-disclosure of the deity, der Gott. David White offers what is probably the most exact and helpful analysis of these terms in Heidegger and the Language of Poetry, 115-39. He defines the holy as the dispositional capacity in all that is other than the deity to receive the appearances of the divine presence, 127. In this definition, we see a precise reference to the two related notions to which I have referred, the deity and the dimension of the deity's presence. In his letter on humanism, Heidegger refers to the distinction between these notions as follows. But the holy, which alone is the essential sphere of the Godhead, which in turn alone affords a dimension for the gods and for God, comes to radiate only when being itself beforehand and after extensive preparation has been illuminated and is experienced in its truth. GA 9, 218. Likewise, in What Are Poets For? Heidegger writes. The ether, however, in which alone the gods are gods, is their Godhead Gottheit. The element of this ether, that within which even the Godhead itself is still present, is the holy. GA 5, 94. In this description of the holy as alien, we find an almost explicit description of what I have referred to as the strangeness of beauty. Finally, we see that if man is an image of the Godhead, his own beauty must be a figure of concealment. He must figure absence. Again, we find a reference to a sign that would be equals 0. 336. Heidegger defines this notion in relation to the concept of image in a way that confirms, I believe, my earlier interpretation of Heidegger's analysis of the image in remembrance. The nature of the image is the let something be seen. By contrast, copies and imitations are already mere variations on the genuine image which, as a sight or spectacle, lets the invisible be seen and so imagines the invisible in something alien to it. Because poetry takes that mysterious measure, to wit, in the face of the sky, therefore it speaks in images. This is why poetic images are imaginings in a distinctive sense, not mere fancies and illusions but imaginings that are visible inclusions of the alien in the sight of the familiar. The poetic saying of images gathers the brightness and sound of the heavenly appearances into one with the darkness and silence of what is alien. By such sights the God surprises us. In this strangeness, he proclaims his unfaltering nearness. 235. As this figure must be incommensurable with natural appearances, Hölderlin's opening statement in the second section, though apparently contradicting the earlier statement, it is the measure of man, in fact continues his meditation, is there a measure on earth? There is none. But Hölderlin adds now that the beauty of early beings is also potentially excessive for man. The beauty of some beings, Hölderlin may well be referring here to the human figure, threatens to sweep man beyond his essential bounds. We recognize here the theme traced by Aleman but ignored by him in his reading of the poem, as I noted above. Hölderlin describes the sweep of beauty in glorious terms, else on pinions the eagle reaches far as the mighty with songs of praise and the voice of so many birds. But the soul, Hölderlin says, must remain pure, mus. 337. Rein bleiben, it is the essence, the form it is. The gestalt that man must adopt in his purity emerges now against the pull of earthly beauty. Hölderlin thus comes to express his own incapacity to hold the pure form against an overwhelming beauty in the following line: you beautiful little stream, you seem touching, as you flow so clear, clear as the eye of divinity Gottheit, through the Milky Way. I know you well, but tears gush out of my eyes. The eye of divinity would seem to mark identity, since the poet has already called man the image of the Godhead. The poet looks to the familiar stream of stars, taking up again the concluding image from the first section of the poem, as in a mirror for a specular reflection. But recognition brings with it a collapse of identity, though also a strangely inverted reassertion of it, as the poet's own eye begins to stream with tears, and thus clouds over, unlike the clear flowing of the sky's stream. The poem continues with a series of images expressing a failure to achieve the purity of form or appearance by which man would appear in his resemblance to divinity. I pass over here the strongly marked figural transpositions by which the poet finds a serene life in the shapes of creation by reading these in relation to death, suggested by Kirchhof, churchyard, or cemetery, and then juxtaposes to an expression of his suffering before the laughter of men his desire to escape the wounds of subjectivity and to be like a comet. This image, itself a transposition of the stream seen in the sky, is developed with two metaphors and a simile. It will be picked up again with the image of the brooks, as they sweep the poet away, and reinforces the fact that the stream in this poem is one of figurality. Between the churchyard and the stream of images in which it figures, Hölderlin is providing a most unsettling representation of what it means to dwell poetically. The serious spirit. 338. Hölderlin said, must make the bridge between earthly beauty and human purity. It must bridge a difference that corresponds in some manner to the otherness or the alien quality of the holy as it exists in familiar appearances. And so, Hölderlin says, the serious spirit must praise virtue. But virtue appears in the modern world, or at least in the North, as lacking or somehow unaccomplished. A beautiful virgin must wreathe her head with myrtle, because she is simply both in her nature and in her feelings. But myrtles are to be found in Greece. The maiden must wreathe her head, we might presume, in order to protect herself in her simplicity. But the injunction, might also bear upon the maiden's exposure. Because she is simple, she must be veiled or bound in a certain fashion, marked as a virgin, Jungfrau. The lack of this properly cultural mark makes her natural simplicity appear as nakedness. The German maiden, we might say, is excessively simple, her simplicity is volatile, it lacks measure. Even though she is simple, she transgresses in her simplicity. This figure of lack and excess is echoed, I want to argue, in the last images of the third section, in which Hölderlin compares his suffering to that of Oedipus. Hölderlin begins this section with an image that recalls the previous address to the stream, inasmuch as it involves a kind of disrupted mirroring and a similar exchange of properties. Here the mirroring is explicit, though what is seen interpretation he mirror is not a reflection but a painted likeness, another appearance of human build samkeit, but all the more fixed and frozen. There is something vaguely grotesque about the poetic vision described here, and the association that moves by way of the term eyes and leads to the statement King Oedipus has an eye too many perhaps does indeed carry something ungeheuer with it. Ungeheuer is Heidegger's own term for this poem in Hölderlin and the essence of poetry ehd. 42, though unheimlich might be the more appropriate word here, for in this vision, life and death are 339. Intermingled, as Hölderlin reiterates at the end of the poem, life is death, and death is a kind of life. Hölderlin continues by saying that the suffering caused by Oedipus's eye too many is presented, dargestellt, in Sophocles' drama are indescribable, unrepresentable in discursive terms. At every step in this text, Hölderlin comments upon conditions of representation. Here, the eye too many seems to refer to Oedipus's excessive mourning, the end of something sweeps me away. Both are unmeasured responses to loss or abandonment. Among the forms of affliction that Hölderlin enumerates in this section, including those of Hercules and the Dioscuri, Hölderlin refers to the affliction of being covered with freckles, to be wholly covered with many a spot. This image would almost seem to undo any tragic pathos that Hölderlin evokes with the previous allusions, and the image that follows reiterates the insubstantiality of the afflictions in which Hölderlin claims to share. The afflictions that Oedipus bore seem like this, as when a poor man complains that there is something he lacks. The poor man's complaint is perfectly just, of course, absolutely just, but it fails, and it must fail, to express the measure of the poverty out of which it speaks. It remarks almost absurdly a boundless poverty. As a complaint, It not only bespeaks a lack of knowledge of its own limitless foundations. If the poor man knew his poverty, this knowledge would make it impossible for him to complain of a particular want, but also is culpable or remarks an impurity. To complain is not to express kindliness or purity in the sense of the first section of the poem, or so it would seem, and thus this comportment cannot resemble the virtue and pleasure of the heavenly and the rich. The poor man who complains does not resemble the Godhead. He is not essentially poor, as Heidegger asserts the poet must be. But if he is not properly poor, and does not show the propriety of the essentially poor, it is because, again, his poverty is measureless or exceeds his ability to know it. 340. Does the image of the freckles not in fact function in the same way? Freckles caused by the sun seem almost neutral or perfectly gratuitous in relation to the concept of beauty, and yet their abundance signifies a kind of taint, to be wholly covered with many a spot. The voyager has freckles to show for following the beams of the sun, a figure of the journey towards the heavenly fire. These, again, are a sign of the Bildsamkeit to which Hölderlin referred in the first section of the poem. They very abundance marks them as a sign. Yet, what they remark is the lack of a pure figure adequate to this Bildsamkeit. If the human figure is to be somehow commensurable with the absence of that divine, and perhaps even the impossibility of such an image in general, insofar as they show the illusory nature of the promise of the sun, the allurement of its beams. Heidegger suggests, as we have seen, that every image in Hölderlin's poetry, at least after As on a Holiday, is an image of the poet. The clarity and firmness of the poetic character would be a sign of the founding dwelling of the poetic self, though remarking as such the relation to an altere. This founded dwelling would mark in its turn the founding of a space/time for the advent of the holy and thus provide the grounding for a people's history. In Lovely Blueness, however, Hölderlin appears to figure his own inability to achieve the purity of such a sign. If I am correct in thinking that we may read the images discussed here as part of a series that includes the I Too Many, by which Hölderlin marks his identity with Oedipus, then we may conclude that Hölderlin understands his poetry to be like the complaint of the poor man, or to have the character of the virgin's nakedness, or to be covered with spots. Each of these figures, if they reflect upon the poet himself, gives a troubling aspect to a self that should appear with a purity commensurable with the absence of the divine. Hölderlin's self-reflection, he seems to say, is like a painted likeness. 341. Whose createdness, appearing in the obtrusive materiality of the image, is not quite subsumed by the life of the poetic spirit. Death is intermingled with life in this reflection that fails to achieve even the apparent life of a mirror image or the luminosity of the painted image of the moon. But the images of In Lovely Blueness seem to figure more than failure or inadequacy and a certain accompanying guilt, which cannot be reduced to shame, as D.H. defines it. Again, the freckles are a sign of the capacity to appear as an image of the divine, just as the poor man's complaints are just and the maiden is simple. The very excessiveness of each manifestation, like a strange beauty, constitutes a trace of the holy even as it marks in some way its self-refusal. Hölderlin is reopening, with these images the question of his relation to the holy, with all the certitude that Heidegger attributes to him, but in a far more questioning way. The trace of the holy, or what he designates as the holy, does offer itself in Hölderlin's poetic experience and offers a promise in